restive under Soviet dominance and have several rebellions which are typically put down by the Soviets, including the Prague Spring of 1968, which was quelled only by the advance of Soviet tanks into Prague itself. Other parts of East Central Europe continue to have unhappy populations, and it's only in the late 1980s that eventually they are able to overthrow the Soviet Union, which eventually collapses in 1991. So that's essentially the course of the lectures that we'll discuss in this particular period. The legacy of Danubian Jewry, although it is no longer a demographic one because of the huge devastation of the Holocaust, there nevertheless is a phenomenal intellectual, political, social, and cultural legacy from the Jews who lived along the Danube River, and I'm looking forward to speaking to you about it this semester. Thank you very much for watching. He's looked impressive here today. They took Blake Horn in the third last year. They took Hunter in the fourth. They should run so forth as well. Just right on here comes a Blake who was fresh. And we'll share a few highlights of my experience there in historical. One of these sites that was absolutely incredible. I was just completely unprepared for, and really back out there, but incredible. Specifically, I'm speaking about the space in one sector. My notes on who was a very important 18th century rabbi, Pressburg, later known as Bratislava, much more nation trips to the left, tight end to the right, and looking left, still looking left throwing, and there's the so here's a map of where Slovakia is. And where Bratislava is, it was very important to the Jewish community. Secondly, it's really important to Vienna. In fact, Vienna has exactly 17th century Slovakia and Bratislava, then Pressburg, where Yiddish oppression was actually absorbed quite a few refugees. The town Sofer is buried by the Danube River. There's an amazing story about the construction of his tomb. So let's walk through it as I experienced it. Starting the third quarter, amazing impression. So first of all, walk up there, you see this mound before you realize you're coming to a graveyard because the graves are largely absent positions and trouble. There's this sort of tell, like one of those archaeological hills, and it has these beautiful symmetrical black obelisks rising up. They're all really famous sort of material sidelines. They're not entirely identical, some are pebbles, and this style makes sense. On this map, if you see the map, there's this massive rectangular box that sort of spaces into the mound itself. It has a dramatic slump-like entrance at one end, and that's how you access it. In a way, actually walk underground. It's kind of like the Chargers with corners. They're wise shots now. They get their down corners. Great. So there, and there's a tremendous amount of anticipation, trepidation to go through. So first, let's just back up a little bit and understand how this consensus feed throws downfield. So here's a historical photograph of this 17th century. Several thousands of displays, right? When the Legion fell local fascists, and they're switching when they get down the field. Their leader decided to eradicate the Jewish water. Second guessing myself, very Presley Brennan, deportation, destroyed most of them. Beg a lot of first names. You love your mentor and all that stuff. This was grudgingly figured out it, and several thousand graves were moved up the hill to the shotgun first down. But they were here comes the blitz. Must not get there. Surrounded the top sofas and settled. And perhaps a large variety, perhaps because there was a rumor of a curse that had been this rabbi. allow those but he intends to pave over the entire region. So he allowed the sarcophagus to be constructed over a series of those graves. So you can see this is what the photographs. How the were actually sealed all those blocks of concrete that protected them from the elements, but essentially shut them off. Shortly after the war, plans went ahead and
stopped in the back. So they got to decide
the communists, however, fell in the 20th century, and a movement arose at the beginning of the 21st century. Resurrected graves, or to gain access to the graves, with a fitting memorial for example. An international consortium was working with the Rothschild to create a new memorial. They engaged this local architect named Bastinson, who was actually quite brilliant. He had Martin Bastinson had never constructed much here Jewish monuments, although he had worked with the chief rabbi shown here on the west, Rabbi Rothschild, and actually a Jewish from New Jersey, right by the way, his colleague David Krauss, Jewish from Prague. They were five-star about a month in Southern California. Did a lot of research into the halachic background of the treatment of graves in Jewish tradition, and with the guidance of let's go back now to the actual structure of the monument. So this is a couple of this. Here's a view from the entrance to a narrow slot, it's never foreboding, but it is open to the sky as a condition all about for example, the but this sends downward those immediate 90-degree left hand. Toward that part, there's the sign here, four languages, so essentially says, as you can see, this is a sacred place in this one of the rest. What I find is that the translations are almost identical. Chargers analysis and breakdown of the Petros and Monticello and the best thing to do. Subscribe to the iHeartRadio app. This is a whole presence. KFI AM 640 and AM 570 LA Sports. Support your favorite LA Chargers gear has never been easier. With locations to choose from. The equipment is so flexible. And the Chargers team store located right there at 2144 East El Segundo Boulevard in the Chargers Conference Shopping Center. Thursday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. The Chargers team store is stocked with the latest limited edition merch drops, jerseys, footwear, inside leg gear, and much more. To learn more, visit Chargers.com/shop. Again, that's Chargers.com/shop.
Takedowns earlier, but you had to weather the storm in that third round.
Yeah, I know it was going to be a super tough fight. And I've been working my hands alone, my takedowns, everything. But today I woke up, I was like, let's lead a little bit tonight. So now here we are. And I just want to thank my coaches, Jay Johnson, and above all my sister, and Jay Rebel, that living in the corner. Living in every single training session, and thank you guys.
Well, Lupi, this was the most high-profile opponent, the biggest victory of your career against the former champion Jessica Andrade. Who would you like to face next?
Honestly, UFC knows that I never call any fights. Whatever, the ranking is at, I don't even know how that works, but I'm here. I'll be ready for whoever they give me.
Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you again. Lupi Godinez, ladies and gentlemen.
Right on the cyber jet there for her sister, Annabella Godinez.
Join my day, Joe Rogan Podcast my night.
Godinez, outstanding 2025. Tuning out after the Jessica Andrade in Chicago. Well, we've got a lineup coming your way on UFC Fight Pass. Watch exclusive live events from top promotions like Cage Fury, Fury FC, and more, plus Asia's best prospects battling for a UFC contract on to UFC. During my day, so we'll get podcast my day. All day.
Maybe not traveling all the time eventually. You feel so much better. Yeah. It's getting crazy. Not having planes now. Oh, I know, man. Dude, like, what happened where, like, these altercations are regular? Like, at airports, you see brawls at airports all the time. Yeah, I have a theory. What is it? They don't want you to fly. No, dude. You think I'm crazy? I'm dead serious. There's like a Agenda 2050, and literally in there it lists no more commercial flying. And you see them at all these like WEFs and all this stuff in Davos. That would be hilarious. Like it was only the elites that got the flying. Dude, that's literally the plan. For real? You think that can't be responsible for brawls at the Spirit Airlines? Yeah. I mean, dude, they send in all these people all the time. I mean, it's crazy to me. Flights are always late. Right. But a lot of that happened because of all these military planes are almost commercial. I'm telling you, dude. If they want you in a 15-minute city, why do they want you flying around? Okay, I see what you're saying about the 15-minute city, and I think that's true, but I don't think there's this grand plan to make planes slam into each other. I think it's a lot of it incompetence. Whatever happened with them, it's not Black Hawks in D.C. That was a weird one. That was a weird one, because apparently that lady was instructed to not go in the direction that she was going, right? What was the specifics of it? Well, she didn't. They looked the wrong way. Like they go, hey, they look this way and it was coming that way, or they look that way and it was coming this way. They looked the wrong way when they just tried to see what was coming. Was she a part of the Biden administration at one point in time and then left and went back to flying? Probably, dude. It was so, see stuff online. What if you even study like the Vegas shooting? I mean, the LA fires. They watched like DEI. Like, you remember when that one fire chief or whatever was like, oh, if I come get you and you're too big, you're in the wrong place, wrong time. Why would you say that? Why would you first? It's you. I don't know. Well, it's you got an all-lesbian crew. Right. You got a woman who's the first head of the fire department, a woman, and this lady's a woman, and they're all talking about how great it is if someone who looks like you comes to see you and help you. So they're wrapped up in that kooky ideology. The absence of meritocracy and the absence of like physical standards for difficult physical jobs to pretend that that's not necessary. Yeah. You shouldn't be able to take a guy out. The guys that I knew that were all firefighters, the guys that I've known, one of my buddies is a firefighter for their son is a black belt. The other one is a fucking big giant Irish guy. Like you're always big people, right? Because you got to be able to carry folks. I agree, and you got to be able to do like crazy physical things. You have to axe down doors sometimes, you know, it's right. But that's even a 100-pound woman and tell her to axe down a door. Okay, so I agree with what you're saying, but what I'm saying is what causes more chaos, what causes more infighting is if you push everybody to this is DEI messing up, and not that this whole thing is purposeful. So you're thinking that they're instituting DEI on purpose and putting incompetent people in positions of power on purpose so that they'll fuck up, so that people will complain, so that it creates more chaos. Yes. So, I mean, I don't know if the narrative easily became, who are the Bolsheviks? I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know if they're lizards. Well, they probably are lizard people, but, I mean, when Karen Bass, here's the crazy thing about LA. Very few people are calling out anything anymore. It's a city of conformity, and nobody wants to rock the boat because to get a job in LA, you need a 20 green lights. All you got to catch is one red light and you're not working. Right. So if you're out there going, hey, dude, this is like, hey, man, what's going on with this? This seems pretty purposeful. You're not going to work. You're just not going to work. You could get mugged at a gas station pumping $7 a gallon gas and still never complain about what's going on and still vote the same way because you don't want to rock the boat. And if you ask me, it's a big part of moving everybody into these big cities. It's a forced conformity. I don't think it's like that everywhere, though. LA is particularly like that because of it's a city of conformity already. Yeah, Hollywood. Yeah, it's your auditioning. Yeah, 100% auditioning for this thing is crazy because it's really the only way to find out someone's really good at acting, give a chance, right? But the way it's set up is like people choose people, and if they choose you, you go on to have this incredible life. You become Brad Pitt, yeah, right? But if they don't choose you, you become that guy that everybody sees at the party that's 45, dyeing his hair dark, and if it's not happening, everybody knows it's not happening, and maybe he's got talent, because it's weird, so you have to conform. Yeah, you have to say what they want you to say, whether it's about whatever political issue, social transition, climate change, whatever it is, you can't have any opinions that break from the narrative. I totally 100% agree. That's kind of why LA nobody's saying anything. It's a culture. It's a part of the culture. But I really think it has something to do with the original way that LA was founded. Before this reality star thing and everything else, there's definitely a lot of alcohol. Everybody wanted to go to that. So it's like the primary way someone gets kicked. Communist terms like quarantine, soap sweatshirt. Oh, no shit. Shout out to all the I need one of those. No, I need the one-time one. Okay, oh, dude, I'll get you one. Just, no, you want this one? Later. No, that's all I need to do.
One from next week's
sorry, guys. Here you go. I never watched this. That worked out perfect. I'm going to swell like a pig the whole time.
I'm pretty sure the cover.
That's my Van Nuys. I'm just getting murked by Mexicans the whole time. So they took the V in the end. It's just like, okay. It's a great school. Trying to get a blue belt. I'm just old and fat. It's hard.
Bro, I'm not old enough for fucking. Here's the bone.
Yeah, he's great. I love him. He's great. I love jiu-jitsu. I just got to do old man jiu-jitsu. I got to do wrist locks and shit like that because I can't put these fat legs. I got fat old legs. I can't do that. I'm taking on you on any hormone replacement therapy. I want you so bad. Shut up.
As you can see here in this map, this is
it's kind of important. I love it. I like pain. I'm glad you like it. Surgery road many times. Too many surgeries because you have to make sure that you have to make sure that's not like a labor care or something like that. Make it worse. Because you can get that fixed. I got this movie fighters doing all the time. Like Chuck Shaw, before his fight towards the first fight. And he was going to get a surgery, but he realized he couldn't. He wanted to make that spear show. So he had spear. It's like, fuck it, so beat that guy. But he needs information and they found out sex. It's like, dude, I feel fucking scientific discoveries and things. If it's a labor care or something like that, you just don't want to go in. You don't want to get a seated hip replacement, which I know of a gang of guys who have hip replacement. I can't believe how many people I know that. I'm at home first. I brought the kids back for all my family. It's like, I got this fix, I got this fix, I got that fix. Hip one's nuts, man, because I know guys that have traveled to many countries, like not just one, you know. I think Connor, I think I messed up some joints there. I'm not sure water. I think I'm Jason Stewart. Because they just put stuff they dropped and just kept going. Yeah. The thing about those hips, though, is that what they do now, what before in the past, if you had a chronic arthritis, you're missing calcium, missing the meniscus or whatever, the cartilage, now they just give you an artificial one. They say, well, it probably lasts about 20 years. For 20 years, like, you know what I noticed? Yeah, I want this to don't do what fix your hip. Yeah, I know, that's what I want. I want to fix my hip. I'm going to do it when I go back. Really? It's really easy. I'm here at least tomorrow. Like 7 a.m. I'll fly right back and we might be able to get things up. My hip, look, I'll fly right back. So much of that, when you really need it, it's options. Because you can find out exactly what's going on. So I'm paying a gazillion dollars in health insurance. I'm going to go that doesn't get you nothing. It's unbelievable. You know what happened to that extra? Oh, yeah, that's so tragic and sad. It's disgusting. You should be like, if they don't cover it, they should send all your money back. How crazy is that? You have your health insurance. You got this terrible infection that led to, I think it's called necrotic pneumonia. You had to get a double lung transplant. Health insurance has not covered it. How is that possible? That is the obvious catastrophic illness that just hit the doctor, right? Like, this is not like a non-smoker. There's no terrible thing to do. Isn't that what health insurance is for? Like 100%. 77, something like that. You can't say, oh, well, this person's responsible for that. They did something they weren't supposed to do because of their insurance. Yeah, 100%. So that's what that whole thing was about. They're telling people using AI to determine whether you should be covered or not. And AI doesn't have any emotion. You can't look at it going, well, it's very difficult about it. That's why they get you through our sponsors. Mr. Christopher and Henry Joe.
End it.
I think it's together when they're paying scholarships. Well, you know, a lot of people think once you get to the hospital, you're safe. Right? That's what you're saying. Like, you know, medical malpractice and so on. Nothing's in science, but yeah, they can mess up. My grandmother on my father's side just went in to get a fast check. She never left the hospital. She has to receive it. Especially for denial of insurance medical miracle is they have and that is which is absolutely ridiculous that we live in America and you have to have your friends and fans support you to have this like life-saving surgery to make literature. But it's just really kind of crazy that insurance is allowed to not cover some of these sources of his. Do they have a response? They also look why they didn't cover that because they have a show Horowitz. I just tried. It just seems insane. Unless there's some not cover someone just gets so crazy illness like that. Finally, Obama was like, not the guy I was. Obama's first term is the last time I voted for either Republican or Democrat. That was the last time. So, everybody wanted change. I get into how the basic read that thing from. Because America after George Bush and Dick Cheney hates like the Yukon. Who do they have? Right against it's like good-looking young black guys who nobody knew was Bush at the time. But they have John McCain, who's the poster child or the mascot for the white Yukons, right? So they basically run everybody from Obama. And we're like, yeah, we're going to have change. And he was running on like everyone getting health care and all that stuff. And then so they're having this giant debate in Washington about universal health coverage. And this dude gets on a plane and runs to Germany to get speeches and stuff like that during this debate on his major campaign. Never voted for another. Explain that.
And sometimes they
diplomats and politicians and all that stuff while we are debating his campaign idea. Why aren't you here fighting? What you said you want to do? Now you're out of the country and now you're part of the debate. Is it possible to set those debates up at the same time when they use run a campaign and they're like, this is the debate. I can't go right now. I think it's possible.
talking about
one him should defend it. That would be easier to shoot down.
they
schedule those meetings at a time where they do research
all
to get out of him having to defend not that's my whole thing.
Welcome. How are you?
Northern Western Europe, with the exception
Oh, fuck you.
of Spain, where of course you have the Spartan
They've
Jews,
got to be
and
thinking,
also
like, this is like pretty much you see Jared's world and they're brainstorming. Someone says something.
and the reasons that are not at all here, the German Jews have been spread out primarily
You hear everything she's saying. My whole thing goes everything. He's also the one who put out Karen Bassett's
which was then Moravia, and traveling on creepy and recording his travels,
previously undisclosed information that videos of little kids who complete stranger at a DC restaurant.
everybody is trained until 600 years later in the 1860s. Okay, printing was not developed until the 1500s. That's when you start seeing Hebrew printed books. It is completely commensurate with the popularity as a manuscript, meaning when it was hand copied, the Origin World was one of the
underage girls.
authorities of his day and had tremendous
I said this a long time ago, is that they're just trying to set it up so it's like, dude, they're high school chick, you know, they're hot. In reality, it's like really, there were statements, I believe, that you can't find it on the internet anymore because, you know, they clean everything up. People talking about like what Bill Clinton was fooling around with, and it wasn't real girls, you know. And I've always said this, you know, it's like Bill Clinton is the Andy Dick of the White House. You should seize hold of him as a hit him, right? Oh my God. You know, you can't say that if you don't know it's true, though. I just, you know, he likes to fuck. He was a good looking guy when he was young, super charismatic. Love them ladies, which is, listen, that's Kennedy. It's classic presidents. It's just we found out about bisexual Kennedy, bisexual George. Yeah, bisexual. Kennedy was bisexual. George Bush Sr. was gay. I do deep dives on all this shit. Joe, I'm telling you, where are you diving? I'm telling you, the Finders. You remember the Finders? JFK bisexual. A viral tweet is reigniting speculation. He's like, yeah, I mean, they're just dude, he was on speed.
Passing through Vienna on his way to Israel,
Blackmail's been true, being gay. I mean, Obama stuff coming out right now. Bill Clinton. Let's make it. We know that. That's the right smart. We know she has a go to battle. Well, fight for their joke about the camera. You know, back in the day about how they were all gangs. You gotta fight harder. You know that dude. Choose DSLs, right? They're gonna fight way harder. Don't kill Bill. He's the best in the bunker. Yeah. You're fighting for your lovers. Yeah, right? But it's also like there's a lot of ancient cultures that think of having sexual women just for procreation. But with boys for fun. Exactly. My friends over there that have served over there, one of my buddies, Carl, he said this publicly, so maybe I should say this, man. Something about himself as a truck driver. So I thought, like, oh, this is going to work with him. That's his toy. I was going steal the Thursday. It's like if they go into the mountains, my friend was telling me this one guy that was worked on his face, and he was kind of slow. And he would come out like that, and heard a bunch of noise and saw a bunch of kids around.
You like the UFC? I fucking love it. Why? I know. Primal Rage, that was a game. I think he fought monkeys in it. Would you ever do UFC? Only if I got to fight a douche like Zuckerberg. Dude. Put his ass in a headlock, make it go to sleep. Really?
This is
and so the origin of the manuscript itself is really not pain.
I'm implying that he never saw them come out. Maybe there's another exit of the story. Let him say, we got to check out. Let him play it. They'll figure it out.
I wonder why they have the camera like this. It's not looking at you. Shouldn't it be straight on?
Yeah, that's essentially what jumping around, right?
Do you really like UFC? Yeah. Of all the sports, what are the best ones? College football's number 1. NFL's number 2. Really? Actually, I think I like UFC more than NFL. UFC might be my favorite sport. Really? At points, man, it's more exciting than any other sport. There's only so much fucking action in the NFL. It's only like 3 minutes of action. Like, I'm not sure to live 3 minutes of action in a round. And they're a bunch of fights. What about boxing? I don't know. There's something that sucks about boxing. Like, you take it down and down. So that's cool. But there's something about you like UFC more than any other sport. It's just one sport, one team, but really. But aside from that, if Texas was playing Ohio State right now, or you could be watching this, what would you be watching? Probably Texas and Ohio State. Really? I don't know. I kind of like them equally. Why do you keep doing this thing where you're talking to your customer? There's nobody else to do it. And if not, I'll just be quiet so I can interview them. This is the first one. This is the worst stream. People will be like, you were so fucking bored, you were just talking and interviewing yourself. I'd be like, yeah. Do you learn everything about yourself on the stream? No. Is there anything that you regret during the stream? Yeah, I hate people like, no regret. But I don't know, it can always help you. What do you wish you did more? I wish I did a Discord earlier. Is that the biggest one that you regret? I would have fucked that up though. I would have sent too many friends. I know I would have spammed it. So, you would have got mad. Yep. Are you sure? Yep.
That's why I tend to get so dark. Because we don't care if somebody's getting out. It's like, at least I don't necessarily think it's like they just always do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't spam Facebook. I wouldn't spam the Google account. A lot of it. Live and learn, then get lost. Really? No, hug you.
Africa, when he interviewed that gentleman, that guy used to sacrifice children from every tribe before everyone in Liberia. He would sacrifice them and cut open their chest and their heart. Their heart before going into battle.
Are you happy UFC is going to Paramount? Why? Why to reach? I'm like Joe Rogan now. I hope ESPN still does stuff with it, but I don't think so. They're very about their own shit. Unless Paramount gives them the ability to like show the video and stuff.
There's a reason why.
50 years
Language,
later,
we can get
the same
into
thing
like
happens
Bible
again.
language for some of the
And
first
they go
testament,
through
like
the
is it the language of the time,
and
and
they
they were
look
a lot
at it
more
and they make a
blunt
decision,
with it.
yes,
But
you
the
can have
Canaanites
rice on
were
Pesach.
sacrificing
And after
children.
they make that decision,
I mean, that's a
someone
big
says,
part of
I
it.
found
Goes
this
all the way back to
precedent over here.
Chronos, the
So
first god,
the
which is
fact
the
that
god
the
of time.
testament was not
And the
part
whole
of
story
their
about it was told that
deliberations,
his kids
does
would
that
slay
then
him. So every
validate their
time
decision? Do
his
they have to
female would
restart
have
again?
children, he would
Or
eat
do they say,
kids.
look, we're talking about this
She's
for
Jade.
time, we're not going to change it now.
Black Cuba
So
sad.
that's what happens with the orders of Ruah.
Make it weird.
In that
I wonder how they're going to
the
look
original
at
text is out of halachic
some of the things that
circulation for so
pharmaceutical
long.
drug
People
companies
make
have pushed
decisions
through
in its
in the future and
absence.
the impact
Do
that
we
it had on kids.
invalidate those
And whether or not
decisions
they're going to think of
and
that
go
in a
back and
single
consider the
way of
orders of
child
Ruah? Or we
sacrifice?
say, no,
Because it
it's
really
now
is
set
kind
in law.
of, if you know that it's causing
We have
damage,
several figures like that.
but you're doing it for
What
money,
else?
Talk
you
a little
kind
bit
of
about what
sacrifice
is this book about. We spent half an hour.
I fucking love UFC. Do you? Every UFC that they have, I get more and more excited.
Human sacrifice.
Did you watch UFC at the Sphere?
Prevalent in many parts of India.
I wasn't quite into it yet.
85 kids, all under 13.
You didn't watch that one? No. Which one did you watch? I think this was cute.
Last year, there were 14 cases of parents or relatives sacrificing or attempting to sacrifice children on the advice of a son.
Is she your favorite lesbian on Kick? Second myself. Are you lesbian? Oh, I'm a big lesbian on Earth. I make Ellen look like Dick Butcher.
Sacrificing a child for a
The later generations may have much more knowledge. Like I said, my iPhone has a tremendous amount of Torah in it. I can access it very
child
easily.
sacrifice
But
doing
I don't have the
voodoo or
same spiritual
the
sensitivity.
Mayans thought they were
that my
sacrificing people
predecessors
to the gods.
And that has a lot of impact on
How
how
are they going to
decisions
look
are
at
made.
what we've done?
In those declining
Just lying about
generations, there are
stuff and
kind of like
skirting
big
around the
chunks
truth
that are divided
gave
in
distorted
our historiography
versions of
and
what
our
we're actually
literature.
Who's your favorite
So,
streamer?
these 10
And then those kids
generations
want to
belong
die.
to this
Oh.
group, and then there's a big drop off.
W
Another
Vagabond.
10
It's probably
generations belong
directly
to another
related
group,
to this
and so on.
medication.
The
And no one
Rishonim
wants to take
are
credit
the
for it, no
first
one wants to admit it,
generation
and everyone's
of
making money.
European
Everything's
Torah
programming,
scholars.
dude.
That
Even
means
those
Really?
people in India, the programming of their religion tells them like to sacrifice some children. I mean, like, this goes against everything you're wired at. It's like that's the ultimate control of a person. You get to sacrifice
See
the
them
child.
called the Gehonian.
Right? I mean, if you're at a
Then you have the
kid's party, the
wise
kid's in trouble,
Jewish
doesn't
scholarship.
your kid, you run over to make sure the kid's okay. I've done it 1,000 times. But now you have people like, especially like if you look at like what's going on in Gaza, you have people labeling people as terrorists. Like that, it's your programming overrides your basic instinct, which is to protect children at all costs because they are the future. And that's powerful.
Is this your favorite sport?
And that's anxiety and depression and anger and all that stuff.
Really?
So when you program it, your reality clash and they don't meet up. You're programming for generational trauma, you're programming for all that
This is your favorite sport?
Meets reality, and we start to go crazy. And I think a lot of that's
But it's close.
And generally will not have the authority to override a Rishon. And then you get other Rishons. So many of the Rishons that we have today
all your grandparents or parents tell you that the trauma of your past forever. Like I had
Is this your favorite sport?
she was telling me, I go, what's like in Jewish? She was telling me that her parents would tell her that she has to have 3 kids. One for each parent and one kid lost in the Holocaust. For someone lost in the Holocaust.
it's
And
not
like,
as
think about
straightforward.
that
They should
program.
not take
Think about what that over and over and over again to the point now where you're like, well, you know, these kids in Gaza are terrorists. I mean, are terrorists. I mean, that's heavy stuff. I mean, I've heard about the Armenian genocide my whole life before I got into reading about it. You know, like that is, you know, that is your program. And you go to school and it's been infiltrated by cultural groups, and they're just pushing this thing.
I think UFC would be a lot more popular if the people had easier names. Like if they just go by like, oh, this motherfucker's a rocket. And this motherfucker's Opinion, whatever.
manipulate, control, and they're going to time to the point to like this whole thing with like being over what you see right now. Everyone acts like this is just started. It started way back with BLM. The funding out there is so much.
What are your thoughts on ring girls? I'm pretty pro ring girl. About ring guys, very anti ring girl. I do it, but just because I'm sexy. Alright, here we go. Who's gonna win? I don't know. I like how they're playing patty cake.
Are like releasing people who are hurting kids or issues. That means you have no faith in the system. And that calls your anxiety. Now all of a sudden you're angry, you're depressed, just you don't trust anything. Now you want to basically give up your God-given rights. And that is the surgical law for criminal offenses. If you ever want to watch it, not honestly, it's really old. I watched last night on Twitter. It's Jesus says that the United States capitalist conspiracy. I said you'll watch people. I can't get anybody to watch it. It's like this out. There were famous cases and like 50s and 60s where kids were like radical communists on these campuses and they said something's going wrong here and they showed up and they testified to either Congress or Senate and they basically said the goal is to basically bring in martial law and these kids were all interraging against the machine. They don't realize the machine is fighting all this stuff. It's like the no kings. The Latinos are really smart. When Eddie and I do shows all the time, there's tons of Mexicans, tons of Latinos in the crowd. So when no kings was happening in LA, there were like gang leaders who told their entire block, no way to go this. Because they all thought that was what they did at Walmart. Like that's what always happens. They'll billionaires and funds these kind of radical groups to sow chaos. Also because they don't support that kind of crackdown, especially immigration bills. Like there's a lot of people that
Is this more exciting than football? Except for like punt returns and kick returns. And like how fluid is and stuff.
But I also hear them always say Americans want to do this job, and then my Saturdays is going to fucking Wendy's at 11 p.m. I'm ordering a chicken sandwich. The guy handed me the bag is 55 years old. I mean, Americans want to work. That's the whole psyop that we don't want to do something. But they're good jobs to do back breaks. blood.
It's typical
You just rub the cat.
The first time I saw it, I was incredibly shocked. I remember driving home from Vegas with my then girlfriend, and there was a giant car crash. Giant car. I mean, it was massive. She's like, don't get out of the car. He especially liked this case because when you take what's kind of rare, you see it spells out rabbis, great, and somebody ran over with me.
Stop it. I bet UFC looks really easy. I mean, it doesn't, though. But I bet there's some people like, oh, I could do that. And then when you get in there, it is just like, this motherfucker wants to kill me. A ton of people are watching. Especially some of these guys don't know English. So, like, imagine going to China and looking around and it's like all kinds of brands you don't know. Everybody's in, you don't know if they're booing you, you don't know if they're cheering for you. I think you know booing, but never booing. But it might allow them to be like focused too. I don't know where Dagestan is. I don't think anybody does, not even people from Dagestan. It's ignoring you.
He lists first the actual series of colors, then he lists how they are spelled out. The letter R is spelled. The first time I go, I think it was with Brian Callen. He spells them out. And then he writes some of his combinations of the Brian Callen.
He kicked him so quick I didn't even. Yo, there's B. Alexander. What up, Tim? The quality of these pirated streams is amazing. I like when they do that.
Yeah, that's a crazy thing to show. It's one thing if one has some superpowers, but if there's some regular cow who's $100,000 to $250,000,
Swim show.
you're not going to hurt him at all. I was watching the latest Mission Impossible, and it's stupid. Have you ever ever seen it? It's amazing. It just gets cranked up, but there's like two chicks in there weighing more than 100 pounds, beating shit out of everybody. And I'm like, this is a cyborg type chick. Right. We're gonna have somebody like me flatlining. No next to you. Cyborg like that way. Cyborg's like a little chamberlain of female MMA. Like you could drop her 20 years in the future and she's still in her because she's like that well built and that skilled. But that's what would be doing it. Not like 100-pound women though. Killers. Yeah, I think for them. I don't know what she was 35, 45. She has to weigh 135 for a very small amount of time. She's a 155-pound champ. Yeah, she's a juggernaut. She's super powerful. I mean, all of these ladies, like, the difference is so awesome. She's so fucking so that lady's never really fucking to us. I'm like,
how could you improve UFC? They have to stay down at the break. Is that it? If they had like a automatic hit counter, who's hit the guy the most, that would be cool. I think it'd be cool if they let them wear their own stuff. Allow them to make more money. You are just balls deep in Joe Rogan right now, aren't you? What else? Ball down for the shit. I think that was it. I'm always a big fan of ball down.
Just have an amazing movie because there was no social media.
What else would you do? No octagon, just the things on the side that are like ramps. Aren't these all Joe Rogan's ideas? Yeah. The gloves with the fingers. These are all Joe Rogan's ideas. I know. Anything else? I'm very surprised no one died in UFC.
But you don't realize how long until you're already captured, right? You're like, like I was hijacked. The name of the act like this. No, it was a TV show. It was the British actor who was a wire. I forget what his name is. He's such a great, phenomenal writer. He's awesome. But I'm watching the show, and about 5 episodes in, I realized this is a story of a black man who stopped white hijackers from hijacking a Middle Eastern plane.
As I mentioned, the published in the 1860s.
Some sort of hijacking type of situation, right? But it also flight risk. Flight risk. So
Fascinating.
so he's a great psycho. He's also very lucky he got away on 9/11. How lucky is that guy? I'm just saying,
I might have to get into that contender series. There's on Tuesday. What do you like more? UFC or when you got guys going in fantasy football? They're like as good as sports as you can get. Would you ever want to bet on UFC? Not really. What about soccer? Going to fuck except for winning the World Cup?
Superhero just on a passport.
It is ironic that the earliest Czech words are
Let's watch letters. Because not to make light of a tragedy. We see the impact of one of the planes in the towers.
We actually see it also with some of the Romance languages and Rashi.
And
even some Russian words occasionally
sometimes
thrown
just
in.
get lucky. Maybe God was looking out for us. Can you show me the video of the impact? Can we just see the video? Let's just imagine getting a passport and saying, listen, it's your job.
What we also get from
You're
those
gonna all the other people on board with passports, their passports, for whatever reason, or all those like American citizens with passports, so all those people from other countries who are just here on vacation with their passports, they're those passports. Just go and check out New York. It should be cool. Nope. So let's watch the interest. Watch this. And imagine if you're a passport, you got to do your job.
Allowed to eat or drink if he's traveling and he stays in the home of a non-Jew.
That's what it is.
Yeah, Jews could travel alone.
I want to see the real one. Why are we go bang and then see if you can find a video where it flies or anything.
Would you ever want a horse? Sounds like a lot of dirt. How about a dog? Horse seems like another word.
Normally, in calligraphy, a Jew is not allowed to carry armor on his neck. You're not allowed to wear a sword, carry a gun, fire,
just taken off, correct? So they had they took off from Boston, which is very close, so they had some watches. This is actually a passport.
I like to wear a passport because it's
One that someone was found for the location were found in
so therefore, you shouldn't wear a passport.
the fire,
The discussion
the crash, that was like, that's the magic bullet. And that's crazy. And then somehow took off those two, and then two other buildings. Nobody talks about building Village Wall. to shut that up.
And he has to walk around on Shabbat wearing a short.
I mean,
Is he allowed to do so?
but doesn't that one
So
seem
right
like
away,
they
that
shut that one out?
opens
Yeah,
up the wait a second.
that one
They
is
had Jews
weird because the
participating
record
in
is spread out for miles.
and Jews are allowed to
Not like
carry
crash
they
the
were
ground,
allowed to
like
go
get
out,
shot out of the sky and slowly drift to earth going 500 miles an hour. Yeah, and then all the what is this? That's a crash course.
He said yes,
Who is this guy? This guy's good.
Also, like, cause passport, like, on fire, not on fire. Why would it stop at its face? Just curious. I mean, once things
No,
are on fire,
what
made
happened?
out of paper and plastic, generally, they don't stop being on fire until there's nothing else to burn.
Are they allowed to
How does
join
it stop?
non-Jews?
Well, that to his face. Well, how about all these fires? This is a big debate on tinfoil hat. We debate it all the time. You have all these houses that are insinuated, and then there's all these trees that are perfectly fine. So then you get into the debate, like, what causes fire? Oh, it's drought. Okay, but why are the trees okay? Because they have water in them. Well, are we in a drought or do we have water? And that's when you get into
you are allowed to
like
kill animals that are noxious,
like radio waves and stuff like that. That's that they can do. Everyone thinks it's a direct. That's a big part of this. That people think it's direct action.
Well, what about like something
fires across the radio waves? That's what you're saying. Like
fish
well, some people are going down those. Okay, so I wanted to tell you this story. So right around the Paradise fires, right after that, Eddie and I are doing tinfoil hat. We do Bakersfield first, and then we go to Sacramento.
You want to come on along? And Shlomi says, wait a second, that's my rabbi.
Shows someone from PSG shows up.
But here's the question. As social historians,
what is
when you see a law
excuse me,
repeated
the
several
people who have the
times,
smart
what
meters
does that usually
on
indicate?
all of these houses. They're the ones who run the electricity and the power for all of California.
Just like
First
how many
show we
times
do in
we pass laws, for
in
example,
Bakersfield, a bunch of guys who look like Zero Dark 30 show
over
up.
and over and over again. And finally, some
Work
kind of
PG&E, I'm like, oh, that's super interesting because that just happened. Then the next time in Sacramento, and I remember this very well because it was the last night I ever drank alcohol ever in my life.
That when
There was
you
some
raise the
hot
law
lot
to
with a
say
fat
several
rack.
times, no hunting.
And I'm like, today's my sobriety goes away. So I have a shot with her.
Okay.
She tells me she's
He also
drinking.
speaks
So
significantly
both
about
nights in a row, we have people show up to
dangers
our
that
show
Jewish
from this
doctors
company
face.
that
Jews
everybody
have
says
historically been very active
to be
in
behind it with these smart
medical
meters, okay? So I ask you a question before you go on. How big were the kids? This is here in Bakersfield, is that what you're saying? The first show is Bakersfield, that's where the zero show. Sacramento. And where do these people work? Where's their building? I mean, PG&E's all over California, right? So they were at different offices. Both of those places, a lot of people don't go to,
this
right?
Thursday.
Like it's
We
when
finally
you, like when people go, well,
solved
we
the
do
problem
the show in
of the Middle East.
Bakersfield
We're
back
gonna
when I
have a
was
big
in LA.
signing in the
Oh,
Restream
shit,
that
someone
we
came out here. Right, like, no one
Thursday,
goes out. Yeah, that's, I would imagine if you're at PG&E, you're stuck in some podunk fucking town. I mean, it's possible. It's very weird that 2 shows in 2 nights. I'm just saying it's super interesting weird, but it's also, it's like those people that work for these organizations, they would probably just regular people living lives. They like your show. I like
my son,
I know I do. I just like
my
the,
son,
so
the doctor,
put the brakes on some
invited me to the White House.
so it's like with the radio waves go too far, it's gonna be a problem. Okay, so Wednesday Pacific Gas Electric revealed to federal judge that utility equipment issues may have caused fires in some California counties, including Kern County. According to court documents, May 30th and 31st, Bell Ridge Fire burned 53 acres after a power line fell, causing the grass to catch on fire. The documents also said that PG&E workers identified a broken tie wire but was not fixed in time. So this is from 2019, right? So caused fires including Fresno, Mariposa,
Finally, another area of significant
yeah.
value.
So I had somebody hit me up one time and they were talking about how
origins of the specific
there's a weird percentage that insurance companies do on whether your house could catch on fire.
Jews did.
Right?
And sometimes it adds
Fire
extra
insurance,
space.
stuff like
These
that.
are like customs that evolved in the region that don't necessarily have sources.
Well, she
in
was telling me
specific
that
texts
everyone
or
on her
level
blog
across the
had like a really high rating except for
reporter
her
of
house. And I go, well, does your house have a smart meter on? She goes, no. I'm the only one on the block that doesn't have a smart meter on it. She goes, holy shit, right? So what's really interesting about the Sacramento show, besides the person, whatever, is I'm outside on the balcony, right? I'm outside the patio talking to everybody after the show, and this woman comes up to me, and she goes, you know, I live in paradise. I go, really? I go, what happened? She goes, I have to tell you the story. She goes, I was just chilling there, like on her porch or something like that. She looked up, and she saw this like silver cigar thing in the sky. Right, silver cigar thing. And she said lights were going back and forth, and this right before the fire, back and forth. And then she said suddenly the lights all just went, oh! And then there were fires everywhere. And I didn't stop thinking about this story a long time ago. And suddenly videos now are popping up all over Twitter. If you go to my Twitter, samtripoli.com, there's a video right now of a guy playing catch with his dog, and he throws the frisbee, and when the dog goes up to grab the frisbee, suddenly you see something fly in the air that is a silver, like cigar-looking thing.
Okay, let me see this video.
He also has discussions.
There was a time where Eddie Bravo and I got way too high, and we thought that rods were flying through the air. We watched this documentary on rods. Remember rods? I had no idea. You got into conspiracies a little later, son. I've always been in conspiracies. This is one of the dumb ones. This is a really dumb one. So there's these things that supposedly flew so fast through the sky that you could only see them in video footage. You couldn't see them with the naked eye. Turns out what it was bugs flying quickly close through where the lens is, and it's a video artifact. So it stretches these bugs out and makes them look like rods while they're flying through the air. It's just because the video's not that good. So there was a show, something, Finding Monsters or something, on History Channel, I believe. One of those shows. You know those shows? Yeah. And they were trying to find out what rods were. So they set up cameras just to try to see if they could capture them. They set up a super high-speed camera in a single location. And they did it over like little campfires so that bugs would be flying around and everything was camouflaged. Whenever it was a bunch of bugs would fly around and then they were filming it. And then on the high-speed camera, you could clearly see it was bugs. But on the low-speed camera, these things are long, tubular things that we've never identified flying through the air, but it's just video art.
I'm really excited.
Did you find it? It was like one of the newer videos I put out on YouTube. Oh, I don't believe
influential people of the 18th and early 19th century.
You know that we've had flying crafts that
particularly in Central Europe, but also, of course, his influence reverberates right through to the present day. In our neighborhood here in Brooklyn, as well as in Israel, is a very consequential thinker who articulated a strategy for Jewish survival under the uncertain terms of the Enlightenment, of the modern period. I'm sure that his approach will be thought-provoking, perhaps challenging, maybe startling for some of you, but one thing you certainly have to give the Hassam Sofer, our subject matter, is that he really did figure out a way to guarantee Jewish
ability of the video to catch it because it doesn't seem like
to discuss the consequences of his particular strategy.
I don't know enough about high-speed
I want to, first of all, let me just say quickly, reminders, I have it in the middle of the lecture too, so for those who come in a little bit later, we are going to be at 2002 Avenue J next week.
You know what
it's
looks like
just 3 blocks this way. It's a very short walk. We have a really nice space. The main auditorium there doesn't have a lot of the extra room around the sides, but we should be able to fit in there very nicely. And I hope you'll join me just 1 week of this series down the street at the new building. Let's go straight to the material. It's so exciting. We will come back to talking about location. So I want to do things a little bit differently today. Normally, when I give these biographical lectures, I sort of give you the arc of, you know, the context of these are her times, and family, and then research.
If you were fighting, would you come out with a hot chick, or would you come out just like with a junkyard dog? Should have used for years. We're gonna fuck so many chicks after this fight. Well, I am dodging for a steak or something.
You can't find the fire because there's too little. Right, I understand that. They go a certain distance away. It's like they went a million miles far away. That is. I mean, that is way far away. Right.
All right, who's playing? Dricos, Duplaces, and Shemael. What up, pimp?
Right over the camera.
We have to start.
Living the dream, dog. Every day is a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? There you go. Do you like UFC? You know there's a UFC on tonight? Okay, tight.
No. If we lose, yes. Stream is full. What the fuck does that mean? Means you're Brian Fuckwit? It means you're a bit.
contact made with the helmet by the arm of the base. Usually that gets a flag. Almost ripped his helmet off. Yeah. So a 2nd and 10, 28 seconds and 1 timeout for the Charger 48. Chargers up 5. Shotgun snap in midfield. Now looking left, throwing left, and pitched up in the air. Complete. Nico Reed with the coverage. Ready to set a 3rd and 10. 5 and 12 on third down. Obviously, it doesn't matter. It's 4 down territory. Defensive front is gassed. Yeah. They've been gassed the last quarter. Still in the huddle. Great. Also retiring. For the game. Shotgun. 5, 3. Snaps it 1. And pressure coming in as he throws. Ball is out. Picked up by the Chargers. And down to the 48-yard line. Pressure there from Morris Brown. And if they call that, they do call it a fumble. They got him before his arm was going forward. And you know what? That was a long time coming, DJ. We were waiting for some pressure. It was a little speed and power. No, you say that short corner, and I think he did pop that ball out. So, yeah, it was. I'm sure that is our going forward. I think
Welcome. Oh, that's you, baby.
Seconds and 1 timeout. They need a touchdown. Don't let the ball go over your head. That's cool, right? I feel bad for him up and he's catching straight. What was our guy's name? I think it was CLA.
What up, Pimp? Kicking ass, sticking in. How are you? Excellent. Are you on a different device?
So I'm gonna put this fight. I'm gonna join like a Discord. My phone.
Sack fumble overturned. 4th and 10, 40 yards downfield into triple coverage. See if the Rams can finish this thing off. The Chargers can remain perfect here in the preseason. Ball is at the 8, right hash. Far side of SoFi from where we sit. And we got T-Rod, Tremont, Brad, Caleb Murphy, line. Say the mark, you think it's your safety. Here we go. 3 seconds. It's a back. Shotgun. Takes the snap. No timeouts left. Oh, touchdown. Seconds left. Stetson Bennett puts an exclamation point on the drive. And the Rams go up one. Stetson Bennett absolutely a third on off. That was just a slam. True effort. It's a little hesitation, a little bit late to react to it. That's a fun game. Absolutely. It's a line. Folks on the East Coast, 60 minutes to start on time. They're going to go for 2. Game. Then at 28 of 43. 3 touchdowns in a game. Dancing takes the Chargers too. Now, with like there's an opportunity. Interception. Now, there you go. Bunch formation, right? So, or else it starts with the 40 as well.
There she is. What a body. All right, Artie, I'm going to unmute you. Be a good girl. Brandon, can you hear me?
You, your family, your community. GCU's BA degree program, 100% online, can help you achieve your unique personal and professional goals to use business.
Somebody's got an open mic. Shut the fuck up.
It's affordable.
Los Angeles Chargers football has a new home. The Chargers broadcast have moved to KFI AM 640. This is a new era. And after listening to the games on KFI AM 640, or sometimes AM 570 LA Sports, get more Chargers analysis and breakdown on the Petros and Money Show. That's the best thing to do. So open up the iHeartRadio app and make two presets. KFI AM 640 and AM 570 LA Sports.
Some people just need leads and hundreds of car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first before driving to home. Turn right at the light in 1,000 miles. You will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal. Come on.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal. Checking first is smart calculating. So check Allstate first for a quote that can save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Savings and subject to terms and conditions available. Allstate Fire Casualty Insurance Company affiliates with Illinois. William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had a heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. And the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx, save me a lot of money. Save that extra $300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities. So it puts less stress on our household. And it puts less stress on our bodies.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx needs are compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
The 2025 Ford F-150, California's best-selling truck brand.
Now is the time to get into that Ford you've been eyeing with Ford's summer sales event. Go see your local Southern California Ford dealers and get the hottest deals with zero payments for up to 9 years. Select Ford vehicles.
Yo, what up, pimp? What up? Yo, dog, how are you? How are you? Hey, Pear. What up, dog? Do you speak English? That's cool. How are you? I'm well, thank you. How'd you find out about me? How did you find out? How did you find out about me? Oh, tight. Okay, cool. Well, welcome. Yo, welcome. What up, Saul? Or Saul? How are you? We're just chilling. How are you, Saul? Hello, how are you?
Yo, bro. Shut your bitch ass up. Come on. Yo, shut your bitch ass up. Shut your bitch ass up. Shut your in the dark ass up. You stuttering, little nigga. You nervous? You nervous for it? Yeah, because I'm nervous, bro. You sexy, intelligent. Yeah, bro. I'm nervous. You sexy. I'm stuttering because I'm fucking up my prayer, bro. I'm nervous. Your ass keep talking. You a fag. Your mama a fag. Nigga, I'll fuck your mama. That bitch. You said you suck. Nigga, I'll fuck the shit out your mama. Yeah, you ain't fucking shit out nobody. I know that.
We're just chilling, pimp.
I'm gonna be your stepdad, little nigga. I'm gonna be your stepdad, little nigga. I'm gonna beat your ass too. Alright. I'm gonna beat the fuck up you, nigga. I'm gonna turn you straight. We don't know what you look like, twin. You mean high day face, nigga? What the fuck is this nigga talking about? We on Discord, little nigga.
United States, how about you, pimp? Tight. Shout out to Arabia. Shout out to Riyadh.
I got a PC too, but look, nigga, I'm gonna fuck your mama, nigga. I'm gonna be your stepdad, nigga. I'm gonna beat the fuck out you, little nigga. I'm gonna turn you straight. You a fag, nigga. You a faggot ass nigga. I'm gonna smack the fuck out you. You gonna smack the fuck out of me, bro. You gonna smack the fuck out of me.
Yeah, sure you are. Yeah, nigga. I am. You can't even smack good, right? Hey, gang, you're not smacking shit, bro. I'm smacking you. Belt to ass, nigga. My nigga, can you smack a job application in your hands, twin? Straight tail in your hands. Straight tail that.
Welcome. How are you? What up, Saul?
That's what your mama nigga. Straight belt ass. Gotta get your ass to the city job, nigga. He was taking belly rolls, stupid ass. Noisy ass music. 7-Eleven nigga don't want to be there all day, but I got to be there anyway, so I didn't pay shit either. What you yapping about? Shut the fuck up. What the fuck is you yapping about? Shut your ass up. Yeah, good boy. The blanket's touching yourself and watching the stream, bro. Shut your stupid ass up. Okay, nigga. Like what? You said that shit like what the fuck? Yeah, what I tell you about the shut your ass up. Having a physical time. Nigga saying a ritual. Nigga. First of all of us right now, this person. I got an edge. No, this rap, nigga. What the fuck is this nigga talking about? Fuck what you want to nigga, dad doing a witchcraft. Y'all gotta watch out. Yo, what the fuck, bro? What this nigga saying, Drew? That nigga Cosmo put belt to ass on me. You better put belt to ass. For anyone that he gonna win, that nigga's gonna get straight belt to ass. Nigga, Cosmo's whooping that ass so bad. Like, I hope you know that. Nigga getting his ass beat. So for all you EP fans in here, nigga, it's over for y'all niggas, man. Cosmo take it over. Yo, you keep talking, you like dick, yo, your mother likes dick in her mouth. Just nigga just talk. Nigga likes dick in his mouth. Oh hell no. I knew it. I've been talking, nigga. I've been talking. Nigga, shut me up. I knew it. It's why I nigga. You right, nigga. You was yapping, saying random shit. Nigga, fuck is you talking to yourself? It's a group. It's four niggas. You clearly four, nigga. This nigga just saying some random ass shit. Nigga don't even know what he's saying. Nigga speaking a fucking third language. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what? Nigga gotta be bored. Lame, man. Nigga, you touch yourself too, nigga. You wish me I touch, nigga. You touch yourself too, nigga. What is we talking about? Nigga gotta be bored.
Yo, can somebody please mute this motherfucker?
Nigga likes dick in his mouth. I said he keep talking like dick in his mouth. He's still talking. He loves dick. Nigga loves dick in his mouth. That's crazy. I feel like so insulted with what you just said, bro. Like, that shit just pissed me off so bad, bro. Like, I'm so mad right now. Like, no, it's only 25, nigga. Like, me for about 4 years. Yeah, you like to call for the niggas trying. You would have gave like you Ryan and you trying to like me, you know, my already knowing you was a nasty ass, fat ass nigga. You got no job, you got no motion, no bread. Shut your stank ass up, bitch. Now let me get. Why you self-reflecting, little nigga? What you self-reflecting for? Javon. At least you really go fuck with your mama. You shut your ass up, nigga. Niggas don't want to hear you talk, nigga. Shut your whole ass up. Niggas do not want to hear you say, you ain't saying shit, bro, nigga. Shut the fuck up. Nigga, shit. Gang, you mad as shit right now. Nigga getting rage, man. Motherfucker, like, just shut the fuck up. I'm not mad. Why would I be mad, nigga? Why would I be mad? Yo. Hey, why would I be mad, little nigga? You fat face ass nigga. No, you got never been no shot in the face, nigga. Shut your whole ass up, nigga. Asking someone else free. Shut your whole ass up, nigga. You suburban white boy having ass nigga. Shut your lame ass up. Someone else free. Nigga, you from the suburbs. Nigga, you's a civilian, man. Stop what I told you. All niggas switching up his accent. I'm supposed to be so fucking scared right now, man. How about that talking, buddy? You should be. Oh, I should be scared of this no face having ass nigga. I should, nigga. You scared, yeah. You should, nigga. Ain't nobody know who you is, man. Shut your bitch ass up, guy. Who is you, little nigga? Nigga came in this bitch on some mysterious nigga. Nigga, I came in here to tell you to shut your ass up. You was so tough for shit in one word. Yeah, dude. That's the way you're saying Rich is shut your bitch ass up. Just stop. Hey, just stop. Stop talking. No, can someone else please?
It's triple free.
Can someone else stream the UFC? I can't see it, please. Can't see it. The stream is full. Please.
Try another call.
Someone else.
Yo, Pimp, try another call.
Go to the other call. Sir, you'll pay for it yourself, buddy. Go to the other call. You are broke as fuck. Go buy the fight yourself, you broke.
It's Jim Kennedy. Yes, the technical dynamic modes. Like the page. It's not been working with six microphones.
Land that nigga can't afford headphones. That's me, your shit playing loud in the beach.
Yeah, you won't hear that shit, fuck, nigga. And I do got a PC, nigga. I'm just on my fucking phone, nigga. So I'm chilling. That's what every nigga is telling me. I can show you, nigga. I can show you. I can show you, nigga. My shit very
My mama just put you on full of picture. Hey, this my PC twin dumbass. You ain't got shit, nigga. I can really. You can't even afford a nigga. Nigga, I can really put my game on.
Shout out to Jacoya for streaming this.
This nigga just told me I can really put my game on and show you. Exactly, nigga. Exactly. My game. What the fuck you talking about? Niggas I'm just on my phone, niggas. I can stream that shit on my TV. Stupid ass. You gotta come up with every. You ain't thinking that. You ain't thinking that, nigga. You ain't thinking that, though. Nigga, shut up, bitch. I'm trying to exactly. Nigga, this nigga got a cheap ass PC, nigga. This nigga got a cheap ass PC. How much your PC cost? Can't say about PC. Nigga, you ain't got it. I got one. I can really show you, but how much your PC cost? How much your PC cost? How much your PC cost?
How you pocket watch and worry about my PC? That deep ass PC, nigga. Shut your fuck ass up. Nigga got a G. Nigga probably don't even know the parts of his PC, nigga. What CPU you got, nigga? This guy using a Chromebook. Exactly, nigga. What GPU you got, nigga? Exactly, nigga. Look, like you shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Deep ass PC. Nigga don't even know the parts of his PC, stupid ass. Nigga. I'm on your ass, nigga. Go ahead. Nigga don't know the specs to his PC. Nigga got a cheap ass PC. Stupid ass nigga. Worry about me, bro. We talking about you still though. I know I'm on your ass, nigga. I can name my parts of my PC, nigga. I got a PC, fuck nigga. Stupid ass nigga. You a dumbass. You still say in that bitch. Bro, you can't even name the specs to your own PC. Nigga, I can add you, nigga. I can add you. I can call you. I can show you too, bro. I can really show you, nigga. That shit like, what? Why would I lie about having a PC, nigga? I can name the specs too, nigga. Like, what the fuck? If I didn't have a PC, how do I know the parts of a PC? That's stupid ass nigga. The real shit, if you have a PC, you don't even know the specs to lie about PC, nigga. Be honest, stupid ass nigga. Stupid ass nigga. Nigga don't even know the specs of his PC, but he's calling me, bro. That means that nigga bought a random PC. You don't know the specs. You got the nigga. Mom real shit, his mom bought him some fake ass, cheap ass PC, and this nigga hacked me, stupid ass. Your mom nigga hacked me, nigga don't. And nigga probably got scanned. Dumbass. This shit's sad. I'm on that nigga's ass. Niggas laughing at your goofy ass. Niggas are really laughing at you, nigga, because you a goofy. Nigga don't know his own specs. What a stupid ass nigga. You got scammed. You got scammed on his PC. Stupid ass nigga. You get it right.
What up, pimp? How are you? What's good, son?
I'm on that boy's ass. Don't talk no more. You go in here and talk no more after that, nigga. You talk, nigga. You talk when spoken to. You ain't no shit. Niggas is laughing at you. Niggas will stop talking. Niggas is dead laughing. You say niggas niggas is. Yo, I bet any nigga even muted right now laughing at your dumb ass. You a fucking goofy. Yeah, but no one's laughing with you, man. You just shut your ass up. Shut your ass up. Hey, you just shut your dumb ass up this phone? Look, hey, you can say something once you know your CPU. Once you can tell me that, then you can talk. But other than that, nigga, shut the fuck up. Lame that. Oh, hell no, bro. This nigga is goofy. I know I got it. I know I got it.
Discovery and innovation lead to the best care. Our doctors and nurses work tirelessly every day to bring you the best experience so you can live your best life. It's why we're consistently ranked as a top hospital nationwide for 35 consecutive years by U.S. News and World Report. Go to UCLA.org/appointment today. For over 280 locations in California. Once again, that's UCLA.
Yo, did you find out what your CPU was, man? Yeah, I just walked to my shit right now to figure out everything, nigga. You don't gotta walk to a stupid ass nigga. I do, nigga. That's clear. I got my shit attached on the wall, son. You don't gotta look at your shit to know what it is. You can just type those specs in on your fucking PC, stupid ass nigga. But you don't know how to do that. You just bought it. Okay. You don't know your specs. That's even worse, you stupid ass nigga. You can't see your CPU looking into your PC. You're like, yes, you can. You're like looking at I can't. I gotta look at my motherboard. All you gotta do for me, I just go to Task Manager and then it just shows my CPU. But I don't got a PC though, right? So I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about because I don't got a PC apparently. See this nigga. Yeah, I am on my phone, nigga. I can stream that stuff on my TV. I don't got a PC. You're such a bitch ass nigga. And this one's a fucking thing, bitch. Shut up, nigga. Oh, nigga. Niggas don't got a PC. Niggas don't got a fucking Ultra Specs 3000 gigabytes. Like, your bitch ass up, nigga. God damn. I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of you. I'm tired of that joke, big ass nigga. Like, shut your ass up. Nigga, I'm a big nigga. Riding the fuck out of me. Like, damn, nigga. Nah, niggas just see you a dumbass. But that's worse though. Niggas say you just bought that PC. If you just bought it, how do you not know the specs? You should that's the first thing you should know when you get a PC, nigga. You look at the specs, nigga, because you don't want to get scammed. You probably your dumbass got the first PC you saw. Hold on. For real, you just seen a PC and was like, oh, this is like, I'll take that one. I'll take that. It looks fucking good. I'll take that. Yeah. Taste them. This got pictures of PC off its LED lights. Oh, no.
Turkey rules, dog. Shout out to Turkey. Shout out to Istanbul. Shout out to Constantinople. Shout out to Byzantium. Oh, dog, I know. Word, dog. What up, pimp? How'd you find out about me? Your friends are amazing. I've been live for 3.5 years. I've been live for 3.5 years. I'm amazing. UFC. In like an hour. United States. Oh, that is true. I don't get political. Absolutely. Do you do you have a way? Do you have a way to watch the UFC? Oh. Why don't you stream it? Yeah, I know. I'll give you the link and you can stream it. Yeah, dude, just one moment. Stream it in here. Absolutely. It's okay, you ready? VIPROW.N VIPROW.NU. And then go to MMA, and they have all the links. No. VIP, like very important person. ROW, like row. VIP row. .NU. N is in N is in Nancy, U is in university.
I remember when I wanted to say nigger so many times.
Excellent. You're welcome, Ken. You're welcome, son. 39. Thanks, baby. All right, well, peace, buddy. Yo, shut the fuck up.
Oh, he speaks. He speaks. He speaks. Hey, Rabbi, unmute your mic, pussy.
Ah. How you living, pimp? How you living, pimp?
What the fuck did you say?
You heard me, you ugly fuck.
Nigga, you fat as shit, Rabbi.
Thanks, dog.
It's dirty, man. Dirty as fuck, nigga. This nigga Rabbi don't take showers. We see all day, don't take no shower. He ain't never stayed down till I fucked that nigga in his ass. Vital.
Shout out to Jacoya for streaming the fight.
How about shut your dumb ass up? Stay on mute, bitch.
Nobody wants your fucking opinion.
Shut the fuck up, nigga. You special needs, bitch. My name Rabbi.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah, you see, nigga, kindergarten ass from arts. Well privileged ass nigga. I remember when I wanted fucking nigga in his ass, but I couldn't do it, nigga. My condom broke. I put my butt inside that boy throat. I'm going in, I'm smacking dick all up.
Dog, shut the fuck up.
His ass, that nigga knew I had it. I got the nigga, I scratched it.
I put my thumb inside his butt and tickle on his nut. I'm gonna play tug of war with his dick if he don't nut. And now I'm up and now I'm thinking about what I'm gonna do. I had to put my dick up in his ass, man. I had to fuck. Let's go. The fuck, nigga? Rabbi, you stank, nigga. Nigga musky and shit. I know you.
Cool story, bro. Shut the fuck up and watch the fight.
The shitty draws ass, nigga. You wanna watch his dumb ass fight, nigga? First game, nigga. I have so much screenshots of this nigga doing absolutely fucking nothing. Put them bitches all on my story.
Thanks for the promotion, pimp.
Nigga ain't at you. It's a promotion if I at you. I ain't at your dumb ass.
Yo, dog, I love living rent-free in your head.
No, please shut the fuck up, Rabbi. Aiden don't know you, gang. Hey, nigga, this is your first day talking to niggas. Nigga think he cool and shit.
Cool story, bro. Just shut the fuck up and watch the fight.
Hey, watch this. Nigga, everybody starting with this one. Is that
This is the first time I've ever heard him talk. This is the first time I've ever heard him talk.
That nigga's a bitch, bro. He's scary as fuck. Anti-social ass nigga.
He's always gonna call Lane his bitch too, bro. Like, no one cares.
God, they musty ass little bitch.
Facts.
You got broke up. Duh, bitch, buy a bed, Frank, nigga.
Go see your local Southern California stores to get the hottest deals with 0
Bitch, having ass nigga. Oh, bitch.
From the F-150 or F-150 electric to the Mustang Mach-E, whatever model you've been looking at is ready for you.
Plus, get a complimentary maintenance plan for 24 months. Go to buyfordnow.com for details. 30, 20, 10, This is your home on the Bulls of the LA Chargers audio network. Rams head to the Chargers 23-22. Join us next Saturday for the Chargers preseason finale against the 49ers. Pregame at 4:30, kickoff at 5:30. So long, everyone. Level up your next Chargers game with Vivid Seats. They get to see you what and the deals you deserve.
Bro, if you don't take that gay ass shirt off, Rabbi, that shirt wearing ass nigga, that rainbow color.
Dog, I am living rent-free in your head.
Dang, I could just see you look dumb in a nigga sitting on the gay ass pillow, bro. Fuck no, nigga. He got 1, 2, nigga got like 5 balls right there. He got a little pump. What are you doing? Hell no. Hello, Rabbi. This nigga using a soundboard.
How you living, pimp?
I am living right in your ass. Rabbi, I'm in your Discord, huh?
That's amazing.
Why do you? I'm here to bite you, Rabbi. Rabbi, I see shit streaks in your drawers, nigga. Oh, your ass.
Rent-free in your head, dog.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Rabbi, I'm backing you up.
Thanks, big dog. Thanks, big dog.
Y'all living rent-free in that house, though, nigga. Y'all for what the fight? Quit talking like gay shit. Leave that boy alone. Leave my boy Rabbi alone. Fat ass fingers, nigga. Stank. When the last time you washed your ass? We're making.
Hey, welcome, Miss Aquarius. How are you? What'd you say? All right. We've got our game. Artie, are you there? All right. Okay. Uh, calm down. Artie. Artie. Artie, why are you being mean? I didn't do anything to her. What up, pimp? Oh, that's fine. I'm playing with Mr. Aquarius. Thank you so much, Brandon Alexander, for being so nice. Mr. No, I'm good. You're fine, my friend. I know you were. You're a sweetheart. There you got a lot. I'm playing a game right now, big dog. Because I'm playing a game. Tight, big dog. Thanks, big dog. Nice bear, Miss Aquarius. Get this. Ooh. 70. Oh, that's right, Miss Aquarius. All right, here we go. She has some issues, and you don't ever know what kind of personality she's going to have. here we go. No. I mean, I'm sure there is some. Two in a row. That's what I'm talking about.
Visit iHeartRadio.com/herd for a list of resources, activity guides, and toolkits that are educational and fun for the whole family. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, take action in your own community. Go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
Number one on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free, never so good. KFR AM 640.
Easy peasy.
We're Michael Monks from KFI News. We've got 1 hour together tonight. I hope you enjoy the Chargers-Rams game. We're carrying the Chargers game along right here on KFI, and we have another game. This show together, so we'll be off next week, but we'll be back to normal every Saturday night. I'm glad you're with us on this Saturday night in Southern California. But another busy week of local news and chaotic.
That's what I'm.
Matt Gutman sets the scene. A group of heavily armed Border Patrol agents descended on the streets of Little Tokyo in the heart of Los Angeles Thursday. An operation taking place just outside a political event with prominent Democrats, including California.
Good job, Miss Aquarius.
They said was in response to what Texas is trying to
Willing, take care.
a mashup of two in the country right now, covering redistricting efforts in Texas and California, and immigration raids in cities like Los Angeles. And state officials here telling us that the man federal officials arrested outside that Democratic event, he was just there selling strawberries. Governor Newsom comes to LA to raise the stakes in his battle against President Trump in Texas over redistricting. Texas is working to send more to Congress through an unusual mid-decade districting effort. So Newsom says California will do the same in favor. So he comes to Little Tokyo, the Japanese-American National Museum, and it looks a lot like the White House brought the fight to him by way of immigration enforcement right outside this event. One man was taken into custody, suspected illegal immigrant who was reportedly setting up a strawberry stand. A later gas rushed to the scene and made the grade. This was clearly a provocative act designed solely to antagonize the governor. There is no way this was a coincidence. This was widely publicized that the governor and many of our other elected officials were having a press conference here to talk about redistricting, and they decided they were going to come and shove their nose in front of the governor's face. Why would you do that? That is unbelievably disrespectful. It's a provocative act. They're talking about disorder in Los Angeles, and they are the source of the disorder in Los Angeles right now. This is just completely unacceptable.
stand down. The reason for these gravity patrols and the reason for our presence here in Los Angeles is to make, first off, Los Angeles a safer community, a safer place for us to live and work. Again, vast disagreement.
Well, there is no way in the world that I believe that, and I'm frankly disappointed in Ryan because if he is serious and sincere about what their mission is, why on earth would he say this provocative act in here, right here, in front of where the governor is? He did this intentionally to disrespect the governor, to disrespect this iconic museum, and to disrespect our state. Now, why is this helpful to anybody at all? At this point, this doesn't have anything to do with immigration at all. This is about causing trouble in our city.
At Friday's LA City Council meeting, former LA City Administrator and CEO Rothschild said the site of this particular arrest right outside the museum that honors where Japanese Americans were sent off to internment camps during World War II was particularly egregious. We stand in support of all immigrants because I am the grandson of an immigrant. What has to happen now is I hope that our elected leaders, and I'm confident in this because I've lived here for so many years, and also the board, will stand up and say this has to stop. But the rest of it, I don't think they understand. I don't think the word respect is in the vocabulary. To arrest someone on that plaza where thousands of Japanese Americans or those of Japanese heritage were forced on the buses is something that I gotta tell you, it just hit me to the core. Hanging over
should I share my screen?
legal battle, federal court decision that indiscriminate stops or illegal.
Do whatever makes you happy.
Case has another hearing in September unless the Supreme Court leaves it.
No, whatever you guys want.
President.
Bro.
While another immigration enforcement action took place in a Home Depot store in Monrovia, and this one turned tragic. JBC's Matt Gutman again.
We have learned also of a death in a separate ICE operation, also here in Los Angeles County. A man city officials said was fleeing ICE agents waiting in Home Depot. Reportedly fled the store on foot onto a highway, was hit by a vehicle and killed. Now the Department of Homeland Security is weighing in. They're saying the victim was not being pursued by DHS law enforcement at the time, and they say we're not even aware this incident happened until operations in the area had concluded.
CHP officials said the man was struck by a Ford Expedition SUV being driven by a 51-year-old man at 50 to 60 miles per hour. He ran onto the 210 freeway. That man suffered major injuries, obviously. He was taken to a hospital where he died. His name has not officially been released, but acquaintances identified him to ABC7 as Carlos Roberto Montoya. He's a 52-year-old father who's working to raise money to send to his family in Guatemala. The Guatemalan consulate in LA told ABC in a statement that it regrets this sad event and is currently in contact with the family, providing the necessary assistance. Up next, what did Governor Newsom say about redistricting while he was in Los Angeles, and what is next on? Did you know the $200 million skyscraper in downtown Los Angeles, purchased by the LA County Board of Supervisors, needs nearly $300 million in related upgrades? It's okay if you didn't, because apparently the Board of Supervisors didn't either. And what July traffic at the Port of Los Angeles can tell us about the impact of tariffs on the economy.
Nah.
Michael Monk's reports first. Let's
What the fuck?
Here's the latest. Governor Newsom unveils California's new congressional map as Dems redistricting showdown with Texas. Elon Musk hits a roadblock. No extra SpaceX launches allowed in California.
They were fucking in your bed. Tell Hector that, tell him that, tell him that.
Category 5 monster threatening the East.
Jericho netted on the sheets and they had to wash the sheets.
On a global plastics deal.
He's doing that trouble so far on the freeway southbound between 210 and Roxford Street. Car carrier burned. Still coming. All main lines and truck lanes.
Traffic stopped from Lyons Avenue, southbound 5, southbound 14, back up from Pasadena Canyon. Sierra Highway, by the way, jammed up. Other cars turning around and it was going the wrong way there. 105 freeway eastbound past Vermont, crashing the right lane.
I'm Maya, and I'll never forget that day. I'm in the shower, and I feel alone. Breast cancer. Even after surgery, I learned my breast cancer can still come back. That's when my doctor recommended Kisqali. I'm doing more because I'm more than just breast cancer.
Kisqali
this.
200
They are.
with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR positive, HER2 negative, stage 2 or 3 early breast cancer with a high risk of recurrence. Kisqali may cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, and low white blood cell counts. It may result
How'd she get in the living room?
life-threatening lung problems, and abnormal heartbeats can occur. Your doctor should test your heart and blood before and during treatment. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening cough, chest pain, or dizziness. Before taking Kisqali, tell your doctor all your medical conditions, medicines you take, and if you're breastfeeding, pregnant, or planning to be, sick and harm an unborn baby. Common side effects include nausea, headache, and tiredness. Patient portrayal inspired by
So where are we going?
Learn more at Kisqali.com.
This report is sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief. But you are not alone. You always have a place at NAG. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-9-NAG.
Fuck no, I'm gonna fuck that nigga.
Yes, I know. I have a calming demeanor. You know, when it's your job, basically, to push people beyond their comfort zones, it's good to make
That motherfucker don't need BTO because every time they BTO and then
or your own.
he always tells me like he's like, damn bro, I'm down money bad, like I gotta pay my car payment, like because they're dumb as fuck because they bought a fucking they bought a charger and like their payments are like 1200. Oh, it's bad. Yeah, because they're stupid. They're young as fuck. No credit. I know, and it's like I think it's a 20. I mean, for a regular ass Hemi from Gainesville too. Like they're paying more on that than their Honda. Yeah, but nigga, he put a down payment. They didn't put nothing down. Yeah, they didn't put nothing down at all.
Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax
35, but it's a 2024 and it only has like with 13,000 miles on it.
Plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Aqua can start the process, helping you put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best option.
Yo, how do you have $65,000 in your stake account?
Potentially today for a free consultation. Call 800-764-6022. 800-764-6022.
Yo, Jerry is carrying my boy.
800-764-6022.
No, I looted here. Fuck, why am I not reloading? I was gonna destroy that thing to get us up more. Maybe because they're fighting here? Here, stop. Yo, how do you have 65K in your fucking stake?
The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for your business. Radio's here now more than ever, and iHeart's leading the way. Think radio.
No, I see. Yo, sharing is caring. No, KFC. KFC, bro, you got me with the $10. One more of those things. You got me with the $10 tip.
Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time. Just call.
Wait, this one drops a pistol?
844-iHeart and get radio working for you.
Hello, I'm Joe. Horses complicated.
Kill this bitch quick.
assassinate.
For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level. Your business is much more.
Whose beach chest is this one? I opened one already.
CordellCordell.com. Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or.
Kill him so we can level up.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too.
Where's this big bitch at? I hear it.
It's 100% off.
Oh, there it is.
No medical exams, just a few health questions. Coverage for around $2 a day. I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/talk. That's ethos.com/talk.
Stats.
Break one more of those things. Break one more of those things. I broke one.
Yeah! Double E Super, bro. $1,000 Super, by the way.
There's shots right here. Like the rocket thingy? Okay. Here, I got a launch pad. I'm gonna throw it.
So, boys,
It's right here.
So $10 if you want to stream the fight.
There's someone has demons now, and then Rangers has been activated. Oh, Mega, he's a meth addict. He is around meth addicts. What did he do to you, nigga? What did he do to you? Wait, Jericho, you have a pistol? Alright, I'll go. Yeah, because that's how they teach them over there. Like when Tanya was fucking yelling earlier, he sat the fuck down. Yeah, he got scared as fuck. He's like looking at her like, what the fuck? That's how you know they don't feel like that over there. Yeah, Philip bit his ass. Yeah, because he kept picking him up.
It's very tight. Republicans hold a narrow majority. And it is traditionally true that the party of the incumbent president loses seats in midterm elections. President Trump is a Republican. So Republicans will likely be on defense in next year's election. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says call a special session of the legislature.
No, beggars can't be choosers, but come on now. $15 for a quarter.
I'm gonna go up here and get a better look at these fingers.
No, crazy multis again. 1,000x. Wow.
They're already outbound. They're already looking at. They're already looking.
Yo, L Bay, bro. Holy tumble, too. Holy fuck. Multis. I'll see that, bro. Holy shit. Yo. That's fucking wild.
Bitch ass nigga. Fucking Nick Liz, bitch. Finish that whore. What the fuck is she? Finished? Alright, let's go. We went to a dip. I'm gonna open this. What the fuck shot at me? Scared the fuck out of me.
Oh, you're ripping 10K supers, bro? 10K super, bro? Are you serious?
Pistol. There go rocket launcher. Iggy, there's a bunch of shots right here.
Yo, no way you're ripping 10K on Blue Bananas.
I got a bid. Wait, where were they? Did y'all see what they were? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna fuck, this shit must be
Fuck these still 65K.
You're too fucking far away from me to speak. I forgot y'all like turtleneck. Yeah, I'm gonna jerk off. Come on, pay me, nigga. You're a jerk off. What the fuck are they? Oh, they're running. You're right there.
Yo, KFC, is this Phil? Be honest.
Shit. There should be one right here behind the street, but he probably most likely moved up to me.
Yeah, it's on page. Shit. It's a good multi, bro. Shit. Yo, this is crazy. Wait, that's crazy, bro. Never mind, that's ass. That's fucked up.
Fuck this little girl that was over here. Oh, she's one. I don't know where the fuck.
Yo, go on tip then. Go on tip send, kid.
Oh, there he is. Bitch ass nigga.
Yo, you got me. Come on, $10. I'm poor, bro. Come on.
Yeah, I got no fucking movement.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, come on, nigga. KFC tip me. I have no movement. He has a fucking. Yo, KFC tip me.
That's what I'm saying, bro. This guy's rich. Come on, bro. Bro, I'm poor, bro.
Like that way.
We are poor.
Democrats in the state in hopes of trying to beat back on what Trump has asked for.
No, wait. No, don't rip us. After this big bonanza,
I got no movement.
yo, bro, after this big bonanza, after this big bonanza, go to, what you call it? Blackjack. Live blackjack. I gotta call, bro. Live blackjack. Yo, live blackjack, free bet blackjack, free doubles.
You need some? You got the a little bit more.
Yo, originals are ass, bro. What are you doing?
All right, don't worry.
Lock in, KFC. If you come up, tip me. If you come up,
No, actually,
tip me. It's already down. It's at like 60.
I'm shit over here. Oh, obviously, we dumb. Not ever. I got 12. Here. Losing money, man. What you do? And he's here. I'm going to to my last two here.
Yo, come back to the Bible. Give you water, lost it.
You went this way. You lost. You lost No. You lost
Oh, that's a fucking L by. That's crazy.
That's ass, man. This one's like ass, man.
Did you just see this knockout?
This one's gonna be ass. How am I betting on this? No, he just jumped over here.
Why are you telling them to never play keys again? Yo, KFC, are you up or down in total?
I'm looking at it.
No, this shit's not.
Watermelons? Look at this fucking thing, bro.
Not even berries.
Oh, it's the extra cute. That's fine.
He bought this for like,
Oh my god. Oh
yeah,
my
this shit's fucked.
god. I heard Very on Steve Boys.
You true?
No, you don't have money to. I'm a dick. Well, people say
Yes. Naughty. It's our profit. How much do you buy?
75. Oh my god.
Bought it for 6K.
This
Bought it
fine.
for 6K.
This fine. Fuck, I gotta go. Holy fuck, I gotta go first. Fuck. Come on, what's your name, bitch? Yeah. Follow nice.
Wheeling County Fire Department is mourning the death of
Okay.
firefighter paramedic.
Oh, why are we ripping these buys?
Rinsing.
Let's
The husband was assigned to Station 32 in Sousa and had served the
What
department.
the fuck? Why does it keep launching me straight up? I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
The number of launches were committed from Space Force Base.
Yo, what does VIP do anyways?
They're still behind us. They're right there. They're going that way. Does anyone know when Contact's on?
Do you guys want me to stream the event?
Lay down. You don't need to fucking lay down on me.
The streets across the country today to protest the Trump administration. In Chicago, Illinois, State Senator Selena Villanueva, a Democrat, voiced support for Texas lawmakers who left their state to block Republican-led redistricting efforts.
My shots are fucking me up.
Yo, 10K buyer was serious.
Lay down.
You gotta be playing off Halo.
Lay down. You don't need to lay down on me, bitch. There's a whole couch. Lay down. Fucking hit you. Stop looking at me.
LOL, 10K buy.
Lay down. When you get wiggle, not it.
He's dropping 1,000 next. LOL, that's crazy. 10K buy the way. Yeah, it's over, bro. That's fucked up. Are these two different accounts? Fuck. Chicken stick 22. Which one's this? Same shit? Oh. It's the same account. So you started 60 something. 617. What was the other one? 617. 600. Oh shit. Oh, you have different crypto. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, oh, you're playing Solana. I gotta get
Leon Edwards is crazy.
Like, KFC, be honest. Are you up or down, like, in gambling?
I'm not gonna keep.
Bro, you gotta do something about that. Yo, how you plan on getting it up, though? You would be not. You need a max win. Fuck.
I'll get the phone.
Are you down 100K? No, blackjack can fix that, bro. But free bet blackjack, where you get free doubles and shit. Yo, I'm trying to watch this stream, bro. Why'd you end?
Take it.
Huh?
I catch all.
Better cash
cashing out? Are you up for the day or not?
Yeah.
Yo, how do you even get 100K, be honest? Like what you do?
Give 1,000.
It started from $1,000.
I said give 1,000.
Wait, how much did Gates 1,000 pay you?
200K.
Max? 200K. Yo, how much was a buy?
Maybe 5K.
Yo, that's fucking crazy. Wait, so are you down profit or your own like net worth money?
No, not bad. Yeah, you will lose.
Fuck yo. Do you play blackjack or not?
I'm paid.
You're paid?
Yeah, I get that check.
Okay. Are you streaming or not? Are you done for the day?
Take it.
Alright.
Okay, look.
Hold on. Wait, what about game history? Oh, you're down bad. That's
You see that? That's why we do that. That's not paying money. You see that shit?
Yeah, I see, bro.
I can't.
You're doing it. Wait, what are you doing right now? Oh, you withdrew everything.
Taking it back off.
But Baccarat's fish, like, Baccarat's basically 50-50.
I'm thinking, bro. I don't feel anything to win right now.
Bro, Baccarat sucks.
That's something to. Okay, yeah. I'll win this shit this hand.
No, that's a fucked, bro. But then you lose.
Kicking ass, kicking in, how you living, pimp? Well, how are you, big dog? I know of it, but I don't think I've ever seen it. Excellent.
want KFC, bro. Can you please tip me $10? I'll run it up on stream right now.
I don't keep you, bro. Shut up.
Bro, pour, bro, please.
Oh, what, bro? Give me what?
I can't. I'm disabled. Come on, bro. I know you're down money, but you have thousands. Thousands.
100%, big dog. 100%, big dog. Yeah, it's called making simcha. It's called making smicha. You're good, pimp. Word dog. Tight dog. Tight dog. That's fucking wild. Okay. What'd you say, pimp? What'd you say? What'd you say, pimp? There you go. Did you look it up on ChatGPT? Neither's Google, and people Google things all the time. And it's got the answer. Dude, how about you just look up the answer? How about you just look up the answer? Dude, how about you just look up the answer? Yeah, but I'm not an expert in sleep paralysis. In any of my training, sleep paralysis is 0% of it. Oh, it's over. Pico's done.
He stepped up, he was the spin. He recognized people was directly pressuring him. Right? His footwork down. He broke down and then started fighting. He started moving. People chased him. And he got a beautiful spinning elbow. That was nasty.
Sending to Aaron Pico, and if you're out there with that philosophy, somewhere watching that, you're not thinking of doing it wrong. But then he actually said it. Well, who might be that one?
Dude, that's the move. The elbow to the head. I like that rough.
What they highlight when they screw up the beat of the red rookie that 0-1 after turning into 10 spinning back elbow knockout resolution. Which got him back the first one.
Last month, New Jersey was arrested for allegedly attacking another passenger just after they landed in Miami. And what about the guy now?
For a title fight, the boxer and one and everything else.
He took my ass over and said, are you missing something big? Is that why? If you press it, you get left out. Well, he's not missing something big anymore. That was nasty. He took it out. That's like running in the back with the height. And they need that moment. That was his moment. That's a 400-something chance to fight for the championship. That was nuts.
All right, to make this one official, here's first.
Yo, what up, Lagar? How you live? You're from the future? Okay, very cool. How'd you find out about me? Oh, yeah, I remember that. Did you do it? Why not? All right, then deal with your own problems, my friend. I'm just trying to give you solutions to your problems. You're good. Good to hear. I'm well, thank you. Just watching the UFC.
Protection state.
Lawyers for the government have argued that the agreement is out of date and resolved in order to protect change.
New details on the authorities identified the victim as 36-year-old Roberto Carlos California has the highest unemployment rate in the nation at 5.5%, and inflation and outpacing the national rate. 2% as job growth continues to slow. Now cosmetic surgery may be ahead for a Grand Canyon mask. Finally, ABC's Chuck Stevenson says the 600-pound-long statue of Right Emperor is to bring visitors to the Grand Canyon. Will allow it to just kind of pass through and sandwich in between the area. Just as a more exposed pushing towards this friendly flight attendant to Air Canada has shut down flights and tens of thousands of passengers the flight attendants union says salaries are below the rate of inflation and below minimum wage. The union also saying flight attendants very largely without pay. They're saying the work that they do while the planes are still on the ground, not in the air. Air Canada says it's already 38% raise in total compensation for its employees. President Trump says he's dropping his wish for a ceasefire in Russia's war in Ukraine and will now focus on a full peace deal after his last summit with agreement. Project weather for KFI tonight in Metro LA, where Johnny Gallons is saying it's having some possible problems. On Sunday, Metro LA, Orange County, 75 and 70 sunny and hot with temperatures in the 80s to 90s. Right now it's 68 degrees in 69 in Irvine, 68 in Beverly Hills, 66 in Malibu. I'm Rashida Next. Business and not thinking about podcasting. More Americans listen to podcasts and supporting streaming music from Spotify and Pandora. And as the #1 podcaster, iHeart suggests so whatever your customers sports, comedy, culture, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across broadcast radio. And all this reach is like just think about the universe of marketing. Number of consumers who hear your message, times the response rate, equals the results. Now let's get those results going for you. Think podcasting can help your business. Think iHeart. Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Get a show. That's iHeartadvertising.com. Call 844-844-iHeart. Join me as we explore
Jacoya, you're a real one. Thank you for streaming this.
I'm standing outside the city in a street mall. You can tips me. Perfect house, maybe 70 pounds, and a new Welcome to season 6 of Revisionist History, a podcast about things more misunderstood. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, with a heart-moving story of what I heard from Rabbi Rothschild. Me and Jacob, grinning ear to ear, bouncing up and down like little boys on their first visit to Disneyland. We're on our way to a new century, a new era, the dawn of a new age. Although, we have to be honest, the future was not what we expected. It was better.
We may be the last generation to own cars. Our kids and grandkids, they may never have to learn to drive. They may never have to worry about driving around or speeding tickets or drunk driving. And the best part is, they can live their entire life without ever seeing a car accident. Driverless cars are being touted as one of the most disruptive technologies of our time.
Turning by itself as the houses and sidewalks push past. I tweeted out a video watched the back seat.
Why are people in here?
We're watching the UFC, dog.
Space is not real. Joke.
You're listening to Business History. Podcast brought to you by Industries. You can listen to new and episodes on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to check out our
Here's the latest. Senior Congresswoman Judy Chu said even legally U.S. residents are being held during desert immigration lockup in order to refugee workers. Former California wartime premiums are set to soar again next year, and our royal September plans protesters crashing police in the war in Gaza and in France. Wages are already down by 15%.
troubling so much. Until tomorrow sometime, providing slow traffic from Lyons Avenue and southbound 14 backed up on Pasadena and Sierra Highway to
In 1920, a magazine article announced something incredible. 2 young girls had photographed real fairies. That article was written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who invented Sherlock Holmes. How did he fall for that? Hoax is a new podcast for and maybe was illegal. Every episode will explore one of the most audacious and ambitious tricks in history. Open your free iHeartRadio app and search hoax and listen now. The free iHeartRadio app is the #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Use iHeartRadio Podcast Preview.
Radio or wherever you get your podcasts.
The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go. The iPhone and Android app and iHeartRadio. Recycle whenever possible. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the International Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to
Welcome back to another season. I'm your host, ViralRabbi. For the break, we're learning the skills of self-travel. Next, shift gears. I speak with Rosie and Marcus about deterrence. How perceived irrationality can give you an emotional edge. Stick around as we find out what deterrence theory can tell us. Like traveling like Phoenix, the back of self-driving car. Waymo slowed speed for a stop. Kept a respectful distance from other drivers. One time, he encountered a man in a wheelchair sharing the road. Waymo decelerated elegantly, gave a generous berth, and cautiously pulled up. We reached our destination, the Alamo Cinema House. We were so excited, we decided to call up Joshua Penny-Rocky, the senior director of product management of Waymo. We had so much to ask him about, like all the senses on our menu.
So we have a view. So what you're seeing at the top, that's where we have a 19 camera complex over there. So those are cameras. Plus, lasers. One is medium range, one is long range.
The lasers are technically LiDAR systems, scanners. It's all NASA uses when they land on Mars. The laser looks around in provide a more detailed map of everything that's range.
So that can see almost 3 football fields away.
That can see 300 yards in every direction.
That's right. Wow. So quick.
Sensors on the radar on the side, microphones to pick up things like a police siren, and a sunblock with a label on the blind spot. You couldn't see. I need to take you on a brief digression. Away from the sunny streets of Phoenix to a call I had with Roseanne Banks, a professor of political science and international affairs at Penn State. McManus specializes in what's known as deterrence. Why do some conflicts lead to war and others just physical?
If there's complete information, and so you know exactly how costly the other side finds it going to be, and how the other side is to win if you fight, then there's really no opportunity.
Damn, this Chimev is amazing.
Because both sides know what would happen if you did fight a war, and so if one side is more powerful and would win, deterrence will perfectly
McManus is one of a number of deterrence theorists who's thought about this possibility. By crazy, McManus doesn't mean completely psychotic. She just means somewhat irrational. What if you're possessed of, and this is the phrase she uses, extreme preferences? That is, that you really want certain things and are willing to pay an insanely high price to get those certain things. If you are basically, then I'm terrified. Because I don't know what you display to play that game. McManus says this is exactly the situation of the Second World War. The British had this line. That's the number one information. That's the number serial. Facts are that what happened there and why. Our perception of things.
So he's negotiating with Chamberlain, the German people are suffering. I want to unify all Germans. That's my mission in life. I'll do anything to unify all Germans. But once I know how to do this, I'm going to stop. It seems like he believes at least enough to give it a shot and to make this deal with Hitler.
In the world of deterrence, this is called bad memory. McManus argues that people in any conflict may have advantages the other side perceives them as being just a little bit entirely nuts. If you can successfully convince your opponent that that is the way your mind works, you
get in your way in a negotiating, in a mailing or negotiating context. When you that's your decision.
Yes, that's my argument. Now, I think it actually is rather hard to create that perception. Hitler is really the only successful example that I've come up with so far.
This is where we get to the heart. Not deterrence of perceived weapons. Kind of ordinary low-grade calculations we make every day. As a pedestrian, why do I not just walk right in front of other cars? I don't believe that they might hit me because they're emotional crazy or something. They have a series of, as they say, extreme that is purposely set preferences. They might be religious in their text of their public death. They may look at each other. Right? So that's the reason we're going to jail. Because there is a deterrence. Yes. You're listening to Visuals History, a podcast brought to you by Pushkin Industries at KFI AM 640. You can listen to new and full episodes on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to check out my blog. We'll be right back with this episode of Visuals History after we get the latest with KFI News.
Yo, Dad, someone's got some awful feedback. Well, there he goes again. Shemaev. Shemaev, you're the man. Dog, mute your fucking mic.
Next up, we shift gears. Talk to Lance Armstrong. Speaks for how autonomous driving could flip the scripts on Restream. I want to dwell on the issue of deterrence on the streets because drivers are not rational, and I think we sometimes silence that. I thought professional cyclists of all people would have the best perspective on the inherent craziness of drivers. So I called up Lance Armstrong, cyclist extraordinaire who has been actively sharing the road with drivers for almost 40 years.
Cars freak me out. Being on the road and with cars and drivers and distracted drivers, it scares me out. Yeah. But I actually now prefer the mountain bike just so I can be totally away from cars. Yeah. And if I'm given a choice on my road bike, if I'm going down the road and I see that there's a bike path, even if there's people with baby strollers and walkers and dogs, I always take the bike path. I don't want to have to think about, cars and people checking out their cell phone or having a few cocktails. They freak me out.
Have you ever been hit?
Of course. Oh, yeah, many times.
How many times? How many times?
Oh, honestly, many times. I mean, probably, look, getting hit once was too many. I'm probably right around 5. The two worst ones was when I was young. I ran a yellow light on my bike outside of the Dallas suburbs where I grew up. And I got to the intersection and turned yellow. I was like, I got this. Well, I made it 5 or 6 lanes. And the 6th lane lady was coming and just hit straight from the sides. And I was banged up, but okay.
Then there was a time he was bombing down some empty French country road. I hadn't seen a car in an hour.
Well, sure enough, come around the corner, this old farmer just coming the other way, just clipped right in the front end, and I cracked 2 vertebrae.
You could be dead.
Well, yeah, of course.
Of course. Next, I called up Jonathan Waters, another former professional cyclist. He and Lance were teammates at one point. I wanted to make sure Lance wasn't an exception. Yeah, Waters just is terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, the first driver I fear the most is someone who's not paying attention. For whatever reason that is, they're reaching for a hamburger, they're texting on their phone, they're arguing with their kid, whatever it is, they're distracted and they basically just sort of weave into you. This is one reason that actually, when I teach people how to ride in traffic, I often teach them to ride actually further out. If you're further out on the road, it actually forces you into the line of vision of the driver. The second type of driver that I fear is they don't want you there. As a cyclist, they feel that the road is theirs and that you are impeding their progress to getting to their destination, and they want to run you over. And maybe they realize, there are consequences for me running over this cyclist, but they're viewing you as essentially like subhuman.
The willingness to risk killing a cyclist because they might slow you down for a few seconds is, of course, the textbook definition of an extreme preference.
There's a multi-billion-dollar industry, I should say, built upon fear of traffic. Peloton, Swift, these are, in-home riding bike and whatever pieces of equipment, hardware, software that are entirely a result of people being afraid to ride in traffic.
To Waters, riding a stationary bicycle makes no sense. I mean, why would you do that? The whole point of riding a bike is the thrill of...
Yo, who's doubting Hamza? No, bro, I kept telling people always doubt him, but too easy, dude. Way too easy. Kept telling people, bro, they didn't believe me. They thought Usman would have beat him. He wouldn't have beat him. No way. I kept telling people.
They're afraid of traffic.
Too easy. A Nuppler takedown? Easy.
So I don't think we've gone insane.
There is a reason why when you drive down the street, cyclists and runners and pedestrians aren't inundating you, competing for the road. They're afraid.
What?
You.
Ew.
They're afraid because you're not. In any confrontation, the madman has the upper hand. All drivers are nuts, with one exception. Wait.
Waymo doesn't eat a burger and drive to his knees. Waymo doesn't get angry and behave like an idiot. Waymo doesn't give you the finger. Waymo doesn't do road rage. Waymo wants to live, and that live. Waymo is your grandmother, only with lightning reflexes and perfect vision to 300 yards. In a world of Waymos, cars aren't the madmen anymore. But if cars aren't the madmen, guess who gets to be crazy? The answer is obvious, my friends. We do. I will admit that I was slow to grasp the actual implications of autonomous driving. I'd been too busy watching all those TED Talks, where the Silicon Valley types explain the self-driving tech utopia, where everyone behaves with the unruffled rationality of an engineering major at Stanford University. But one day I stumbled upon a brilliant essay by an economist named Adam Millard Ball. His paper reads like the academic version of the Hans Christian Andersen story, The Emperor's New Clothes.
This was framed as a technological problem. It was framed as a space where we just need to figure out the right programming and to develop technological solutions.
To Millard Ball, the issue with autonomous vehicles is people, specifically the people outside the vehicle.
So if you're a pedestrian and you have that confidence that the autonomous vehicle is going to stop and yield to you as legally it should, then there's nothing to stop you from taking that right away.
Oh yeah.
Pedestrians and drivers now engage in a dangerous game of chicken, each daring the other to do something stupid. But if Waymo does something, the rules of the game change. If you know
You already took him down. Don't get your hopes up. You already took him down. Woo, too easy. Oh yeah.
When you play chicken, it helps to leave
Man, this is so like, dude, I'm so happy. People always like doubt Hamzat saying he has no cardio, this, he would have lost to Usman, he lost to Burns, he literally dropped on horse. Let's go.
Preferences and the unpredictability of the driver. Now we've flipped it. The driver has become, car has become entirely sane and rational. That's his preferences, right? and that allows you to be unpredictable as a pedestrian.
Absolutely, and it gives you an incentive to be seen to be unpredictable.
Wait, that line, hold on, that's lovely. Explain that. Why does it give you an incentive to be seen as unpredictable?
The more unpredictable you seem, so the more you behave like you're intoxicated or distracted, and then it's equivalent to being a 5-year-old child on the street. The autonomous vehicle is likely to recognize that unpredictability and be more cautious accordingly.
Oh, I see. It's in my interest to be as flagrant.
It's fun when you're winning. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Because I don't want to be so
easy. Oh yeah.
No. I want to make sure that if I'm going to transgress the rules of the road, I should do so as flagrantly.
Is anyone gonna doubt Hamzat now? Anyone gonna doubt him now? Anybody gonna say more? Oh yeah.
Podcast brought to you by Pushkin Industries. KFI AM 640. You can listen
Too easy. Like barely, like no strikes from Duplessis.
A flawless fight.
Dude, I don't get how people doubt him. Like they said, Usman would have been he literally broke his hand on Usman. No one said that.
Here's the latest. Advocates in Little Tokyo are speaking out against this week's immigration raids. Oakland's mayor says she's ready
And he flips back over. Oh,
to
yeah.
send in the National Guard. A federal judge halts the FTC's probe of Media Matters. Louisiana sues gaming giant Roblox, accusing it of endangering kids. And after meeting with Vladimir Putin, President Trump shifts his stance on the war in Ukraine.
And a Silk Lawrenceville by freeway southbound 2210 Rochester Street. Earlier, a car carrier burned. That's got all mainline truck lanes closed still. Southbound 5, southbound 14. Back there pretty solid from Placer Canyon. They're saying it may be tomorrow before the be reopened. 5 southbound and 14. Lithium-ion battery burned at 5.
App for picks, app for playlists. Even the app for scrolling endlessly at 2 a.m. But only one app puts a live radio dial in your pocket. The free iHeartRadio app. Get what millions already have.
Because the players kept dribbling.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
What did the buffalo say when he dropped his son off at school? Bye, son.
So take a moment to make your kid laugh, because dad jokes rule. Make your kid laugh today at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
She was our idol. It was like, wow, Margaret, you're so cool. You drive a Jag, are a female lawyer, you're stunningly beautiful. We wanted to grow up and be Margaret.
My two bosses came to me and said,
It's a boss.
I said, what? I was shocked.
They promote this image of small town America, but it's not. The turned over only 2,000 pages of documentation of corruption in this detail.
And maybe the reason they haven't made an arrest of Margaret King's murder is because they're not working on themselves.
You don't give up on these cases. You need to catch whoever it is so that they don't have to go through this again. But do you really know what happened? Plus, turn it around.
This is Gone South, a documentary podcast series by C13 Originals, a King's 13 studio, written and narrated by me, Jen Lipinski. Season 1, Who Killed Margaret Coon?
If my mother played a role in this, I don't think she should die thinking that she got away with it.
She is a serial killer, I believe.
I ask her, what are you doing here? She looks at me and says, I'm here to kill you.
Listen now for free, wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Weapons is expected to take first place once again at the weekend box office.
The Zach Kreger-directed thriller is looking to make between $20 to $22 million in its second outing. The action film No Budget 2 did not let out with Freakier Friday for second place, as both are expected to net around $10 to $12 million. I'm Michael Cass.
Some of Presley's former business partners are claiming she used the death of her daughter Lisa Marie to gain control of her trust at Graceland. Soon the two claimed they worked to help Priscilla to leverage her name for profits, but then she suddenly cut ties with them. They alleged fraud and breach of contract, seeking more than $50 million. An attorney for Elvis Presley's former wife calls the claims fabricated.
Hi, this is John Lennon.
A John Lennon box set containing more than 100 tracks due out this fall, one day. Former Beatles' birthday.
Power to the People features his one-to-one concerts at Madison Square Garden, which were Lennon's final and only live concerts after the Beatles broke up. The box set also includes the 1972 live album Sometime in New York City, as well as Lennon tracks with Yoko Ono and the Plastic Ono Band. This October 9th would have been John's 85th birthday. Power to the People is set to be released on October 10th. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Meantime, the New York Mets are celebrating 60 years since the famous Beatles concert at the old Shea Stadium. More than 55,000 fans packed Shea Stadium that night back in 1965, in history as the first rock band to fill a major stadium. That's entertainment. I'm Jennifer Bolsoni.
Business and not thinking about podcasting? Think again. More Americans listen to podcasts.
Pure dominance.
Streaming music from Spotify.
Anybody else gonna doubt him? Like I keep telling people, he's gonna dominate. Too good. Oh yeah.
Culture, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across
Like no one else did that to Duplessis. Like
everything. Just think about the universal marketing.
Whitaker's jaw pushed back.
Times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for you. Think podcasting can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time. Call 844-844-iHeart and get podcasting working for you.
An app for picks, an app for playlists, even the app for scrolling endlessly at 2 a.m. But only one app puts the live radio dial in your pocket. The free iHeartRadio app. What millions already have. iHeartRadio, the #1 app for radio.
You guys, you play outside of somebody else.
Welcome back to Vicious Street. Your host, Malcolm Gladwell. Before the break, we saw how Waymo's self-driving car now, get ready for some hijinks. Jake and I would win contesting the beach ball, and I challenge our self-driving car.
Vice Versa, I didn't even have a move like. This nigga got to prove 96 Nigerians.
The experts have voted in town. Given up on rational cities.
Like, who just does that, dude? Like, he barely gets punched. Like, it's who's like that? Nobody else does that.
They're saying the future is mayhem, and I'm not sure that's a completely bad outcome. Kids can play stickball on the streets of New York City again, like they did in the 1920s. Cyclists can ride in packs down the middle of the interstate. You spot a friend on the other side of the street, and you shout out, "Hey!" and you impulsively run across the street, across multiple lanes of traffic, and you give them a big hug. My running club meets on a crowded track in the Lower East Side of Manhattan, where speedy runners compete with errant soccer balls and children running free and old folks out for a ramble. 50 yards, is the FDR Drive, wide, undulating ribbons of smooth, inviting blacktop. In the autonomous future, we are totally going to do our workouts on the FDR and rush it. 100 of us, and the Waymos will sit patiently until we finish. Do you understand how awesome the future is? We get the streets back.
Incredible.
Right direction, and I think it only takes like a millisecond for a fucking bug to do that.
I think it's something.
Let's see
Here's
it
the
again.
so for
That's farthest point of
is actually Rabbi Rothschild. Assam Sofer. Assam Sofer is the nom de plume, his pseudonym when he wrote his books under that title.
Maybe there's a such type of bug that I'm not aware of that moves really fast, though.
Cusp of modernity, a very difficult time when Jews are trying to figure out their relationship to the modern world as a whole. Classic image of the reproduced in many different places. Most likely a more
crafts that went 200 miles an hour.
Who's they? And
Well,
what
the
is
U.S.
this?
government
Before
he
the
was quite
Civil
active in
War,
the entire Danube
before
region,
1865.
but his claim to
They
fame
had
is
crafts
in modern day
that could go 200 miles an hour in the air.
which is known by its historic name,
You could look it
Pressburg
up.
or Pressburg
Pre-Civil
in Yiddish,
War
the capital
aircraft.
of Hungary for
Well,
quite
there was
some time, before
a
Budapest,
bunch
and
of like
very
German
important center for
scientists
Jews
in America
Central
that
Europe.
were working
So
with the
let's
U.S.
talk
government.
about his
So this predates Orville Wright.
because I think it's just
I'm
absolutely
just telling you, right?
fascinating.
Doesn't it? Yeah.
This
I don't know
the
date. I think it
exterior
does, right?
of
Is it
his
Orville and
grave.
Wilbur Wright? Is that
First
the end of the 1800s?
I knew when I was touring with the Coastal River Cruises, I knew that we were going to visit the kever of the Sam Sofer. I figured, okay, very nice. I've been to lots of Kivrei Tzaddikim, the graves of righteous people over the generations. It's often a very moving experience,
So
and there are
you're
many
telling me
kind of
that
interesting customs that are
1865,
observed at these places.
yeah.
And I was prepared for something along that sort of
flying crafts that got well, there's lots of multiple shows on it.
And I just happened to look out the window and I noticed
Joseph P.
the
Farrell was on,
phalanx
and he's
of
like
these
amazing. And he was
glass,
breaking down the
plexiglass
doing his
Joseph P. Farrell's
that
area of
seem to
expertise.
rise out of the ground
in
in a
history,
very
he does
rigid
a lot in
formation.
religion.
They're not all
particularly.
identical.
He's
Some are
self-taught.
pebbled, some are transparent. They're all
He's
translucent.
really
They don't seem to have any marker that indicates what their
he's a
purpose is. And I remember
self-taught.
looking out the window and thinking, what's that?
Vegetation
What
and stuff,
exactly is this that I'm
He's
looking
written
at?
like 1,000 books on it.
Realize that, of course,
That's
this
a lot
is
of
the
books,
first
dude. I can
encounter
barely read
we
one
have
book.
with the
I'm stuck
grave
on
of
Alexander
the,
II right now.
Sam Sofer. Here's
What
a
is
better
he saying?
picture. You can see
He's
there's
saying that
23 of them lined up. It's a very
Pre-Civil
significant
War and
number,
during
as
the
we shall
Civil War,
see
they
shortly.
had
It's
crafts
kind
that
of
were traveling
an
at 200
inclined
miles
hill
an hour.
that's reminiscent of like an archaeological tell.
You can find
You don't
pictures
know
of
what's
it
underneath this mound, but
Well,
it has kind of like a
well, they're strong.
strange,
Someone
eerie
just
sort of
taught
look,
us.
especially
Come
because
on,
there's
man.
no
Why, Jamie, you're
explicit
leaving me here.
marker
Hang
as
on,
to
I'll
what
get
it
you.
is that
I'll
they
get
look
you.
like.
It's got to be
Next
legit.
to
There, it
these
sounds so legit.
glass obelisks.
Will you look up
Why
China
is this
so many
sort of
years
large
before
slot-like
they
structure,
flew the
this
first
black
very
looming
primitive plane
thing
that
that
could barely get off the ground?
penetrates
And
into
credit
the
those
mound?
guys with
It's
developing
got
the
this
first
tiny
plane.
little entrance over here on the right, and you
Oh,
can
that's
see
good.
by the
So
scale,
is it
this
like
is
a
a
blimp?
person walking out of the entrance.
Listen, Jamie, get all
And it
pissy.
looks, it's evocative of some kind of like
It's
entry
true.
into the
It's true.
underworld,
No, it's a
which
good point.
actually quite literally
Yeah, it could be a
is, as
blimp,
you
right? Like
shall
when they
see.
first started doing
It's
blimps.
imposing and
That's
dark
was that the whole point of like Led Zeppelin that they didn't
foreboding,
want
and it
people
doesn't
getting
seem to
on
have,
blimps,
once
so they
again,
like
any
crash
kind
that
of
shit.
clear indication as to what is going on inside
Everyone
this
thinks
building.
I'm crazy. You guys
Going
think I'm
into the
nuts. I'm
actual
just
structure,
telling
you
you,
see
bro.
it's got this
Everything's a psyop.
overhead structure.
I want to hear more
Maybe
psyop.
there's
No, I'd
this-
rather go that way than the other way. That nothing's a psyop. I want to hear that everything's a psyop. Dude, conspiracy news would be 10 times better than what you see on television. I was watching, like, my girlfriend can't stop watching MSNBC. It doesn't matter how much they lie to her. She's like dug in, and that's her team, right? And so I'm listening to Rachel Maddow the other day talking about like demonizing RFK Jr. about mRNA vaccines, right? You want a cigar? Just smoke
When
cigar?
you
No,
get
I
to the
don't.
very end of it, it's just a black tunnel right down about 60 feet or so. Then you come to this sign, which is recorded in several languages. Obviously in English, this is a sacred place. Admission granted strictly upon modest clothing, body and head properly covered. This is also in German.
There's a 100% chance you won't get
Slovak, and of course the top
it's
says
not
it in
telling
Hebrew.
everybody how
I
important
posed this
mRNA
question when I
vaccines
taught a
are.
master
She was
class
only
here
off
in
by
Turtle
100%.
last week, and the only person to answer
trying time
correctly
we
and
didn't
immediately
know.
was, of course, the
How
senior
did
vice
I know? I'm a
president, who was
dick
very
joke
smart
comic
woman.
who's functionally illiterate.
The translations are almost identical,
Not on my part.
except the Hebrew has
Well,
one
it's just,
small
it was weird to me
distinction.
where a lot of
What is that small
lefties
distinction?
all of a sudden were
Hebrew
trusting the pharmaceutical drug. It's really weird.
You
What
see,
happened, guys?
we had
We
one
used to believe that. We used to think that big
but
pharma
this
was
room
like
there
trying to make
12
money, and you should really be taking organic
Yes,
food
it says
and
Makam Kodesh
taking
live from
vitamins
Makam,
and
translated
eating
as
healthy and drinking
this is a
water and
holy
doing
place
yoga. Like, what happened?
before you.
What happened? And everybody's like
And
injecting
it
it.
has just that one word.
And then,
has
I live in California where they're all about my body, my choice,
Slovaks,
except for
Germans,
when
and
it comes to
English
vaccines.
speakers, Anglophones.
And I had arguments
This
with
is a
people.
holy
I'm like, I
place.
thought
But
you're my body, my
this is
choice. Now you're telling me I have to take a vaccine. So like, it's different. It's not.
Which reminds me,
It's
by the
not
way,
at
I will
all.
tell you a very
None of it
detailed
looked like it was to some people at the time.
I was once in
Because some
Odessa
people got
with my
way
wife,
more anxious
and
about the pandemic than other people. Those people just they reacted so
by
strongly.
the
They thought
elevator,
these other people
there
that
was a
weren't
sign
doing the right
because
thing were
Odessa is a
fucking
very
it up.
international
Because
city.
that's what they believed
The
at the
sign was
time.
written just like
The
this in
problem
many
is,
different
most of those people
languages.
never kind of
In
owned
French,
up to what they
English,
did.
German,
Because
Russian, Ukrainian, so
they
on.
were
And
wrong.
almost all the languages, it
We
said,
did get
the
hoodwinked.
plumbing is broken.
And there's still people that are trying to
Please don't
defend
flush
it.
the
And like,
toilets,
stop
whatever.
trying to
And
defend
then in
it.
German it said,
The
the
day is
plumbing is
out.
broken.
Didn't stop
Please don't
infection.
flush the toilets.
Didn't stop
We called the
transmission.
plumber. He
That
said he
alone would
couldn't
have
come
stopped
till
almost
Tuesday. We
everybody
begged him. He
from
says he'll
taking
be here on Monday, but he might
or
not have
a
the
lot of
parts.
people
It
from
was like a whole ganze Geschichte.
They knew that.
Like as if the
They knew
Germans
that
need to
from
know
the
every single
jump.
detail
They
what's going
never
on
did
with the
studies on
Okay,
whether or
back
not
to the
it would
serious
stop
stuff
infection.
here.
They just wanted to see
So,
it create antibodies.
you see
The
this
whole thing is,
sign at the
when you listen
right
to
angle
RFK Jr.
before you
talk
make
about
the
it, you're like,
turn
this can't
actually
be
into
talking true.
the
And then you find out he
itself.
is. You're like,
What
this
do you
is
see when you go in there?
nuts. This is
I'm going to
nuts.
show you right away.
And then have you ever seen when they broke down how long it would actually take
original
to make
site of the grave,
like 5 billion
right down
vaccines
here
that
is
they wanted
actually
for
where the,
everybody? It would take 10 years.
graves
It
are
was just
located.
the
This is
thing
a
that it
pre-war
was
photograph
that
of
they
the
had done
old
it
Jewish cemetery,
in
which
front
dates
of everybody, and
into the
everybody
15th
agreed
or
to it. And
16th
once they
century.
realized they
You can see
agreed
it's
to
on the
it,
bank
they
of the
realized they got
Danube
duped.
River.
They don't want
And
to do
it's filled with
they want to be right, not
several
do
hundred or
right.
perhaps thousand graves. And during
How
the
many, like, really
World War
nutty,
II
like,
era, the
Marxist,
local dictator,
left-wing,
Tiso,
lunatic
decided he wanted to pave
conferences
it
do I
over
see online where they're
make a
all
tram
masked?
line there.
Dude, I'm fine when people are
George Mary,
masked.
this is
They're still
immediately
in
prior
masks.
to their
They're
deportation
still in
of
masks.
eventual
Everyone
murder.
else does
They
have a
begged
mask for a
Tiso,
living.
please
They're wearing
allow
like
us to at least
super heavy masks.
reinter the bones of our ancestors, and he
Democrats back
ultimately, on the
that's
payment
what
of the
they
legs,
you let everybody know exactly what you vote for. You have a mask, you wear it everywhere. I love it. It's like I know who the retards are. But there's like groups online where they talk about the importance of masking and they meet up about how irresponsible these non-maskers are. And COVID hasn't gone away, and I have respiratory this and infectious that and immune suppressing this and
around
fuck,
the grave.
man,
Here's the
what
destruction of it.
happened? Not good.
This is the
But it was
actual
just
tombstone of the Tzimtzum
cold.
Sofer.
that was a
And they
little
built
harder
this-
than most
this
blues, and
concrete
everybody got
that would eventually be sealed over.
Yeah,
And, that
and then
was
you go,
going
what
to be
about the 5G? They're cranking up.
undisturbed last
What
resting
about
place of the
what they're
sun.
spraying in the
Once
skies
it
that
is
now
put
is an
into place,
acceptable
then all the
fact
Jews of
that they're doing
Venezuela
geoengineering of our skies. So like
and in
5
fact,
years
the
ago, you
location
were a
was
crazy
moved
conspiracy
over
theorist.
for this
Now there's
tram
laws
line.
being passed
Tram,
about
as
it.
it happened, was
And you put all that
used,
together, you're like,
but nevertheless, that's where the
that's
grade
how
was,
people get sick.
right
It's
here
weird,
under
like
the,
even
the
clouds,
section where the
which is legal.
lines are.
Like you see
So
the
that's
clouds,
the,
and you can make it
initial
rain, but
history
like,
of the grade. How did it come to be real?
science.
So
How, you know
with
what I
the
mean? Like,
fall
what
of
happens if
communism,
you cause floods like they did in
the,
July? Did you
the
see
Jewish
that? Yeah, where
community,
camels
with
just
some
flying
significant support,
falling
obviously,
down the
from
river,
the
Lamborghinis
wealthier
drowning.
American Jewish community,
Yeah,
some people prominent in Turo, who asked not to be named,
200 miles an hour.
donated a large amount of money to build
aircraft
appropriate
and helicopters
so that would allow people
the
to
South.
visit this place. They
I'll
contracted this
get my
non-Jewish
phone for a
architect
second just to
named
see if I can find it.
who was only experienced
So they had the General Lee helicopter.
building a kosher
Well,
kitchen for the local Jewish community. Specifically, he built it for
Who was saying?
Rabbi Myers, who is the chief rabbi of Slovakia, most Jewish was from New Jersey, God rabbi, of course, the guy in the middle is my colleague, the Jewish historian, David Krause. And they organized the funds to allow us to
Yeah, we talked about it. It
amazing
was either him or
structure.
the 2 episodes later they talked about how it went 200 miles an hour.
When you make that, you'll recall you walk down that swamp road entrance, and it's foreboding and anticipation of what's on the other side of it. You make this sharp 90-degree left turn, and what happens is you go into this underground vault. The inside of the original sarcophagus that was created by Tito, and the graves are all laid out here in a very vivid, solemn kind of lighting. But look at the top of the picture, and you see
come over here, Mom.
the 23
That's true.
obelisks
It's probably not that
the
weird for
surface
us,
of the
back then it was like
sarcophagus, as if to
But
create a kind of poetic image
there's a certain like
that the
so was that
souls of
supposedly a
those
thing where a
interred
person
here
could get in?
cannot be held
boats are there
by
back.
the
I've
earth.
seen other
That
flying
they
machines
rise
here.
through the surface
Okay, so
of
what
the
that
earth into
looks
the
like
world
is like
and
sails.
continue to have their
Right?
influence
Show me
on
that
our
thing again.
world today.
Look at that, Sam.
Very powerful visual
That's like
statement.
sails, like a sailboat. But it's even crazier to a base.
Non-verbal statement of
So
a
do you just
kind
jump
of
off a cliff with that? How do you get that
symbol
bitch off the
that
ground?
you only appreciate when you actually walk into this very quiet, solemn space. It's actually a very powerful, overwhelming experience. My wife and I went to that far corner and we said psalms for the entire family.
Oh my God. See if you can look up. That's crazy. Tinfoil hat 901. That's the episode, and there's a picture of the craft that they have made. So they're just refueling these balloons with gas. But these aren't even balloons. It's like literal like aircrafts that are going 200 miles an hour. What are they? So when the reason I bring that up is because if we go, they got these silver cigar things. Like think about how long ago that was. Like they got bugs, the bug, spear, whatever you want. Yeah, whatever else everybody sleep at night. You know what? They got the tech. That's it. That's what they had in 2000.
Conducted that particular operation, unfortunately, did not
Walter
themselves
Bosley,
survive.
he came out and talked about it. Who drew that? You can find those on the internet. I don't know
Okay,
the
let's go.
guy's name up in the
Here's the
corner.
important
That
good
thing
and
killed 200
welfare
miles
next
an
week, as
hour.
I mentioned,
What's a
2002
power
Avenue J, right just down the street, the
that's it.
Montauk
It's
building.
guys with
It's hard to miss some beautiful gorgeous
NYMCA
building
arrows.
exterior lighting, and not maybe
Yeah,
as
I'll get
beautiful
them.
as
You know I'm
the
retarded,
grave
right?
of the Council,
I
but
do now.
nevertheless,
I want to know what that image is.
it's at the corner of Jerry Ocean Avenue, and going the side entrance down to the mid-on.
These are the
Since we're
crafts
talking
that
to
they
Marco
had.
very quickly,
They were
I want
working
to
on.
remind
So a
people
person
of a couple
gets
things. First of all,
inside that
once again,
flat thing. Yeah,
we
look at that. And
do
then
these
there's a
lectures
propeller
for
back
because
there.
we have
Who
fun.
was
It's great
working
to
on that?
study
The
Jewish
South?
history. It's
No, the
intrinsically
North.
interesting and
The
fascinating.
North. The
And
North
I'm
in
glad
Germany.
to share this with you. We're also trying to raise money for our students. So if you know some ridiculously wealthy people who would love to give money to educate the next generation, we'll be glad to help them
Is it a
out with
bunch of
that.
fans? I don't know.
If you're
I'll say
worried
a bunch
about
of fans,
missing
right?
lectures or catching up the videos
Right.
and things like that, go to my website, please. I noticed
They
that
had
I've got
that
this
way
big
back in
happy
the
arrow
50s.
over here. It says follow, And if you click
Look at
on
those
this
guys. You really
button,
think that thing
you
went 200 miles an hour? I think somebody
will
lied.
how would you like to
Maybe.
follow, and you
But
put your
they had
email address,
200
like on
miles an
Facebook or
hour.
whatever
Step right
you
up.
prefer
Just
to
think
be
what
able
kind
to
of
follow.
knowledge you could
This is
have
really
at
the
that
only
time
way I
with that
have
kind of craft.
you know, it's this year, unfortunately,
I thought you were going to explode.
the various odds of
Trains.
Yeah.
He basically funded
This is the
the
website
North.
is called Henry
But they needed money because,
just
Lincoln
my name.
was issuing greenbacks. I have one.
Let's go to the lecture itself. So we looked at the camera. We did this lecture a little bit backwards by looking at the monument to his earthly remains. But let's look at from his actual life. Here's a famous photograph of Rabbi Rothschild, a piece of art. You can see the facial expression is clearly derived from the other.
Most of the UFO sightings that people see
this is his father-in-law,
U.S.
the great
government
Rabbi
crafts.
Akiva Eger.
Yeah, so do you
His
think
second
it's
wife
back
was
engineered
Rabbi
stuff,
Akiva Eger's daughter,
or
and
do
the
you
two of
think
them together
we
were
invented all the technology?
tremendous impact on Central European theory. Let's just focus on the shot on the pronunciation of his name for a second.
About,
So obviously the Yiddish, you see, Moshe Schreiber is Yiddish for writer or scribe. And when he wrote his writings in Hebrew, he preferred to refer to himself as the Khatam Sofer. That would be a Sephardi pronunciation, or at least a poor imitation of a Sephardi pronunciation, which means the seal of the scribe. Khatam Sofer, Sephardi pronunciation. Obviously, some of the consonants are slightly different, and the emphasis tends to be on the last syllable.
Everyone dying in the ocean, the scary from going out there. Like, I'm afraid of sharks.
In fact, the first
I
word
want to
has
but what's going on in the ocean? We see stuff coming out in the ocean all the time. What's going on way down there?
Wander back and forth between
sharks are real. Sharks are real. Be scared of them. The ocean is unforgiving. And alligators. And it's a rational fear.
Phenomenal.
Jaws makes this thing great effects, right? Probably before that, nobody was thinking about sharks. Well, Jaws makes a real event, right?
Extensively, although hardly anything was published in his lifetime, most of it was published after he passed away. But he wrote primarily responsa,
they had anti-gravity gas,
beautiful commentary on the ethical classic, the duties of the heart. He even wrote Hebrew poetry, really tremendously prolific author. His family was also a legacy, and that legacy permeates even contemporary life. As I mentioned, he married his second wife. His first wife, unfortunately, died childless in 1912. His second wife was the daughter of Rabbi Akiva Eger's son here. And of his 11 children, 10 of them survived. Many of them went on to great
what does that mean, anti-gravity fuel? I'd like to have someone read that knows what the fuck those words are. It doesn't sound like a fuel. That's what you're based on our timelines and this notion that we came from cavemen, and especially I think there's been multiple civilizations that just keep getting reset. I think that's
very important German city.
I agree with that.
Where he was born and raised. There are a couple of stories that I can tell you about his youth, which are really quite amazing. His mother was known as
those tridactyl mummies in Peru, where he went down there and had the CAT scan.
And the legend of his birth that I find most charming and takes me is that apparently she went into labor on Friday afternoon. And as many communities do, including Frankfurt,
it's like how is it going to defy gravity?
Bring in the
unless you're talking about like just
depending on the latitude and longitude of a particular place, if you wait till sunset to go on the Sabbath, that can mean that you're having a Friday evening meal. If you come from parts of England, it might be 11 o'clock at night in the summer, things like that. So,
but if let's just say this is real, and we do believe it's real 100%.
So she was going into labor, and just as the community was beginning to start the cycle of prayer for the Sabbath, she sent a message with her midwives to rush into the synagogue, speak to the rabbi, asked
flight
him to
enthusiasts
hold
in
up
the
the entire
mid-1800s, there
community
would have been,
and not
people would have
bring
been
in the
interested in
Sabbath
flying. I guess
until
they
she
couldn't
had
do it.
delivered.
The Nazi
Because,
bell, which is a big part of World War
obviously,
II that nobody ever
delivery
talks
takes
about.
Right,
precedence
that was like
over
a
the
flying
Sabbath.
craft that they were
You
trying
are
to
not only
develop, right?
allowed to, you're required
So the
to
Nazis
attend
were
to the
apparently
medical
trying
needs
to come up
of
with
the
a
mother
bunch of
and
different
newborn
shapes
child
for
on the
crafts.
Sabbath.
One
But since
was a
it was
bell,
in that
right?
period of like
One was kind of
voluntary
flying
acceptance of
saucer like,
Sabbath,
right? Yeah.
she
I mean,
preferred
that's the whole
that
Martin, like, have you ever heard of Martin
community
Ballman?
hold
I
off, the
always
entire
wonder.
community hold off, and
I always
that
wonder,
be no question of Sabbath
they
desecration
talk
on
about
her
stuff like
account.
that, like the
The
Nazis trying to
rabbi,
make a flying saucer.
amazing,
Was that because they were trying to emulate something
and
that they had seen
just
before?
before
There was
Lacan goes
some
eat,
sort
and
of a hidden
they sat
historical
down and they
record
all
of,
sat and studied,
you know what, because
and then
if
about
only the people that are
20, 30
at the head
minutes
of the
later, a
military
messenger comes
today,
in and says that a baby was
or
born,
the head of these
and
military
you can go ahead
contractors
and bring
really
in the
know whether
Sabbath
or not
right now.
these back-end
The
nuclear
rabbi
falls.
proclaimed
If there are,
Rabbi
they
said
have
he's
them,
definitely going to be
and
named
if they don't know
Moshe
about them, they probably don't
because
exist, or
he
the
is
other
going to be
companies
the
have them,
deliverer of the
right?
Jewish
Yeah.
people.
So
Beautiful story about the origins
you know,
of this young man.
you gotta wonder,
There's
what
also
were the
more
Nazis doing?
fascinating
Were they
stories
trying
about
to
the
emulate something that
practices
they knew
of the
existed?
Sofer family with regard to
When
the young
did
child.
governments, if there really is a real phenomenon, if this isn't just total gaslighting and propaganda and bullshit to get you to believe that aliens are out there because they've got like crazy high tech that's 50, 60, 70 years past where we
being able to
really
look at
think
whatever
it
you want. Obviously, I assume
both of
he
those
was not
things are
veiled
hard
at
to
home. He
believe,
was not
right?
veiled
It's hard to
in
believe
the
that the government
backyard.
could
The
be able
fact
to
that when they
hide
would go walking in the
the
street,
kind of
in order to avoid his
whatever kind
seeing
of program that would
anything
develop a
negative,
genuine
they actually covered his face,
anti-gravity
which is
engine
somewhat
that can move through space and time, that can go through the ocean.
Unfortunately,
It makes a device transmedium, creates like a portal around it where it exists completely independently of everything that we're experiencing in 3D space. It just goes through stuff. The idea that they have that and kept it secret seems kind of crazy. I'm not saying it's possible.
What I'm saying by that is like you hear famous stories of people whose fathers worked at Area 51 and he never once told them what they did.
Oh yeah, people keep their mouth shut. They also know that they have to keep their mouth shut because if you don't, you can get in real trouble.
Translated a phrase in Genesis as
they're listening to
creation
everything you
of
say.
Adam.
They're checking your emails. They know. 100%.
And
I think people
the young
really
And they have you looking over here when it's really over here. They do that all the time. Like Area 51 is kind of like the shiny object. Everyone's, oh, that's crazy. And then it's really the mountain that's like 10 miles away that they've hollowed out.
Something different. Of course, in Hebrew, there's
Or the bizarre words.
Or you get into NASA, right? Everyone thinks it's in
the understanding of the Hebrew
in
language.
Houston. The real NASA is in Huntsville, Alabama. So this is a funny story. So Eddie and I are doing stand-up, and we're doing the Two Full Half comedy night. And we do Nashville, we pack it out. Zanies, I think it is. We pack it out great. So they sent us to Huntsville. And we go, I'm like, yeah, man, we're going to do stand-up in Alabama. It's going to be great. Let's go. So we drive up, we get to the hotel, we go to the comedy club, and the fucking parking lot is packed. And we're like, oh, we packed this motherfucker. It's going to be great. Well, it's like Sharon Underwood or one of those black female comics is performing there. And she called her crowd. No, it's not her. It's the one who has the daytime talk show. I forget what her name is. No disrespect. She's hilarious. Packed it out, and it's her crowd. So she runs. The show goes on. And all of a sudden, her crowd leaves, and our crowd comes in, and it's 45 people. And I'm like, oh, fuck. And I just keep looking up there, going,
turned 9 years old, it was decided that he should
he's going, I know we're in trouble because Sam's always positive about it. And he just can't stop yelling fuck. So we do the show, 45 people. It's a great show. We have a good time. We get off stage. The sound guy comes up to me and goes, whoever sent you here set you up to fail. Because this is the realness. This is where all of the satellites are controlled from. This is where Von Braun went when he came to America. And in Huntsville, Alabama, into the late 80s, we're not allowed to talk about how he was a Nazi because they had all convinced himself that he was forced to do it against his own will, and even though he was a horrible person. If you hear the stories about the real Nazi, yeah, but they convinced themselves themselves that he did it against his own will. So that's where the real. So they always have you look over here when everything's going on over here.
This deep,
Well, that one
Kabbalist who
was
at one point was actually put into excommunication by Rabbi Rothschild.
1960s because they wanted all those amazing engineers.
In town about
But
his
they got some
piety,
evil motherfuckers.
about his
There's a video out
sincere
there. It's called
desire
American
to serve
Nazi
God
60
in every
Minutes.
way.
Can you look
But
it up?
the
It's basically
problem
what
is we're
60 Minutes
living in a period where there's still the
and they
reverberations of the
Boston
Sabbatean controversy,
lawyer
which we've discussed
who
in
was like
previous
wanting to get
years.
down
If you
to
recall,
what was going
in
on.
the
Why are all these
1660s
Nazis
there
here?
was
Why isn't anyone getting them?
very
And so he's pressing and he's doing like Freedom of Information Act, and he's pressing and pressing them, and one day they kind of agreed to it. So the CIA says, you can look at these documents, you can't take pictures, and you can't take notes. You can just read it. So he reads it, and he finds out that basically what happened was a Rockefeller, Nixon, and I think it was Eisenhower, form a committee, and they're all the ones that bring them
there were
over.
several other
This little community.
quasi-Shabbatian
Yeah, so you got all these
movements
guys.
that swept across
This is
Europe.
part of it, but this, I
Sometimes
never
they
knew
were
that.
explicit,
Like,
and in fact, there
like
were
if you're
these
going in
pockets of
hiding,
Sabbatean
dude,
communities
why wouldn't you
throughout the
change your
region.
name? None of them
Sometimes
change your
they were
name.
suspected, kind of
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it was a McCarthyist
None of
kind
them
of
changed.
era
Yeah, that
where
was it.
anybody who had any
So
kind of like
82
Kabbalistic
USAC
things
live cover
was
up Nazi
suspected
spy
of being a
program.
secret follower of
60
Shabbat
minutes.
speech. So
Eisenhower,
in this
yep.
environment,
Those
which
Nixon,
affected some of
Rockefeller,
the greatest
Eisenhower.
rabbis of
Imagine
the era,
60 minutes doing that today.
Rabbi Adler was
Would
placed
never happen.
into
Nope.
excommunication
talk
for
to
a
them.
brief period
Hey
of time.
guys, yeah,
And
let's not.
Rabbi Moshe Sofer, however, followed his teacher into exile.
I agree, dude. American heroes got us on the road.
Even despite
Nobody ever talked about
the
Mark
negative
Borman,
influence that
who was like, if you don't know Mark Borman, you don't know nothing about World War II. Lived peacefully in Argentina. Was kind of Carter tried to get him out there. Let's call back up.
Specifically,
John Loftus, the former prosecutor with the Justice National Office of Special Investigations that was set up in 1980 by President Carter to root out Nazi collaborators, made the allegations in an interview with Mike Moss on the CBS program Sunday. Yeah, I have Nazi collaborators were given jobs in the United States and some were later sent to the Soviet Union in parachute teams in an unsuccessful attempt to perform assassinations and start civil wars. Yo, that is crazy! We're flying Nazis into Russia to start civil wars. So like this guy on, I think I talked about last week, a dark journalist, he does really great work. He was talking a big reason why JFK was assassinated, that NASA was involved because JFK wanted to give Russia all these documents and information they had about these UFOs because he didn't want them to think they were like nuclear planes, like dropping bombs and stuff. And because NASA was so full of Nazis and they still hated the Russians, they didn't want that to happen.
One category would be what we call
there's multiple reasons. It says the State Department's Office of Policy Coordination is the first covert spy agency set up in the United States, predating the CIA by several months, smuggled several hundred Nazi collaborators into America. Hundreds. After World War II for intelligence purposes. Wow. Barney Frank, Massachusetts today, called Rick House. He's got some big ones.
But it's not in itself fear the same way that practical Kabbalah is. Practical Kabbalah or theurgic Kabbalah, to use a technical term, means it's probably closer to the
but it's kind of crazy that they hit it, meaning and then using all these guys working for NASA, Nazi killing scars on their face. They look so sinister. In the video, they interview Nazis who still defended everything they did. It was none of them changed their names. They all just defended what they did, and it was crazy. It's a crazy video to watch.
Like that. Sometimes to try to aggressively demand that God send the Messiah, all kinds of interesting projects followed in the purview of practical Kabbalah. Although theoretical Kabbalah is well respected and is considered the purview of the elite great scholars, practical Kabbalah is considered an extremely dangerous venture and was excoriated throughout Eastern Europe by rabbis who felt that if it was in the wrong hands, it would be a very destructive. So there was questions about Rabbi Adler and the composition of these amulets that eventually
we never comment on intelligence matters, and we're not commenting on something that happened in 1950s.
I feel like his teacher rather than give in to the dominant position.
Can you imagine? I mean, we're still trying to find out what the fuck happened to JFK.
When Rabbi Adler grew ill, He was.
I think there's one person still alive, and that's why they don't want to tell you about it.
Formally lifted, and at his funeral, Rabbi
I don't know
Horowitz
exactly her
delivered the
role in it,
lead
but she's
eulogy,
supposedly a part of it. She was
as a
like kind of
gesture
something
of
like when she
healing
dies,
after
they'll
a
release
very
more of it.
period of
Unless
controversy.
the families don't
So
want
he
it.
grew up
That's
in
why they're
Frankfurt
slow
am Main,
rolling this out, because they don't
educated
want anyone
primarily
who's still
by
alive
traditional Talmudist
facing
like Rabbi Horowitz,
prosecution.
and
My question was
also
always, though,
heavily
what could
influenced by
possibly be in
Kabbalists
there?
like Rabbi Adler,
It's not like
and then
we
he
shot him,
returned to
this is where we
Pressburg.
stood.
Here is
That's why I went with the Jeffrey Epstein list. It's like, what do you think they're going to do? What's their name and what they order?
Here,
You know, they're never
kind
going
of
to
like
have
The list is one thing. What she was saying about videos is another thing. That's crazy.
Well, that's the whole point that they believe behind the P. Diddy trial was that it's really about getting his tapes. And why would they release the names when they could have the names and blackmail everybody on the list and in the videos?
Right.
Why would they give that away? Why would the intelligence agencies do that? They can control these people.
Here's a view
See one of them in a
from when I
Pfizer
was
commercial,
there
you know what's
last
up.
month, standing on the top of the castle, and
When you
here's the
come out there to the height of it, you're like, oh,
you can see
they
over
some
here
weird.
they have this,
I like to watch politicians who are pushing all this fucking bullshit, whether it's COVID or BLM or Nazi or Zionism and all this shit. And I go, what weird shit do they got you fucking on video?
Apparently,
Weird shit.
there's a major
Pam
standoff over
Bondi,
here
who
on
was
this
a
side
part
of
of the
the
whole
river
Jeffrey
that was
Epstein thing
destroyed
in
order to
Florida.
make room for
And now she's
the,
like, yeah,
bridge
there's
to
videos.
cross
There's
the
no
river.
video.
What do you mean a part of
This
it?
was kind of like
So when the first time he gets arrested,
Austria is
she was
just
part
off
of
to
that
the
whole
side
thing.
over here.
She was part of the
Austria
She was like
is
some
a neutral
AG in,
country
like, or something in
after World
Florida.
War II.
Was she
And many
involved in that
Soviet
case?
citizens attempted to make the crossing to the west
And you're like, what
by
do they got
getting
you doing?
themselves to Bratislava
Oh, there's so
and then braving the waters of the
that would
Danube,
be
which is not all that wide. It's
That's
not
what's
an
nuts.
incredibly
Watching
difficult swim,
it not play
but they
out
had to
and
risk
watching these
being
powerful
shot
people
by
sort of
Soviet
huddle up
snipers
together and
who
hold
were
the
trying to
line.
prevent them from gaining access to the
It's kind
west.
of crazy.
And you
So
got all
it was
these
in
pedal
this
hunters,
town
and they're doing great jobs
that,
getting these guys off the streets,
Rabbi
but they're all low
Sofer
level.
made his
It
name
makes you feel like, oh, we're doing something. No, you're just getting low level
and he
guys out.
established an
You're not getting,
incredibly large
you know, when the Me Too
that was
movement, and then they were
extremely,
accusing people of all this, they're trying to make it seem like these guys are a part of it. No, dude. You know, if you're a 17-year-old going to a comedy concert and then you go home to your parents still, you're not part of that. But, you know, it's like 80% of the children who go missing are from foster care. Like, people don't understand that.
He was
It's like involved dark ass
a
shit.
firebrand. He also had a very sharp sense
There was a story
of what
that was
Jews needed to
some
do
sort
in
of
the
a
present
television
moment,
show
and
about
no one
a
was
scandal
opposed to
that
him
involved
than
child
Moses
sex
Mendelssohn
trafficking with
shown
politicians.
who had predeceased him.
It was
That was
like
an
in the
extremely
90s
influential
or
figure.
something
Let's
like
just
that.
quickly
There's
think about
weird stuff
what
in
Moses
different
Mendelssohn
strokes.
stood
They
for.
constantly had
So he was called the genius of Berlin. Rather,
one where like the guy with
highly
a bike
intellectual
store was
individual
giving
with
kids wine.
a tremendous gift
Yeah.
for languages,
I just saw
which
that
he
pop up on
utilized
my
to
feed
great
algorithm.
success
So like,
by
wasn't there was some
entering
sort of a story
academic
that
essay
I can't
competitions and
remember
so on.
what
Apparently, he
TV
invested
program
the
it was.
great
Was it the
amount of
Franklin
time
scandal or
in
the
an essay
Finder
competition.
scandal?
And this was really
where
quite
the
an achievement because this is
conspiracy of
well
silence.
before Jews had achieved
The camp
emancipation.
investigates Nationwide Child
Emancipation
Abuse
would be,
Network
in fact, the
reaching
goal
government
of
officials,
Jews in Europe
exposes
right up until the early
systematic
20th
exploitation
century.
by powerful
And it was
players.
part of the
which
time to look
involves
at.
Ronald
What do I
Reagan
mean by
That's it.
emancipation? So
and
this
George
term
involves
comes to
Ronald
us
Reagan
in American
and involves
Jewish
George Bush
historiography.
Senior.
We obviously quoted
Imagine if you
from
are a
the
government official and you're
Civil
also
War
a
era,
pedophile
where
and you have to like
emancipation was
sniff
used in
around
the
to find out
context
if
of
anybody
the
else is a
slavery
pedophile.
of African Americans. That they
I
had
think
to be
imagine how crazy
emancipated
that
or
you get in there
freed.
because they know that about you.
I think a
Everything's
more
about
accurate term would be
Now you
manumitted
think
because
they
they
get
were slaves
pedophiles
and they
into
were given
office knowing that
freedom.
they're pedophiles because
This
they
term
control
was
those people.
And then they
appropriated
feed
by
them
Jewish historians
their
wishing to
addiction,
describe the
and then they
situation
control
of the
them through
Jews
that.
in 18th century and 19th
I mean, I'm
century
convinced
Europe.
that's why
It's not an
Pornhub is
exact
free.
fit because
And
Jews
they
were
find
not
out
in
who's
fact
commenting on these
enslaved.
videos and what they're into,
They just
and then they
suffered
can find
from
out
a
he doesn't have any
discriminatory
political
regime
desires.
that differed
and they kind of
significantly between the various countries of
There you go. Those are the kind of porn you're whacking out to. 100%. That's why it's free. That's why they're just shameless trying to recruit politicians. You've heard about it. Get 100% gay programs. That's what that's all about. Who's in smart ones? Who's a psychopath? And before they had all that, they were just going on campuses talking to the professor who's a really smart guy. And then that's what they did with the Unabomber. They knew he was a super smart guy, so they put him through all this CIA stuff and they fractured him. Well, he was fucked up for the Russian Empire. Do you know a story? Oh, yeah, let's talk about it. He had a disease when he was a child, so he wasn't touched for like 7 days. A lot longer than that, I think. I think it was a long period of time during like his childhood developmental process. And they said he just like never had any empathy and snap on people. And then they put him in the Harvard LSD studies. And so the studies involved like humiliation, a lot of crazy shit. But they never deprogrammed him after. It's that famous, how are you going to deprogram a guy who got broken from childhood because he got left alone? During time when his mother's supposed to be old, he's supposed to have contact with a person. Yep, he's a fucking baby, and he just no one's touching him for like however long time it was. And then you get him involved in these LSD studies because his brother said that he would like snap at people and like, he would write like horrible letters to ladies if they rejected him. Like he was already fucked up, and then they get him in the LSD studies. So he ended up in Stanford. Yes. That's kind of wild. Wasn't it? Am I saying that? If you study the,
and so the guy wrote on the YouTube,
I don't know why I agreed to that so quickly. I know he was eventually in Montana alone. Right, that's why he was pushing the moms out of it, like sending shit to him. I feel so unwelcome in this country. Why was he Berkeley? That whole Kavanaugh trial.
So, I have a little bit of that feel.
Was he from Berkeley? Did he teach at Berkeley?
The person who
was a student or a teacher's aide
they don't have rights at all. They have tolerances, right?
That whole area
tolerated in this country.
As long as I do not commit a felony, as long as I giant charade
have a job
to get you to not actually look at his history. Now, because the woman who accused him worked at the CIA program at Stanford, and they didn't want you to look into that Kavanaugh was a Shakespeare guy. He wrote
residency rights at any moment.
He wrote the Patriot Act. He helped cover up Whitewater. I mean, they didn't want you looking at it, so they made it into a sex roast. He helped write the Patriot Act. He doesn't believe in he believes in warrantless entering houses. He thinks the president's above the law. They didn't want you ever discussing that stuff, so they make it a sex trial by a woman who has deep connections to the CIA. Her father was in charge of funding for black operations. So she's spook.
So the argument in the 18th century was
she comes out, she says this stuff, so you think that was a diversion, and it wasn't really that she was going about. It was just to get you to concentrate on that and not for people to focus on 100%
rights and privileges of non-Jews living in the same region. Mendelssohn was the primary proponent
just tell your Street. I'm telling you this is all charade. No one ever discussed his actual background and what he actually was a part of.
He was much more associated.
Nobody would want a guy who thinks his president's above the law and the cops should have warrants come in your house. That's a Supreme Court justice.
Productive, active.
This guy did something to me in school. He journaled about it. Who journaled? I know one guy that's journaled in my life. My buddy told me that. Nobody else has ever journaled. And so it's easily refuted, but it's patriotic. Everyone's paying attention to it. All these female comics in LA are commenting on it.
And they will in fact be, worthy members of society and everyone will benefit.
But what a great way to use social media and the whole outrage machine.
He argued, for example, that Jews should
the outrage machine
absolutely.
It's so fun to pull the buttons. Like we
in German speaking.
Release the Krakens, release all the bombs, release all that stuff. People love to get involved too because it makes you feel like you're part of a movement. Gives you purpose.
Yeah. Thank you. I know some of you heard that.
Gives you something. I stumbled across this one day.
Remember we found out.
Billy Crystal says Yiddish is German with phlegm.
People who are on the island, I suppose.
Right. I'll cut that piece out of the information. So he argued that the Jews should speak German well. They should not be speaking with country bumpkin accents, even though German and Yiddish are very closely related languages. They should be able to express themselves with the height of fluidity. There should be no hesitation. They should have language. He argued that there's no reason for Jews to hold fast to customs that have no clear basis in the Jewish religious
So did you
tradition.
ever hear that they
Meaning,
use phone
modalities
data
of
with the
clothing,
Kamala Harris arena shows?
various,
Right, and it was all the
attitudes
same
and behaviors
every time.
that are sort of like cultural
How did she blow $1 billion?
necessarily
Filling
something
arenas.
that is in the code of Jewish law.
They trying to manufacture
the argument that many of his followers
because they know that's what killed Hillary Clinton. Bernie Sanders is doing arenas and Hillary Clinton's putting Sam Tripoli numbers in the cafeteria of like 40 people. So they realize the illusion of that. What that shows is there's no way following her. So when they run her out, they go, we can't let this happen again. So we have to fill these arenas up, and they did data that it was like a Grateful Dead concert. People were just following her around everywhere when they were professionals.
So
they were making a living
attitude, which was
100%. There's also people that are professional protesters, which is wild. This guy's documenting people protesting in different places, and he's talking to them about like how much do you get paid.
And
like people are
kind of like
making a living
the
protesting.
and
How is that legal? How is it legal to hire someone to go and annoy people?
No, what's illegal? You're not allowed to protest something you don't believe in. Let's just show up. No, I sign.
And they believe in it, they're getting paid, and they believe in it. That's what they would say. You can't tell someone they don't believe in something.
Well, some people are dumb, and they'll be like, I don't even know I'm here.
Just collect checks and get a sandwich.
They successfully
There's always
actually moved
giveaway
Shabbos
secrets.
to Sunday, but the popular resentment simply
people
couldn't
that
handle
grow up
that,
in a
so
house with
Shabbos
gas
was
leak,
moved
and
to
there's just
Saturday.
no set.
And we can see all kinds of interesting
just common sense isn't that
movements
common.
that the
No, it's not just
later
that. I think
inheritors of
sometimes
the
brains
Torah
don't function well.
go to any length
You know,
trying to demonstrate that they
I
were
just
good
think you're just
German
born with
citizens.
a bad brain. And then you also maybe have environmental factors, like what if you're fucking
off the charts.
with certain chemicals every
The
day?
second, third generation
You know?
followers of medicine
How many
felt
people
like,
are doing that?
hey, this is not
You
working.
know, how many
It's
people
just
work in
not
print
working where
shops
we
just
want
like
to.
sucking
I
in
think
all
we
the
just have to
fucking
make a
chemical
form of
fumes?
conversion and then go back to back.
What does
So
that
one
do?
of the saddest things I
That can't
think
be
about
good.
medicine's life was
Who
that
knows what,
all of his grandchildren
about what you took in as a
converted to
child.
Christianity.
Oh
He was not able to
yeah,
have any
lead and gasoline when we were
I
young.
believe I read
That shit was everywhere. We got lead poisoning in the
One
brain for sure.
branch of the family
Drops
may
your
have
IQ a little bit. Measurable.
Yeah, I think all of them.
We talked about that the other day. They fucking
Now,
knew
and
that
one
lead
other
was going to
key
poison
fact that's
people. They put it
fascinating.
in anyway. It was the same
Mendelssohn's prime literary achievement was he wrote a translation
About
of
what?
the
Lead,
Bible
gasoline, about lead?
with a commentary
No.
called the Beal.
It doesn't really cause that. The reason they wanted to get let out of
Hebrew on
pain
one
is because
side
it
and
made it harder for
in
them to see through
German on the other side.
That's why all these
While the
houses have
Masculine
glass
was a great
windows
idea because
from
Jews
walls.
could learn
They're like, look at your amazing view through these glass windows, watching like one of those home flipping shows, and they took out the wall glass
the
there.
traditionalists
And
were
the theory
against
is
because
that
this was a
you're going
window
through that.
open to the outside world.
And, you know, now they've discovered that there's these mystery vans driving around.
And they were
They
not
can go right through your walls.
So
watch what you're
he
doing.
was extremely opposed
Is this too much?
to the
How are they looking through your wall? What are they using? I know they can do it with Wi-Fi now.
Yeah, that's basically what they're doing. They just have
Wi-Fi is bananas. The fact that they have technology that allows you to see like 3D images in a room based on how the Wi-Fi is somehow or another like sending it out to them. Like, what is Wi-Fi even doing to you? Like, what is happening to you if this shit is just around you all the time, passing through your cells? Have you ever like see it on the fact they can see it? You know, like everyone's scared of radar machines, right? Everyone's scared of going through an X-ray. Right? You don't want that.
Guys give you the X-rays like behind a giant wall protected. They go fucking high. They go high. They press the button.
Famous of the Hassan Sofer's positions
We're just cool with Wi-Fi.
borrowed a text from the
Fat
class
level.
that
It's
is-
not as bad
it's-
as an X-ray, but it's this weird low-level signal
There is a
that they
particular
say it fucks up bees, right? Or at least cell phone signals.
There's a period of time
Really?
when the
I don't know
wheat
if
is
ever have you
harvested
seen this
called new or in Hebrew
Yeah,
chadash,
contact
and
lenses
it
give
may
people
not be
infrared
consumed
vision, even
until
with their eyes shut.
after the holiday of
Sci-fi style
Shavuot, which
technology
occurs
uses
usually in late
nanoparticles
summer.
to
And
convert
so
infrared
this
light into
chadash,
visible light
this
that
new
humans can
wheat,
see.
is
Fucking
forbidden
yo.
by the Torah. So
How about
the
those night
it
vision
actually
goggles
says
that they had to
explicitly in
change
the
the
Mishnah
color because they were
that
seeing
this
things
weed is forbidden
that
by the
weren't
Torah.
on the
But in
radar.
Hebrew, you don't have to say the word weed.
I think it was
You
like
just say
red.
the
They were
new is forbidden by the Torah. The Sam
They were seeing things flying around them, and they were flipping out because they had red night vision goggles, and that's why they changed it to either green or blue. Because the rest
anything
Red, they show up, they don't show up in other
is
colors.
forbidden by the Torah. And the Sam Sofer took a very aggressive stance on this, saying that the onslaught
The account of early night vision goggles used in Vietnam War revealing alleged
that
demonic
giving it
entities.
even an inch, giving any compromise to it, will bring the
My dad
entire
had drunk
structure
tomatoes
to
towards Vietnam.
collapse. So he took a very hard line, and he said there is no way that we can budge on any of the structures, even if they seem rather innocuous. He said the new is forbidden by the Torah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Very, very
So
strong
Jesse
political
Michaels
position,
released a
which is
new video.
contrasted
He went
with
down to
several
Peru.
other strategies that were articulated at the
These
time.
people have been telling him about these mummies. They're like,
The
you have to see
strategy
them in
of some
person.
Foil
They
Hirsch, that I
are
have not shown you,
humanoid,
picture of
but they don't seem to be
it was also
human.
in Frankfurt
They have a
at this
different
time.
amount of
Some
ribs,
sort
but
of
they
Hirsch
have like
argued
all
that
the
the
cartilage,
Enlightenment
all
was
the
really too
ligaments, and all
strong
the
for traditional
bones,
Judaism. He's
and
living
everything
a little
is
bit further
in
west
place
in Germany,
that
as
makes
opposed
it look
to
like. If
Hungary,
you go
where
to
the
Jesse's
Sam
show,
Sofer is. And he said,
go to
felt
his
that
YouTube channel because he's
the
got some video
gravitational
of
pull
the
of
actual like,
modernity
CAT
is so
scans, and they're showing you
powerful
the tissue.
that
And look at those
Jews
small
cannot resist it outright
bananas.
the way the Sam
So
Sofer is.
this is
So
Jesse's
he
take.
argued
I'm paraphrasing. I hope I'm not
a
fucking this up, but
careful
some of these things are
moderation
forgeries.
of the
Some of these things are
demands
just
of
fake stuff.
Judaism
It's just like
with
an
the
art piece that
demands
someone
of
created.
modernity. Not to
But
say that he would
he thinks they
compromise any of the core
actually have
beliefs or
some of them
practices of
that
Judaism,
appear to
but
be
he
a
said, listen,
real
it
creature.
doesn't say anywhere in the Torah
And
that
this
a
real
Jew
creature has
is
3
forbidden
toes
to
and
wear
3
a
fingers,
short
and
coat
there's
like this, for
depictions of
example.
these
This
in
is called
Peru,
nature, a German
in these
because this is what
ancient
the
like
is considered
carpets
like
and ancient
horribly
leaves that are hundreds
what's
of
the
years
right
old.
word? It's iskay, you know, like
I think
this is
even
something you
1,000
wouldn't wear
years
it on
old.
a beach
So
back in the
some of
1860s,
these
right?
they think
This
are
is very
1,700 years old,
revealing.
and some of
So
these
the,
are
he said
as
there's nothing that
as
forbids a
recent
Jew
as
from
400
wearing
or
a
500
short
years old.
coat. It's true
Look
that
at this.
traditionally, at
Look at
least for
this
the last
tissue.
couple hundred years,
Elongated
they've worn
skulls.
these
Look
long
at how
coats.
everything
But how is a Jew
is
different
in.
from
Like
wearing a
this is a
short
piece
coat?
of art
And
from
so
1,700 years ago. Somebody created this.
argued for a careful
That's
practice by
man.
practice
That's an
evaluation
amazing piece of
of
work if
Jewish
it's
norms,
really just art.
and to
And
adapt
if it's
those
not
to
art,
what
well, they've
can be
managed to
adapted
find
modernity.
some kind
This
of
is
creature that might have been another
Yekke's
type
jacket,
of human
exactly. They're
that
called
we didn't
Germans
know
are called
existed.
Yekke's because they wear these
That
short
might be,
jackets, right?
they find out,
There you go.
and Jesse was telling me this on the phone, like, look
So,
at this is the scan of this
again,
thing's bone
this is
structure. This is the actual
contrast
thing.
that Sam Sofer. Sam
Like, how
Sofer
nuts is
said,
that, man?
"Oh
If
my
that's
gosh,
fake,
if
that's
they're
fucking
suggesting that we
extraordinary
should
because
wear
it looks like a
short
real
coats,
creature. I mean, the amount of
absolutely
detail.
not. We are not
It
changing
looks
our coats at all.
incredibly real.
Even in
I mean,
the
this is
middle
incredible.
of the
And
summer,
the
we're
head
not
is
changing
very
now. Forget about white
concrete,
hats after Labor
very
Day.
different than ours,
Reminds me once I was walking
elongated,
down the street in
but
Florida.
also
I lived in Florida
matches
for a
up
long
with
time.
so many
And one of my
descriptions that
friends
people have
was
had
a
encounters with
Buster,
beings,
and we were
including
walking to
the
shul
James
on
Fox
August
movie,
day, and if you've
Moment
been
of
in Florida in
Contact, about
August,
Varginha,
you know,
Brazil in the
big
1990s.
blanket
They describe
on your
things that look
body.
exactly
You know,
like
a
this,
big
very
foot
small, like
blanket.
3 feet
And
tall,
just
3 fingers,
you
3
know, schwitzing,
toes.
and he's
That's
walking
what these
along
things are.
in his full
Like,
regalia,
they might have been
hat and
another
long
form
black jacket.
of
And he turns to
human
me and says,
that we just don't
"I'm
have any
so
evidence for.
glad
Well, like,
they
Dennis
did not
Owens,
have
they just found
galoshes
recently.
in
I think it was in the
18th
last
century
decade, right? And then there's
So
those
he'll
new
be wearing
people. What is
rubber
Homo
galoshes as he
Juliens?
walks
Is that what it
along
was?
the floor. So the
It's
Sam Sofer,
December of 2024, they released this paper. We found another type of human.
they never met.
The Flores
They never
people,
met. He died in
the Hobbit people in
1786 or
Flores, that's like,
1762.
I think the
I'm not
90s.
aware of that.
You know, it's interesting. All of it's interesting.
So
it's like there's a
very
bunch of
harsh
stuff that we're
criticism
just now
on the
finding out,
the
but we want to
strategy
be
that
rigid and pretend that we know the entire landscape as far as like what different type of humanoid timelines.
There's some
What
interesting
the fuck
kind
is
of
that then?
counter.
If that really is 1,700 years old, that's true, or 700 years old. If that really is that, and that's a real being, and then there's more than one
secular
of them
studies
has a fetus inside of it
but on the
that
other
they
hand,
think also has 3
was
fingers and
much
3
more
toes.
tolerant of, for
So they're
example,
trying to get
physical
better
education.
scans on this
He
thing, but it
believed
has a fetus inside of it.
the yeshiva
Like, that's a
students all knew how to
hoax.
swim. He used to have swimming classes in the Danube River.
Like, I want to know,
Jews know how to
who
swim, things like that,
carbonated
which
it,
is
what's the
you won't
results,
find
have
too
you
many
done it more
yeshivas
than
doing that
once?
today.
Okay, do we know for
Another
sure
thing
how old
that
it
is
is?
extremely important
Yeah,
for
one
our
of them has like
times,
an implant
this
on the
is
back
so
of its head.
close to us today.
Yeah.
those of us who are
I can't recommend this episode enough. Alien Mummies Found in Peru, and it's on Jesse Michaels' channel. American Alchemy, great fucking show. And he goes deep. He actually went to Peru to see these things and get the
situation when I was learning in
and
Yeshiva in Muncie.
there's biologists that are physicists that are saying this is a real creature. Whatever this is, we need to do more tests and find out more. And they're very suspicious of the actual location of which the guy said that he found them, because basically these are like grave robbers. They find these things.
It's confusing because
they found more than one.
What it's
the crazy thing is, show them the ancient art from Peru that shows 3-fingered, 3-toed beings.
Not to do with how a particular
Because they look just like that 100%. This ancient art is hundreds of years old.
all kinds of places, and I saw that in fact
They all have fucking 3 toes and 3 fingers.
contemporary American Jews and
This
the
is all
Canadians
just
do not
episode 2.
follow
Just
it
go watch
says
that
in the mission
episode
book.
if you're interested.
My theory on our reality is every movie you've ever watched in your life all going on at the same time.
I said, Rabbi, I don't understand.
All of these movies
we're not
just
holding like
kind
a
of tell you what's
Torah.
really going
And he
on.
said to me,
Aliens
never forget it.
and 3-fingered
Like Harry and the Hendersons, everything's real. He's hanging out at the camp.
I thought it was such an earth
It's very interesting. I had an interview with a guy named the Paranoid American, and he came on my show, and he was talking about how, based on your religious beliefs, is what you see. So, like, if you're atheist, you see hell. If you're religious, you see angels, and it goes down to cryptids and all that stuff. So it's like you only see what you want to see, and it shows up in the form that
it's a lot of space.
And so I think, so when you go Bigfoot, 100%. 100%. One of the craziest stories ever told to me was by a guy I met at a show. And he was telling me he did a show where people would send in their high weirdness, like stories. And he said that a guy was driving through the forest with his girlfriend and dog. And they pull him for a second to piss, and the dog takes off. So he goes and chases him through the woods. And he looks at his dog, he's dodging up, and he looks up. There's like what seems to be a giant green screen with something crawling on it. And they're just staring at it, and then the thing stops, notices them there, camouflage stuff. He looks down at his dog and ran back and abandoned him. And he ran back, and his girlfriend saw him. They're like, let's get the fuck out of here. And that gets into like, kind of like the whole, again, missing 411 is that it's almost like Grand Theft Auto. You ever drive to Vegas and Grand Theft Auto has to render itself forever. So the whole theory is that these people go missing because the simulation doesn't want to render for just one person, and that's why they disappear.
Says, what do I need a rabbi for? I have a book, right? I don't need a rabbi because
Getting
there's a book.
lost
The fact is, not everything
Getting
is
out
in
of the
the
woods
book.
is hard.
And the
You
book
could
is
easily
a
starve to death
rigid,
trying.
dead
You could
text.
easily
It does
break
not,
a leg,
it's not sensitive
get
to the
injured, and
immediacies
no
of
one
the
would
social
ever
and
find you.
chronological and
Is that what the odds of you right now?
that
No,
a
no,
rabbi
listen,
can
the odds of you getting found if you die in
sensing
the
that
wilderness
the
are not very high.
flexibility
They
of
might find your
halacha
clothes, but
was
your
something
body
that
will be
would not
scavenged.
serve the Jews well in a
All
time
kinds of
of
animals will eat
compromise
you.
was
They'll
so
drag your bones
dangerous
away.
that some
There'll be nothing
rigidly
left.
adhered
If
to
there's
the
bears
words
in
of
the area,
text
there might literally be nothing left.
urged
There's
his
pigs in the
followers
area,
with
there'll be
great
nothing left.
success
Nothing.
to
They'll eat your
turn to
bones.
the
They'll eat
text,
everything. There'll
specifically
be nothing
Shulchan
left.
Aruch,
So
as the
if you're just a
Paris,
person and you
as
go
the
missing,
great work
and
that
you're
is
in the
the
deep,
last
deep
word
woods,
on
like miles in,
even though
you're in a
intrinsically
bad,
it is not, he
bad
himself
place.
added
They might
to
not
halachic
ever find you.
interpretation
That's
by
just a
writing
fact.
about
There's
the
too
Shulchan
much
Aruch.
acreage
He
to look
definitely
over. There's
focused us
millions
more
of
as a
acres of public land that people could just go into, and people go missing that. You can't find them. Have you ever heard of cadavers on
we became
how they like these people disappear and then they're found totally somewhere else and they can't remember what just happened.
centuries.
Well, that's the
It
Travis
also
Walton
enforced a
story.
certain level of rigidity
I just found that
that
one.
is perhaps somewhat
Yeah,
artificial.
that is a
on
crazy
historical
story. Yeah, he was one of the more interesting people to talk to about experiences.
Dr.
Because he,
Soloveitchik,
you know, I'd say the same about Balthazar. They don't seem like they're lying.
that
They
looks
don't
at
seem
the
at all like
issue
they're lying.
of
Lazar seemed
something
like
as
he was
simple
telling
as
me,
how big is a kiddush
it's going to sound great.
But here's a story.
1800s.
That's what it seemed like.
Today
Like,
we
it did
have,
not
if you
seem
know,
like a
gone
guy
to a
making
pastoral
up a
seder
story.
like at my table,
And then you go
we
back
have all
and
these
see you're talking
measurements,
about
we
it.
all
In
get
the
a little bit
1980s,
OCD,
he's talking
trying
about
to
the
figure
same
out
way.
how the
Exact
matzah
same
fits into
time.
the box, how much
The
matzah exactly we're
more
eating.
time
They
goes
never
on.
had
Well,
things
that's the
like
meeting
that
with
in Eastern
Eisenhower,
Europe.
where
They
he
just
makes
said
it
this
feel
is the
like
way
that.
Zaidi
But
did
the
it. This
aliens
is
that
the kind of
they
organic
can't, they
Masorah,
want to be
the
able to
organic
do
tradition that
tests
we
and
followed
kidnap
from
and all
our
that stuff.
ancestors.
But he makes
This
it
has
feel that you
changed
can only
quite a
do
bit
it in the
because
forest.
in certain
You can't do it in
the
a regular
Sulfur
places, so
deficit
that's
of the
why
Shulchan
people go
has
missing in
our
the forest. Now,
text
obviously, bad things
that
happen to
are
people.
It also
You know,
is
you hear
something
from
that
that guy, but
unfortunately we suffer from
supposedly
because
these
we are
people
orphan
disappear and then they're
generation,
found a couple days
lacking
later in a totally
that
different place and they can't
connection
remember
to
what just
Europe
happened.
often
Well, if
because
I was
of
going to
the
do it, I mean, I would do it by act about it. That's what I would do. I
So
wouldn't
those
land
two
on the White House
aspects
lawn
are
and find
especially
some dude
important
cooking
for
around
the
the fucking
science.
it's about, like, go tell somebody. You're not going to know this.
Opposition
They
to
will believe you. Yeah, but that's, if you're just looking for biological studies, if you're just doing tests on people, a lot of people have talked about hybridization programs and they're exposed to, like, their children, like they had multiple times they visited and then they were shown like a human alien hybrid and they were told it's their child. Shoot, that is crazy. Yeah, guys are getting fucked by female aliens. Female aliens are holding down right there. Like actually having sex with them. Trannies are from the future. Not they're trannies. They're aliens. They're just a different kind of whatever the fuck we are. I think we're a combination. Whatever. Some intelligent, advanced species. Whatever. The God ultimately for the whole thing. For the whole ball of wax. I have a feeling, just like we've done weird shit and created poodles, I think someone might have come here and, for lack of a better term, monkeyed around with our genes and added some good shit. You know, and that's how a lot of ancient texts, man. That's a lot of ancient depictions of how the gods created men. And that's how the Nephilim's come. Fallen angels. It's weird. Now it gets weird because nobody wants to even consider the possibility that we have been genetically engineered. No one wants to consider it because it's kind of crazy. But also, guys, look how different we are than everything else. It's kind of weird. Yeah, and they can't explain the jump from monkey to man. Yeah, there's no link to that. Well, there's links. I mean, there are transitionary fossils, but you can see, like, Australopithecus, you can see the different ones, but there's a lot of weirdness there that it doesn't cover, and one of them is the doubling of the human brain size over a period of, like, between, I think it's somewhere around a million or 2 million years. Human brain size doubled, and it just, like, what happened? What happened?
Obviously, this
I
is
know it was
well
mushrooms,
before the
maybe
Beit
it was, also, maybe mushrooms are aliens, and that's real possible, because it's an alien life form that, like, exists on our planet and gives you enlightenment. I want to microdose their jujitsu, that's what I would love to do. I would love to. Didn't you just hear that one politician talking about the book of Enoch the One? Oh, yeah, and I believe those. You know, it's like, that's a super, you know, you bring up Gnosticism, Christians go, get really upset. I don't know what the answer is. You know, I mean, I'm not a spiritual man. It's like one God, Jesus is my savior, and that's what I'm into right now. It makes me happy and vibrate at a higher level. But if you study Gnosticism,
be strong and resolute. Study Hashem's Torah diligently and with concentration. Disseminate the Torah among the masses. He was an incredible teacher.
That's where the original feminist was. The first ever feminist was Sophia. Who was the feminine energy of the universe. And literally, she was like, I don't need a man, right? I don't need a man. And she creates life. And she instantly knows. She made the mistake, which it sounds like every single mother to be right. So she creates the demiurge. And the demiurge doesn't understand about the higher table of God. He thinks he's God. And a lot of people believe this is God of the Testament. It's the demiurge.
Beware of adopting non-Jewish names.
His whole thing is about
speaking the language or
just
dressing in the
he
style
wants
of
to
the
destroy
non-Jewish
humanity.
language.
That's kind of what it talks about in Satan. But Sophia gave us the spark of life. She gives us a spark.
Stop it in his tracks. Don't go anywhere near them.
Go back to the time when
never say times have changed.
What do you
we have an old father raised his name. He never has and never will
these flying crafts you're talking about. Yes, dude, and fake text. So you talk about fallen angels. A lot of people like think that's a Christian mumbo jumbo. I don't believe it is at all.
Because the Vedics talk about it, and the Hindus talk about it, about God-trapping entities in this realm that we live in. So I think the Vedics were for the Hindus, I think, are 2 or 3, and then we have the 33%, which is the fallen angels.
Right to the very end. He
And
writes,
they come down, they get trapped here, and that's the whole thing about transhumanism,
today one
is
of
that
the
they're trying to
outstanding
figure out how to
communities
get
in
out
the
of here.
world.
Have you ever
Never allow a person
seen
who deviates from halacha to assume the leadership of your community.
No,
Please, I implore you, do not allow the rabbinate to remain vacant for more than 2 years. It's actually kind of funny, because maybe it would take that
basically
long
what
to
it boiled
find
down to
someone
is,
who was
at least
not
what this
a
file was saying, was that
point only a Talmud Chacham who has a reputation of being God-fearing and who is uncompromising in his adherence to Torah and halacha. A man who does not lend credence to heretical philosophies and who does not preach in the German language. This is, by the way, a very good, one of the hottest debates at the beginning of the 20th century in America was whether or not American Orthodox rabbis should deliver a sermon in English. Delivering it in English was considered by the old generation to be a gross violation of everything Jewish, and by the younger American generation that was considered like, what's the big deal? This is the language of the street.
You're an OnlyFans model, you're a DJ at a strip club, and you're a football player, and you're a top scientist, and you're this, and you're that, and everything. But really, on the highest level, you're just in a farm.
No relation.
You're in a farm, and there's a super intelligent entity that's above and beyond anything you could ever comprehend, and the only thing it doesn't have is souls. Souls are a real element. So just like you need cobalt to make a battery, that's the point. You actually need a soul. Or the battery that runs the simulation. So deep, dude. Why would it? Why is that weirder than black holes? Why is that weird? I was watching this thing on Twitter yesterday. I still say Twitter. They were discussing this black hole that's as big as our galaxy. That seems weirder.
The curriculum
that seems even weirder than we were genetically engineered. If we were genetically engineered, it seems like some shit that we would do.
Anyone promoting a traditional system of
Ben
teaching
Lamb
Torah
and Ben
is
Shapiro on from Colossal. People brought back the dire wolves. Yeah, like what are we doing? By the way, you know what else that guy did?
These are, by the way, all
that guy created it so that you can store files in DNA.
By changing the decorum, the rituals, and so on.
You can actually store files. So I had a guy on, he's like, you know what, Epstein files are? They're in somebody's DNA. You could look it up, Jamie. The guy literally created that you could put files in his DNA. That is some guy that did that. The one who did the dire wolf. They're doing a bunch of stuff. That's Ben Lamb. They're doing a bunch of stuff.
Okay, with that, we should
eventually
conclude
bring back
the
the Mammoth.
I forgot what the points are going to take care of.
It seems like some Jurassic Park shit. What does that do?
After his lifetime,
this is like the beginning of the
he only wrote a couple things in his lifetime
weird
that
shit.
were
Brings
great
back.
while he was alive. Afterwards,
The thing is, what's the purpose of it? What's your
thought
on why we
as I
should be
mentioned,
bringing
his
this back?
yeshiva was transplanted from Pressburg after the war to both Brooklyn and to Jerusalem.
Sometimes that simple answer is right. Yeah, sometimes you bring things back just because it's cool. Should you bring back dire wolves and let them loose? No. They're bigger than regular wolves. They're super powerful. You're making a mistake. Like, regular wolves are hard enough to deal with. Dire wolves might very well like to hunt people. It's like a super powerful. Yeah, it's like introducing those anacondas or boas into like the Florida Everglades. Yeah, like they're just dominating. Just bring regular wolves to go place fucks everything. Yeah, like what's going on in Colorado? How about the cute animals? Can we bring back cute ones? Yes. That's why I'm looking for cutie pies. Bring back the cutie pies. But then they're all going to get eaten. Because you're going to have to eventually let them go, and then something's going to fucking prey on them. And then you're going to have a disaster. Or they're going to wind up eating a bunch of shit that they're not supposed to eat. And they're going to kill some species off. That happens all, it's like Australia's like got multiple cases of like different animals they brought in to combat different animals, and now they have like feral cats everywhere. Jeez, have you ever heard of orphan trains? Have you ever heard the orphan train? I remember when I was a kid, I would see cartoons and they're like, this orphan train's gonna go off the tracks. And I'm like, why are there a bunch of orphans in the train? Then you start getting into what that really is. This is where Cabbage Patch Dolls come from. Genetic, yeah, what the fuck are you saying? Orphan traits, dude. What is an orphan trait? The theory is, they kind of did this in Canada with the indigenous, where they sent them to other parts of the country so they could learn their culture. And basically the thought is that either they brought kids from where they were born and brought them to the other parts of the country and gave them to the elites to raise as children and do whatever they wanted to do with them. Texas, orphan trains were a large-scale social experiment in the United States where orphan, abandoned, or homeless children were transported from crowded eastern cities to rural areas in the Midwest to be adopted or placed in homes. Between 1854 and 1929, an estimated 200,000 to 250,000 children were relocated primarily by the Children's Aid Society. Its founder, Charles Lloyd, raised this movement is considered a precursor to the modern foster care system. So that's a very clean version of it. But the whole belief is that these are the children of, I'm just going to throw a name of Talia or stuff like that, and that they're the children of this kind of erased history. Well, it gets even crazier into Cabbage Patch dolls, right? These Cabbage Patch kids. And they had these world fairs where they would literally sell, like, incubated children. Have you heard of that? And Jerry Seinfeld says both his parents were those type of kids. What is it? Children. Because if you look up World Fair Cabbage Patch doll kids, basically it's almost like science laboratory children. What? I can't hear you. Cloning Cabbage Patch is a mystery of repopulation postcards. And Seinfeld says his parents they would have displays at World where you could go and get a kid. Wait a minute, what do you mean his parents were made in a lab? Was that what you're saying? I think he said his parents were either orphan trained kids or Cabbage Patch kids. And a lot of people think that's where the NPCs come from. Orphan trained kids would mean that his parents were orphans and they were shipped off to other kids, whatever their working was. But that's what he said. We'll have to go. That sounds like a crazy enough to make sure that's correct. Okay, that sounds crazy. I don't understand what the Cabbage Patch thing is, though. What are you saying? That they were cloning kids? Well, when was cloning even possible? When did it first become possible? Hundreds of years. There's a thumbnail. I don't know what it is. Bro, I didn't even know the wrong Reddit threads, don't you? No, I'm really on like Cabbage Patch babies. So we're on Cabbage Patch and then World's Fair incubator babies. We got a guy over there holding two babies up. These are incubator babies. So what is an incubator baby? How is it raised entirely in an incubator? Like, what does that mean? How early did it raise? More and more contractions save thousands of premature babies' lives. Oh, okay, so it's premature births. That sounds I don't know, man, because supposedly you didn't get a kid at the World Fair. But I do know that people do that when a child is premature, right? But the word is that you can get a kid there. So you can buy a kid, yeah. So someone would have this premature birth and then put the kid up for sale? Maybe. I mean, that's what this is trying to tell us. I don't know if that's real though, but that goes back to the World Fairs that we talked about before. It's just like technology beyond what we understood and what we know now. And they wipe that all out. Why would they do that? Do you think they wipe it all out? Or do you think they're hiding secrets? Well, they probably still have it, but they don't want us to have it. Like, what do you think happened with all the Texas stars when he died? And whatever organization. I don't know. Trump's uncle or Trump's uncle got him. Well, that's right. He went in there early confusing the hell. They grabbed them all before. And then gets into that little Baron Trump book and all that stuff. It's like time travel, which I think is totally possible. I mean, time is in there. Everything's going on at one time. And it's like a book. Like if you read the book, you'll be on page 46. 36, that's the reality of the time, but you can jump to page 320, and now that's the reality of the time. Then you go back to page 18, and that's the reality of the time. I think that's. So do you think that you will eventually be able to manipulate that, or we can right now?
The consul general from Miami was there. So we talked to
Masters of Mankind, Masters of Mankind, the 13 families.
When I was young, I grew up on
13 families made deals with fallen angels. That's the power. That's the power structure of the world. Is what method are they using to travel back and forth in time? Whatever technology they want. So you think that if, let's say, they back engineer UFO in 1947, these companies get involved in technology, all these different contractors, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, whoever it is, they manufacture a time machine. They manufacture a time machine based on they have learned strategies to go back and forth around the time. Do you think eventually they want to tell us about I think they know, again, it goes back to the day that they know who is crazy enough who can keep the secret and do all that stuff. That's what they always say about the Bigfoot. If they do a landing, wouldn't somebody in there say something, or people do say something and they end up going missing? But most of them understand that they're in on it. The only people getting in that room are the ones that they know are in on it. Have you ever seen when Amy landed on the moon? Have you ever seen that video? It's just a probe. It's not even a probe. It's like an Atari graphic that lands. Pure better than graphics than that. And they're all cheering in the room. They're all high-fiving each other. They get Can I see it? I want to see if I believe it. I've had so many people.
I think the earliest they get is like 5 a.m., maybe a little earlier, 4:50 a.m. Started out by laptop. By the way, it was descended from
that's what they're landing.
Spanish thing. So I want to force way back.
Flashes of it.
And it was to complain about how hard it was for a young boy and this terrible to bring it out so early. Anyways, it was foolish when they say it allows a girl 6 to 10-year-old woman to sleep.
Everybody gets to go to jail. You guys all need to go to jail. It's so fake. What did you do with the money? What did you do with the money? You got their own island, bitches. Yeah, how dare you? Imagine how much money they spent on that probe. That's everybody in the room. So if you look at the JFK assassination, right? So if we go into that plaza, they're all assassins in that plaza. Like, everybody's in on it. There's a lot of people, and they all go missing. And my friend Evan had a really good point about that. My friend Evan from Black Rifle Coffee. He said during the Day of Pigs, when they told Kennedy about it, Kennedy about it, didn't allow the airstrikes. He didn't allow air support. That fucked everybody. No, that was different. Operation Northwoods was the what they were called armed Cuban friendlies and the type of that was all part of how they're pulling Cuba to war. Right. So, but when the Bay of Pigs thing in specific, those guys had a plan based on air support, and then they didn't get that air support. A bunch of people died that shouldn't have died. It's like those are the types of people that got. Yep.
He still has some nostalgia.
No. I was looking to see if it was. They did mention whatever that was.
Zionist activities about 20 years later. He actually was extremely respectful of his parents.
And the guy standing up, and he's like, oh, I could have said that. I don't think that's what it's supposed to be. It's a description to show them, like, so they don't have actual video. Makes more sense. Right. Which is,
landing from the 60s mission. You always saw it from the inside. The module, that beautiful aluminum foil craft. Yeah. With a golf cart that's like almost twice its size. Look at that golf cart, yeah. It has enough power to get off the earth, or to get off the moon, rather. Yeah, and there was something camera to pan perfectly and catch it. How does it signal the video footage from that camera and send it up into space in 1960 fucking 9? And how'd you talk to Nixon on the from space? Why don't you call it Nixon from fucking space? Here's the thing, oligarchies help oligarchies, so they're all in. A lot of it, they're all in a lot of shit. Which is good, because that's what keeps us from going to World War III for real. So recently, we're being told there's this giant AI race with China. Okay, and they want to pass a law. No, I don't believe this. I'll tell you why. But someone figured it. Yeah, I'm very serious. I'm very serious to side, but the point is, so they tell us there's this giant race with AI, and if we allow China to just get a fraction ahead of us, it's over. So to the point where they pass a law where you cannot, and no state can pass any laws that get in the way of technology with AI. And everyone's really upset about this. 10 years of AI is an insane amount of time. So who knows what will happen. So we're being sold that we're in this AI race with China. Well, just about a month ago, we sent China a bunch of AI superconductors. And I go, hold on, we're like in a race with these guys and we're sending them superconductors? And the United States government. So what did they say? They sent a bunch of, will you look this up, superconductors or something like that? To the people who are supposedly in a race. And it reminds me of when I was a kid. I'm not naming those specifics. Okay, so that's why Jamie said, I'm just reminding you when you were a child. When I was a kid and we were in a Cold War with Russia and we were in a nuclear arms race, I remember being a kid and seeing on the news that we were sending aid to Russia. And I always go, why are we sending aid to these people if we're in a Cold War with them? And then I realized because Russia was never going to be able to keep up with us. That was just used as a smoke screen to get us to be, hey man, spend all the money you need to build all these weapons because we have to be in the lead. This is where we're bad on down. 20 mil in a week. First of all, how many people are even in town now? And how many more they were recruiting? How many 20 million? I remember when Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, I was like, oh, great, he ended, I wasn't a Biden fan, but when somebody does something you like, you gotta kind of give them props. And it's like, yeah, we're leaving all the weapons there. Have you ever seen the video of the plane leaving? You want to look at something that was just a complete joke where people were falling off of it or trying to hang on to it. So watch when it's coming out on the runway. It looks really weird to me. It looks like fake. It's got painted windows, and people are running along. It's the weirdest video I've ever seen. It makes no sense. There's a 911 on it or a 119 on it. It's a very weird weapon. It didn't happen. People did take off from the last plane. I'm not saying that didn't happen, but I'm saying that video is super weird. It just looks like shit. Have you ever seen the aviation crash? Have you ever seen that video? Yeah, like one thing is, look at that. Okay, well, this is a cargo plane, right? So it's an enormous plane. It doesn't have any windows, so there's that. Well, the windows at the top, the black ones. Well, that's for the pilots, bro. But the rest of the plane is all solid. So it's a cargo. So it looks like a giant cargo ship. And these people are trying to climb in. Look at this, man. They're trying to get inside that cargo ship. That is nuts, man. And the thing is moving along on the ground. Yeah, you can see it. That's a regular cargo ship. That's a giant military cargo ship. It's weird how these guys are like laughing and cheering. Yeah, it just looks weird. The whole thing is crazy. First of all, they felt like there's that art America and sent them home. So there was that, and then there was the fact that we left behind all kinds of crazy shit, Black Hawk helicopters, tanks, and then they do parades, or they parade down the street with all of our shit. I mean, you get into Afghanistan. It's the same thing. The reason we went into Vietnam, which was a bomb. Nobody knows that about Vietnam. It's about stopping communism. If you watch the Fog of War, he says like they were never going to. Vietnam hated China. They were never going to work together. You sell it as we got to stop communism. Now you go and you get all the poppy fields, the Golden Triangle. So those transparent. That was what Fox News had all over talking to generals on the ground. Yeah, I was like, sir, why the military leaders are almost general? Why do you have military people regarding agricultural fields? It's like, well, we need to get the trust of the farmers. Yeah, on our side against the journalists. And like, literally, U.S. Armed soldiers guarding the tribes. And then the production goes through the roof. Yep, because like 94% of the world's heroin is produced. Or when we go into Iraq, the first things we go to are the museums. We're grabbing artifacts of Afghanistan type shit. 100%. They think that's the weapon of mass destruction they were talking about. Once it started in Iraq, that was a weapon of mass destruction. I thought it was a gateway. Well, that's what you're talking about. Well, that would be the weapon of mass destruction. Go into the future, get some awesome weapons, come back from everybody else. Like, everybody watching a movie about, like, Revolutionary War, run around muskets. You just imagine, just storming in there with a tank. Just fucking everybody. They don't know what a tank is. Yeah. Just helicopters. Shooting them out of helicopters like pigs. That's what you think of when you think of like modern weaponry. Now imagine flying back times 1,000 years, getting that modern weaponry, bringing it back to this timeline. Do you think you can travel back and forth through timelines? Or do you think once you travel once, you're stuck there? But what if you travel back through time with no time machine? Yeah. Or it's like, you see movies about the solar timeline. Like, you gotta go exactly to the place. Get it right, or you go to a dimension you don't even know what it is. What was the article you just pulled up, Jimmy? Iraqi Stargate conspiracy, a modern perspective on an ancient mystery. What were they doing? 4,100-year-old massive tiered shrine lined with giant staircases. How weird. Dude, our timeline is way more interesting than anybody understands. It really is when you get into such history. Yeah, it's so strange, especially when you read their stories. And, like Anunnaki and Nephilim stuff, and then you see the buildings they were creating. Or the doors that are so huge, or the steps that are too big for people to go up. It says, mysterious military bases near ancient sites. U.S. established military zones near ancient Mesopotamian ruins, such as Nineveh and Babylon. Some speculate this was to prevent independent researchers from accessing the sites. Control the information. The alleged time warp incident. Some claim that strange time anomalies and electromagnetic disturbances were reported by soldiers in Iraq, further supporting the idea of an active portal for advanced technology buried underground. Is there any scientific basis for a Stargate? How could there be lack of physical evidence, no concrete proof, you don't have access? Mythological misinterpretations, Sumerian texts describe the Anunnaki as deities, but scholars believe these are mythological representations rather than historical accounts of extraterrestrial beings. Okay, but that's just someone's opinion. Scholars are notoriously poopy pants when it comes to notoriously poopy pants when it comes to they don't like to change their opinions on shit. No confirmed technological retrieval. Years of military presence in Iraq. No official reports have suggested that any advanced technology was discovered. If it was, where would it go? Defense contractors. Right? The same thing is like the UFOs. Like, they really did have a crash UFO. I'm not, a great book Richard Goldman has a, I don't know the name of this, so I'll find it out. It is UFOs for the 21st century mind. I can't believe there's a lot of stuff in there that I've never considered before. One of them, when they were talking about the crash trip, a bunch of like high altitude explosions of nuclear bombs in the 1950s. And they like just shot them up 150 miles in the sky and blew them up. And a bunch of times, like you could easily fucked up a UFO if they didn't know you were doing that. If you have no reason to believe that it's hovering there watching Earth, and all of a sudden. It's interesting to me because you remember when we had the balloon? What is it? I don't know how accurate they are, but it's a report nonetheless. Created in 2016, documented in 1998. Read the first paragraph. It's hard to read. It's weird. Where should I read it from? Third line of weather. Problem or something about weather rainstorms will be a problem in the southern area in 3 to 5 days. Heavy wind is anticipated in near term in Kuwait within 1 to 3 days. Iraq will launch missiles into Saudi Arabia areas. Frontline troops will not advance. Future potential strikes may occur in areas B. Iraq Army will have 2 special weapons, some type of interference device that causes electronic or mechanical quote freeze up. Some type of energetic beam type of device that is located in the same areas. Figure 1. Preemptive action is not anticipated until February 91. It's not exactly occurring in time to create whatever energetic activity just like this. Is this a legend document? Yeah, who knows, right? Also, if I was, well, never had a print in paper, some shit that's like super top secret that no one's supposed to know that we have, I would say Iraq has it. So we could use it on them. And say, oh yeah, Iraq had some beam weapon. Yeah, that was it. And it was destroyed. We destroyed it. Especially if you're putting it in a paper where you know people could read it later on. Because the FOIA request. Well, I probably didn't see that, right? But then on top of that, it's like, they overestimated the Iraq Army's capabilities as is, right? Like, that was one of the things about it. It's like the railroad said, like Hicks had a joke about it. It's the 4th largest army in the world. It's like, yeah, well, after the first 2, there's a real big drop. Salvation Army is number 3. I loved him, but that was a great joke about that. Because like that was a cakewalk. That first Iraq war. They went in, fucked everything up. The war was over really quick. So, how disgusting a human being you'd have to be to invade another country, find secrets that changes the way human beings would view our history. And the history of technology that has existed here, like completely remaps the entire landscape, imagines everything behind it. Yeah, well, that's the whole Vatican library. Like, what's in there? I want to know what's in there. You see that one? No, it's crazy. There's this ancient Tibetan library, and there's this video of this guy walking past these texts. It's fucking thousands of years old, these texts. And they're all in these bound books on these shelves that nobody's touching. See if you can find what's in there. What about the Library of Alexandria, which all the secrets of Egypt were in there? All the probably predictions of how they built the pyramids, who did it, when it happened, racing on whether or not they found them already built. That's a real possibility. Maybe a 10,000-year-old Tibet library, find not worth paper it's written on. But there is some sort of a Tibet library. I'm not saying it's 10,000 years old. But 15,000. It was just, there was a library in ancient Armenia. Is that real? Is that bullshit? That's bullshit. Oh, okay. That's not exactly the one that I saw, but it was just like that. It wasn't. Yeah, I probably took that photo and animated it. That's been going around a lot. Oh, no. Yeah, but this is a link at least a year ago. Let's see. But it might have been bullshit then. Might have been a different kind of bullshit, not AI. AI bullshit's gonna make everything awesome.
Have you ever heard that most wars are about erasing history? Most of them, like a lot of wars are about erasing history, going and destroying areas that have like connection to the past. That's a big part of World War II, was just destroy all this old history so nobody learns about it, knock it all down, and rebuild it.
I don't know what the I think this is exactly the video that I saw. It's so crazy. Okay, so this is a Tibetan Buddhist library, and this is how old those things are.
And extremely important that 2 years after they drive us there, which represents the first gathering
Even reading a piece of paper that was handwritten by someone 1,000 years ago.
all over Europe in particular.
What's that jump
Again,
on?
it's a serious discussion. Basil's
10,000 books. Imagine if they decipher it, it's all
creating a Jewish state.
So just like she took on 5 guys.
It's all just like 50 Shades of Grey, written over and over and over again.
It's crazy out there, man. What's going on in the world right now is nuts. It's just like, I think something, I think what's going on in Gaza is crazy. I think prophesied that. So, I want to tell you about this. So, I have about 8 guys that are from high school that I'm on text thread all the time. We talk all the time. It's kind of where I got my ability to kill hecklers, because we just shit talked each other forever. Like, we stopped fighting at one age and we just started annihilating each other. So then it's just like natural to me. Like, what's trauma as a kid sometimes becomes your strength as an adult. So I got really good at that. Every time I fly home, they just light me up and feel so good, right? So I go to college, my friend Tony, he goes to Alfred, he comes back, he gets religion, right? And he is, every summer I go home from college, he would sit down with me and talk spirituality, and he's still a big dealer. But one time, like in the late 90s, they bring me out to, their church is having a band, the guys in the church are in the band, and the guy, dude, they're singing songs about in the late 90s about 2 towers coming down. And the guy, I remember hearing that going, that's kind of crazy. And then 9/11 happened. It's like, oh, well, that's some prophecy. So Tony always tells me the World Trade Center towers.
It was a miracle.
It took a long time. But when did they build them? When were they officially opened?
Colorado miracle? That's not a miracle. Take 70 scholars, 70 rabbis.
Dude, there's a great video I have on Instagram that breaks down all 9/11. It's this animation. It's so fucking good.
So do you think that those planes were remote controlled?
I would take it. I would take they were missiles that look like planes over passenger planes. Yes, because
so you think that they disguised a missile to look like a plane?
Yeah, you saw the way that it was flying. Yeah, it flew like that. You can't fly like that. But if you talk to pilots, it's impossible to go at that speed in a passenger plane that low, that fast. It's just, and you talk to people who, you talk to pilots, they say they could never have done that. There is technology for them to take over the plane because it's supposed to stop a hijack. They can take over the plane, the cockpit, flight. That's definitely possible. But I think they were military missile planes, if that's what hit the planes. If that's what hit.
So what happens to the actual planes themselves that they are here?
I mean, everything could be just a story laid down. I think the story of the 19 hijackers is just another layer of deceit. You know, that they set a foundation for this story they want us to buy.
Yeah, but Sam, the people did die, the planes did crash.
I'm not saying they did.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense because it looks like a plane, it flies like a plane, it leaves the exact airport, they track it, they know where it's going, it flies
Study Operation Northwood, they literally tell you what you're going to do.
I know that, which is what they know that Operation Northwood, they had a drone plane, and they were going to blow it up and blame the Cubans. I know that. And so, what that tells us is they had drone planes in 1963, which is kind of crazy, right? That is kind of crazy, and that was signed by a Joint Chiefs of Staff and vetoed by Kennedy. Why would you think it's a missile and not just a drone plane?
It's possible it's a drone plane, but I think it could be flying like a plane.
Like, what makes more sense to me is that they took over a plane and remote control whoever they is, whether it's the terrorists or whatever demonic entities, took over the remote control plane and flew that motherfucker into those towers.
I don't necessarily, I mean, yeah, it's not possible.
That makes more sense. The thing that didn't make sense to me was like the box cutter thing is weird. It's just a mass of people. You're gonna take a chance. There's not some big guys on the plane. They're gonna overwhelm you. You're gonna get access to everything with box cutters. Maybe you would. Maybe you throw it with the right plane. But with the wrong plane, I can see you getting fucked up by a group of horrid men. If you're gonna see how the plane's out, people like crazy old guys jumping up and just catch the wrong fucking plane. Like the fact that you would just take a chance like that your plan involves being able to control people with box cutters. There's only a few of you, right? How many guys are on each plane?
Planes, 19 hijackers.
Welcome.
Guys everywhere.
It's hard. And then it's just numerology. Guys with razors. It's harder.
You study the numerology 9/11, it's all Aleister Crowley, occult rituals, plate numbers, how many floors, how many feet the Pentagon is. You go deeper in the rabbit holes. I like to go like 3/4 of the way down. I go, yeah, this sucks. Then I get out of it. Yeah, I don't like go all the way to the bottom, which I don't know is always accurate. But it's the world's greatest sorcerers. And once you start to realize that, everything's a ritual and strict.
Listen, just because the guy who's the head of the World Economic Forum looks like a wizard, just because he dresses like a wizard in a fucking Hobbit movie, doesn't mean he's in a dark room.
Study Michael Churio dresses exactly like I would dress, except for when he's at the dark arts. Have you ever seen him at the beach? Yeah. You've never seen him? You're not going to believe it. I know you're not. No, he's not. He's in a bride lingerie and hat. No. Yes, listen. He's like, dude, it looks exactly like. You're not gonna believe it, but I totally think that's it.
This is one of the images that you found online because I think I've seen this one, and I said, "Oh, that's
the guy." Dick Cage. I think he's working at Dick Cage. Come on, look at it, dude. Tell me that's not him. Tell me that's not him. You're saying weird shit. It's a fake photo. I thought. What? What do you mean? How do you know? You just looked at it. Reuters says, okay, then Reuters says, because let me see the photo, let me see that photo. That's it right there. That's pixelated, dude. You find a good picture of him, that's exactly right. That guy is into the weird. You're the head short. You're into the weirdest shit.
Yeah, but he's not gonna
come on, dude. He doesn't look like him. That looks like a young guy. Look at that. You're telling me that got the exact same guy.
No, it does not look like him. The guy's a different chin jaw structure from the other guy. That's different. This guy has a lot more jowls. No, he has a lot more jowls. He looks a lot older. This guy looks like a 60-year-old freak. He looks like an 80-year-old.
Look at Derek Girl. She's young.
No, he's not young in any of these photos, but in that photo, that's a different guy. That's a different human. Someone's just being funny. In fact, that ain't him either.
Imagine your doppelganger is that weird and that gay, and there's just pictures of him doing weird shit on you.
Yeah, one of my favorite characters in the Black Chronicles was that one bald-headed guy with lipstick that was stealing women's clothes. That guy was
like, who would have thought someone who dresses like that would be fucking weird? Not only steals clothes, wears the clothes to like China vents. We're doing it. One lady's like, that's my dress.
She's a designer. It was a one-off. It was a one-off dress. Like, it had to be her dress. This guy would just steal luggage.
But imagine
At this point, every country will
seeing that guy and going, he's got shit together, should be able to run the government. Be like, you know what this security system needs trans. That's what was his job. I had something to do with the FAA or something like that. That's some crazy Rachel Levine. Oh, dude, what is this? Craziness. That's why I always say, like, you know, it's like everyone about Trump right now and all the stuff going on with him. The difference between Trump's cabinet and Kamala Harris's cabinet is Trump's all closeted neocons, and Kamala's would be BLM, fat feminists, and trans. That would be the difference between the standing behind them. It's all the same shit. It's two wings of the same bird. No, I like Trump more than I like Kamala. These people are just absolutely ridiculous. Thinking it would be anything different. It's a completely corrupt system. It's 100% completely corrupt. And no one in like 6 months, whatever Trump's been in by now, or 4 years, or even 8 years, is going to totally untangle it. No, man, it's so deep, and it's at every single level. Every single level, dude. And that's what the internet did. Took our eyes off the internet. Took our eyes off the guy. I bet it'd be a great podcast. You know what? That guy should be in the U.S. government. Dude, I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. We'll take a plea deal. What's that? Oh, yeah. That's what I want to run the power. Check out that window, son. Look at that. We're lipstick. And then sending them to represent us at all these like international conferences. I wouldn't care if it was for his job and steal women's clothes. I wouldn't care. But if you want to show up for work, I don't want to wear a good job. Yeah, but yeah, I don't want either one of those things. But I mean, if you just show up and you work hard, but you want to wear a dress, like, okay. My client's wearing dresses. I don't care. And why would I care? I'm wearing shorts. Yeah, it's kind of the same. It's not much different. There's this little piece of cloth that pokes under your jean. Yeah, so much different. Yeah, I've heard. I would wear pajamas if they will let me. I work a good job. I mean, you have a regular job. Yeah, he's a weird one. He wears pajamas to do stand-up. Even weird, like, they expect certain jobs. Like, they expect if you wear a suit, you're going to behave differently. You know, or professional. You got a suit on, I can't make photos with normal tone. Right? Like, if you show up in shorts and a t-shirt, like, that's not even serious. Look at that. You dress like a fucking idiot. You know, like you dress a certain way. They think of you as a different kind. You know, 100%. So I was watching this video the other day. It was about how actors way back in the day looked so much older. Oh, yeah. Like the guy from All in the Family was 46. And then actors say 56 look like they're kids. Yeah. And they were talking about it because everyone smoked all the time. And they all wore like suits and proper clothes. I mean, no one worked out. Yeah, no one worked out. Yeah, no one. So when you hit 46, it was like, yeah, we're, you know, as a nation, we're getting fatter and fatter, but there's also a second that is getting more jacked and jacked. The jiu-jitsu guys, CrossFit guys, the Thai boxing dudes, you know, they're all getting more and more fucking shredded than ever. Yes, there are a lot of fat people. But there's also, in my opinion, way more in-shape people, too, because they're just more people. I would agree there's more in-shape people now than ever before, but I think the average person is in worse shape. The average, there's like outliers, people that work out all the time, and there's more of those than ever before. But we're getting fucking poisoned. Our food is terrible. This is working more than ever. The RFK Jr. thing is one of the most important things of this administration, I thought. Like, get in there and find out how these companies have this grip on what they're putting in the American diet. How these companies have this grip on what medications they're making sure that you take every year. And how many, they're not responsible at all for the adverse effects. Like, this is crazy. Like, even getting in there and just trying to at least untangle some of that fucking evil octopus mess. Just all the different tentacles of chaos. The fact that they're telling you, oh, we know these dyes cause cancer, you can't use them anywhere else in the world, but we have to use them here. We're in a company. Yeah, that's crazy. That's the same company that makes stuff that they send to Canada that does other dyes. It's nuts. It's crazy. Or how, I saw Ian Carroll talking about this, how they have a drug that causes hair loss, and then the same company sells you stuff that'll help your hair grow back. Yeah, well, there's companies right
now they're working on drugs that help people that have heart inflammation, myocarditis, issues with heart repair. There's a particular NBA legend named Rabbi Rothschild who during the whole COVID stuff was like he was going after LeBron James really hard about not getting the shot. And now when I listen, because I still listen to sports talk radio, you know, he's doing commercials for heart problems. Like, that's the craziest storyline I've ever seen in my life. The guy who was guilting everybody. This was the guy who was a civil rights leader. Just doing commercials for heart problems and what commercials? Can you look up what Kareem Abdul-Jabbar heart commercials? He's talking about how he's AFib. Yes. But this was the guy who was full on in the civil rights movement, who understands, would have a great understanding of the black community's relationship with pharmaceutical companies and what, you know, that famous thing where they let everybody have syphilis forever, and then they sent like black nurses to convince them, take that. So he was a guy who was pushing everybody. Oh, dude, it's so crazy. It's with Pfizer too. And he was the guy who was pushing everybody to get the jab. He was like really going after LeBron James, who didn't want to do it. And then now he's doing these commercials, which is so crazy to me. But did he have that before he got jab? I never heard of that. It's possible, but I never heard of it. But it's crazy. They have both sides of that. It is kind of crazy, but a lot of older people got real scared. That's one of the things that happened. A lot of old people, when COVID came around, got real scared, and they wanted to believe that the pharmaceutical drug companies had an answer. They didn't want to hear any nonsense from the anti-vaxxers. Well, you saw they rolled it out, right? It started with China, and we saw these videos of people falling down, even though they never happened when everybody got COVID here until one. We got the jab, right? And then we started seeing people, you know? So, you watch how they do slow rolls, these psyops. One of the crazy things watching a compilation of all the newscasters faint. Oh, doing this. How about when they see something and they freak out and then they fall down? That's the weirdest thing. It's all weird. It's all weird. It's weird that we all watched it in real time. They had like all video. But it's almost like the universe has a script, right? Heather McDonald video in particular, she's like, I got all the jab. Yeah, but I mean, it was nuts. It was like the perfect punchline at the right time. You know, if you want to have evidence of a simulation like that, seems fake. That's so crazy. It's caught on camera. Crazy. And then she falls back, and you know something's going on because she doesn't try to brace herself. It was so bad. I feel for her. I like her. That was a bad fall. Scary. Just crazy how it lined up that way. And crazy how it brought to you by Pfizer. You see those commercials, those compilations rather, of all the different newscasters falling over. It's like, wow. And no one got suspicious other than these weirdos online. All the no newscasters got suspicious. No media people got suspicious. New York Times didn't get suspicious. I mean, soccer players are dropping dead. What's going on? Healthy athletes having heart attacks. How many people are just having heart attacks when they're 18 years old, which never happened before? What the fuck is going on? And no one wants to admit that they made a terrible mistake and that they got duped. So they continue to do the work of the people that duped them. They're like, they're vampires. They got bit by the vampire and they try to bite other people. It's weird. Yeah. Have you ever heard that this is a real conspiracy? No, from you? No fucking way, Sam. I don't believe you. The Chinese population, have you ever looked at that? Oh, that the population is actually a lot lower. Yes. And then there's all this data that kind of lines up, like the amount of funeral homes quadrupled. China's lied about the amount that they made all these. They listed all these fake kids going to school that aren't really going to school. And the weird one is the amount of salt that they've imported from Japan has gone down to half. So all these people go to China, all these guys, tourists, vloggers, and they're like, there's nobody around. There's nobody here. Where is everybody? This is, because if you go to India, right, we saw them, how many people they pack in there to see that photographic land on the moon. Look how many people are in there. But we see this over and over again. When people go to China, they're like, there's nobody around here. Well, there's parts of it that are very unpopular. You know what has always been the weirdest conspiracy for me with China is the Great Wall. Oh, where they're facing, yeah, the turrets where they shoot arrows from, it's facing inward. Inward. Not outward. Not like to guard people from coming over the wall that way. It's the other way. Yeah. Which is like, okay, who designed this? What are you doing? What are you trying to accomplish? Why would you have it turn towards China? So that might turn China. That doesn't even make sense. Yeah, it's kind of like when you look at like a camp, right? They have prison. The people that want to get in, they put all the wire and stuff this way so you can't crawl out. Yeah. So it's the same thing with that. Did you see how long it is too? It is crazy. What is the full length? I think it's 14,000 miles. 1,000 miles of stone wall built by hand over hundreds of years, and you have the things for arrows pointed towards them. Yeah, have you ever seen old pictures of like it being built? People building it for like demons and shit like that. It's like very weird. What? Yeah, I was talking about old drawings. Yeah, drawings of the Great Wall of China being built. Some was being built like demons, you know,
because they're on the run, because they're haggard and tired and bedraggled, let them at least have one night's rest.
But sometimes they're just facing it. I don't know. Because this guy did a whole video on this whole stretch of the Great Wall where it faces it.
On this proposal of the British.
What is the
The Congress voted 178 in favor of taking the British up on this, at least to consider it, at least to engage in an exploratory commission of it.
And so some of it probably change. Right. Sometimes, you know, you see that because like I'm Armenian from a village of Vaud, I'm Russian Armenian. And at that time, it was in Turkey, bro, it's 13,170 miles. That's so crazy. How long was it?
They needed this more than anybody. Were the ones who were opposing it. Then what right to the Western Jews who have no intention of living in East Africa?
Imagine if you live forever and like Sam, you can live forever, but you have to rebuild the Great Wall of China. But if you do, don't worry, you'll live forever. It's going to take you a long time, but once you're done, you'll be free. Does it say I'll live forever? Yeah. No, I don't want to live forever. No, I don't think we're meant to live forever. I think we're meant to come here, finish a task, or wrap it up. And this whole thing about extending life forever, it sounds miserable to me. It is weird. These techno people are about to grasp the ability to do something that has never been done before, and it's very strange. If you can change the human body, and you can enter some sort of a chip into that person's brain that gives them entire access to the internet instantaneously, telepathic language. You know, who knows what kind of ability to control electronic devices and all kinds of different things. And someone gets to decide whether or not that happens to the human brain. Yeah, because once it happens, you're not putting that cork back on the bottle. It's out, and it's going to give an advantage to people. So everyone's going to want to do it. You don't want to be a regular ape when all these fucking geniuses are around here reading your PIN number from your mind. They're doing that. They're doing that with babies now. They can test IQs already. They're doing genetic tests. These really rich people want super smart kids, so they're making sure that the IQs of babies at a super high level. It was also a thing in China they did where they altered babies' genes to make them smarter. Yeah, we're gonna have genetically modified human beings for sure. And they're not already here, but I mean they're gonna be like 4. Everyone's gonna look like 4. Everyone's gonna look like, you know, fill in the blank. Too much to it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be such a good time. There's gonna be no 6s. It's just gonna be initially it'll be adopted by the rich, then it'll just be like cell phones. the beginning, fucking Mike Douglas had that big ass fucking stupid thing on Reach in Reed. Now that's a joke, right? Now everybody has a phone. You go to the jungle, people have phones. Dude, there's fat homeless people with iPhones. Everyone has phones. iPhones. Like, that's why you're never gonna have a revolution when you have fat homeless people with iPhones. And they have no money. They're still fat. Yeah, and they're living the best life. That's how comfortable it is. We're just comfortable enough not to get upset.
I'm Triple H. We're gonna wrap this up. I love you to death. I don't agree with everything you said, though. I'm telling everybody.
I'm always right. Last thing I want to tell you is that Gaza, Europe will win and regulated, and that is the prediction I want to give you. That is prophesied.
Gaza, that's prophesized.
Yes, and then it's basically going to be it's been prophesized there will be a war between the pagans and the lost tribes, and you go through this.
Where did someone go to research this for? I gotta pee. We gotta wrap this up. Just tell me where it is.
I just gotta get it all that might be for 5 minutes. I appreciate you guys. I'll give you the name right now. Here we go. You can go to the Living Church of God. It's YouTube at Tomorrow's World. It's all been prophesied. England, the United States, and Israel versus the pagans. The pagans will be led like before the Assyrians, who are now Germany.
Turn that to be true. I'll bring you back.
That would be my third prediction I've got. I love you so much. Thank you so much.
Always good to see you, my brother. Always do it. All right, bye,
which was going to beyond what I really want to do today. He ended up inspiring Jabotinsky in particular. Jabotinsky was proposing
Experience. Join my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night. All day.
It's getting crazy on these planes now. Oh, I know, man. Dude, like, what happened where, like, these altercations are fairly regular? Like, at airports, you see brawls at airports all the time.
Yeah, I have a theory.
What is it?
They don't want you flying. No, they do. You think I'm crazy? I'm dead serious. There's like an Agenda 2050, and literally in there it lists no more commercial flying. And you see them at all these like WEFs and all this stuff in Davos.
That would be hilarious. Like,
Dude, that's literally the plan.
For real? You think that can't be responsible for brawls at the Spirit Airlines?
Yeah. I mean, dude, they send in all these people all the time. I mean, it's crazy to me. Flights are always late.
Right. But a lot of that happened because of
all these military planes are almost hitting commercial. I'm telling you, dude. If they want you in a 15-minute city, why do they want you flying around?
Okay, I see what you're saying about the 15-minute city, and I think that's true, but I don't think there's this grand plan to make planes slam into each other. I think it's a lot of it's incompetence. Whatever happened with him, it's not a Black Hawk in D.C. That was a weird one. That's a weird one, because apparently that lady was instructed to not go in the direction that she was going.
Right.
What was the specifics of it?
Well, she didn't. They looked the wrong way. Like they go, hey, and they looked this way and it was coming that way, or they looked that way and it was coming this way. They didn't. They looked the wrong way when they just tried to see what was coming.
Thank you so much for coming.
Was she a part of the Biden administration at one point in time, and then left and went back to flying?
Listen, so hard to know, because you see stuff online. But if you even study like the Vegas shooting, or the LA fire, they want you to blame DEI. Like, do you remember when that one fire chief or whatever was like, "Oh, if I come get you, and you're too big, you're in the wrong place, wrong time." Yeah. Why would you say that? Why would you?
Because
it's
humorous. I don't know.
And I chose her because
you got an all lesbian crew. Right. You got a woman who's the first head of the fire department, a woman, and this lady's a woman, and they're all talking about how great it is if someone who looks like you comes to see you. So they're wrapped up in that cookie ideology, the absence of meritocracy and the absence of like physical standards for difficult physical jobs, to pretend that that that's not necessary. You shouldn't be able to take a guy out.
She's an
The guys that I knew that were all firefighters, the guys that I've known, one of my buddies is a firefighter, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Another one is a fucking giant Irish guy. Like, they were always big people, right? Because you had to be able to carry folks. I agree. And you had to be able to do like crazy physical things. You have to axe down doors sometimes. You know, it's right. But imagine if a 100-pound woman told her to axe down a door. Okay, so I agree with what you're saying. What I'm saying is, what causes more chaos, what causes more infighting, is if you push everybody to this is DEI messing up, and not that this whole thing is purposeful. So you're thinking that they're instituting DEI on purpose, and they're putting incompetent people in positions of power on purpose so that they'll fuck up, so that people will complain, so that it creates more chaos. Yes. So, I mean, I don't know if they're... the narrative instantly became, who are the Bolsheviks? I don't know. I mean, like, well, I don't know if they're lizards. Well, they probably are lizard people, but I mean, when Karen Bass, here's the crazy thing about LA, very few people are calling out anything anymore. It's a city of conformity. Nobody wants to rock the boat because to get a job in LA, you need a 20 green lights. All you got to catch is one red light and you're not working. So if you're out there going, hey, dude, this is like, hey, man, what's going on with this? This seems pretty purposeful. You're not going to work. You're just not going to work. You're going to get mugged at a gas station pumping $7 a gallon gas and still never complain about what's going on and still vote the same way because you don't want to rock the boat. That's, if you ask me, it's a big part of moving everybody into these big cities. It's a forced conformity. I don't think it's like that everywhere, though. LA is particularly like that because it's a city of conformity already because of Hollywood. Yeah, because you're auditioning for this. 100% auditioning for things is crazy because it's really the only way to find out if someone's really good at acting, give them a chance, right? But the way it's set up is like people choose people, and if they choose you go on to have this incredible life. You become Brad Pitt, yeah, right? But if they don't choose you, you become that guy that everybody sees at the party that's 45, dyeing his hair dark, and it's not happening, and everyone knows it's not happening, and maybe he's got talent, because it's weird. So you have to conform. Yes, you have to say what they want you to say, whether it's about whatever political issue, social transition, climate change, whatever it is. You can't have any opinions that break from the narrative. I totally 100% agree, and that's kind of why LA, nobody's saying anything now. It's a culture, it's a part of the culture, but I really think it has something to do with the original way that LA was founded. Before the whole reality star thing and everything else, but there's definitely a lot of that going on. But it was all acting. Everybody wanted to go to act. So it was like the primary way that someone would get a gig was an audition. There's a term, it's a communist term, it's like corn feed is up. Three-quarters of the biography is dedicated to a tremendous literary atmosphere. A dope sweatshirt. Also related to this is American you got Jewish feminist movement in Germany. The campaigns of leadership for no shit. Shout out to all the leadership is also I need one of those. I need the Wu-Tang. Okay, oh, dude, I'll get you one. Jewish women you want this one?
Century Germany that ultimately moved tens of thousands of members.
Sorry, you gotta see my locations throughout Germany. Here you go. Never watched this. Sure. That worked out perfect. I'm gonna sweat like a pig the whole time. That's why Van Nuys, I'm just getting murked by Mexicans the whole time. So they took the V in the end. Yeah, made it just like it's a great school, dude. All this, I'm trying to get a blue belt. I'm just holding fat. It's hard. Bro, I'm not older for Hanukkah. More than 20. Yeah, he's great. I love him. 20 years. Yeah, he's great. I love jiu-jitsu. I just got to do old man jiu-jitsu where I got to do wrist locks and shit like that because I can't move these fat legs. I got fat old legs. I can't tell I'm picking up. Are you on any hormone replacement? I walked in so bad. I got bad hips too, dude. That's why I got working out. Yeah, it's wrong with it. It's just the heels are a little off.
got you that. Okay. I've been running nuts. All right. Well, before you do all this other stuff, like jiu-jitsu, and you have an injury, you should make sure that you're not making that injury probably making it worse. It's kind of important. But I love it. I know I like pain. I'm glad you like it. But just listen to Daddy. Because I've been down this fucking surgery room many times with jiu-jitsu. And I've had too many surgeries because of jiu-jitsu. You have to make sure, and I have a bunch of back issues, you have to make sure that it's not like a labor tear or something like that where you're continuing to tear it and make it worse. Yeah. Because you can get that fixed. And if you get it fixed, you'll be way better off. Yeah, I got to get it fixed. MMA fighters do it all the time. Like Sugar Sean, before his fight with Rob, he tore his labrum the first fight. And he was going to get a surgery, but he realized he couldn't. There was no way he was going to. He wanted to make that spear show. So he don't have the spear. It's like, fuck it, I can still beat that guy. He's an animal. Yeah, he's savage. He took a chance. But he needed to get it fixed. And then he finally got it fixed. He's like, dude, I feel fucking infinitely better. Infinitely better. You have to fix it. If it's a labor tear or something like that, you just don't want to ruin it. You don't want to get it so you get hip replacement, which I know a gang of guys who have hip replacements. Yeah, I mean, I can't believe how many people I know that have hip replacements. I'm at home for the guy brought the kids back to the homeland. All my family was like, I got this fixed, I got this fixed, I got that fixed. The hip one's nuts, man. Because I know guys that are 40 that have hip replacements. Like, not just one. You know? I think remember Connor? Meet Connor? Yeah. He got his hips done. I know, like, a bunch of MMA fighters that have Jewish identity. Their hips done. John Wayne Carter, Muay Thai guy, he had his hips done.
Fairly rare that they retain their Jewish identity and practice, even while they're moving forward within the highest circles of society.
Screwed on there, and
her family
comes
for about 20 years.
I think I messed up some joints during my running and cutting days. I'm not drinking enough water. I think I probably got injured a bunch of times. Notice it just kept going. Yeah, like a champ. The thing about those hips, though, is what they can do now, like before in the past, if you had a chronically inflamed hip and arthritis, you're missing calcium, or missing meniscus, or whatever, cartilage, labor tears in your hips. You're crippled for life. Now they just give you an artificial one, and they say, well, it probably lasts about 20 years. No, well, for 20 years, you can, like, everyone I know that has one works normal. Yeah, I say that's so badly.
Received all of the
you don't want to fix your hip. Yeah, I know. That's what I want. I want to fix my hip. I'm going to do it when I go back. No, we'll get it like that when you're here. Really? How many days are you here? I'm here. I'm leaving tomorrow. What time tomorrow? Like 7 a.m.
Received from her brother, who ultimately
I'll fly right back. Maybe I'll get you this afternoon. Do my hip look? I'll fly right back. Someone should look at it. What you really need is an MRI. Because they need to find out exactly what's going on. I'm paying $1 gazillion in health insurance. I better get one done. Bro, that doesn't get you nothing. That's unbelievable. Do you know what happened to Ben Askren? Oh, yeah, dude, that's so tragic and sad and just disgusting. It should be like if they don't cover it, they should send all your money back. How crazy is that? He had health insurance. He got a terrible infection in his lungs that led to, I think it's called necrotic pneumonia. He had to get a double lung transplant, and health insurance is not covered. How's that possible? That is an obvious catastrophic illness that just hit the guy, right? Like, this is not. He's not like a chronic smoker. There's no terrible thing that he did. He just got sick, you know? And isn't that what health insurance is for? And like 100%. What grounds can you deny something like that? That seems to be like a break in separate cottages on like something like that. You can't say, oh, this person's responsible for that. They did something they weren't supposed to do because of their insurance. Like, right. This guy just got sent. Yeah, 100%. And that's what that whole Luigi thing was about. That company was using AI to determine whether you should be covered or not. And AI doesn't have any emotion or can't look at it going, oh, maybe we should cover this. It's very analytical about it. And that's why I guess he was having problems with his back and just got pissed off. And that's what happens, man. And her father, who was then in his 50s, fell into a illness that over the space of 6 months did not abate. He had a break, like something went wrong with his life. That might be connected to the surgery, by the way. You know, if all of a sudden you get discs fused in your back and you're in constant pain, that can completely change the way you interface with the world. You know, like Michael Bisping had
And her clock was
it didn't
her
go well. He
circadian
had to get
rhythm
it
was
again.
so
So much
upside down. She would
brutal,
spend
but he
the
couldn't do
entire night
anything.
by
He
her
could only
father's
basically
bedside
lie in
and
bed and then go
sleeping.
do his UFC
She
duties
began
and
to
then go
develop
back
a
to bed.
series of
Just motherfucker
psychological
was in
tics,
agony, keeping
physiological
it together. I think keeping
representations
it
of
together,
her
but some people don't keep it together when they're in pain all the time.
clinically described.
Well, you know, a lot of people think once you get to the hospital, you're safe, right? That's where the safe place is. And,
some of
you know, medical malpractice is one of the
physiological
leading causes of death out
manifestations of
there.
her
It's a, you
psychological
know,
distress were really
nothing's
quite
an
alarming.
exact
For
science, but
example, she
yeah, they can mess up. My grandmother on my father's side just went in to get a back change, and she never left the hospital.
Very
She
painful
passed away.
clenching
Yeah.
spasms in her jaw.
I know this
and
lady
not
who
speak
went to
properly
get a
for a while.
kidney removed.
Then,
They took out the wrong
at one
kidney.
point, she lost the
So
ability
she
to
has one
speak
bad
German
kidney and one
at
good
night,
kidney,
German
and they
in
took
her
out her
language. She
bad
would only
kidney,
speak
or they
in
took out her good
English,
kidney and left
which
her bad
proved to
kidney.
be very difficult for the
Yeah,
caretaker.
the doctor would not speak English with her.
A whole
The
host
doctor
of
would not.
these really bizarre
The whole thing
physical,
is
psychological
fucking
manifestations
brutal.
of deep-seated
But
disorder,
that's
which was
medical
obviously
malpractice.
connected
Yeah,
to
the
her father's
denial
illness.
of
At one
insurance
point, towards
claims
the
and
end of
stuff
her
like
father's
that
illness,
is like
they
the medical
actually
miracle is they did
insisted
give him
that
a
she
double lung
not
transplant.
spend
Ben
any
asked me
time
to
with
apply
her
for
father. They
it.
separated.
And he's trying to build himself back up. And GoFundMe it, which is absolutely ridiculous that we live in America and you have to have your friends and fans support you. You have this like life-saving surgery. I think a big chunk of it was Jake Paul. Yeah, I think Jake Paul gave him like $500,000. But it's just, it's become crazy that the insurance is allowed to not cover something like that.
Knew each other.
So did they have a response? Is there a response
Freud
for why
also
they didn't
was
cover
a
that?
contemporary of Habermas.
It's tragic. It looks like it just seems insane. I mean, unless there's some legal loophole, how could you not cover someone who just gets some crazy illness like that? You know, when Obama was, I think Obama was like, not the guy I thought I was. Obama's first term was the last time I voted for either Republican or Democrat. That was the last time. So, you know, everybody wanted change. I can get into how they basically rigged that thing for them. You know, because America, after George Bush and Dick Cheney, hates old white neocons. And then who do they have? Who do they have run against the slick, good-looking young black guy who nobody knew was a Bush at the time? But they have John McCain, who is the poster child or the mascot for the old white neocons, right? So they basically run everybody to Obama, and we're like, yeah, we're gonna have change. And he was running on like everyone getting health care and all that stuff. And then so they have this giant debate in Washington about universal health coverage. And this dude gets on a plane and runs to Germany to give speeches and stuff like that during the debate on his major campaign, issue. And I'm like, oh, dude, this is just a giant setup. It's all BS, and I've never voted for another. Wait a minute, explain that. So he went to Germany to do what? Give speeches. He was going to go give speeches to German diplomats and politicians and all that stuff while we are debating his campaign promise. And I'm like, why aren't you here fighting for what you said you want to get us? Now you're out of the country, you're not even part of the debate. Is it possible that they set those debates up at the same time where they knew that he was going to be out of the country? Yeah, but if you run on a campaign and they're like, it's in the heat of the debate, when you're like, I can't go right now, I think it's possible that that was a plan, that they didn't want him there to defend it, it would be easier to shoot it down. Yeah, of course, on purpose. Yeah, on purpose. And when it happened, they scheduled those meetings at a time where they knew that they were going to be doing the debate. Well, I have to get out of him having to defend, not having lived up to his campaign fiance. That's my whole thing.
And then once they
Well,
talk
there's got to
about
be
that
some
memory,
3D chess going on, right? We don't, and I know all of it isn't, but there's some really smart people involved in the government. So they've got to be thinking, like, this is the way we can handle this. Like, there's probably a bunch of nerds in a row, and they're brainstorming. Someone says, listen, here's how we get out of it. Yeah, we send them to Germany, he's not even here. We say there actually are no files. Yeah, we say there's no video. Even though he said there's 10,000 hours of video, actually, it's not true. Those people should not have spoken. We can't find it.
don't know where it is.
particular,
There's no list.
association
There's
with
no
Roy.
things.
The
I love how,
talking
like,
cure
when
came to an end
they shoot her
when
just eating a
there
salad, and
seemed
she's
to be
perfectly
an
shot.
excessively
You can
close
hear everything she's saying.
between Roy
Dude,
and
my whole thing goes,
Buttercup.
everything is.
Who's eating the salad?
Necessarily
Pam Bondi.
Oh, she was eating the salad.
Yeah, when Veritas or
right,
James O'Keefe puts up that video,
What is the video?
the video is her talking about how there's like tens of thousands of videos of him children.
Oh, so that video is
comes out like
so that video is like one of those Veritas type.
Yes, yeah,
O'Keefe.
Okay, he's also the one who put out Karen Bass's phone call about her going talking. Have you ever heard it? Super creepy. She gets everything. Usually chatty gay guys. Yeah. Oh, dude. Chatty gay guys, listen, send him some ass and they'll give away all the secrets.
So I didn't know that that was how that. I only read that she said there was tens of thousands.
No, she talks about it.
Oh, interesting.
It's
Covertly recorded April 28th, revealing previously undisclosed information about Epstein regarding tens of thousands of videos of little kids to a complete stranger at a DC restaurant. Okay, well, let's hear what it says. I want to hear how she says it.
And strangled their brain.
It's easy to find because of her in a cafe. You'll find it right there. Just kind of jump. Oh, there it is.
Bring the
That's her
uterus
talking
back
right
down
there.
and so on. We can tell lots of jokes, but I'm not going to do it. We'll put this on the internet later. At any rate, so any kind of bizarre behavior on the part of women was associated specifically with hysteria. There are all kinds of behaviors associated with it, fainting and being a little melodramatic and things like that.
She didn't even say
So in his
underage girls.
book, Studies in Hysteria, really treated her
part,
as
I
if she
said
was
this a long time
experiencing
ago.
this
It's like
kind of
they're just
disorder.
trying to
And he described
set it
how
up so it's like, dude, they're high school chicks, they're hot. In reality, it's like really, and there were statements, I believe, that you can't find it on the internet anymore because, they clean everything up. Like, people talking about, like, what Bill Clinton was fooling around with, and it wasn't little girls, And I've always said this, it's like Bill Clinton is the anti-dick of the White House. He just sees holes, he wants to hit them, right?
But even though it was an open secret among the Jews of Vienna who this NRO was, the Republic of 1895,
Oh my God.
when she was
You just can't say that if you don't know it's true, though.
I just did.
I know he likes to fuck. He
1953,
was a good-looking guy when he was young, super charismatic.
She was
Love
officially
them ladies, which is,
as
listen,
actually being
that's Kennedy. It's classic presidents. It's just we found out about
bisexual Kennedy,
This was a
bisexual
psychologist
George.
and a
Yeah,
lot
we're
of
bisexual.
Look at how many.
Kennedy was
This was just one
bisexual.
circle for the
George
psychologist.
Bush Sr. was.
Where are you getting really the story that
Fuck up, I do deep dives on all this shit, Joe. I'm telling you,
where are you diving?
I'm telling you, the Finders. You remember the Finders?
JFK bisexual, a viral tweet this week that speculation.
And he's like,
that she
yeah,
was
I mean, they're just horny. Dude, he was on speed.
complex,
He was a tweaker.
Queer history.
fairy tales that she would make up.
They're just horny ass people. Woodrow Wilson, they believe they blackmailed him through being gay. I mean, Obama stuff coming out right now. Bill Clinton.
So let's think about that, right? We know that, like the Spartans were gay, right? We know that they had sex with each other. Yeah, it was a big thing. Yeah, part of like
all of
why
these
they would
stories
go to battle so well, fighting for their
recognize the stories and they're lodged in our brain.
Back in the day about how they were all gay. You're gonna fight harder if you know that dude got some TSLs, right? You're gonna fight way harder. Don't kill Bill. He's the best in the bunker.
Yeah, you're fighting for your lovers,
right?
But it's also like there's a lot of ancient cultures that think of having sex with women just for procreation, but with boys for fun.
That's Afghanistan.
Exactly. My friends that have been over there that have served over there, one of my buddies, I don't know if he said this publicly, so maybe I shouldn't say his name, but just the stories he told me, I was like, what? Like, how, like, he was talking about how he saw this truck driver with his son.
Very heavily involved.
Like, oh, that's cool, he takes his son to work with him. The guy goes, that's not his son.
The fairy tale
that's his toy.
most likely from
It's called Dan Love Thursdays, dude.
Yeah, but it's not called Thursday. It's like,
They go into the mountains.
my friend was telling me that there was this one guy that was
her
He worked on his
memoirs.
bass,
A
and he
couple
was
of
kind of
occasions.
slow.
She wrote these travelogues, as I mentioned
Mentally
in
slow.
the
And he had a
before we
colostomy
really got
bag.
started. That she
He
took
heard a
world
bunch of
trips,
noise
including
and
to
saw a
this
bunch
city
of
here,
dudes
New
in the
York
room,
City,
like in one of the storage
to
rooms.
promote
These
her
guys were
various causes,
fucking
and she
his
wrote this
colostomy hole.
long descriptions of what she encountered. Many of those
This
travelogues
old,
were
mentally
fascinating
challenged
because
guy.
she
Yep.
went to
And these
quite
dudes were
dangerous
fucking his
places where no
colostomy
single
hole. He's
woman
like,
should really
bro,
be
I
walking
just had
about.
a guy on
Yet
right
she
now
took
that's going to
those
get
risks
weird,
for
but
the
down
charges
the
that
hypnotist
she
came on,
felt
and he was
responsible for.
talking about
She
how
also
he
wrote
has a
poetry
mentor
and
who
even
he also works
prayers,
with,
prayers to be
who was
recited with
Hillary
great prayers
Clinton's
for her mother, her deceased
security
father, and
detail.
so on. Really
And
beautiful
they
things
were in
that
Afghanistan.
are
They saw
well
a bunch of
included
kids
in,
go in the room and never come
Dr.
out.
Goodman's work. She also translated heavily, including Mary Wollstonecraft
That they
Vindication
like
of the
3 in
Rights
the
of
morning.
Woman, late 18th
This
century
is
work, which is considered one of the ur texts, one of the earliest texts
And they were told, like, don't
feminism,
interfere with
coming out of
the
the French
local
Revolution.
customs.
But it's interesting because during this
Yeah,
time,
are you implying that they were
Bertha
dead?
Oppenheim was
I'm
not a
implying
feminist
that
in the
he
sense
never
that we
saw
would
them come
recognize
out.
a feminist today.
Maybe they took a
For
nap.
example,
There's another aspect of the story.
Yeah,
Let them sleep. We gotta check out. Let them sleep. They'll figure it out.
Suffragettes of
The creepiest idea about
she felt
pedophilia
that
is that there's people that
education
know
was
about
far
it
more
and
important
cover it up
than the
because
vote,
they don't want to
and
get
having
in trouble
women
for having
voting
known
without
about
having
it.
the
Like this is a
prerequisite
Sandusky
education
thing,
was
right?
simply going to
Yeah.
make society
I mean,
decline
that's
further.
essentially
So she
what
put all of
tanked
her
the
energies
turnout, right?
into
Like,
the basic,
everybody really knew.
you know,
And they all let it go because they were
concrete
winning football
care of
games,
women,
and then
particularly
the
those who
states
are
right back
population
into
at
the
risk,
title contest.
and
But
then
here's the thing,
furthermore
dude.
into their
Over
education,
time,
because she felt
what
that
they can
would
blackmail
ultimately
you with
benefit society more
changes. Like
significantly.
way back in
She
the day,
also had,
if
as I mentioned
they thought
earlier,
you were cheating on your
very
wife, they
strong
could blackmail
Judaism
you with that.
that
But
was
as
not
culture
peripheral
grows and we
to
start
identity.
accepting more and
So
more stuff,
because last
it's gotta
week
get weirder and
we were talking
weirder.
about
You know, back in the
Max Nordau,
remember, I mean,
who was
we're
such
around
a
the same age.
incredibly
I
important
mean, remember when
scientist,
we were
and
debating
yet,
whether
he
Boy
himself
George was
had
gay
a
or not, and
tenuous
they were like,
relationship
right,
to
there was like a real discussion on that. And he's like, no, dude, I'm puss, dude. Oh, George Michael. Yeah, boy, he's so beautiful. There's no way he could be straight. His hair was so perfect. His voice was so amazing. That guy's just gotta be super good. Have you seen the Minnesota Vikings male cheerleader? That is the shiniest dude I've ever seen. Show me this. Yeah, look, he's a male cheerleader. Shane was actually just talking about this. Shane was talking about this in the green room the other day. Yeah, he's shiny. Shiny? Oh, he's so shiny, dude. Oh my goodness.
Jewish
Oh my
men
goodness.
would
Oh my
either
goodness.
use
Yeah, he's so, and you can see
non-Jewish
him like on
languages for
Twitter,
commerce in the
he's
outside
just like
world,
dancing
you know,
around,
primarily
and
with,
he's the shiniest dude you've ever
he's
seen.
got
The skirt, they wear the skirt.
language of liturgy, the language
Yeah, there he is in the
of
front row.
ritual, the language of fellowship,
Okay.
and Yiddish was just, you know,
cheerleaders are useless anyways. There's really no purpose of them. They don't do anything for the game. It was back in the day, like, how can we have hot chicks in football?
all thrown together.
It's a weird role, and I don't have a problem with a gay guy doing that. Well, here's my opinion. Why would I care? Right? Like,
the socialist group in particular.
if you're in a stadium of 16,000 people, football is like 60,000. Right.
This is the language.
If you're in a football stadium, 8,000 people.
Women's concerns, and
How
you
many
can point to a very deep
How many
literature
guys?
on this
10%.
as well.
We'll go 10%. It's probably 10%. Maybe a bunch of them are hiding. Yeah, maybe a bunch of them that are closeted. It's always kind of like 1 in 10, right? Closeted gays. Dangerous. What's the problem with having one gay cheerleader for them? You know, here's my whole, what's a cheerleader for? You know, there's always going to be the fight. What is the point of a cheerleader? Let's have an additional visual aspect to it. I like all the flips they do and all the jazz. It's fun, it's choreographed, and when it's done well, it's entertaining. Yeah, I mean, Gary Ryan has a great bit about it, about what their purpose is, to like remind the players how important the play is, right? He's like, you know, defense, oh, dude, we gotta play defense, dude. You know, it's an extra pageantry that adds to the experience. But why shouldn't a gay guy be doing it? Like, how homophobic are guys that are watching that? There's all these hot chicks, and instead they're caught, what's this fucking guy doing in this short? There's 16 other girls with perfect bodies you can be paying attention to.
but you're focused on the gay guy. Yeah, and they always complain about how much money they're making. I'm like, dude, you get to go to the game for free. You're on the field. It's like
You would have a great reality show.
See how they accept it. How many download players start staring at him, dude? Sure, that's my favorite player. Send is 10%. Yeah, 10%. So here's my whole thing, dude. You know, there's always going to be culture wars between the right and the left. I'm on nobody's side. Like, I'm on nobody. I'm like in the middle. I'm old school liberal. Live and let live. As long as you're not hurting people, particularly children, you'll never hear anything from me. I don't care what you do, by yourself or consenting adults. Get as weird as you want. God gave us free will. Do whatever you want. Pick your path. You know, but when you start to demonize certain people, you're setting up a market for blackmail. So when people can't be themselves and they're so afraid of people finding out who they really are, you're setting it up so people can manipulate them. And that's the story of Washington, D.C. Now, obviously, hurting children, there should never be a time where that's culturally acceptable. But that's why it's had to get so dark, is because we don't care if somebody's gay now. It's like, at least I don't. There's going to be, I think it's like they just always want to do the forbidden thing. It's like, what would lead someone, let's get the darkest, what's the darkest approach to child sex? Hurting, yeah, 100%. And I think that's happened before. I don't think that has not happened in human history. In fact, I know it's happened because my friend Shane Smith covered it when he was over in Africa when he interviewed that General Black Naked guy. That guy used to sacrifice children from the enemy tribes before everyone in Liberia. He would sacrifice them and cut open their chest and eat their heart. He would eat a piece of their heart before going into battle. It is actually at the right, but that's a real human being that did that. So we know that this he didn't invent that. Literally, no, I mean it's in the Bible too. Like when they want to take out the Canaanites, and she says like, "Oh, well, you want to kill all the women and children? What do you think about that?" Well, the Canaanites were practicing child sacrifice. There's a reason. Now the language you can get into, like the Bible language, especially the First Testament, like is it the language of the time, and they were a lot more blunt with it. But the Canaanites were sacrificing children. I mean, that's a big part of it. Goes all the way back to Kronos, the first god, which is the god of time. And the whole story about it was told that his kids would slay him. So every time his female would have children, he would eat the kids.
Notwithstanding the fact that she's a highly intelligent woman, or perhaps I should say, because she was a highly intelligent woman.
They get weird. I wonder how they're going to look at.
She never married.
Some of the things that pharmaceutical drug companies have pushed through in the future impacting adult kids. And whether or not they're going to think of that in a similar way to child sacrifice. Because it really is kind of, if you know that it's causing damage, but you're doing it for money, you're kind of sacrificing 100% for money. How to stop India's superstitious killings ended in exile. What's this about?
So her first area of activity
human sacrifice, particularly that of minors, has been prevalent in many parts of India for a long time. More than 85 kids, all under 13, were ritualistically murdered in the country in the last 6 years per government data. Last year, there were 14 cases of parents or relatives sacrificing or attempting to sacrifice children on the advice of Assad.
And she had hundreds of charges for several decades as she served at the
that was a part of history. And still happened. That's what I'm saying. Like that, still in 2025, people think
we should recall that
sacrificing a child is the right move. That's what when you do
status of
a child. Well, that's the whole thing. Kids are
particularly affecting Jews, primarily because it's a period of great economic and demographic upheaval. We discussed
drugs that are pushed on kids. That's just for profit. Medications kids are forced to take. That's just for profit. Things that are fucking them up with it.
Unfortunately,
it's just because people want to make money.
Exaggerate the actual devastation.
We look at child sacrifice and they were doing voodoo, or they, the Mayans thought they were sacrificing people to the gods. We think of it as barbaric, right? How are they going to look at what we've done? Would we just lie about
stuff and skirted around the truth and gave distorted versions of what we're actually selling to kids. And then those kids wind up dying, and wind up having heart attacks, and wind up having cancer. And it's probably directly related to this medication. And no one wants to take credit for it, no one wants to admit it, and everyone's making everything's programming. Even those people in India, the programming of their religion tells them like to sacrifice their own children. I mean, like it goes against everything you're wired. It's like that's the ultimate control you have on one person. You can sacrifice their child.
To actually,
right? I mean, if you're at a kid's park and the kid's in trouble, doesn't need to be your kid. You run over to make sure the kid's okay. I've done it 1,000 times. But now you have people like, especially like if you look at like what's going on in Gaza, you have people labeling newborns as terrorists. Like that is your programming overriding your basic instinct, which is to protect children at all costs because they are the future.
So the SARS,
and that's powerful, powerful. So my whole theory is that anxiety and depression and anger and all that stuff comes from when your programming and your reality clash and they don't meet up. You're programming from generational trauma, you're programming from school, all that stuff. Meets reality, and you start to just go a little crazy. And I think a lot of that is purposeful to get us on pharmaceuticals for life.
We cannot rely on Russia to protect us.
Purposeful. So how would they engineer that?
Accustomed, unfortunately, to communal violence.
First of all, your grandparents, your parents telling you the trauma of your past, beating that into you forever. Like I had my buddy's girlfriend on my show, and she's Jewish, and she was telling me, I go, what's it like to grow up Jewish? And she was telling me that her parents would tell her that she has to have 3 kids, one for each parent, and then 1 kid lost for the Holocaust.
Movement and
for someone lost in the Holocaust.
Displacement,
And
especially
like, think about that program.
Basis.
Think about what that over and over and over again, to the point now where you're like, well, you know, these kids in Gaza are terrorists. I mean, newborn babies are terrorists. I mean, that is heavy stuff. I mean, I've heard about the Armenian genocide my whole life to the point I got tattooed. I hear about it. You know, like that is, you know, that is your programming. Then you go to school, and it's been infiltrated by all these cultural monsters, and they're just pushing this thing to get you to hate your own country, hate the establishment, hate all this stuff. So you have this entire country where everybody's fighting with each other, and that's all done to cause, you know, maximum chaos because people are easy to manipulate and control when they're in the anxiety. They're going to demand, like this whole thing with like taking over Washington D.C. right now. Everyone acts like this has just started. This started way back with BLM. The fund the cops. This has always been the goal. It's called pressure from above, pressure from below. You're afraid to go on the streets, and you have no faith that your politicians are going to save you. So you have no hope. So you're completely and utterly lost, and you're just demanding that you be kept safe, which is the ultimate goal, which is martial law. That's what they want, and that's what they've been doing. And it isn't starting in Washington, D.C. This started a while ago. If you study all these different kind of cultural clashes that starts with BLM, that's black people. Then you go January 6th, that's white people. Then you go to Asian hate, that's Asian people. Then you go to No Kings, that's Latinos. And now you have the Supreme Court that is going to debate the legality of gay marriage. And if you say, what do you think's going to happen? I wouldn't doubt if they overturn it, because that's going to cause even more chaos. The streets are going to be burning in rainbows, dude. And then that is what they want, martial law. There's all these, you know, these judges who are completely politicized are like releasing people who are hurting kids or murdering people. That means you have no faith in the system. And that grows your anxiety. Now all of a sudden you're angry, you're depressed, and you don't trust anything. And because now you want to basically give up your God-given rights to be safe.
This is a period where we don't even have
that is the goal. Pressure from above, pressure from below, from our. If you ever want to watch a doc on it, it's really old. It's in '69. I watched it last night on Twitter. It's G. Edward Griffin, and it's called Capitalist Conspiracy. I've sent to a bunch of people. I can't get anybody to watch this thing. And it breaks it down, dude. There were famous cases, and then you like
the 50s and 60s where kids were like radical communists on the campuses, and they said something's going wrong here, and they broke off and they testified for either Congress or Senate, and they basically said the goal is to basically bring in martial law. And these kids who are all think they're raging against the machine, they don't realize the machine is funding all of this stuff. It's like the no kings. The Latinos are really smart. Like when Eddie and I do shows all the time, there's tons of Mexicans, tons of Latinos in the crowd. They get conspiracies. So when No Kings was happening in LA, there were like gang leaders who told their entire block, no way can go to these things. Because they all found out it was funded by the Walmart. Like that's what always happens. The billionaires fund these kind of radical groups to sow chaos. Well, also because they don't want that kind of crackdown on illegal immigration. Like, there's a lot of people who don't want that kind of crackdown because they don't want activity. Well, there's that, and they're already hiring people that are illegals, and they have them working in their factories, working in their businesses. And then there's also the dispute about SNAP, about cutting back on Medicaid and SNAP, and like who do you have to pay benefits to? Who do you not have to pay benefits to? That was one of the things that this guy was telling me about. Someone told him that he had a conversation with someone who said that he's really upset they're stopping illegal immigration because it's a big part of what he uses for his business. And he was like open about it. He was saying that he does it because he doesn't have to pay the benefits. You can pay him less and you don't have to pay him benefits. Like, he was just saying it out loud. So that was part of the thing too of letting people into the country. There was like, you need more of a supply of people that are willing to do the construction jobs and the slaughterhouse jobs, like jobs that everyone's working in the slaughterhouse. But I also hear them always saying Americans don't want to do this job, and then my fat ass is going to fucking Wendy's at 11 p.m. and I'm ordering a chicken sandwich. The guy handed me the bag is 55 years old. I mean, Americans want to work. That's a whole psyop that they don't want to do some of these jobs. But those jobs are brutal back-break labor. Right? If you're picking vegetables, if you're working in a fucking slaughterhouse, dude, that's a brutal job. You're around raw meat all day. It's freezing cold. You're cutting things up. You're covered in blood. You're just around death all day long. This is supposed to be something you occasionally see. Visit this guy, thank God for the deer. You're not supposed to see slaughter 24 hours a day. It's crazy. That's like not normal for a human being. And what's really weird is how like I've seen so much death movies that when I see a dead person, which I think the first time I saw a dead person, I would be incredibly shocked. I remember I was driving home from Vegas with my then girlfriend. Which was a giant car crash, like a giant car. I mean, it was nasty. She's like, don't get out of the car. And I'm like, I'm a hero. And I get out of the car. Most of the things that she did in one car was basically helping somebody laying there in the car was crises. And somebody ran over with a carjack to like get it up. Like, oh, you're gonna look at something you're not ready to see right now. It's like she's done. But what I was blown away by was how not affected by seeing that. It's the first time I'd seen it, like outside of a funeral. I'd seen a dead body, like, that just had a violent ending. Why do you think you weren't affected? Because I think I've seen so many movies where I've just seen dead people that it just was like a movie to me. And I didn't have any reaction to it. When the first days I moved to LA, I've lived in LA since 98, 99. And like I was back there in the crazy days on Hollywood Boulevard where we're still thriving. And there was this weird store, and inside it smelled death. And I looked in and there was something laying down there. And again, got affected by it. We don't think that's a dead body. You guys like, get out there, there's no dead body, go away. But it smelled like death. But I still was really amazed. But that was probably the first time I saw a dead body. I was just amazed by how affected I was by seeing this. Like I've been programmed and conditioned to see these things.
Ideas of
Which normally back in the day would be a giant moment.
giving
I think a lot of people are being horrified by it. Maybe you're horrified by life. I've had a lot of people be pretty horrified. I don't know if it's necessarily deconditioning movies.
Well, I can tell you something. So I used to do USO tours. And the first time I go, I think it was with Brian Callen this time. No, that wasn't my first one, but that was the first one. I do with Steve Byrne, David and Brian Callen. And we had this very nice man who was showing us around. He was kind of our leader of our tour. And he was telling me that in World War I, they found that the guys couldn't engage in that kind of activity on a volunteer basis. They didn't have it in right away them to kill another human being. So he says that's when you start to see in movies guns coming out and shooting. And
social workers in place of
and that's when it got way easier to start shooting people. Now you got these video games where you're just going in somewhere and you're murking everybody. And movies are video games.
Success of feminism in the 20th and early 21st century.
We were just talking about the other day when you see people getting in fights like in parking lots and shit. It's almost like people think life is a movie. Like you don't really understand what a fight is, like how dangerous it is and scary it is. And you're doing it like when you're in a movie. And I wonder how much of that is because people have seen people fight the whole system run, and they just don't understand how crazy it is when there's no rules, and you're just hoping this guy fights worse than you do. You have no idea. You don't know what you're doing. You're probably drunk and high. What about having all the women in a movie? You think you're in a fucking movie? What about all the women that are now kicking everybody's ass? I'm flying here, and every movie is a wave model beating the shit out of a fucking 300-pound Russian. Every movie is, and then you see videos where girls just go up and start swinging on guys, and I'm like, it's Brian Holtzman's bed. They used to do way back about Charlie's Angels. Yeah, remember that? That's a great bit.
One of the things that Jewish feminists have found generation after generation is that their interest in terms of gender
thing to show in movies. I mean, it's one thing if a woman has like superpowers. But if it's just a regular cow, there's 100 pounds, children 50 pound Washington with a neck as big as my waist.
In other words, let's say
this is crazy. You're not going to hurt him at all if you hit him.
I was watching, I'm flying over, I was watching the latest Mission Impossible, and it's insane, dude. Have you ever seen it? It's amazing, bro. Oh, dude, it just gets cranked up. But there's like two chicks in there, who weigh more than 100 pounds, beating the shit out of everybody. And I'm like, this isn't, you need a cyborg type chick. Right. We're going to have somebody like, no next cyborg, like that woman. Cyborg is like the Wilt Chamberlain of female MMA, where like you could drop her 20 years in the future and she'd still be murking people because she's like that well built and she's that skilled. But that's who would be doing it, not like 100-pound women killing her.
Vehemently disagree
with
that.
She can fuck up some dudes.
So this is the kind of thing that she began to experience
she has to weigh 135 for a very small amount of time, but she was the 155-pound champion of the PFL. She's big lady, she's jacked. She's a juggernaut. She's super powerful. I like to get to hold of these ladies. It's like the difference is so obvious. She's so fucking strong, man. So if that lady was in a movie fucking people up, I'd be like, oh yeah, totally makes sense. If I was a henchman, I'd be like, I'm running. Some supermodel wave and heels, his fucking throwing sidekicks are perfect. Like, come the fuck on. I used to have a joke about Keira Knightley, Pirates of the Caribbean. She's like fighting everybody. I'm like, the only thing that chick's like is anorexia. You know, there we go. Where you been? Yeah, so, you know, it's just everything's programmed. Well, it is, but I wonder if it's because we like that stuff, because it fits in our head, in like Joseph Campbell's hero's journey. Like it fits in our head. We want someone to kick their ass and you win in the end. You go through your trials. He hit her. Oh my God, she's bleeding. Yeah. There's this thing that we want to see. We want it all nicely tied up in a bow.
Thing is kind of like, it's on the side.
I mean, like Sigourney Weaver used to do it, but there was something about her where you believed it. You're like, that's a bad bitch, and she'll fuck people up.
But she did it in the greatest science fiction movie of all time.
She did in Alien. Alien is the greatest sci-fi horror. I'll say sci-fi horror. Greatest sci-fi horror. It was amazing. And you didn't even care that it was a woman that was the lead. It didn't even come up. It was so awesome that no one like made a big deal. Sigourney Weaver, finally a woman takes the lead role in a major franchise. No one cared. It was just awesome. It was just awesome. She was awesome. The movie was awesome. She got credit for being awesome, but just for being awesome, not an awesome woman, right? No caveats. Like, come on. You can do that in 1979. You could just have an amazing movie because there was no fucking social media. There was no hen house.
I mentioned that she opposed the suffragette movement, but I think one of the most fascinating aspects of her life was into a campaign against human trafficking. I will remind you that
these
one of the
stupid little classifications of each individual, whether or not they should be elevated and magnified
was this
because
demographic
of
of people that was a result
gender
of
or sex or
the
color or
waves that
what.
were sweeping
Stop! Everyone stop participating in it. It's dumb. Meritocracy. Meritocracy for personality, meritocracy for the way you get hold the conversation with people, meritocracy for being a better musician, meritocracy for being a funnier comedian. Meritocracy. Everybody's the same. Even playing fields in terms of acceptance of what you do in the world. Just do your best. Yeah, we want the best. Best rise everywhere. I don't know, because maybe we didn't know as much about it, but like when I think of 70 or someone like you came to see me from the fire for a set, I couldn't give a shit. A lesbian is more comfortable when you see someone looking like them. Yeah, what? No, my house is on fire. I'm not going to be comfortable. What are you talking about? You can't carry that. I broke my leg. What do I do? Well, you should have thought about that before you guys are on the first place. It's crazy. Like, Apple TV is putting out insanely great programming, but you don't realize how woke it is until you're already captured, right? And then you're like, whoa, what did I just watch? Like, I was watching Hijack, and I forget the name of the actor. No, it was a TV show on Apple TV. It was the black British actor who was in The Wire. I forget what his name is. He's such a great, he's phenomenal, right? He's awesome. But I'm watching this show, and then about 5 episodes in, I realized this is a story of a black man who stops white hijackers from hijacking a Middle Eastern plane.
To go down to the places where some of these runaway girls sometimes in the hands of their captors
Where's the Mark Wahlberg one? The one that Mel Gibson directed. That was
they
good.
would actively present them with alternatives, and they
some
would
sort of a
pull them
hijacking
aside
type
and say,
of
"Excuse
situation,
me, you
right?
look like you're not from around here. Who are you with? Why are you here? We have a halfway house. She set up a network of these halfway houses to take in these women. Again, it's the same kind of principles that she employed.
Oh, plays a great psycho. He's also very lucky he didn't get on a plane on 9/11. How lucky is that guy? What are you trying to say? I'm just saying, how about people just get lucky sometimes? Some people, MM said, who did Family Guy said,
a warning for
originally scheduled to be American Airlines flight over.
just like their
He changed his plans to a different flight to Toronto, Canada for a film festival
for a
instead.
better life in the new
Later
world.
made comments on who would have fought back against the hijackers. Not his story, but he would fight back. I mean, he's shredded at this point. He's still shredded. But I'm buying that whole thing. I had box cutters. So you think that it's automatically flown into the towers, like remote flown into the towers? Oh, well, now you're getting into like high impact events and how there's like layers. There's so many layers to it because I have to ensure that the actual hijacking itself. Do you think that those guys?
Not that I could stop them.
That we found, luckily, it was like
so she was
amazing coincidence that even though everything from the plane was destroyed in incredible burning inferno, his passport magically floated safely into the ground. Was it Singed? I have a show called Doom Scrolling where we just watch all these conspiracy videos and one of them, Passport Man, where they made a superhero just on a passport.
Actually got on a boat and traveled to the sources of the problem in Eastern Europe.
I mean, not to make light of a tragedy, but can we see the impact of one of the planes in the towers
in Cairo, and she went into his house for repute, and she
sometimes you just get lucky. Maybe God was
people
looking
in
out for us.
charge there.
Can you show me the video of the impact? Can we just see the video? Let's just imagine being a passport and saying, listen, it's your job. All the other people on board with passports, their passports, for whatever reason, didn't burn. All those like American citizens with passports. Yeah. So we can get into it. All those people from other countries that were just here on vacation with their passports. Yeah, those passports. Just come and check out New York. Should be cool. Nope. So let's watch the impact.
Afterwards, the translator
and imagine if you're a passport, and you got to do your job.
This woman that listened to her the whole time told her to give Pappenheim a blessing, saying that God should bless her, because she was the only woman who was walked into that house.
But I want to see the real one where it went flying. Yeah, where you see it go bang.
It's an amazing thing.
Yeah, see if you can find a video where it flies right into it.
Very heroic indeed.
So,
now, one of the things that got her into trouble is that she felt so passionate about the need to stop this that she actually organized international conferences dedicated to the topic of white slavery.
By the way, 26 days
International Jewish Women's Conference against white slavery. Now, that's not necessarily
we have that
something
one
that
where it's kind of like here, and then it goes in, and then it's like
and so
some
she actually
weird.
received a lot of opposition from the rabbinate, who said you may
now
not
we're seeing it from the
have
other
this
side too.
kind
But
of
I've seen it from the
open
other way.
conference,
I've seen
open to
the
the
plane
media,
actually
you know,
fly
where
in.
people can
Some
talk
have
about
that
Jews
angle,
in
right?
white
Yeah,
slavery.
it's from
So,
below up.
she pushed back against him just as hard and did hold those conferences, but it was definitely, she was a controversial figure in her
Yeah,
day.
slow that thing down. Look, there's some papers flying out.
Towards the end of her life,
boom, look at all the papers.
she found herself retiring more and more from her duties in the orphanage and with Yerusha Frau. She stepped back from the leadership role to the board of directors.
Incineration,
Although
fire,
at one point she did have to because she was a little
and
afraid
the Jets had just taken off, correct?
just when
And
the
so they
threats
had a full,
against Jewish
they took
women
off from Boston, which is very close, very close, and so they had a lot of gasoline.
One of the policies that she began to change at this time, something I didn't mention earlier, she was actually an opponent to Zionism. She did not believe that Zionism was the cure for the ills that face the Jewish people, and she consistently advised her charges not to emigrate to Palestine.
That's the
She
magic
did
ball
have
steroids. That's
very
crazy.
lively
And then somehow
ongoing
took out
debate
those two, and then two
with
other
Martin
buildings.
who was
Nobody talks about
10,
building
20
5.
years for junior, but they had a very active correspondence on issues of literary questions, philosophy, and Zionism, and she consistently maintained that, you know,
I have theories.
Palestine is a
that one
pipe dream.
seem like they
It's
cut that
never
one
going
out
to be a state belonging to the Jews, and
weird
we
because
have
the
all
wreckage is
civilization
spread
here,
out
we have
for
a population
miles.
base here. This is where we should
Not like it crashed
Jewish
into the ground, but like
under the
it got
Nazis
shot out of the sky and
1933,
slowly
she began to
drifted to
see
Earth going
that this
500
position
miles
was
an hour.
wrong-headed. And she began to counsel her charges in the orphanage and the various women that made their way to their halfway homes that they should in fact consider emigrating to Israel if they had that
How weird is
so
that?
she began to slowly shepherd them out of Israel. Some of the most
Also,
moving
like,
descriptions of
what would cause a passport that's on fire to not be on fire
give
anymore?
these young charges, placing both her hands on
I would
heads,
stop at his face. Just curious. I mean, once things are on fire and they're made out of paper and plastic, generally they don't stop being on fire until there's nothing else to burn. How does it stop? Well, that to his face. Well, how about all these fires? This is the big debate I'm looking for how we debate all the time. You have all these houses that are incinerated, and then there's all these trees that are perfectly fine. So then you get into the debate, like what causes fire? Oh, it's drought, okay, but why are the trees okay? Because they have water in them. Well, are we in a drought or do we have water? And that's when you get into
Hitler's
vibrations, like high, you know, like, yeah, like radio waves, stuff like that. Everyone thinks it's a direct, that's a big part of this. People think it's direct action. Fires are caused by radio waves. It's like, you know, well, some people are going down. Okay, so I want to tell you this story. So right around the Paradise fires, right after that, Eddie and I are doing tinfoil hat. We do Bakersfield first, and then we go to Sacramento. Both shows, someone from PSG shows up.
What's
She
PG?
was slowly dying of cancer when she was
What is
finally sent to the Gestapo at age 77 and subject to
people who have the smart meters on all of these houses. They're the ones who run the electricity and the power for all of California. First show we do in Bakersfield, a bunch of guys who look like Zero Dark 30 show up. They're like, yeah, we'll work at PG&E. I'm like, oh, that's super interesting because that just happened. Then the next time in Sacramento, and I remember this very well because it was the last night I ever drank alcohol ever in my life. There was some hot blonde with a fat rack.
It is such a
and I'm like, today's my sobriety goes away. So I have a shot with her. She tells me she's from PG. So both nights in a row, we have people show up to our show from this company that everybody says could be behind it with these smart meters. Okay. So I ask you a question before you go on. This is here in Bakersfield, is that what you're saying? The first show is Bakersfield. That's where the Zero show. Sacramento. And where do these people work? Where's their building? Where PG&E's all over California, right? So they were at different offices. Both of those places, a lot of people don't go to, right? Like it's when you, like when people go, when we do the show in Bakersfield, back when I lived in LA, they're like, holy shit, someone came out here. Right? Like no one goes out there. Yeah, so that's, I would imagine if you're at PG&E, you're stuck in some fucking town. I mean, it's possible. It's very weird that 2 shows in 2 nights. I'm just saying it's super interesting. It's weird, but it's also, it's like those people that work for these organizations, they probably just regular people living lives and they like your show. I like conspiracy. I like the put the brakes on stuff. So with the radio waves causing fires. Okay, so Wednesday Pacific Gas Electric revealed to federal judge that utility equipment issues may have caused fires in some California counties, including Kern County. According to the court documents, May 30th and 31st, Bell Ridge Fire burned 53 acres after a power line fell, causing the grass to catch on fire. The documents also said that PG&E worker had identified a broken tie wire but was not fixed in time. So this is from 2019, right? So caused fires including Fresno, Mariposa, and Butte. Yeah. So I had somebody hit me up one time and they were talking about how there's a weird percentage that insurance companies do whether your house could catch on fire. Right? Yeah. And fire insurance, stuff like that.
It's brutal in California now. You can't get fire insurance.
Well, she was telling me that everyone on her block had like a really high rating except for her house. And I go, well, does your house have a smart meter on? She goes, no. I'm the only one on the block that doesn't have a smart meter on. She goes, holy shit, right? So what's really interesting about the Sacramento show, besides the big dude, the PG&E person, or whatever, is I'm outside on the balcony, right? I'm outside on the patio talking to everybody after a show, and this woman comes up to me, and she goes, you know, I live in paradise. I go, really? I go, what happened? She goes, I have to tell you this story. She goes, I was just chilling there, like on her porch or something like that, and she looked up, and she saw this like silver cigar thing in the sky. Right, the silver cigar thing, and she said lights were going back and forth, and this is right before the fire, back and forth, and then she said suddenly the lights all just went, boom, and then there were fires everywhere, and I stopped thinking about this story a long time ago, then suddenly videos now are popping up all over Twitter. If you go to my Twitter, samtripoli.com, there's a video right now of a guy playing catch with his dog, and he throws the frisbee, and when the dog goes up to grab the frisbee, suddenly you see something just fly through the air that is a silver like cigar looking thing.
Okay, let me see this video because there was a time where Eddie Bravo and I got way too high and we thought that rods were flying through the air. We watched this documentary on rods. You remember rods?
I know.
Okay. You got into conspiracies a little later, son.
I've always been a conspiracy.
This is one of the dumb ones. This is a really dumb one. So there's these things that supposedly flew so fast through the sky that you could only see them in video footage. You couldn't see them with the naked eye. Turns out what it was bugs flying quickly close through where the lens is, and it's a video artifact. So it stretches these bugs out and makes them look like rods that are flying through the air. It's just because the video's not that good.
So there was a show, I forget the show, something Finding Monsters or something like that on the History Channel, I believe. One of those shows. You know those shows? Yeah. And they were trying to find out what rods were. So they set up cameras just to try to see if they could capture them and film. And then they set up a super high-speed camera in the same location. And they did it over like a little campfire so that bugs would be flying around. And I think it was campfire. Whatever, some kind of a light where bugs were flying around. And then they were filming it. And then on the high-speed camera, you could clearly see it was bugs. But on the low-speed camera, it looked like these things are long, tubular things that we've never identified flying through the air, but it's just video artifacts.
Okay, this thing slows it down. It doesn't look like a bug.
Let's see.
Did you find it? It was like one of the newer videos I found.
What do you think it is? Think it's a UFO?
Although it's hard to parse out exactly what this stone means, it is an indication.
Do you know that we've had flying crafts that have been going 200 miles an hour before the Civil War?
We
can talk here it is. Give me a moment.
By the time we get to the end of the
Here's
first
a dog.
millennium, we know that there's
Bro, that dog's gangster. That's a good steep ledge.
Yeah, okay.
Let me see it again.
And that, just let it play because it shows you what it is.
And the Jews had some significant economic successes. As we see, the same kind of pattern happening elsewhere in the European continent. Jews
You
are
think that's a
sometimes
bug? Okay, it's gonna slow it down.
Yeah, they have some fast
primarily
moving
because
bug.
of their economic productivity and the designs.
Do you think that there's that thing behind it? Is that here's the thing? Is that the inability of the video to catch it because it doesn't seem like it? Because the video is catching it. I don't know enough about high-speed filming or about what this is, the slow-mo filming.
Responsible for the fight, and also the related blood libels.
The blurry shit behind it's weird. You know, where it looks like it almost has like a jet coming out the back.
I think that's all part of it.
Drums followed.
What do you think that is, Jimmy?
Right,
but what's that trail?
You think that's a bug? The wings.
Yeah, as it's moving fast, so it's stretched out as a video artifact, just like the rods.
I was just saying full video, it just looks like the wings of a bug, and there's a body and some giant wings.
Yeah, but what kind of bug looks like that? And what kind of bug moves that fast here? I mean, I think it's a perspective thing. I think the bug moves. Bugs move pretty fucking fast.
Yeah,
but bugs moving fast in the right direction.
And that far away,
little.
you're gonna see it get that far away.
Little. It's so little that as it passes by, it gets small so quickly. It gives you the illusion of more speed because it's so little. It disappears quickly. You ever see a mosquito and you see it float into the air and then it's gone? You can't find a fire because there's too little.
Right, I
So they
understand
just,
that.
once they go a certain distance away, it's like they went a million
Look how
miles.
far away that is. I mean, that is way far away.
Right over the camera. That's what I think happened. I think it went right over the camera, and I think within a couple of seconds, like, look where it goes. It's like right, I think it's right over the camera in the right direction, and I think it only takes like, a millisecond for a fucking bug to Let's see it again. Watch, here it goes.
Something at its farthest point.
Let's just not stop it. There it goes. It's already gone. That is pretty fast.
Particularly in the city of
Okay, I changed my mind.
this is the era
maybe maybe there's a type of bug that I'm not aware of that moves really fast though. Where is that supposed to be?
I don't know where that comes from.
That means a lot. Like we need to know where it is.
They've had crafts since before the Civil War. They were building crafts that went 200 miles an hour.
Okay, who's they and where did
The
you
U.S. government
before the Civil War?
Yeah.
Before 1865.
Yeah.
They had crafts that could go 200 miles an hour in the air.
Yes.
Who made them?
You can look it up. Pre-Civil War aircraft. There was a bunch of like German scientists in America that were working with the U.S. government.
So this predates Orville Wright.
I'm just telling you,
right? Doesn't it?
Yes. I don't know dates.
I think it does, right? Isn't Orville and Wilbur Wright? Is that the end of the 1800s?
Autonomy and
when was that?
they have a relatively secure lifestyle by the time
I love
they get
it.
to
Go on
the 17th century,
ChatGPT.
protected by
When did Orville and Wilbur Wright fly the first plane?
19th century, you see an era of tremendous change. And have a look at this graph here, which
So
shows you
you're telling me that in 1865,
from
I'm telling you, in 1865, they had flying crafts that got, well, as long as you've done multiple shows on it,
Brother, I'm the truth, okay? Where the fuck did you hear this? I had two guys, Joseph P. Farrell was on, and he's like amazing. And he was breaking down that there were
his son, Joseph P. Farrell's area of expertise.
Hidden history, he does a lot in religion, particularly.
Is he self-taught?
No, he's really a great interview, man.
I believe he's self-taught. Does he have like
Can you look it up real quick? Yeah.
Education and stuff? Or
He's written like 1,000 books on it. That's a lot of books, dude. I can barely read one book. I'm stuck on Alexander II right now.
And what is he saying?
He's saying that in the pre-Civil War and during the Civil War, they had crafts that were traveling at 200 miles an hour.
Okay. And
you can find pictures of it on the internet.
Well, as long as it's pictures.
Well, there's drawings, dude. Someone took time.
As long as it's drawings.
Come on, man. Why, Jamie, you're leaving me here. Hang on.
He'll get you. It's got to be legit.
It's in there.
It sounds so legit.
Will you look up
Why had to wait so many years before they flew the first very primitive plane that could barely get off the ground, and credit those guys with developing the first plane, anything plane, an aircraft? Oh, that's true. Thank you. Oh, so is it like a blimp? I'm trying to dig down. Listen to Jamie get all pissy. It's true. It's true. No, it's a good point. Yeah, it could be a blimp, right? Like when they first started doing blimps.
Was that the whole point of like Led Zeppelin? That they didn't want people getting on blimps, so they like crash that shit. Everyone thinks I'm crazy. You guys think I'm nuts. I'm just telling you, bro. Everything's a psyop.
I love it. I want to hear more psyops. I'd rather go that way than the other way. That nothing's a psyop. I want to hear that everything's a psyop.
Everything's a psyop. Dude, someone should do conspiracy news. It'll be 10 times better than what you see on television. I was watching, like, my girlfriend can't stop watching MSNBC. It doesn't matter how much they lie to her. She's like dug in, and that's her team, right? And so I'm listening to Rachel Maddow the other day talking about like demonizing RFK Jr. about mRNA vaccines, right?
Yeah. You want a cigar? You smoke a cigar? No, I don't.
But I'll put another.
But he said it with a rather different intonation.
Please continue.
So she, you want to try one?
No, I'm good.
So Rachel Maddow just completely told everybody if you get the vaccine, there's a 100% chance you won't get COVID. You know, it's now telling everybody how important mRNA vaccines are. It's like she was only off by 100%.
It was a trying time. We didn't know.
How did I know? I'm a Dick Joe comic who's functionally illiterate.
Mistakes were made.
Not on my part.
Yeah, no. Well, it's just, it was weird to me where a lot of lefties all of a sudden were trusting the pharmaceutical drug. It's really weird. Like, what happened, guys? Like, what did we used to believe in? We used to think that big pharma was like trying to make money, and you should really be taking organic food and, you know, taking vitamins and eating healthy and drinking water and going to yoga. Like, what happened? What happened? And everybody's like, inject me. What happened?
And then, you know, I live in California where they're all about my body, my choice, except for when it comes to vaccines. And I had arguments with people. I'm like, I thought you were my body, my choice. Now you're telling me I have to take a vaccine? They're like, it's different. It's not. It's not at all.
None of it seemed like it was to some people at the time, because some people got way more anxious about the pandemic than other people. And those people just, they reacted so strongly, they thought that these other people that weren't doing the right thing were fucking it up for everybody, because that's what they believed at the time. The problem is, most of those people never kind of owned up to what they did, because they were wrong, and we did get hoodwinked. And there's still people that are trying to defend it, and like, stop trying to defend it. The data's out. Didn't stop infection. Didn't stop transmission. That alone would have stopped almost everybody from taking it, or a lot of people from taking it. And they knew that. They knew that from the jump. They never did studies on whether or not it would stop infection. They just wanted to see if it created antibodies. The whole thing is, when you listen to RFK Jr. talk about it, you're like, this can't be cool. He can't be telling the truth.
Yeah, and then you find out he is. You're like, this is nuts. This is nuts. Right, and then have you ever seen when they broke down how long it would actually take to make like 5 billion vaccines that they wanted for everybody? It would take 10 years. It was just the thing that they had done it in front of everybody and everybody agreed to it. And then once they realized they agreed to it and they realized they got duped, they don't want to admit they got duped. Yes. They want to be right, not do right. Yeah, and then there's how many like really nutty, like Marxist, left-wing, lunatic like conferences do I see online where they're all masked? Dude, I'm fine when people are masked. They're still in masks. They're still in masks. Everyone else doesn't have a mask. We're all living. They're wearing like super heavy masks. I said it before, it's Democrats MAGA hat. That's what it is. You let everybody know exactly what you vote for. You have a mask, you're wearing it everywhere. I love that. It's like I know who the retards are, but there's like groups online where they talk about the importance of masking and they meet up and about how responsible these non-maskers are and COVID hasn't gone away and I have respiratory this and infectious that and immune suppressing this and fuck man, yeah. What happened? It's not good. But it was just one cold. It was a little harder than most flus, and everybody got duped.
Now, if you think about the relative numbers,
yeah. And then you go, what about the 5G they're cranking up? What about what they're spraying in the skies? And now is an acceptable fact that they're doing geoengineering of our skies. Like 5 years ago, you were a crazy conspiracy theorist. Now there's laws being passed about it. And you put all that together, you're like, that's how people get sick. It's weird, like even cloud seeding, which is legal. Like you can seed the clouds and you can make it rain, but like, how exact is this science? How, you know what I mean? Like, what happens if you cause floods like they did in Dubai? Did you see that? Camels just flying down the fucking Lamborghinis, drowning.
Yeah, the geographic center of gravity.
Nothing about 200 miles an hour. But I found multiple things talking about aircraft, including helicopters used by the South. The Confederate Army.
I get my phone for a second just to see if I can find it.
I found it. I was digging through the
They had that General Lee helicopter.
Here's the transcript where he's talking about the history with his friend Beasley or something like that.
Who was saying this?
The guy Sam was talking about.
What is his name?
His podcast.
What's his name again, Sam? Joseph P. Farrell.
Yeah. When the Civil War with the airship mystery, my friend Walter Bosley has written an interesting book called Origins about the Black Projects, world airships that exist in this country prior to the Civil War. But the thing about the speed.
Yeah, we talked about it. It was either him or the 2 episodes later they talked about how it went 200 miles an hour.
Lincoln went to Congress to get funding, or is trying to get funding for some of this. There's a whole thing here about balloon corps of the Army back to the Civil War.
Isn't Lincoln another one they got rumors about? Yeah. Like closeted dog. Or maybe like everybody did it back then.
That's what I'm thinking back then.
So they just fucked.
The thing with the Lincoln stuff, they just sit there like,
bring me, come over here, Bob.
Together.
No, that's true. It's probably not that weird for us, but back then it was like excommunication. But yeah,
airships. They're called airships. Is what they were called.
And there's a certain like, so was that supposedly a thing where a person could get in?
Oh yeah. So the boats with airbags, we've seen other flying machines here.
Okay, so what that looks like is like sails. Right? Can you show me that thing again? Look at that, Sam. That's like sails, like a sailboat. But it's even crazier than a base. So do you just jump off a cliff with that? How do you get that bitch off the ground?
Well, the one I had was describing, I think it's this, there was a traveling gas thing that went along with it, so I keep refueling. I can see a mobile gas generator.
Okay. Oh my God. See if you can look up. That's crazy. Tinfoil Hat 901. That's the episode, and there's a picture of the crap that they had made. So they're just refueling these balloons with gas. So these aren't even balloons. It's like literal like aircrafts that are going 200 miles an hour. Okay. So when the reason I bring that up is because if we go, they got these silver cigar things. Like, think about how long ago that was.
What thing that bug?
Okay. Bug, spare, whatever you want to whatever helps everybody sleep at night, you know, but they got the tech, that's it. That's what they had in 2000. In the pre-Civil War. Walter Bosley, he came out and talked about it. Who drew that? You can find those. I mean, I don't know who specific. The guy's name's up in the corner.
That thing can go 200 miles an hour.
Yeah.
What's it powered by?
Oh, that's it. It's guys with NYMZA arrows and the secret shit. Yeah, you know I'm retarded, right? I do now. I want to know what those images. What power? Yeah, these are them. These are the crafts that they had. They were working on.
So a person gets inside that fucking thing?
Yeah, look at that. And then there's a propeller back there.
Who was working on this? The South?
No, the North. The North in Germany.
The South. No, you said the South. And the South had some sort of helicopter.
Oh,
the South had a different kind of thing. So, but this thing is different.
Yeah,
whatever this is. So, is it a bunch of fans?
I don't know.
Outside a bunch of fans, right?
Or propellers, you know?
Right.
But as I mentioned at the outset,
they had that way back in the 1850s. Look at those guys.
I think that thing went 200 miles an hour. I think somebody lied.
Maybe. But they had that.
200 miles an hour. Step right up.
Just think of what kind of dominance you could have at that time with that kind of craft. You know, and that quickly.
I think back then they used to thought if you went that fast, you were going to explode.
Right.
Yeah, they used to think that. Well, they thought that before the trains.
But again, Germany's involved. Germany basically funded the North when they needed money because, you know, Lincoln was issuing greenbacks. I have one in my house. I bought a Lincoln greenback $20. It's pretty sweet. I forget how much I paid for it, but yeah, it's like one of my favorite things I have. But
so that's just a very quick survey of the area. There's obviously a lot more to say.
Sacrificing a child for the air gods.
I have to say more about that.
So, do you think that most of the UFO sightings that people see are U.S. government crafts? Yeah, so do you think it's back-engineered stuff, or do you think we invented all the technology?
I think we work with entities that give us technology. I mean, it goes back to what we talked before about, you know, Admiral Byrd and, you know, that whole thing. I think it was Eisenhower made a deal. And I told you this, and that's where the missing 401 comes from. All the people who disappear in force. There's really weird connections between all of them. They tend to be of German descent, high IQ, and they just disappear in the forest. And Eddie Bravo has a really interesting theory about it, about how there's all these movies about all these people dying in forests and everyone dying in the ocean, you know, to scare you from going out there. Like, I'm afraid of sharks. Like, I don't want to go out in the ocean, but what's going on in the ocean? We see stuff coming out of the ocean all the time. What's going on way deep down there?
Well, sharks are real. Sharks are real. You should be scared of them. The ocean is unforgiving.
And alligators.
And it's a rational fear.
Right.
Basically,
fear the ocean.
You know, Jaws makes this thing boom right in your face, right? When probably before that, nobody was thinking about sharks.
Well, you know, Jaws is based on real event, right? Apparently got faster than something that anti-gravity fuel called NBS.
What?
They had anti-gravity gas in World War II. I mean, in the Civil War. Yeah, so there apparently was something, this guy, LSU, who was the guy who was credited with the drawings, he was in something called the Sonora Aero Club. Also, they found all this in a junk pile somewhere in Texas in 1850. They found it in the 60s.
Yeah, they were working with German scientists.
NB gas for lift and propulsion. So it's like some sort of, I guess, secret aero club for a bunch of guys that were into deadlifting. But what does that mean, an anti-gravity fuel? I'd like to have someone read that knows what the fuck those words mean. It doesn't sound like a fuel.
Because we do based on our timelines and this notion that we came from cavemen. You know, that
they say
I think there's been multiple society, civilizations that just keep getting reset. I think that's true. I agree with that. I think there's a lot of really compelling evidence that shows that. Have you seen Jesse Michael's new video? No. He's got a video on those tridactyl mummies in Peru, where he went down there and had them CAT scanned and had them
survival.
Dude.
Four survival points are necessary to survive.
Let's go to the book club right after this.
12
ammonia gas.
in this course.
Does it say it's
I
bullshit?
know many of you are thinking about the grade.
I mean, it's like, how is it going to defy gravity? Unless you're talking about, like, just lift, like a helium balloon. That's kind of anti-gravity gas.
12 levels.
That's not what I think of when I think of anti-gravity. I think of, like, space tech that allows you to, like, shoot down giant distances instantaneously, like we hear about from these crafts. But let's just say this is real, and I do believe it's real, 100%. Like, what do they have now? I mean, it's so far down the line. I mean, that's so long ago. That's like, 175 years ago. The technology that they could have. It's interesting about this club. I don't know how many enthusiasts in the 1800s there would have been. You know, people would have been interested in flying, I guess, to do it, but the Nazi bell, which is a big part of World War II that nobody ever talks about. Right, that was like a flying craft that they were trying to develop, right? Right. So the Nazis were apparently trying to come up with a bunch of different shapes for crafts. One was a bell, right? One was kind of flying saucer-like, right? Yeah. I mean, that's a whole part of life. Have you ever heard of Martin Bormann? I always wonder. That's pretty dope. I always wonder when they talk about stuff like that, like the Nazis trying to make a flying saucer. Was that because they were trying to emulate something that they had seen, or that there was some sort of a hidden historical record of? You know, because if only the people that are at the head of the military today, or the head of these military contractors, really know whether or not these packaged UFOs. If there are, they have them. And if they don't know about them, they probably don't exist when the other companies have them. Right? Yeah. So, you know, you gotta wonder, what were the Nazis doing? Were they trying to emulate something that they knew existed? When did governments, if there really is a real phenomenon, if this isn't just total gaslighting and propaganda and bullshit to get you to believe that aliens are out there because they've got like crazy high tech that's 50, 60, 70 years past where we really think both of those things are hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that the government would get behind the kind of whatever kind of program that would develop a genuine anti-gravity engine that could move through space and time, that could go through the ocean, that makes a device transmedium, creates like a portal around it where it exists completely independently of everything that we're experiencing in 3D space. It just goes through stuff. The idea that they have that and kept it secret seems kind of crazy. I'm not saying it's possible. What I'm saying by that, it's like you hear famous stories of people whose fathers worked at Area 51. And he never once told them what they did. Oh yeah, people keep their mouth shut. They also know that they have to keep their mouth shut because if you don't, you can get in real trouble. You know, if you have top secret clearance and you go blabbing, they're listening to everything you say. They're checking your emails. They know. 100%. 100%. I think people can keep secrets. I really do. And they have you looking over here when it's really over here. They do that all the time. Like Area 51 is kind of like the shiny object that everyone's, oh, there's Grayson. And then it's really the mountain that's like 10 miles away that they've hollowed out. That's speech.
It's a public speaking
Or you get into NASA, right? Everyone thinks it's in Houston. The real NASA is in Huntsville, Alabama. So this is a funny story. So Eddie and I are doing stand-up, and we're doing the Temple Hack comedy night. And we go to Nashville, we pack it out. Sandy's, I think it is. We pack it out the break. So they sent us to Huntsville, and we go, I was like, yeah, man, we're going to be stamped in Alabama. It's going to be great. Let's go. So we drive up, we get to the hotel, we go to the comedy club, and the fucking parking lot is packed, and we're like, dog, we packed this motherfucker. It's going to be great. Well, it's like Sharon Underwood or one of those black female comics is performing there, and it's all her crowd. No, it's not her. It's the one who has the daytime talk show. I forget what her name is. No disrespect. She's hilarious. She packed it out, and it's her crowd. So she runs. The show goes like this. And all of a sudden, her crowd leaves, and our crowd comes in, and it's 45 people. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I just keep looking up there going, fuck. And he's going, I know we're in trouble because Sam's always positive about it, and he just can't stop yelling fuck. So we do the show, 45 people. It's a great show. We have a good time. We get off stage. The sound guy comes up to me and goes, whoever sent you here sent you up to fail. Because this is the realness. This is where all of the satellites are controlled from. This is where Von Braun went when he came to America. And in Huntsville, Alabama, into the late 80s, you were not allowed to talk about how he was a Nazi because he had all convinced himself that he was forced to do it against his own will, and even though he was a horrible person, if you hear the stories about the real Nazi. Yeah, but they convinced themselves that he did it against his own will. So that's where the real, so they always have you look over here when everything's going on over here. Well, that one would be without any assistance. Nevertheless, there are ways to do it much better. And if that's true about walking, how much more so is it relevant for speaking? Because speaking is really what truly makes us video out there. It's called American Nazi 60 Minutes.
We have to speak like a man. Obviously, we're going to get into primarily business applications of speech. We're talking about presentation.
What's going on? Why are all these Nazis
here?
Why isn't anyone getting
talking about
so he's pressing, he's doing like Freedom of Information Act, and he's pressing and pressing, and one day they got agreed to it. So the CIA says, you can look at these documents, you can't take pictures, and you can't take notes, you can just read. So he reads it. And he finds out that basically what happened was
if you're going to be a doctor or a medical professional, you're going to have to know how to talk to,
and I think it was Eisenhower,
you're going to have to know how to express yourself and use your entire body in a way that conveys the deeper emotion of what you're trying to express at the same time as you communicate to them the content of the message that you have to
why wouldn't you
deliver.
change your name? None of them change your name.
Factor, not only in your professional development, but also as your team development. Let's just look at a classic text. I'm sure some of you will occasionally see this text. It comes around once a year. Hashem creates human being and says here, we never have Nishmas Chaim.
Talk to them. Hey,
translate that phrase for me.
Let's not. Yeah, let's not.
Very good. He breathed into it a sort of life. What's your name, sir?
I agree, dude. American heroes, they got some rich the fuck
Mr.
up.
Adelson,
Nobody ever talks about Martin Bormann. If you don't know Martin Bormann, you don't know nothing about World War II.
Very good.
Peacefully in Argentina. Carter tried to get out of there. Let's scroll back up. It says, John Loftus, former prosecutor with the Justice Office of Special Investigations that was set up in 1980 by President Carter to root out Nazi collaborators who made the allegations in an interview with Michael Moss on the CBS program Sunday. Yeah, I have Nazi collaborators given jobs in the United States. Some were later sent to the Soviet Union in parachute teams in an unsuccessful attempt to perform assassinations and start civil wars. Yo, that is crazy. We were flying Nazis into Russia to start civil wars. So this guy on, I think I talked about last night, a dark journalist who does really great work. He's talking a big reason why JFK was assassinated, that NASA was involved because JFK wanted to give Russia all these documents and information they had about these UFOs because he didn't want them to think that they were like nuclear planes, like dropping bombs and stuff. And because NASA was so full of Nazis and they still hated the Russians, they didn't want that to happen. Well, that might be one reason. There's multiple reasons. It says, he said the State Department's Office of Policy Coordination is the first covert spy agency set up in the United States, predating the CIA by several months, smuggled several hundred Nazi collaborators into America. Hundreds. After World War II for intelligence purposes. Wow. Barney Frank, Massachusetts, today called the House. These get some big ones. So before we do about
we use speech to express complex ideas. Now, Animals do communicate as well. Lots of sources in the Gemara as well for this idea.
I don't
But the
remember.
idea of speech, that's something
kinda
that truly
crazy.
distinguishes us as humans.
Meanwhile, these
So
guys
in
walk
many
from
ways,
the
what
house
we're
and
going to talk about
Nazi
the
doing
next 2
scars
weeks
on their
is
face. They
how
look
we're
so
going to
sinister.
define and
Video,
develop
they
our
interviewed
speaking
Nazis
skills,
who
which are
still
really
defended
the
everything
essence
they
of our
did.
humanity.
It was
The
written.
very
None of
first
them changed their
descriptor,
names.
really, of what is a
They all
human
just
being
defended
has
what
to do
they
with
did. And
Okay.
it was crazy.
Now check
It's a
this out.
crazy video
With
to
this
watch.
smartboard, I can just erase the whole thing. All right, look at that.
Imagine
I
Werner
love
von
these smartboards. We got to get
Braun
some
used to
next
hang
one. Okay,
5
let's go
slowest
to
Jews
the
in front of the rocket factory.
Yeah.
next
to
screen
motivate
here.
workers.
Let's have a look
And
just
that
for a
was where
second.
Berlin
This is
rocket factory.
a rather brilliant
And they
speaker.
convinced themselves
Anyone
he didn't
recognize the
want to
face?
do it.
Very good, Dr. Martin
And
Luther
this
King.
gets into this whole
This
thing
is
that
his famous
about
mountain
what's going
top
to happen
speech, the
in
last speech. And we're just going to look at it for a second because he illustrates a lot of the concepts that I want to get across
what's going to happen
in
next.
this class. Basically, I want you to focus on 3 basic elements of speaking. It's all over the
Since we
board. It's
never
on your
comment on
syllabus. You'll see it
intelligence
everywhere.
matters and we're not commenting on something that happened in the
To my mind,
1950s, that'd be like saying, I'm not
composed
commenting
of
on
3
that.
basic elements.
Fuck off.
One is
Right, you
content.
imagine? You
which
imagine? I mean,
means
we're still trying to
what
find
is
out
it
what the
that you're
fuck
trying
happened
to
to
say?
JFK.
What is the
There's
message?
63.
The second is context.
I think
It's
there's one
incredibly
person still
important that you
alive, and that's why
recognize
they don't want to
to
tell you
whom
about it.
are you
Really?
speaking
Which guy?
in what setting, for what
I don't know
purpose.
exactly her role in it,
These
but
are
she's
the
supposed to be some
contextual
part of it.
factors
She's
are
like
huge.
kind of
And then
someone.
finally, there's the
They'll
instrument.
release the hound.
They'll
We'll
release
talk
more.
about what the instrument is
Unless
in
the
a few
families
minutes.
don't want,
But what I'd like
that's
to do is
that's
have
why
a
they're
look
slow
at how
rolling this out,
this
because they
2-minute
don't want
speech,
anyone who's still
Martin Luther
alive
King really
fixing
is a
prosecution.
master
My question
of
was always though, what could
context.
possibly be
He
in there?
understands his
It's not
crowd
like we shot
and
him.
is going to
This
use
is where we
2
stood.
principal
You know,
techniques.
Bobby took the
The
first
first is
shot.
going to
with the
be
Jeffrey Epstein list. It's like, what do you think they're going to do? What their name and what they order? You know, they're never going to have that.
Well, the list is one thing.
Kellyanne
What
Conway
she
is
was
actually
saying
very
about
famous for this. We'll
videos
look
is
at her style a little bit later.
That's crazy.
Well, that's
And
the whole point
secondly,
that they
he's going
believe
to
behind
tap
the P.
into
Diddy
the
trial.
shared
Was that
meaning
it's
system
really about
of his
getting his
audience
tapes.
that I
And
believe
why would
you
they
gentlemen will
release
also
the
share,
names when
and
they
that
could have
creates
the
a
names
huge
and blackmail
resonance in
everybody
terms of
on the
how he
list and in
conveys
the
his
video?
message.
Right.
It's a very powerful
Why would they
speech.
give that away?
Let's
Why
have
would
a
the
quick look
intelligence
at this.
agencies control these people?
Right. You see one of them Fox commercial, you know what's up.
100%. I'm like, you remember during the height of it, you're like, oh, you did something weird. I like to watch politicians who are pushing all this fucking bullshit, whether it's COVID or BLM or Nazi or Zionism and all this shit. And I go, what weird shit do they got you fucking on video? Weird shit. Pam Bondi, who was a part of the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing in Florida, and now she's like, yeah, there's videos. There's no video.
What was she a part of?
So when the first time he gets arrested, she was part of that whole thing.
She was part of the process.
She was like some AG or something in Florida.
Was she involved in that case?
Yeah. And you're like, what do they got you doing?
Well, there's so many people that would be implicated. That's what's nuts, watching it not play out and watching these powerful people sort of huddle up together and hold the line. It's kind of crazy.
And you got all these pedo hunters, and they're doing great jobs getting these guys off the streets, but they're all low level. It makes you feel like, oh, we're doing something. No, you're just getting low level guys out. You're not getting, when the Me Too movement and then they were accusing people of all this, they're trying to make it seem like these guys are a part of it. No, dude. You know, if you're a 17-year-old going to a comedy concert and then you go home to your parents still, you're not part of that. But, it's like 80% of the children who go missing are from foster care. Like, people don't understand that. It, involves dark-ass shit.
Remember, there was a story that was in some sort of a television show about a scandal that involved child sex trafficking with politicians. It was like in the 90s or something like that.
There was weird stuff in different strokes. They constantly had episodes on that stuff. TV show different strokes. There's one where the guy owned a bike store, was giving the kids wine. Yeah. I just saw that pop up on one of my feeds.
So there was some sort of a story that I can't remember what TV program it was.
Was it the Triangle scandal or the Finder scandal where the FBI
Conspiracy of Silence. The camp investigates nationwide child abuse network, reach impeaching government officials exposes systematic exploitation by power players, which involves Ronald Reagan and George involves Ronald Reagan and involves George Bush Sr.
Imagine if you are a government official and you're also a pedophile and you have to like sniff around to find out if anybody else is a pedophile.
I think that how crazy. I think that you get in there because they know that everything's about data. So you think they get pedophiles into office knowing that they're pedophiles and they control those kids, and then they feed them their addiction, and then they control them. I mean, I'm convinced that's why Pornhub is free. They find out who's commenting on these videos and what they're into, and then they can find out, hey, does this guy have any political desires? And they kind of
The kind of porn you're whacking out to.
100%. That's why it's free. That's why they're just seeing what's trending for politicians. You've heard about it. 100% gay programs. That's what that's all about. Who's in the smart ones? Who's the psychopath? And before they had all that, they were just going on campuses talking to the professors. Who's the really smart guy? And then that's what they did with the Unabomber. They knew he was a super smart guy, so they put him through all the CIA stuff and they fractured him. Well, he was fucked up from the beginning. Do you know the story? Do you ever watch the Netflix documentary? He had a disease when he was a child, so he wasn't touched for like 7 days. There was a long period of time during like his childhood developmental process, and they said he just like never had any empathy and snap on people, and then they put him in LSD studies. And so the studies involved like humiliation, a lot of crazy shit, but they never deprogrammed him after. It's that famous, how are you going to deprogram a guy who got broken from childhood because he got left alone when, you know, during time his mother's supposed to go, he's supposed to have contact with the person. Yep, he's a fucking baby, and he just, no one's touching him for like however long time it was. And then you get him involved in these LSD studies because his mother said that he would like snap at people and like he would write like horrible letters to ladies if they rejected him. Like he was already fucked up. And then they get him in the LSD studies. He ended up at Stanford. Yes. Yeah, that's got a lot of intelligence. He wasn't as am I saying that? If you study the I'm not just I don't know why I agreed to that so quickly. I know he was eventually in Montana alone. Right, that's where he was launching like sending shit to the home club. They had like a cabin in Montana. I think it was that whole Kavanaugh trial. He started teaching. Was he from Berkeley? Did he teach at Berkeley? Or he was a student or a teacher's aide?
He was, in fact, killed later
on. That's a whole area where all the police were. That whole Kavanaugh trial for Supreme Court was a giant charade to get you to not actually look at his history at all. Because the woman who accused him worked at the CIA program at Stanford, and they didn't want you to look into that Kavanaugh was a deep state guy who wrote
on a program called Blackboard, which is of course management software.
Wrote the Patriot Act.
Basically, we're going to grade this course with no
they didn't want you looking at it, so they made it into wrote the Patriot Act. He will help write the Patriot Act. He doesn't believe in
every single class.
He believes in warrantless entering the houses. He thinks the president's above the law. They didn't want you ever discussing that stuff, so they're making a sex trial by a woman who has deep connections to the CIA. Her father was in charge of finding funding for black op operations. So she's
going to be based on how
and she comes out, she says this stuff, so you think that was a diversion, and it wasn't really that she was calling about. It was just to get you to concentrate on that and not for people to focus on 100%.
And the grades will be visible to everybody.
Where'd you read that?
So since you will be grading your peers, you have to
just
be
telling you, I'm telling you, this is all charade. No one ever discussed his actual background and what he actually was about.
That's how it's going to work.
Nobody would want a guy who thinks the president's above the law and the cops should have warrants coming to your house. That's a Supreme Court justice.
Based on how
This guy did something to me in school. He journaled about it. I know one guy that's journaled in my life. My buddy told me that's it. Nobody else has ever journaled. And so it's easily refuted, but it's you know, G2 movement, everyone's paying attention to it. Yeah. All these like female comics in LA are commenting on it. Boy.
Like, you're saying too much for things like that.
But what a great way to use social media and the whole outrage machine.
Those are useful kinds of critiques.
Because the outrage machine is
really great.
It's so fun to pull the buttons.
Exactly how
you know, like doing something. Release the crackers, release all the lies, release all that stuff. People love to get involved in because it makes you feel like you're part of a movement. It gives you a purpose. Yeah. It gives you something. I stumbled across this one day. I remember we found out information about Epstein.
Okay. All right. So
we're on the island, I suppose.
Is this system clear? How we're going to divide these grades?
No. They use
it's a little bit like
mobile phone data and
it's a little bit like you know, reality TV shows.
Like, you know, like this person's been here. They don't know who the people are, but like this phone has been here.
How do you succeed in this course? There's three basic rules.
Wow. That's interesting, though.
Show up
the company that did
the
it.
time. Right? This is an attendance mandatory class. It's possible during the course of the year, I might want to give you some time to prepare a speech. We might cancel class with notes in advance.
Did you ever hear that
they
use phone data with the Kamal Harris arena shows?
Obviously, you're being graded as a speech.
Right? And it was all the same examples. How did she blow $1 million filling arena? They tried to manufacture a big grassroots movement because they know that's what killed Hillary Clinton. You know, Bernie Sanders is doing arenas and Hillary Clinton's putting Sam Tripoli numbers in a cafeteria of like 40 people. So they realized the illusion of that. They, like what that shows that there's nobody following her. So when they run her out. They go, we can't let this happen again. So we have to fill these arenas up. And they did data that was like a Grateful Dead concert. People were just following her around everywhere. Well, they were professionals. Yeah, I mean, they were making a living doing that. The underrepresented is also people that are professional protesters, which is wild. This guy's documented people protesting in different places, and he's talking to them about like how much do you get paid? And like people are making a living protesting. And how is that legal? How is it legal to hire someone to go and annoy people? I thought, what's illegal? You're not allowed to protest something you don't believe in. You can't just show up and all side and then believe in it. They get paid and they believe in it. That's what they would say. You can't tell someone they don't believe in something. Well, some people are dumb and they'll be like, I don't even know why I'm here. I'm just collecting checks and getting a sandwich. Why not? There's always people like that. Yeah, give away secrets. So it's going to be like
when it grows up, but it never will. So another way to prepare for class, we're going to give you an advance on assignments. So for example,
no, it's not just that. I think some people's brains don't function well.
A moment in your life when you were
I just think you're just born with a bad brain. You also maybe have environmental factors. Like what if you're fucking working with some chemicals every day?
Like some kind of feedback.
But
the idea is to share a moving story.
How many people work in print shops just like sucking in all that fucking chemical fumes?
To everyone. You have to show equal respect. So
who knows what, you know, about what you took in as a child? Oh, yeah, lead gasoline when we were young. That shit was everywhere. We got lead poisoning in the brain for sure. Drops your IQ a little bit. Measurable. Yeah, I get all the lead. We talked about that the other day. They showed that lead's going to poison people. They put it in anyway because it tastes funny. Did you ever hear the conspiracy about that? About what? Lead gasoline? Lead? No, that's really caught that, and the reason they wanted to get lead out of paint is because it made it harder for them to see through walls. And that's why all these new houses have glass windows. As
if you look at the size of the room, and I feel like
look here, amazing view through glass window. I was watching like one of those home flipping shows, and they took out a wall, they just put a giant glass there. And the theory is that you're going through that.
For today, for example,
and you know, now they've discovered that there's these street vans driving around. can according to your walls, watch what you're
Oh,
doing.
wait, hang on. Hey, I gotta can't give you
Is
too
this
much
too
time to
much?
share.
How are they looking through your wall? What are they using? I know they
Three
do it with
elements of
Wi-Fi
public
now.
speaking.
Yeah, that's basically what they're
This is
doing. Yeah,
the way I
they just
look at
have
this
Wi-Fi
particular
is bananas. The fact that they have technology that allows you to see like 3D images in a room based on how the Wi-Fi is somehow or another like sending it back to them. Like, what is Wi-Fi even doing to you? Like, what is happening to you if this shit is just around you all the time, passing through your cells? Have you ever like see it on the fact they can see it? You know, like everyone's scared of radar machines, right? Everyone's scared of going through an X-ray. You don't want that. Guys, give you the X-ray behind the giant wall. They go fucking hide. They go hide and they press the button. And we're just cool with Wi-Fi.
He doesn't say the word constitution.
Just fat level. It's not as bad as an X-ray, but it's this weird low-level signal that they say it fucks up bees, right? Or at least cell phone signals. They say that fucks up bees. Really? I don't know if it's ever happened. You have seen this week.
In a public speech.
New contact lenses give people infrared vision even with their eyes shut. So technology uses nanoparticles to convert infrared light like the human.
How are you?
Yo. They had to change the color because they were seeing things that were not.
Dude, why didn't you watch a UFC?
Yeah. They were things flying around them. And that's why
It's
they
what?
changed to either green or blue because the red.
Oh, dude, it's baller as fuck.
People are there. Are you using presentational aids? Are you using a microphone? Is it a somber event to celebrate?
It was amazing. I watched it in 8 of 9. It was fantastic.
My dad did drugs and I was towards the Vietnam.
And then finally, it's
that's perfect.
earlier, I want to have a hazard a guess. And what do I mean by instrument?
Tridactyls. Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you. So Jesse Michaels released a new video. He went down to Peru, and these people have been telling him about these mummies. They like have to see them in person. They are humanoid, but they don't seem to be human. They have a different amount of ribs, but they have like all the cartilage and all the ligaments and all the bones and everything is in place that makes it look like, if you go to Jesse's show, go to his YouTube channel because he's got some video footage of the actual like CAT scans and they're showing you the tissue. And look at those skulls. Bananas. So this is Jesse's take. I'm paraphrasing. I hope I'm not fucking this up, but some of these things are forgeries. Some of these things are just fake stuff. It's just like an art piece that someone created. But he thinks they actually have some of them that appear to be a real creature. And this real creature has 3 toes and 3 fingers, and there's depictions of these in Peru, in these ancient like carpets and ancient beads that are hundreds of years old. I think even 1,000 years old. So some of these they think are 1,700 years old, and some of these are as recent as 400 or 500 years old. But look at this tissue, elongated skulls. But like, look at how everything is in there. Like, if this is a piece of art from 1,700 years ago, somebody created this. That's nuts, man. That's an amazing piece of work if it's really just art. If it's not art, they've managed to find some kind of creature that might have been another type of human that we didn't know existed. There might be, like, they find out, and Jesse was telling me this on the phone, like, look, this is the scan of this thing's bone structure. This is the actual thing. Like, how nuts is that, man? If that's fake, that's fucking extraordinary, because it looks like a real creature. I mean, the amount of detail, it looks incredibly real. I mean, this is incredibly real. And the head is very different than ours, very different than ours, elongated. but also matches up with so many descriptions of people that have the encounters with peace, including the James Fox movie Moment of Contact about Varginha, Brazil in the 1990s. They describe things that look exactly like this, very small, like 3 feet tall, 3 fingers, 3 toes. That's what these things are. They might have been another form of human that we just don't have any evidence for. Well, like Denisovans, they just found recently. I think it was in the last decade, right? And then there's those new people, what is Homo juliens? Is that what it was? December of 2024, they released this paper. Found another type of human. The Flores people, the Hobbit people in Flores, that's like, I think, the 90s. You know,
it's interesting.
All of it's interesting. It's like, there's a bunch of stuff that we're just now finding out, but we want to be rigid and pretend that we know the entire landscape as far as like what different type of humanoid is. What the fuck is that? If that really is 1,700 years old, that's true, or 700 years old. If that really is that, and that's a real being, and then there's more than one has a fetus inside of it, they think also has 3 fingers and 3 toes. So they're trying to get better scans on this thing, but it has a fetus inside of it. Like, that's a hoax.
Then you have room for comment.
Like, I want to know who carbon dated it, what's the results, done more than one. Okay, do we know for sure how old it is? Yeah, one of them has like an implant on the back of its head.
Which is obviously context is going to be this room. It's going to be us.
I can't recommend this episode enough. Alien Mummies Found in Peru, and it's on Jesse Michael's channel. American Alchemy, great fucking show. And he goes deep, and he actually went to Peru to see these things and get them studied and scanned. And there's biologists who look at this that are saying this is a real creature. Whatever this is, we need to do more tests and find out more. And they're very suspicious about the actual location in which the guy said that he found them, because it's basically these are like elite robbers that find these things, man. Yeah, and they found more than one. The crazy thing is, show them the ancient art from Peru that shows 3-fingered, 3-toed beings. Because they look just like 100%. This ancient art is hundreds of years old, man. Like, look, they all have 3 toes and 3 fingers. This is all in Jesse's episode. Just go watch that episode.
My theory on our reality is every movie you've ever watched in your life all going on at the same time. All of these movies just kind of tell you what's really going on. The aliens and like Harry and the Hendersons. Everybody's really hanging out the camp. It's very interesting. I had an interview with a guy named the Paranoid American, and he came on my show, and he was talking about how, based on your religious beliefs, is what you see. So, like, if you're atheist, you see aliens. If you're religious, you see angels. And it goes on and all that stuff. So it's like, you only see what you want to see, and it shows up in the form that it's accessible to you. Right. So I think, yes, when you go Bigfoot, 100%. 100%. One of the craziest stories ever told to me was by a guy I met at a show. And he was telling me, he did a show where people would send in their like weirdness, like stories. And he said that a guy was driving through the forest with his girlfriend and dog. And they pull him for a second, and the dog takes off. So he goes and chases him through the woods. And he looks at his dog, the dog's looking up, he looks up, and there's like what seems to be a giant green screen with something crawling on it.
And just like many of you in this room,
and they're just staring at it, and then the thing stops, notices them, they're camouflage stuff. He looks down, his dog is ran back and abandoned him. And he ran back, and his girlfriend saw him. They're like, "Let's get the fuck out of here." That gets into like kind of like the whole again missing 411 is that it's almost like Grand Theft Auto. You ever drive to Vegas and Grand Theft Auto has to render itself forever. So the whole theory is that these people go missing because the simulation doesn't want to render for just one person, and that's why they disappear. That's
so. What are the 3 things, right? If you're using that home context and instant, let's go into this context idea a little bit. So it's a great definition of communication that comes from your text. And by the way, I welcome you to take notes. It's certainly very helpful. All of this is online.
The odds of you getting found if you die in the deep wilderness are not very high.
So the definition here
they
is
might find your clothes, but your body will be scavenged.
All kinds of animals will eat you. They'll drag your bones away. There'll be nothing left. If there's bears in the area, there might literally be nothing left. If there's pigs in the area, there'll be nothing left. Nothing. They'll eat your bones. They'll eat everything. There'll be nothing left. So if you're just a person and you go missing, and you're in the deep woods, like miles in, you're in a bad place, and they might not ever find you. That's just a fact. There's too much acreage to look over. There's millions of acres of public land that people can just go into, and people go missing, man. You can't find them. Have you ever heard of these cadaver dogs? Yeah, and how they like these people disappear and then they're found totally somewhere else and they can't remember what just happened. That's the transform story. Yeah, I just found that one. Yeah, that is a crazy story. Yeah, it was one of the more interesting. I have an idea in my mind of what I think is truly important and beautiful. I'd say the same about Lazar. They don't seem like they're lying. They don't seem at all like they're lying. Lazar seemed like he was telling me, you're with an elevated consciousness of each other's thoughts. But here's a story. That seems like it did not seem like a guy making up a story. And then you go back and see him talking about it. And he's talking about the same way. Exact same time. I think climb, the more time goes on. That's the meeting with Eisenhower, where he makes a deal with that. With the aliens, I have a sense of how well is this working. They want to be able to do tests and kidnap and all that stuff. He makes a deal that you can only do it in the forest. You can't do it in the regular places, so that's why people go missing in the forest. Now, obviously, bad things happen to people. You never get here from that deal, but supposedly these people disappear, and then they're found a couple days later in a totally different place. They can't remember what just happened. Well, if I was going to do it, I'd have it. That's what I would do. I wouldn't blame anyone else for it. I'd find something to cook and math. Well, like, go tell somebody. You're not going to do it. They're not going to believe you. But that's, if you're just looking for biological studies, if you're just doing tests on people, a lot of people have talked about hybridization programs, and they're exposed to, like, their children. Like, they had been multiple times, they had visited, and then they were shown, like, a human-alien hybrid that they were told was their child. Shoot, that is crazy. Yeah, guys are getting fucked by female aliens. Female aliens are going down hard. They're actually having sex with them. The trainees are from the future. I don't think they're trainees. I think they're aliens. They're just a different kind of whatever the fuck we are. I think we're a combination of whatever some intelligent, advanced species, whatever, the God ultimately for the whole thing, for the whole ball of wax. But I have a feeling, just like we've done weird shit and created poodles, I think someone might have come here and, for lack of a better term, monkeyed around with our genes and added some good shit. You know, and that's in a lot of ancient texts, man. It's in a lot of ancient depictions of how the gods created men. And that's how Nephilim's from. Fallen angels, the daughters of men. It gets weird. That is where it gets weird, because nobody wants to even consider the possibility that we have been genetically engineered. No one wants to consider it. It's kind of crazy, but also, guys, look how different we are than everything else. Yes, it's kind of weird. Yes, and they can't explain the jump from monkey to man. Yeah. There's no link to that. Well, there's links. I mean, there are transitionary fossils. Like, you can see, like, Australopithecus, you can see the different ones, but there's a lot of weirdness in here that it doesn't cover, and one of them is the doubling of the human brain size over a period, like, between, I think, somewhere around 1 million or 2 million years. The human brain size doubled. And it's just, like, what happened? What happened? Maybe it was mushrooms. Maybe it was, also, maybe mushrooms are aliens, and that's real possible. That's an alien life form that, like, exists on our planet and gives you enlightenment if you consume it. I want to microdust or jiu-jitsu. That's what I would love to do. I would love to. Didn't you just have that one politician I'm talking about? Rick Perry. The book of Enoch the One. Oh, yeah, and Apollina Luna. Yeah, you know, it's like, that's super, you know, you bring up Gnosticism, Christians go get really upset. I don't know what the answer is. You know, I mean, I'm a spiritual man. It's like one God, Jesus, my Savior, and that's what I'm into right now. Makes me happy and vibrate at a higher level. But if you study Gnosticism,
you know,
the static.
the whole story of the demiurge.
Static is like
It's
all the
very
things that's still
interesting.
there.
That's
But
where
you
the
gotta
fallen
like
angels
pick out the
came,
signal
the daughters of
for
men come
the
from.
noise. And sometimes it's
And that's where the original feminist was. The first ever feminist was Sophia, who was the feminine energy of the universe. And literally, she was like, I don't need a man, right? She literally said, like, I don't need a man. And she creates life. And she instantly knows. She made a mistake, which sounds like every single mother to me, right? So she creates the demiurge. And the demiurge doesn't understand about the higher table of God that he thinks he is God. And a lot of people believe the first God of the Testament is the demiurge. And his whole thing is about just basically, he wants to destroy humanity. That's kind of what it really comes from the scene. And Sophia gave us the spark of life. She gives us a spark. When we want to know, like, go back to the time when we were writing I would love that. Like, oh, yeah, how do I think about that all the time. Yeah, like, what are these flying crafts you're talking about? Yes, dude, and Vedic texts. So you talk about fallen angels. A lot of people like think that's a Christian mumbo jumbo. I don't believe it at all. Because the Vedics talk about it, and the Hindus talk about God trapping entities in this realm that we live in. So I think the Vedics were for the Hindus, I think, are 2 or 3, and then we have the 33%, which is the fallen angels. And then they come down, they get trapped here, and that's the whole thing about transhumanism, is that they're trying to figure out how to get out of here. Have you ever seen Lazar talk about the weirdest shit that he heard when he was at his No. Well, when he said the weirdest shit, they said they had a very thick file that was about religion.
I'm going to show you a very good
basically what it boiled down to
36-second clip. You may even remember this because it happened about 6 years ago, I think.
Yes,
President Barack Obama
wasn't specifying containers of what, like containers of souls, like I don't know, but that's the terminology they use. They view it as auspicious moment of the year soul as an energy that you have to farm or that you have to extract, just like how you extract oil from the earth. That souls are things you extract, and so you need to grow a bunch of them. So you need people just fuck up a storm and clutter up a planet, and really what you're doing is just farming souls. Yeah, that's imagine you think that you're an OnlyFans model, you're a teacher in a strip club, and you're a football player, and you're a top scientist, and you're this and you're that. But really, on the highest level, you're just in a farm.
You have to be
You're in a farm, and there's a super intelligent entity that's above and beyond anything you can ever comprehend. And the only thing it doesn't have is souls. Because souls are a real element. It's just like you need cobalt to make a battery. Yeah, that's to believe you actually need a soul. Or the battery that runs the simulation. So deep, dude. Why is that weirder than black holes? You know, why is that weird? I was watching this thing on Twitter yesterday. I still say Twitter. They were discussing this black hole that's as big as our galaxy.
He just said, no.
That seems weirder. That seems even weirder than we were genetically engineered. We were genetically engineered. Seems like some shit that we would do. Yeah. Like I've had Ben Lamb and Ben Shapiro on from Colossal. Those are people that brought back the dire wolves. Yeah. Like what are we doing? By the way, you know what else that guy did? That guy created it so that you can store files in DNA.
Who's this person?
You can actually store files. So I had a guy out, he's like, you know what Epstein files are? They're in somebody's DNA. You can look it up, Jamie. The guy literally created that you could put files in people's DNA. Well, that is some guy that did that. The one who did the dire wolf, they're doing a bunch of stuff. That's Ben Lamb. They're doing a bunch of stuff. And, you know, they're eventually going to bring back the Lamb.
But then I'll go straight into the 1 minute speeches. The last element is content. Second is context. Third is instrument. Here's an excellent TED talk in which speaker goes through some basic elements
why we should be bringing these back.
How to use it. He starts And there's a little bit about 3 minutes. This video is 7 minutes long.
Sometimes the simple answers are right. Yeah. Sometimes you bring things back just because it's cool. Should you bring back dire wolves and let them loose? No. They're bigger than regular wolves. They're super powerful. You're making a mistake. Like, regular wolves are hard enough to deal with. Dire wolves might very well like harm people. It's like super possible. Yeah, it's like introducing those anacondas or boas into like the Florida Everglades. Yeah. Like they're just dominating. Just bring in regular wolves and they'll place fucks everything up. Like, what's going on in Colorado? How about the cute animals? Can we bring back cute ones? Yes. That's what I'm looking for. Cute guys. Bring back cute guys. But then they're all going to get eaten. Because you're going to have to eventually let them go, and then something's going to fucking prey on them. And then you're going to have a disaster. Or they're going to wind up eating a bunch of shit that they're not supposed to eat. And they're going to kill some species off. That happens all. It's like Australia's like got multiple cases of like different animals they brought in to combat different animals. And now they have like feral cats everywhere. Jeez. Have you ever heard of orphan trains? Have you ever heard of the orphan trains? That reminds me of the orphan train. I remember when I was a kid, I would see cartoons and they're like, this orphan train's going to go off the tracks. And I'm like, why are there a bunch of orphans in the train? And then you start getting into what that really is. This is where Cabbage Patch dolls come from. What? Genetics? Yeah, what the fuck are you saying? Orphan trains, dude. What is an orphan train? The theory is, you know, they kind of did this in Canada with the indigenous, where they sent them to other parts of the country so they couldn't learn any of their culture. And basically the thought is that either they brought kids from where they were born and brought them to the other parts of the country and gave them to the elites to raise as children or do whatever they wanted to do with them. Okay, it says orphan trains were large-scale social experiment in the United States where orphaned, abandoned, or homeless children were transported from crowded eastern cities to rural areas in the Midwest to be adopted and placed in homes. Between 1854 and 1929, an estimated 200,000 to 250,000 children were relocated primarily by the Children's Aid Society, and its founder, Charles Loring, praised this movement is considered a precursor to the modern foster care system. So that's a very clean version of it, but the whole belief is that these are the children of, I'm just going to throw out a name out of Taria or stuff like that, and that they're the children of this to kind of erase history. Well, it gets even crazier into Cabbage Patch dolls, right? These Cabbage Patch kids, and they had these world fairs where they would literally sell like incubated children. Have you heard of that? And Jerry Seinfeld says both his parents were those type of kids. What is incubated children? If you look up World Fair Cabbage Patch doll kids, basically it's almost like science laboratory children. Hold on. What are you saying? What? You can't hear you, Jerry. Something weird about that when I go and I'm trying to figure out what is it? We're not anywhere really. Cloning, Cabbage Patch, Kids, and the Mystery of Repopulation postcards. And Seinfeld says his parents are both those. And they would have displays at World where you could go and get a kid. Wait a minute, what do you mean his parents were? What, you said his parents were made in a lab? Is that what you're saying? I think he said his parents were either orphan trained kids or Cabbage Patch kids. And a lot of people think that's where the NPCs come from. Orphan trained kids would mean that his parents were orphans and they were shipped off to another hand, whatever they were being West. You know, but that's what he said. We have to go with that. That sounds like a centrally crazy thing. I have to make sure that's correct. Okay. That sounds crazy. But I don't understand what the Cabbage Patch thing is, though. What are you saying that is? They were cloning kids. Well, when was cloning even possible? When did it first become possible? Hundreds and hundreds of years they've been cloning. Here, there's a thumbnail that lists all three things he's talking about. But I don't know what it is. Bro, you go down the wrong Reddit threads, don't you? No, dog. Orphan trees, Cabbage Patch babies, so they're growing them in a Cabbage Patch, and then World's Fair incubator babies. Look at that guy over there holding two babies up. These are incubator babies. Look at what he's saying. So what is an incubator baby? Is it raised entirely in an incubator? Like, what does that mean? how early 1930s.
Boardwalk attractions save thousands of premature babies' lives. Oh, okay, so it's premature births.
That sounds I don't know, man, because supposedly you can get a kid at the World Fairs.
But I do know that people do that when a child is premature, right? They put them in an incubator.
But the word is that you could get a kid there.
So you can buy a kid?
Yeah.
So someone would have this premature birth and then put the kid up for sale?
Maybe. I mean, that's what this is trying to tell us. I don't know if that's real, though, but that goes back to the World Fairs and we talked about before. It's just like technology beyond what we understood and what we know now. And they wiped that all out.
Why would they do that? Do you think they wiped it all out, or do you think they hide it in secrecy?
Well, they probably still have it, but they don't want us to have it.
Like, what do you think happened with all of Tesla's notes when he died? And whatever organization.
I don't know, because
it was all
Trump's uncle.
Trump's uncle got him. Well, that's right.
He went in there early because he was in Yale, and then they grabbed them all before, and that gets into that little bear trunk book and the lessons and all that stuff. That's like time travel stuff, which I think is totally possible. I think time isn't this. I think time isn't this, and everything's going on at one time. And it's like a book. Like if you read a book, you can be on page 46 and 46. That's the reality at the time, but you can jump to page 320, and now that's reality at the time. Then you go back to page 18, and that's reality at the time. I think that's.
So do you think that will eventually be able to manipulate that, or we can?
We already can.
Who's we though?
The masters of mankind. The masters of mankind. The 13 families. The 13 families made deals with fallen angels. That's my power. That's the power structure of the world.
Yeah. What method are they using to travel back and forth through time?
Whatever technology they got.
So do you think that if, let's say, they back engineer a UFO in 1947 and these companies get involved that know how to make technology, all these different contractors, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, whoever it is, they manufacture a time machine. They manufacture a time machine based on what they have learned, and they start to use it and go back and forth and move around in time. Do you think eventually they want to tell somebody?
I think they know, again, it goes back to data. They know who's crazy enough, who can keep a secret, who can do all that stuff. Like, that's what they always say about if they fake the moon landing. They're like, wouldn't somebody in there say something? Well, people do say something and they end up going missing. But most of them understand that they're in on it. The only people get into that room are the ones that they know are in on it. Have you ever seen when Amy landed on the moon? Have you ever seen that video?
It's just a probe, right?
It's not even a probe. It's like an Atari graphic that lands. Cuba had better graphics than that. And they're all cheering in the room. They're all high-fiving each other.
I think India landed a probe. Should I see it? I want to see it. See if I believe it. I've had so many people that bullshit. What happened? Okay, let's see it. No, that can't be real.
Yeah, that's what they're landing.
We're seeing just flashes of it. This wouldn't be a live video. Okay, it would be landing Tuesday. Right. But I want to see what happens when it actually touches down. Wait a minute. That's it? Okay, everyone needs to go to jail. You guys all need to go to jail. You guys all need to go to jail. It's so fake. What did you do with the money? What did you do with the money? You got their own island, bitches. Yeah, how dare you? Imagine how much money they spent on that probe.
But that's everybody in the room. So if you look at the JFK assassination, right? So he goes into that plaza. They're all assassins in that process. Everybody's in on it.
Well, there was a lot of people.
Yeah, and they all go missing and end up dead.
You know, my friend Evan, he had a really good point about that. My friend Evan Hafer from Black Rifle Coffee. He said, during the Bay of Pigs, when they told Kennedy about it, when they told Kennedy about it, and he didn't allow the airstrikes. He didn't allow air support. Yep. That fucked everybody. Yep. Northwood. Hard. No, that was different. Operation Northwoods was the when they were going to have armed Cuban friendlies and attack one. Well, that was all part of how to pull Cuba into war. Right. So, but the Bay of Pigs thing in specific, those guys had a plan based on air support, and then they did get that air support. A bunch of people died that shouldn't have died. It's like those are the types of people that you could have gotten to kill Kennedy. Yeah. Pretty good for you look better in the other video. No. I love what the Super was.
It gives you a sense of some deep relevance, classical rhetorical theory, which we will touch upon a little bit in this course, but it will not be a major. But for today,
and the guy standing up and
essentially what we're doing right here tonight, this is
I don't
possibly
think that's
one of
it's
the
like a
oldest
description to show them like
curricular elements in advanced
so they don't have actual
It
video
goes
of
all the way
it.
back to the Roman days, the Heraclean era, where you had groups of scholars who were expert in saying things. Not necessarily in believing things, not necessarily in arguing things, but in being able to express an idea. And you hire them to do your thing. And if you wanted some political gain, wanted some monetary gain, you would hire one of these very well-trained experts to speak to
perfectly and catch it. How'd you signal the video footage from that camera and send it up into space in 1969? And how'd you talk to Nixon over the phone from space? How are you calling Nixon from fucking space?
Which addresses what exactly is it when we're speaking. They usually divide into three basic
oligarchies help oligarchies, so they're all in on it. Well, I bet they're all in on a lot of shit,
and ethos.
which is good, because that keeps us from going to World War III for real.
Logos, which you may see that word
So
in a lot of
recently,
disciplines
we're being
like
told there's this giant AI race with giant.
Logos is the
And
word
we,
for
they want to pass a law.
but it usually means in this context
So,
science
yeah,
or
I'm very
ideas.
serious. I
Magic is related
the
to
point
it.
is,
Logos
so
is
they
more like what
tell
we're
us
talking
there's
when we
this
say
giant
context.
race
What
with
exactly
AI,
is
if we allow China to just
information?
get
The
a
ideas that
fraction
you
ahead of us. So to the point where they pass a law where you cannot,
pathetic.
at no state,
Pathos means
pass
emotion.
any laws
Pathos
that get in the way
conveys
of technology with AI.
feeling
And
that
everyone's
goes
really
along with
upset
the
about because
logos.
10 years of
So
AI
speech has
is an
both
insane
logic
amount of
and
time.
emotion.
So who knows
And
what will
finally,
happen.
ethos. This is
So
what I like
we're
about
being
the
told that we're in this
presentation.
AI race with
And I
China.
really think it's very important
Just
for
about a
us
month
here in
ago,
particular. You're going to go
we
into the
sent
world
China a bunch of
very
AI
short period of time,
superconductors.
and you
And
are
I go,
going to be
hold on,
representing
we're
the
like in a
entire
race with these
Jewish
guys and
people,
we're sending them
me included,
superconductors?
in all
We,
kinds of
in the United
contexts.
States
Even when
government.
you're riding
So
the
what did they
train,
send?
even when
They sent a
you
bunch
are,
of, will you look at some
shopping for groceries,
superconductors or
whatever it
something
is,
like that?
people are going to look at you
To
and
the
say,
people we're supposedly in a
"There's a
race.
Jew."
And it
How does he
reminds me
speak? Once
of
you
when I
start
was a kid.
speaking, you represent all of us.
Okay,
So we
that's what
really
you
have to show
I'm
both
just
sides.
reminds you when you were a child. When I was a kid, and we were in a Cold War with Russia, and we were in a nuclear arms race. I remember being a kid and seeing on the news that we were sending aid to Russia. And I always go, why are we sending aid to these people if we're in a Cold War with them? And then I realized because Russia was never going to be able to keep up with us. That was just used as a smoke screen to get us to be, hey man, spend all the money you need to build all these weapons because we have to be in the league. I remember we were banging off the hell, man. 20 mil went a week. First of all, how many people are even in the Taliban? And how many more are they recruiting because they're making 20 million a week? I remember when Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, I was like, oh, dude, great. You know, I wasn't a Biden fan, but when somebody does something you like, you got to kind of give them their props. And he's like, yeah, and we're leaving all the weapons there. Have you ever seen the video of the plane leaving? You want to look at something that's just a complete joke. People are falling off of it. They were trying to hang on to them. So watch when it's coming out on the
and then I'm going to do my speech of introduction, and I expect you to grade me. Okay, so get ready.
It's got painted windows.
What we're talking about is a 3-minute maximum speech. But
People
since
are
they're a
running
little larger
along.
than I expected,
It's the
let's make
weirdest
it a
video I've ever
2-minute
seen. It
maximum
makes
speech.
no
And by the way,
sense. There's
you
a
know what?
9/11 on it or a Polo 9 on
I
it.
will be savage.
It's a
I will
very
cut you off at the
weird,
end of the period, whether you like it or not. That's it. Okay, so stay within your time. One of the worst things to speak and do is speak
super weird.
Brevity is the very soul.
Video just looks like
shit. Have you ever seen the Anne Hayes crash? Have you ever seen that video?
Yeah, this is one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Okay, well, this is a cargo plane, right? So it's an enormous plane.
For the rest of us, we're going to be in this little capsule here for a few hours.
Well, the windows in the
Thursday for a few weeks.
Well, that's for the
So
pilots,
this is your
bro.
opportunity to
But
say your name.
the rest of the plane is all
surnames here, of course.
solid. So it's a cargo. No, it looks like a giant cargo ship. And these people are trying to climb in. Like, look at this, man. They're trying to get inside that cargo ship. That is nuts, man. And the thing is moving along on the ground. Yeah, you can see. That's a regular cargo ship, bro. That's a giant military cargo ship. It's weird how these guys are like laughing and cheering. Yeah.
And one of
It
the
just looks
elements
weird.
of this
Like, the whole
course,
thing is crazy.
the
First of all, they
technology
felt like
the
there's
end of the
ours
day,
America
expect you
and sent them
all to
home.
be using
You know, so there was that, and then there was the fact that we left behind all kinds of crazy shit, Black Hawk helicopters, tanks, and then they do parades where they parade down the street with all that shit.
things you'll need for this class.
I mean, you get into Afghanistan.
So, everybody knows how to log in.
It's the same thing, reason we went into Vietnam, which was nobody knows about Vietnam. Everyone thinks about Saudi communists.
And it'll take you to several classes.
He says like they were never going to, Vietnam hated China. They were never going to work together. When you sell it as, we got to stop communism, now you go and you get all the poppy fields, the Golden Triangle. That was what
the syllabus is here on this page, and the ISBN and other information textbook is there.
One of the
If you want to
military
reach
leaders,
me, there's instructor information, so on and so forth. You can check your grades here, my grades. Well, let's go
It's like, well, we need to get the trust of the
so
farmers.
here are each of these sections. They are not precisely organized by our meetings.
And then the production goes through the roof. Yep, and it becomes like 94% of the world's heroin is produced. Or where we go in Iraq, the first things we go to are the museums.
So today's section is here.
We're grabbing
And inside
artifacts.
it, you will see the link to the president.
knows it's in the backstory type shit. 100%. They think that's the weapon of mass destruction they were talking about. What's the Stargate in Iraq?
That
was a weapon of mass. I thought it was
each of us.
I thought it was
Many of you
gateway.
just
Well,
registered in the
that's
last
what
hour
you're
or so
talking
before the
about.
class.
Well,
So
that
don't have your name
would
up
be
there
the
yet.
weapon of mass destruction. You go into the
What we're going
future,
to have to
it's
do
a
for
lost
today
weapons, come back,
is
fuck everybody up.
please
Like everybody
take notes
watching
on
a movie
paper,
about
and
like
once we're done this class, I'll
the
upload them
Revolutionary War,
later
not
tonight.
one
You
of
can
the
go
rock
online
muskets.
and add
You just
them.
imagine,
And in
bro,
subsequent
imagine
classes, we should
storming
have
in there with a
everybody
tank,
online to be able to do
just
it live.
fucking everybody.
Let's
They
take a
don't know what a
mine,
tank
for
is.
example.
Yeah,
Since I'm speaking first,
just
that makes
helicopters,
sense to
or
be
shooting
able
at
to
helicopters like
you'll see a little function
pigs.
survey.
You know,
It is actually
that's what you think of when you think of like modern weaponry. Now imagine applying that times 1,000 years and getting that modern weaponry, bringing it back to this timeline.
Each
You
of them
think you
is
can travel
divided
back
into
and
two.
forth through timelines?
First
Or do
is
you think
assess
once
the
you travel
content
once,
of the
you're stuck there?
presentation, and you can choose weak, acceptable, or
But what if you travel back to a time there's no time machine? It might be fun. Yeah.
Provide your comment.
It's like, you know, you see movies about this all the time where like you gotta go exactly to the place.
And then it goes down.
You gotta get it right, or you go to a dimension you don't even know what it is. What was that article you just pulled up, Jamie?
Okay. We all
Iraqi
clear
Stargate
as the sun
conspiracy,
at
a modern
noonday.
perspective on an ancient
So now
mystery.
down the time order, it's 5 o'clock.
What were they doing?
How about
4,100-year-old massive tier lined with giant staircases.
I guess we can take a break
Dude,
of
our
5 minutes or so,
way more
and
interesting
then we're
than
going to
we
race
even
through
understand.
everyone's 1 minute
It really
speech.
is. It really is.
If we finish by 5:45,
Yeah, it's so strange, especially when you read their stories and, you know, like all the Nazi Nephilim stuff, and then you see the buildings they were creating, or the doors that are so huge, or the steps that are too big for people to go up.
Everything's going to be videotaped, and
This is
your
mysterious military bases near ancient sites. U.S. established military zones near ancient Mesopotamian ruins, such as Ur, Nineveh, and Babylon. Some speculate this was to prevent independent researchers from accessing the sites. They control the information. The alleged time warp incident. Some claim that strange time anomalies and electromagnetic disturbances were reported by soldiers in Iraq, further supporting the idea of an active portal for advanced technology buried underground. Is there any scientific basis for Stargate?
Watch, you're ready, so
How
I'll
could
give
there
you
be
my
lack of physical
quick
evidence, no
introductory
concrete
speech.
rule, you don't have access. Mythological
Hi, how you doing?
misinterpretations, Sumerian
My
texts
name is
describe the
Henry
Anunnaki
Gibson.
as deities,
That's my
and scholars
slave name.
believe
My
these
Hebrew
are
name is Hillel.
mythological representations rather
I
than
was
historical
born
accounts of extraterrestrial beings.
over
Okay,
5
but that's
decades
just
ago in a
someone's
small town in
opinion.
northern
And
Ontario.
scholars are
My
notoriously
family were the
poopy
only
pants
Jews
when
living
it comes
in
to
this tiny remote community
notoriously
up
poopy
in
pants
Canada.
when it comes to
And
yeah, they
when I
don't
was
like to
a teenager,
they
they sent me
change their
down to
opinions on shit.
Toronto, which was a
No
big city to get
confirmed
my education.
technological
That's when I
technology
discovered
retrieval,
Yiddishkeit,
despite years of
and
military presence
it
in
didn't
Iraq.
stick
No
right
official
away, but
reports
then
have
later when I
suggested
met my
that any
wife,
advanced technology was
she and
discovered.
I
It was
started
where we
exploring
go. The defense
Judaism together,
contractors.
and that's how I
Right?
ended
The
up
same thing
going
as like the
here,
UFOs. Like
going
if they
on to
really did
success
have
here
a
in higher
crash
education.
UFO.
Actually, it's
In
a
the
kind of
middle of a
interesting
great
thing.
book,
My wife and I were both
Richard
ski
Dolan
instructors. That's how
has
we
a
met. My area of expertise is Jewish history.
UFOs for the 21st century mind.
20th century, published by Harvard
There's
University.
a lot of stuff in there that I never considered before. One of them, when they were talking about the crash UFOs, they did a bunch of like high altitude explosions of
I
nuclear
believe I'm
bombs
the
in
only
the
person
1950s.
ever to be
They like
published by
just
both
shot
Harvard
them up
and
150 miles in the
which I
sky
think
and
says a
blew
lot
them
about
up.
who I
They did
am.
it a bunch of times. Like you could have easily fucked up a UFO if they didn't know you were doing that. They had no reason to believe they're just hovering there watching Earth.
And my major research right now
it's interesting to me because you remember when we had the
which is a
balloon?
20th century Hasidic
What is
movement
this?
associated with
I don't know
Central
how
Poland.
accurate they are, but it's a
I didn't
report
think too much in
nonetheless.
advance about what I was going to say to you guys, but I thought you get such a great grade. But I'm really
Read the
grateful to
first
be
paragraph.
here, and I look forward to learning
It's
through
hard
the
to
course
read.
this
It's
semester.
weird. Where should I read it from? The third line of weather be a problem. Or I said something about whether rainstorms be a problem in the southern area in 3 to 5 days. Some heavy equipment movement is anticipated in near term in Kuwait. In 1 to 3 days, Iraq will launch missiles into Saudi Arabia areas. Frontline troops will not advance. Future potential strikes may occur in areas B, where Iraq Army will have 2 special weapons, some type of interference device that causes electronic or mechanical to freeze up, some type of energetic beam type of device that can be located in specific areas. Figure 1 to preemptive action is not anticipated until February 91, so not exactly occur any time in the way. Whatever energetic beam you understand. Like activity and just like it's document. Is this a legit document? Yeah, who knows, right? Yeah. This is a FOIA document. It says it comes from the Stargate collection. So it's such an interest. Also, if I had a print in paper some shit that's like super top secret that no one's supposed to know that we have, I would say Iraq has it, so we could use it on and say, oh yeah, Iraq had some beam weapon. Yeah, that was it, and it was destroyed. We destroyed it. Especially if you're putting in a paper where you know people could read it later on. FOIA requests.
Let me just go quickly into the nature of the shear, and then we will start right away. I will give you a little bit of advance warning. Tonight is a little exceptional. We started a little bit late. I like to start right
that was
at
one of the things about it. It's like they were always saying, like,
but we will start right on time.
It's the
And the
4th
format
largest army
is
in the
very
world.
simple.
It's like, yeah, well, after the
I'm going
first
to
2
take
is a
just
real
half
big
an
trouble.
hour
Yeah,
to
pretty
speak
cool.
about the
Salvation Army is
historical
number 3.
background of the individual that we'll be studying.
But that was a
to try
great
and
joke about that
place,
because like that was a
we can say
cakewalk.
his
That
ideas
first
in
Iraq
their
war.
historical
It was just
context.
they went in, fucked
And
everything
then
up.
the
The war
second
was
half
over
hour,
really quick.
when we really get into the material and Rabbi Teitelbaum and Trump and alternating weeks will actually guide us through a session of learning their text. The goal of this series is to enrich our appreciation of these fantastic thinkers and give us a sense of how they have shaped our Welcome Shopping and how they have created Jewish world in which we now live. The topic for today is, of course, if we're going to speak about any of the great thinkers in our our shared heritage. We
I
have
want
to
to know
begin
what's in
with
there.
the
Do you see
Rabban
that
Shel
one?
Yisrael, the
No,
acronym
it's
for
crazy.
the
This
great
is
thinker
ancient
Rashi.
Tibetan
His
library.
true
And
name,
there's
of
this
course,
video of
is
this guy
Rabbi
walking past these
Shlomo
texts.
Yitzchaki,
Thousands of years old, these
Solomon,
texts.
the son
And they're all
of
in these
Yitzchak.
bound
But
books
he
on
is
these
really
shelves that nobody's touching.
the founding
See if
father
you can find
of
why
the
is
very
it right?
Hebrew text. In
What's
fact,
in
it's an
there?
expression that in
What
order
about
to
the
learn
Library
Torah,
of
you must really
Alexandria,
learn
which
it
all the
with two
secrets of Egypt
fingers.
were in there?
One
All
firmly
the
lodged in the actual
depictions of how they
biblical
built the
text
pyramids, who
itself,
did it,
and
when
the
it
other
happened,
in the
no
commentary
racing
of
on whether or
Rashi.
not they
And
found
learning
them
the
already
text in
built.
two
That's
ways
a real
gives us
possibility.
this unique,
Claim of 10,000
nuanced
year old
way to
Tibet
read the text,
library
which
find
creates an
not
entirely
worth
different
paper
way
it's
of
written
looking
on.
at the
But there
world
is some sort of a
Jewishly
Tibet library.
through the
That's
eyes of this great
10,000 years
commentator.
old.
His years are 1040 to
There was a
1105.
library in
He is one of the
ancient
greatest
Is that real?
Ashkenazic figures.
That's bullshit.
He is a rather liminal character in many ways,
That's
occupying the
not
borderline
exactly the one that I saw, but it was
chronologically
just
and
like
in
that.
some
But it
senses
wasn't.
geographically.
Yeah,
So
I
let's have
probably
a very
took
quick
photo
look at some of the
animated
major
going
features
around
of
a lot.
his life,
Oh,
and then
no,
return
yeah,
to
but this is
the
like
texts
at least a
themselves.
year ago.
Placing him within context, and I realized, by the way, looking around the room, that there's a great deal of highly educated people here who
have you ever heard that most wars are about
20,
erasing
25
history?
years of full-time Jewish education.
Most
I
of them, like a lot
apologize if
wars are
much
about
of this is
erasing
going
our
to be
history,
basic
going in
review
there,
for you,
destroying areas
but
that have like
for
a
the rest of us,
connection to the
I'd
past.
like to
And that's a
give
big
you some
problem. World War II
more
was
serious
just destroy
background
all
information
this
that would be useful.
old history, so
But perhaps
nobody
I'll just start
learns
with a
about
small
it.
personal anecdote,
Knock it all down
in particular because I have my brilliant son Boaz here filming, and I don't think I've ever told him this story. I recall distinctively one of my personal most powerful connections with Rashi was when I was studying in yeshiva in Israel, and I came to Torah as an adult. I was in my mid-20s when my wife convinced me that I should really be studying much more Torah. And I remember being so frustrated, just trying to work through a basic Rashi on Gemara, and feeling so terrible that, Rashi is something that is learned by young children and old people alike, with great facility. And there's so many ways to use it. And I simply could not crack open this Rashi. And I felt tremendous, literally tears of frustration. I literally cried with frustration, thinking, how is it that, I'm in graduate school already, I'm studying for my PhD, I published articles, and I can't figure out Rashi. And I felt so awful and frustrated, and tears ran down my face. The next morning, when I went back to Shir, Rashi was all of a sudden my best friend. All of a sudden, everything that Rashi said, it felt like he was just standing behind me, whispering in my ear, guiding me through the Gemara. It was a transformational moment. I've always felt very close to Rashi and to textual study, really, as a result of that particular day in Yerushalayim. And I feel like maybe in a strange way, I kind of channeled the spirit of Rashi. That's really his goal as a teacher, is to give us access to the material, hold our hand, walk us through the text to a degree which aren't scrolled only in a pale manner. Anyway, here we go. Let's go back to the timing. So the periodization that we have, these are groups of scholars by Jewish historiographic convention. The Tanaim refer to scholars who were associated with the compilation of the Mishnah, basically to the early 3rd century of the Common Era. Then you have the Amoraim, who are associated with the Talmud, to the 6th century. A group of scholars known as the Geonim, primarily in Babylon, to the 9th century. And then you have the Rishonim, which is a very large group of scholars from the late 9th century to the 15th century. This is when Rashi, of course, lived. He's one of the early Rishonim, an extremely important one. And then afterwards, you have the Acharonim in the 19th century. Everything after the 19th century is not really worth talking about, so I mention it. Rashi is often associated with this script, so-called Rashi script. It's a little bit of a misnomer. He wrote in the typical Ashkenazic script of the day. This is just a printing convention that is essentially like italics. Regular square or Assyrian script is what we're used to in most of our prayer books and other standard Hebrew textbooks. The Rashi script is just a little bit of a cursive. It looked kind of pretty, and it helped in graphic conventions to place two different typefaces on the same page so you can distinguish between the main text and the commentary. For those of you who may be somewhat stymied by Rashi's script, it's really not that hard. It's almost identical to the regular script, except for a handful of letters, like the letter Aleph, which has kind of a flag on the top. The letter Shin is really quite different. The final Mem and Samek are quite different. But otherwise, it's really not so hard to learn. I'll tell you one also personal funny story.
Just a story laid down. I think the story of the 19 hijackers is just another layer of deceit.
I'm very proud of saying, by the way,
they set
I
a
think I'm the
foundation
only person
for
ever
this story
to
they want
publish
us to
both
buy.
Harvard University Press and
Yeah, but Sam, the people did die.
So that's why I work for
Planes
Zero
did
College.
crash. I'm not saying they did.
But the Feldheim, I went as a tremendous editor there. We went to 9 drafts before we went to print. We even had about a 3,000 word exchange on whether the words we
tell you what they're going to do. I know that, which is what they fly. You know that Operation Northwoods, they had a drone plane, and they were going to
but there was
blow it up
one
and
glaring mistake when I talked
know
about reading
And
Rashi's script in this book. I said all the letters are the same except for these underlined letters, and we forgot to put in the underline. And to this day, until I released this video on the internet, no one has found that.
Why would you think it's a missile?
I don't know what that means. I guess people are
It's possible it's a drone plane, but
there it is. It's really isn't Rashi's script. It's just because
what
the
makes more
fact that
sense
Rashi
to
is
me
usually printed in that script that it has taken that name, but it has nothing to do with
control whoever they is.
I mentioned that he was one of the generation of scholars called Rishonim, literally the first ones, and the kind of intellectual work, the kind of scholarship that the Rishonim were engaged in were extremely important for really setting the Grundlage, the foundation for what would be done in later generations. The kind of things they did, many of them paid a special attention to textual integrity. Is the text that we have correct? Are there scribal errors? Are there variant manuscripts? Things like that. Is a great example. The grammarians, like Saruk and Ben Gunash, spent a lot of time trying to explain exactly what the Hebrew text meant on a grammatical level. And of course, that's quite significant because the Jews are no longer speaking Hebrew as a native language. It's always a secondary scholarly language, so you have to have grammarians to really understand what's going on. Many of them are involved in cataloging, especially cataloging the 613 commandments. The Smod is one of the most important, but we have several others, the Chinuch and others. Systemization, which basically refers to the taking of the entire corpus of Jewish thought and making sense of it, organizing it into chapter headings and separate books and so on. Maimonides is just a classic example. And then, finally, in this context, resolution of apparent contradictions, which is the primary function of Rashi's goal, however,
the world's ran by sorcerers.
Unique in many ways
you start to realize that
is he wants to provide access. He wants to simply say this is a very hard, difficult text. It's arcane, it's convoluted.
Just because he dresses like a wizard in a fucking
holds you by the hand, offers you small, pithy comments, trying to give you a sense of what does the text actually
dress. Except for when he says I was in the dark arts. Have you ever seen him at the Klaus Schwab?
And secondly, he's also very big into integration, and by that I'm referring to specifically the integration of the written Torah and the oral Torah. The written Torah, of course, being the five books of Moses, the oral Torah being a much larger corpus of Jewish thought that is encapsulated in the Mishnah works, the Midrashic works, the Talmud, texts of the Kabbalah. He wants to try and bring them together. He chooses very carefully. He apologizes for the tremendous editorial skill, finding the right balance between how much is going to be enlightening and how much will be overwhelming. And he offers that to the reader on a, very basic Hebrew level, such that we can appreciate the text and its tremendous nuances. That's really the genius of Rashi, these two basic ideas, allowing access to the text and integrating the various bodies of thought that apply to that text. Where he lives, as I mentioned, he comes from Ashkenaz, which is an ancient Hebrew term that refers to the land from which
me tell you, guys, that girl that got the exact same guy.
No, it does not look like a. This guy's a different chin, draw structure. Go to the other guy. That's different. This guy has a lot more jowls. No, he has a lot more jowls. He looks a lot older. This guy looks like a 60-year-old freak. He looks like an 8-year-old.
Look at Eric girl. He's very young.
No, he's not young in any of these photos, but in that photo, that's a different guy.
And the overwhelming majority of Jews trace their origins to Ashkenaz. It's the term used primarily for the Rhineland in Germany, and for various reasons, which we're not our discussion today, but anti-Semitism drove them towards the east, and economic opportunity was a vacuum that drew them towards the great cities of Ukraine, Poland, and Lithuania. Lithuania being north here, of course,
someone who dresses like that would be fucking weird. Now he steals the clothes. Where's the clothes to like China vets? Where people get vetted. One lady's like, that's my dress.
She's a designer. It was a one-off. It was a one-off dress. Like it had to be her dress. This guy was just stealing luggage.
The Rhineland here is the
Seeing that guy and going, he's got shit together. He should be on front of the government.
Culture that developed in
be like, you know what this security system needs trans missile Jews,
which of course was still in a period of tremendous, ascent. It was the golden age in Spain. That would be Sepharad. There's Sepharad Jewry out to the and then of course there are Jews in North Africa.
It's like everyone loves Trump right now and all the stuff going on with him. The difference between Trump's cabinet and Kamala Harris's cabinet is Trump's all constant neo-cons, and Kamala's would be BLM, fat feminists, and trans. That would be the difference between the state and the great behind them. It's all the same shit. It's two wings of the same bird.
You don't know
I like Trump more than I like Kamala. These people are just absolutely ridiculous.
Grew up in an area of great viticulture, and
it's a completely corrupted system. 100% completely corrupted. And no one in like 6 months, whoever Trump's been by now, or 4 years, or even 8 years, is going to totally untangle.
There are all kinds of fantastic stories and legends about this bird.
Every single
there are a couple different versions in which his parents, in one version of the story, his father, and in another version of the story, his mother, gave up the possibility of owning phenomenal profit to the sale of a tool that was destined for the diadem of the Pope or something like that. I don't remember the exact detail which ecclesiastical figure it was, but they really didn't want to see this beautiful jewel be used in that purpose, and so therefore they tasked him to see one version, and as a result there was a promise made to them in these versions of the story that they would have a child, the one child, who would enlighten the eyes of all Jews. Whatever the truth of the legends are, there's no question that he grew up to be this great enlightenment. There's another amazing version of the story in which his mother was in the city of Florence, and there are people who today claim to have a place in Florence where this stands to this very day, where when she was expecting, she was walking one of these narrow hallways and corridors, and a horse and carriage came bustling through there with tremendous speed and threatened to run her down, and so she flattened herself as much as possible against the wall, but of course she was heavily expecting, and she would have been hurt. The baby would have hurt. So the wall, as it were, became concave in order to allow her and her unborn child to be protected as the
So I was watching this video the other day, and it was about how actors way back in the day looked so much older. Like the guy from All in the Family was 46, and then actors today are 56, look like they're kids. And they were talking about because everyone smoked all the time, and they all wore like suits and proper clothes, and no one worked out.
And it was there that he was able to draw together much of the
nation where we're getting fatter and fatter, but there's also a segment that is getting more jacked and jacked. The jiu-jitsu guys, CrossFit guys, the Thai boxing dudes, they're all getting more and more fucking shredded than ever. Yes, there are a lot of fat people, but there's also, in my opinion, way more in shape people too, because there's just more people. I would agree there's more in shape people now than ever before, but I think the average person is in worse shape. The average, there's like outliers, people that work out all the time, there's more of those than ever before, but we're getting fucking poisoned.
He had a number
We're
of
getting, our
daughters
food's
which have
terrible.
been
This is one of the more never, the RFG Junior thing is one of the most
very
important things
little
of this
historical
administration. I
data
thought,
to
get in there
support
and
the
find out.
specifics
How
of
do these
the
companies have this grip on what they're putting in the American diet? How does what companies have this grip on what medications they're making sure that you take every year? And how many, and they're not responsible at all for the adverse effects. This is crazy. Like, him getting in there and just trying to at least untangle some of that fucking evil octopus mess. Just all the different tentacles of control.
We don't have any evidence of that whatsoever.
The fact that they're telling you,
do have some interesting passages in the writings of one of his illustrious grandchildren, Rabbi Rothschild, that he knew of women who did wear tefillin,
and it's the same company that makes stuff that they send to Canada that doesn't have the dyes. It's nuts. It's crazy. We're all, I saw Ian Carroll talking about that, how they have a drug that causes hair loss, and then the same company sells you stuff that'll help your hair grow back.
Believe the
There's
assertion
companies right now that are working
the so-called
on drugs that help
Rashi
people
was
that have
so
heart
popular that many texts were authored by others, and his name was attached to
There's a
them.
particular
It's very
NBA
different from
legend,
today's scholarly world. Today, in the
during the
academy,
whole
what we
COVID
do
stuff,
is we take something that
we're
someone
like, he's
else
going
wrote,
after
and
LeBron
we put
James
our own name on
really
it.
hard
Back
about
then, it was
not giving
popular to
the
take something
shot.
that you wrote and put
And
someone
now,
else's
when
name
I
on
listen,
it.
because I'm
So
old, I
we
still
have
listen to
several
sports talk radio,
pseudo-Rashis, especially on the Talmud,
he's doing
sometimes
commercials
because
for
he has
heartbroken.
found a manuscript without having a
Like, that's
clear
the
authorship.
craziest storyline I've ever seen in my life.
This looks a lot
The guy
like
who was
Rocky, and
duping
so they
everybody.
added the
And this was the
word
guy who was a
Rocky to
civil
it,
rights leader
but it's
who's doing
clearly not.
commercials for
So
heartbroken.
there's some of implying that perhaps his daughters did write some
Can
of
you
the
look up what
pseudo-Rashis.
Grandma
Again, there's
Heart
no reason to specifically believe
He's
that,
talking about how
but
he's
the scattered references that we do have to his daughters indicate that they
But
were
this was the guy who
literate,
was
that they were learned, and that they did
full on in a
communicate
civil
with their
rights
father in
who
learning,
understands,
meaning they had
would have a great
knowledge,
understanding
knowledge,
of
which was
the
quite
black
impressive,
man's relationship
especially
with
for a day.
pharmaceutical companies.
Not surprising,
And,
perhaps,
you know,
if your father is
that
Rashi,
famous
whatever
thing
his
where they
gender,
let
he would
everybody
be a very
have syphilis
individual.
forever, and then they sent like
his
black
major
nurses
works, we will study some of them in just a few minutes. But
so he
his
was a
commentary
guy
in the
who
Torah
was
is
pushing
absolutely
everybody.
essential.
Oh, dude, that's so
It
crazy.
is
It's with Pfizer
universal,
too.
printed
And he was the
typically
guy who was pushing
alongside
everybody
the
to get
commentary of Onkelos, the translation
the
of
jab.
Onkelos that
He
we'll
was
study
like,
in another
he
class.
was like really
He's
going
also
after
written a
LeBron James,
massive
who didn't
commentary
want to
on
do it.
almost every
And then now he's doing
tractate
these
of the
commercials,
Talmud,
which is so
almost every
crazy to me.
book
But did he have
of
that
the
before he got
Tanakh. Just
jabbed?
it's
I
the very
never
first
heard that.
place
It's possible.
a
I
scholar
never heard of it,
looks,
but it's
or
crazy.
at any
It's on
stage
both
in their
sides.
scholarly career, is what does Rashi say? How do we understand this passage? We always look towards the inside binding, which by long-standing photographic convention is where we place the commentaries of honor, the ones on the inside. Rashi is always on the inside. What does he have to say? And there's a whole engine of research in the yeshiva that is surrounding the question, what's bothering Rashi? Meaning, when Rashi says something that appears obvious, there's always a much deeper reason why we be bothered to say something that we would otherwise know. And exploring that question of what's bothering Rashi is often quite productive as a scholarly
That's the weirdest thing.
Now, at the end of his life, most of his life was lived with relative tranquility, which is not something that can be easily said about the Jews of Europe. But at the end of the 11th century, at the end of his life, really, was an age of men, he dealt with one of the most difficult social crises of the era. This was associated with the First Crusade of 1096. The Crusades were tremendous
And then you're back, and you know something's going on because she doesn't try to brace it.
during
Oh,
the
it
Rhineland
was so
in particular.
It's,
There
I
was
feel for
originally
her.
a
I like
movement
her.
that began in December
That was a bad
1095
fall.
when
Scary
Pope
fall.
Urban
Scary fall. But
II
it's just crazy how
called
it lined
upon
up that
all
way.
Christians
And
to
crazy
gather
how
together
do you buy
and to
Pfizer?
free the homeland
You see those
from
commercials, I mean,
Muslim
those compilations,
infidels,
rather,
because there
of
was some
all the
question
different
about
newscasters
access
falling
to the
over.
holy sites
It's
for
like, wow.
pilgrims. This happened to be an
No
incredible
one-
message. It resonated with
No one got
tremendous
suspicious other
force
than these
throughout Europe.
weirdos
And
online.
he
All the
and
no
other
news
social and
channels got
economic factors
suspicious.
that
No media
combined to
people
bring
got
together a
suspicious. New
formidable
York Times
force
think
of
it's suspicious. How
soldiers from
many
all
soccer
over
players are
Europe.
dropping
And they
dead?
managed to
What's
make their
going on?
way
Healthy
following
athletes
months
having
like
heart
this one
attack. How
here,
many people
people
are just
that
having heart attacks when they're 18 years old, which
Jerusalem.
never happened
They had to
before? What
repeat
the
it
fuck is
several
going on?
times because the
No one wants to
Muslims
admit
were
that
able
they
to
made a
throw the
terrible mistake,
Crusaders
and
off
that they got
the Holy
duped.
Land.
So they continue
And of
to
course,
do
we
the
have some
work
of
of
the
the people
most
that duped them.
fascinating architecture in
They're
Israel
like,
from that period. But
they're
the
vampires. They
first
got bit
crusade
by
of
the vampire. They're trying to bite
1096
other
was
people.
especially
It's weird.
important from a
Yeah.
Jewish
Have
perspective
you
because
ever
what
heard
happened was
really weird conspiracy?
several
No,
of
from you?
the kind of
No
ragtag
fucking way,
crusaders
Sam. I
didn't
don't
make it
believe
into
you.
the
The
regular
Chinese
army.
leave me
Meaning
alone.
they were
Have
not
you ever looked
noblemen,
into that?
they were not
Oh, that the public
professionally
is
trained
actually a
knights.
lot lower.
They were
Yeah, it
just,
is.
you know,
Yes. And then
adventurers
there's all this,
in some
all
cases,
this
and we have
data
many
that kind
first-hand
of
accounts
lines
from
up
here.
like
They
the
were
amount of
like,
funeral homes have quadrupled.
hooligans,
China's lied about the amount
poor
that
peasants,
they made
landless
all
peasants.
these.
They
They
would
listed
even
all
do
these
things
fake
like if
kids
there
going
was
to
a
school that
goose
aren't really going to school.
insisted on
And
walking
the
to
weird
the
one
goose,
is the
they
amount
would
of
say the
salt
goose was holding all
they've
of the goose.
imported from China.
This
It's
crusader
gone down
had
half.
his back
So all these people go to
tattooed with a
China,
cross,
all these
and
guys,
he
tourist vloggers,
revealed his
and they're like,
back
there's
to
nobody
his
around.
audience. Said,
There's
look, I woke
nobody.
up and I
There's
had this
nobody
mark
here.
on my
Where's
back.
everybody?
It obviously means
Because
not
if
to
you go to
follow
India,
me.
right, we saw
And so
them.
they
How many
followed
people they
him
pack in there to see
to the crusade. There were a lot of
topographic
you
land on
know,
the moon?
marginal
Look how many
people
people are in
involved in
there.
the crusades.
But
And a certain
you see this over
number
and
of
over
them
again when people go
up
to
here
China.
in
They're
the
like, there's
Rhineland
nobody around
said,
here. Well,
you know,
there's
wait a
parts
second.
that are very
Why
unpopular.
are we schlepping? They
You know
didn't
what
use
has
that
always
word.
been the weirdest
Maybe they did with
conspiracy for
Germany.
me
Why are
with
we
China
schlepping
is the Great
all the
Wall.
way to
I'll wear a
Jerusalem to
face
fight the
yeah.
infidel?
The
When we
turrets
have
where
the
they shoot
infidel
arrows
right
from,
here in our
that's
very
facing
backyard.
inward.
We don't have to go all the way over there to fight Muslims.
Not
We can
outward.
fight
Not like
Jews
to
right
guard
here
people
in
from coming
Speyer,
over the wall
Worms,
that
and
way.
Mainz.
It's
And
the
so
other
there
way.
were tremendous
Was like,
massacres of Jews in the Tri-Town.
Who designed
That
this?
was the
What
home
are
of
you doing?
Rashi
Yeah,
for
trying
many
to
years.
accomplish.
And
Why would you have it
horrible
turn towards the country?
massacres which we
So they're
recall
like they're
every
Chinese.
Shabbos when we read Al Harachami,
Yeah, it's kind of like when you look at like
read
the down
after
of
Torah
like a
reading
camp, right?
in memory of
Or
those
a prison.
martyrs of 1096.
People that want to ban,
The
they
reason
say,
why
you know,
this was
the wire
especially
stuff
poignant
this way, so
for
you can't
Rashi
go
is
out.
because
Yeah. So
once
it's the
that
same way with
fateful
that.
summer had
You see how
passed,
long it is, too?
and
It is pretty. What is
we
the
learned
full
that
length?
many
I think
different
it's
things happened to the Jews of those
14,000
countries.
miles.
Many were forced to their
14,000
life.
miles of stone wall
Many
built by hand
amazingly
over
chose
hundreds
to
of
take
years.
their
And
own lives.
you have
We
the
have some
openings for
powerful
arrows
first-hand
pointing
accounts
towards the
of
people. Have you ever seen old
Jewish families,
pictures
deciding to kill their children first and then kill themselves rather than expose
people
themselves
building
to
it
baptism.
are like demons
And
and
then
shit
we
like
have, of
that.
course,
It's like
many
very
Jews
weird.
who chose
Yeah, I was
to
talking
become
about
baptized
old
rather
drawings.
than
Yeah, drawings.
submit to the sword. And then after the Crusades had passed, and especially because these were not legitimate crusaders, so to speak, these were not like authorized crusaders, then they found that the storm had passed and they could return to their Jewish lives. And the question was, could they return to their Jewish lives? You have to recall that this was not a period of religious fluidity when people could simply become a Zen Buddhist and then become a Muslim and then become a Christian at will. Once you left the religious community, that was it. You were gone. And so you had all all these Jews who felt terrible about their choices, and they appealed to the greatest authority of the age for guidance on
So
what they
some
could
of
do.
it probably
Rashi, of course, was the
right.
greatest authority of the
Sometimes,
period,
you know,
and
you
he
get it 'cause, like, God, I'm
wrote in
reading
his
a
Teshuvot,
from
which were extremely
Village of Law.
influential,
I'm Russia.
that in fact they should
At
be
that
completely
time, it was
reaccepted
Turkey.
as Jews.
Bro, look at this,
There should be no prejudice
13,170
against them
miles.
for the
That's so
decision they
crazy.
made
How long was
when
it?
they were on pain of death. And in fact, that is a decision that has had huge consequences for Jewish history. So when we reflect on the life of Rashi as a whole, we should recall that this is someone who lived a millennium ago. And how often is it that we have a figure that lived 1,000 years ago that is so influential that he still plays a very vibrant life, a part in our intellectual lives even today? When children first grade are learning Rashi, and scholars at the highest levels of yeshiva are studying Rashi with these
And
same level
this whole thing
of
about extending
enthusiasm and
life forever
fervor, we get a glimpse of the tremendous power of this figure.
that all these
So at this point, I finished the historical part of the presentation. I'd like to hand the microphone over to Rabbi Teitelbaum to please give us some insight into the actual text that Rashi
change a human body, and you can enter
that was really marvelous.
some sort of a chip into that person's brain that gives them entire access to the internet instantaneously, telepathic language.
We're going to just
who knows what kind of ability to control electronic devices and all kinds of different things. And someone gets to decide whether or not that happens to the human race. Because once it happens, you're not putting that cork back on the bottle. It's out, and it's going to give an advantage to people. So everyone's going to want to do it. You don't want to be a regular meat ape when all these fucking geniuses are around here reading your PIN number from your mind.
We're doing that with babies now. We can test IQs already. They're doing genetic tests. These really rich people want super smart kids. So they're making sure that the IQ babies at super high levels.
It's glorious. Absolutely
glorious. They altered the babies.
One needs to understand that
is
we're
going to have genetically modified human beings for sure.
So now already
I cannot even say
they're
how
going to be
many
like Thor. Everyone's going to be like Thor. Every woman's
how
going
many
to look
times over.
like, fill in the
The
blank.
Talmud was a seal.
Whatever you're into.
too much tits and ass up here.
It's going to be amazing. It's going to be such a good time. It's going to be no sixes.
Yeah.
It's just going to be, initially it'll be adopted by the rich. Then it'll just be like cell phones. In the beginning, fucking Mike Douglas had that big ass fucking stupid thing over each. Now that's a joke, right? Now everybody has a phone. You go to the jungle, people have phones.
There's fat homeless people with iPhones. Everyone has iPhones. Like that's why you're never going to have a revolution when you have fat homeless people with iPhones. Like that, and they have no money. They're still fat. Yeah, and they're living the best life. That's how comfortable it is. We're just comfortable enough not to get upset.
Line by line by
I
line.
gotta wrap this up. I love you to death.
So
I agree with everything you said, though. Everybody.
I'm always right. Last thing I want to tell you is that Gaza, Europe will go in and regulate it, and that is the prediction I want to give you. That is
Rashi.
Yes. Yes. And then it's basically going to be it's been prophesized there will be a war between the pagans and the lost tribes. The lost tribes, we go through this.
Where did someone go to research this for?
Let me just tell you this.
Not for the
I'll give you the name of it.
I gotta see. We gotta wrap this up. Just tell me what it is.
I just got to hold it up for 5 minutes. Okay, I appreciate you, dude. I'll give you the name right now. Here we go. You can go to the Living Church of God. It's YouTube at Tomorrow's World. It's all been prophesied. England, the United States and Israel versus the pagans. The pagans will be led like before the Assyrians were now Germany.
If it turns out to be true, I'll bring you back.
That will be my third prediction I've gotten right. I love you so much. Thank you so much.
Always good to see you, my brother. Always good. All right, bye, everybody.
Continued on with Mishnah, the Talmud, and the period of going about which we heard briefly. And when we showed it, it was that which became for all of Klal Yisrael Talmudic Judaism as we understand it today, Rabbinic Judaism as it's so called, that can be embraced and lived and appreciated, and because it's solid and it's not by rote. Because everybody should open up our own stuff. It's only because of that.
You feel so much better.
Yeah.
So that Rashi is therefore
Oh, I know, man. Dude, like, what happened where, like, these altercations are fairly regular? Like, at airports, you see brawls at airports all the time.
Yeah, I have a theory.
What is it? Rashi's work.
No, dude. You think I'm crazy? You think I'm crazy? I'm dead serious. There's like an Agenda 2050, and literally in there it lists no more commercial flying. And you see them at all these like WEFs and all this stuff in
That
Davos.
would be hilarious. Like, it was automobile leads to cut the fly.
Dude, that's literally the plan. For real?
You think that can't be responsible for brawls at the Spirit Airlines?
Yeah. I mean, dude, they send in all these people all the time. I mean, it's crazy to me. Flights are always late.
Right, but a lot of that happened because
all these military planes are almost hitting commercial. I'm telling you, dude.
part of what we're
If
saying
they want
is,
you in a 15-minute city,
which
why
Rashi
do they
says
want
is
you flying
the
around?
understanding.
Okay.
Such that
I
he
see what you're
guides us
saying
to
about
what
the
he
15-minute
says
city, and I
is
think
the
that's true.
understanding.
But
So
I don't
there,
think
yes,
it's this grand
Rashi's
plan
taking
to
us
make
by the
planes
hand.
slam into each other. I think it's a lot of
That's
his
what
incompetence.
Rabbi
Whatever happened, I'm saying
He
it's
is
not a Black Hawk
trying to
in DC.
not just
Yeah,
answer
that
the
was a
question
weird one.
of what's
That was a
wrong with
weird, that's a
Washington.
weird one. Because they, apparently
He's
that lady
answering
was
the
instructed
question of,
to not go in the direction that she was going. Right. Right. What was the specifics of it? Well, she didn't. They looked the wrong way.
Understand.
Like they go, hey, there's, and they look this way and it was coming that way, or they look that way and it was coming this way. They didn't. They looked the wrong way when they just tried to see what was coming. Was she a part of the Biden administration at one point in time and then left, went back to flying high? What do you do? Listen, it's hard to know because you see stuff online. But if you even study like the Vegas shooting, or I mean the LA fires. They want you to blame DEI. Like, do you remember when that one fire chief or whatever was like, "Oh, if I come get you and you're too big, you're in the wrong place, wrong time." Yeah. Why would you say that? Why would you? It's hubris. I don't know. Someone gets it. Listen. You got an all-lesbian crew, right? You got a woman who's the first head of the fire department, right? Woman, and Miss Lay's a woman, and they're all talking about how great it is if someone who looks like you comes to save you. So they're wrapped up in that kooky ideology, the absence of meritocracy and the absence of like physical standards for difficult physical jobs. To pretend that that's not necessary, you shouldn't be able to take our guy out. The guys that I knew that were all firefighters, that guys that I've known, one of my buddies is a firefighter, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Another one is a fucking big giant Irish guy. Like they're always big people, right? Because you gotta be able to carry folks. I agree. And you gotta be able to do like crazy physical things. You have to axe outdoors sometimes. You know, it's right. Imagine you took a 100-pound woman and tell her to axe down a door. Okay, so I agree with what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, what causes more chaos? What causes more infighting is if you push everybody to this is DEI messing up, and not that this whole thing is purposeful. So you're thinking that they're instituting DEI on purpose, they're putting incompetent people in positions of power on purpose so that they'll fuck up, so that people will complain, so that it creates more chaos. Yes. So, I mean, I don't know if the narrative instantly became the Bolsheviks. I don't know. I feel like, well, I don't know if they're lizard. Well, they probably are lizard people. But I mean, when Karen Bass, here's the crazy thing about LA. Very few people are calling out anything anymore. It's a city of conformity. And nobody wants to rock the boat because to get a job in LA, you need 20 green lights. All you got to catch is one red light and you're not working. So if you're out there going, hey, dude, this is like, hey, man, what's going on with this? This seems pretty purposeful. You're not going to work. You're just not going to work. You can get mugged at a gas station, pulling $7 a gallon gas, and still never complain about what's going on and still vote the same way because you don't want to rock the boat. If you ask me, it's a big part of moving everybody into these big cities. It's the forced conformity. I don't think it's like that everywhere, though. LA is particularly like that because of it's a city of conformity already. Yes, Hollywood. Yes, you're auditioning. Yes, 100% auditioning for things is crazy because it's really the only way to find out if someone's really good at acting. You have a chance, right? But the way it's set up is like people choose people, and if they choose you go on to have this incredible life. You become Brad Pitt, right? But if they don't choose you, you become that guy that everybody sees at the party that's 45, dying his ear dark, and it's not happening. Everyone knows it's not happening, and maybe he's got talent. It's weird. So you have to conform. Yes. You have to say what they want you to say, whether it's about whatever political shit, social transition, climate change, whatever it is. You can't have any opinions that break from the narrative. I totally 100% agree, and that's kind of why LA nobody's saying anything now. It's a culture, it's a part of the culture, but I really think it has something to do with the original way that LA was founded. Before the whole reality star thing and everything else, but there's definitely a lot of that going on. But it was all everybody wanted to go to the act. So it's like the primary way that someone gets a gig
was
Is
an
that little
audition.
piece of
Yeah,
oil the Mediterranean.
there's a term.
Tell
It's
that
a
to the nations of the world. It's the
a
first
communist term. It's like the quarantine
defense
fees.
is obviously not a simple shot
butchering
of
Irish
aggression
and that will be
but
a
it's an
dope
obvious
sweatshirt.
way
Oh,
in which Russia
I
opens
need
its
one.
military.
You got me one? I got you.
Almost
Others.
Everybody
Oh, no
just
shit.
a simple
Shout out to all
translation
the
of it.
sure. Yeah,
I'm
dude.
going to share with you
I need the
take it
Wu-Tang.
from
Okay, oh,
Medrash,
dude,
take it from
I'll get you one.
Talmud, Godly
No,
Yerushalmi.
oh, you want this one? Okay. Later. No, because it's hot in here.
Trying to make throughout the
Sorry, you
day.
got to see my
As another example, please turn to
Here you go.
page
Never watched it.
94.
It's yours, dude. That worked out perfect. I'm gonna sweat like a pig the whole
Just
time.
briefly, as we go through the book of Bereshit, a few
That's like Van
examples.
Nuys. I'm just getting murked by
Page 94.
Mexicans the whole time. So they took the V in the end. Yeah,
Prayer,
man. It's
so
just like,
important.
it's a
Prayer
great,
is
it's a
important
great
for
school,
soul.
dude.
Prayer not just
I'm
selfishly
trying
for
to get a
itself,
blue belt. I'm just old and fat.
but
It's
prayer
hard.
generally. And no prayer goes unanswered. There's a famous Rashi in
Yeah, he's great. I
Shira
love him.
we talk about it some other time
Yeah,
that
dude.
says
He's
as much.
great. I love jujitsu. I
Sometimes
just
the
get to old
prayer
man
is
jujitsu where I
just
got
a
to
general
wrist
prayer
lots and
or
shit
a
like
prayer
that
for
because I
someone
can't
else.
move these fat legs.
If you
Fat
yourself
old
could
legs.
benefit
I
from
can't do it.
that,
I'm taking
would
out.
you
Are you
pray?
on any hormone
Perhaps you
replacement? Every time I watch it so bad. We'll get you set up.
Again,
I got bad head too, dude. That's why I got working out. Yeah, it's wrong with the hip.
is all about.
It's just the wheels are a
Listen,
little
you
off.
test, the end of
No,
sin,
I
the
got
self test,
you.
you test.
Have you read it?
Sorry,
Sorry, well,
Hashem,
before you
I'll
do
go
all
nothing
this
with
other
this
stuff
anymore.
like
I'll do that,
jujitsu,
say, it's just
and you have an injury,
because of what
you should
I've
make
known.
sure that you're not making that
Attempted to
injury
do
probably
so.
making it worse. Yeah, it's kind of
Everyone
important.
was
I love
bad.
it.
All of
I
the
know I
women
like
I
pain.
know
I'm glad you like it.
family,
But
they
just
were all
listen to daddy.
having children.
Been down this fucking surgery road many times with
Hashem,
jujitsu.
Sorok,
And I've
Asher,
had
Amar,
2 knee surgeries because of jujitsu.
HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
You have to make
Granted,
sure, and I have a bunch
the
of
child
packages,
he
you
had
have to
promised
make sure
Yasser
that it's
from
not
the son
like
of
a
Hashem
labrum
there.
tear or something like that, where you're like continuing to tear it and make
You
it worse.
understand
Yeah, because you can get that fixed.
all
Yeah, and if you get it
because
fixed, you'll be way better off. Yeah, I gotta get it fixed.
prayer
MMA fighters do it all the
before
time,
we
like
know it.
Sean, before his fight with Marab,
Please,
he tore his labrum, the
forgive
first
him.
fight. And
For
he
he
was
knew
going to
that
get a
what he was
surgery, but he
doing.
realized he couldn't. There's no way he was going to. He wanted to make that
Let
sphere
him
show. He's doing
be,
spheres.
and
Like,
his
fuck it, I can
family,
still
and
beat
his
that guy.
wives, and
He's an
all
animal.
of them.
Yeah, he's
Let's
savage.
allow them to
But he
once
needed to
again
get it fixed. And then he finally got it fixed. I was like, dude, I
their
feel
children
fucking
and have family life.
infinitely better. You have to fix it. If it's a labrum tear or something like that, you just don't want to ruin it. You don't want to get it so you get a hip replacement, which I know a gang of guys who have hip replacements. I mean, I can't believe how many people I know that have hip replacements. I went home for I brought the kids back to the homeland, and all my family was like, I got this fixed, I got this fixed, I got that fixed. The hip one's nuts, man, because I know guys that are 40 that have hip replacements. Like, not just one. You know? I think, remember Connor? Jeremy Connor? You know, I know like a bunch of MMA fighters that have get their hips done. John Wayne Parr, Muay Thai guy, he had his hips done. He's one hip. It's rough, man. They saw the top of your bone off and put a fucking cap on it, different socket, and screw it all there, and then it's good for about 20 years. I think I messed up some joints during my running and gunning days. I'm not drinking enough water. I think I probably got injured a bunch of times, didn't notice it, just kept going. Yeah, like a champ. The thing about those hips, though, is what they can do now, like before in the past, if you had a chronically inflamed hip and arthritis, you were missing calcium or missing the meniscus or whatever it be, cartilage, labrum tears in your hips, you're crippled for life. Now they just give you an artificial one, and they say, well, it probably lasts about 20 years. Yeah, well, at least for 20 years, you can, like, everyone I know that has one walks normal. Yeah, I say that's so bad. You don't. You want to fix your hip? Yeah, I know. That's what I want. I want to fix my hip. I'm going to do it when I go back. We'll get it looked at while you're here. Really? How many days are you here? I'm here. I'm leaving tomorrow. What time tomorrow? Like 7. They put me at 7 a.m. Yeah. I'll fly right back. Maybe we can get you after that. Get my hip done. I'll fly right back. Someone should look at it. What you really need is an MRI. Because they need to find out exactly what's going on inside there. I'm paying a gazillion dollars in health insurance. I better get looked at. Bro, that doesn't get you nothing. Nothing. It's unbelievable. Do you know what happened to Ben Askren? Oh yeah, dude, that's so tragic and sad and just disgusting. They should be like, if they don't cover it, they should send all your money back. How crazy is that? He had health insurance.
he got a terrible infection in his lungs that led to, I think it's called necrotic pneumonia. He had to get a double lung transplant, and health insurance says we're not covering it. How is that possible? That is an obvious catastrophic illness that just hit the guy, right? Like, this is not. He's not like a chronic smoker. There's no terrible thing that he did. He just got sick. Yeah. And isn't that what health insurance is for? Like 100%. How can you deny something like that?
It's yours for free.
That seems to be like a break in the narrative. Like something like that. You can't say, oh, this person's responsible for that. They did something they weren't supposed to do because of their insurance. Like, oh, this guy just got sick. Yeah, 100%. And that's what that whole Luigi thing was about. That company was using AI to determine whether you should be covered or not. And AI doesn't have any emotion or can't look at it going, well, maybe we should cover this. It's very analytical about it. And that's why I guess he was having problems with his back and just got pissed off. And that's what happens, man. And that's the whole thing.
Not the first episode, the second episode, where it says that
his friends were saying that there's like he had a break, like something went wrong in his life. But that might be connected to the surgery, by the way. You know, if all of a sudden you get immediate discs fused in your back and you're in constant pain, that could completely change the way you interface with the world. Michael Bisping had his neck fixed. It didn't go well, and he had to get it done again. So much pain that he couldn't do anything. He could only basically lie in bed and then go do his UFC duties and then go back to lie in bed. Just motherfucker was just in agony and keeping it together. I say keeping it together, but some people don't keep it together when they're in pain all the time, man. Well, you know, a lot of people think once you get to the hospital, you're safe, right? That's where the safe place is. You know, medical malpractice is one of the leading causes of death out there. And it's a, you know, nothing's science, but yeah, they can mess it up. My grandmother on my father's side just went in to get a back change, and she never left the hospital. She passed away. I know this lady who went to get a kidney removed, and they took out the wrong kidney. So she had one bad kidney and one good kidney, and they took out her bad kidney. They took out her good kidney and left her bad kidney. Yeah, and the doctor would not admit it.
And then finally, and this is very, very important, she always tried to give us the great moral push.
That's medical malpractice. Yeah, there's denial of insurance claims and stuff like that. It's like the medical miracle is they did give him a double lung transplant. That's the whole and he's trying to build himself back up. Go fund me it, which is absolutely ridiculous that we live in America and you have to have your friends and fans support you to have this like life-saving surgery. I think a big chunk of
she's not just going to
be content
with telling us what it was that Yosef said about his brothers. He points out in the Rashi how each and every point
is there a response
of what it was that he said is revealed to us and how Yosef suffered the consequences for each aspect
how could you not cover someone who just gets some crazy illness like that? You know, when Obama was, I knew Obama was like, not the guy I thought he was. Obama's first term was the last time I voted for either Republican or Democrat. That was the last time. So, you know, everybody wanted change. I can get into how they basically rigged that thing for them. You know, because America, after George Bush and Dick Cheney, hates white neocons. And then who did they have? Right against slick, good-looking black guy who nobody knew was a Bush at the time. Who they have? John McCain, who was the poster child or the mascot for the white neocons, right? So they basically run everybody through Obama, and we're like, yeah, we're gonna have change. And he was running on like everyone getting health care and all that stuff. And then so they're having this giant debate in Washington about universal health coverage. And this dude gets on a plane and runs to Germany to give speeches and stuff like that during the debate on his major campaign, issue. And I'm like, oh, dude, this is just a giant setup. It's all BS, and I've never voted for another guy. Explain that. So he went to Germany to give speeches. He was going to go give speeches to German diplomats and politicians and all that stuff while we are debating his campaign promise. And I'm like, why aren't you here fighting for what you said you wanted to get them? Now you're out of the country and not even part of the debate.
Is it possible that they set those debates up at the same time when they knew that he was going to be out of the country?
Yeah, but if you run on a campaign and they're like, this is in the heat of the debate, when you like, I can't go right now,
do you think it's possible that was planned, that they didn't want him there to defend it, and it would be easier to shoot it down?
Yeah, of course.
On purpose.
Yes.
On purpose.
And when
do you think they scheduled those meetings at a time where they knew that they were going to be doing the debate to get out of him having to defend, not having to lived up to his campaign promises?
That's my whole opinion.
Well, there's got to be some 3D chess going on, right? I know all of it isn't, but there's some really smart people that are involved in government, obviously. So they've got to be thinking, like, this is the way we can handle this. Like, there's probably a bunch of nerds in the room, and they're brainstorming, and someone says, listen, here's how we get out of it.
Yeah, we send him to Germany, he's not even here.
We say there actually are no files.
Yeah.
We say there's no video, even though we said there's 10,000 hours of video. Actually, it's not true. Those people should not have spoken. We can't find it. We don't know where it is. There's no list. There's nothing.
And I love how, like, when they shoot her just eating a salad, and she's perfectly shot. You can hear everything she's saying. She's not. Dude, my whole thing goes everything is.
Who's eating a salad?
Yeah, I
she was eating a salad.
Yeah, when Veritas or James O'Keefe puts out that video.
What is the video?
The video is her talking about how there's like tens of thousands of videos of him marrying children.
Oh, so that video comes out like so that, but that video is like one of those Veritas type videos.
Yeah, O'Keefe. He's also the one who put out Karen Bass's phone call about her talking. Have you ever heard it? The super creepy.
Bro, that guy gets everything. He gets everything. It's usually chatty gay guys.
Yeah. Oh, dude. And all they do is listen, send in some ads, and they'll give away all the secrets.
So I didn't know that that was how that. I only read that she said that there was tens of thousands.
No, she talks about it.
Oh, interesting. Covertly recorded April 28th, revealing previously undisclosed information about Epstein recording tens of thousands of videos of little kids to a complete stranger in a DC restaurant. Okay, well, let's hear what it says. I want to hear how she says it.
It's easy to find because it cuts to her in a cafe. You'll find it right there. Just kind of jump. Oh, there it is. That's her talking right there.
We hope soon. Okay. So, you know what it is?
In the past, officials have spoken.
Okay. She didn't even say underage girl. She said little kids.
Yeah. And that's a big part. I said this a long time ago. I said they're just trying to set it up so it's like these are high school chicks. You know, they're hot. In reality, it's like really. And there were statements, I believe, that you can't find it on the internet anymore because they clean everything up. Like people talking about like what Bill Clinton was fooling around with.
Major figures
And
associated with
it wasn't little girls.
of the Torah,
You know.
and
I've always said this, you know, it's like Bill Clinton's the Andy Dick of the White House.
Very excited about. And I'm especially proud to be associated with Rabbi Trump because I feel that 30 years from now, when people are watching these YouTube and stuff, say, "Wow, he was great." Rabbi Trump is one of those stars on a trajectory of greatness, and I'm looking to ride the coattails of his.
It's classic presidents. It's just we found out about
Bisexual Kennedy,
Trump too.
bisexual Kennedy. Yeah,
Tonight's topic is the very dramatic life and lots of excitement and a lot of tumult and fascination. I am going to just give you a very quick overview of the major events of his life, and then I will turn the microphone and the podium over to Rabbi Trump, who will take us into the text. So in the first half hour, we'll get a sense of who Rabbi Nachman Ben Moshe was as an individual, and then we will focus on
blackmailed him through being gay. Obama stuff coming out right now. Bill Clinton. So let's think about that, right? We know that like the Spartans were gay.
For most of
Right?
his
We know
life,
that they had
he
sex
lived
with each other.
one
It
of
was a big thing. It's part of like
increasing
why they would go to battle so well.
on a
Fighting for their
scholarly
Joker
path of
samurais.
greatness, and he
You
was
know,
well
back in the day,
recognized,
how they
well
were all
regarded
gay. You're
throughout
gonna
his
fight
life
harder if you
as
know
a
that dude
scholar of
got some DSLs, right?
and he lived,
You're gonna fight way harder. Don't kill Bill. He's the best in the bunker.
He lived a life of
You're fighting for your
one
lovers.
of the greatest places
But
where
it's
Jews
also
could
like
live
there's a
in
lot of
the
ancient
12th century,
cultures
13th century,
that
excuse me.
think
And then towards the end of
having
his life,
sex
when he
with
was already
women just
in
for
his
procreation,
60s and
but
70s,
with
then
boys
he
for
encountered
fun. That's Afghanistan.
challenges which
Exactly.
would have crushed
My friends have
a
been
much
over
younger
there that
man.
have
But
served
he
over there.
steeled
One of
himself
my
and
buddies.
was able
I
to
don't know if he
rise
said this
to
publicly, so maybe
major
I shouldn't
challenges
say
in
his
life,
name.
both of which we will
Just the
explore
stories that he
in
told me. I was like,
both parts of this lecture
how he
to
saw
really
this
achieve
truck driver with his son.
international, or I should say,
Thought like, oh, that's really
millennial
takes his son to work
greatness
with him.
by what
And
he
the guy goes,
did
that's not his
in
son.
the final
Like, that's
2
his,
decades of
that's
his life.
toy.
He was known in his lifetime by contemporaries as Harav HaNe'eman,
was telling me
as
that there was
the
this one guy
faithful
that was,
rabbi, meaning
he worked on
the
this base and
steady,
he was kind of
always
slow,
predictable,
like,
always reliable kind of
mentally
rabbi.
slow, and he had a colostomy bag.
He grew up, of course, in
Heard
Spain,
a bunch
which
of noise
is
and saw a bunch of
always
dudes
a
in the
tremendous
room, like in one of the
exception
storerooms.
in Jewish
These
history.
guys were fucking
The
his
reason why this
colostomy
is so is because the demographic makeup of
This
Spain
old,
was
mentally
radically
challenged
different
guy.
from anywhere
And
else
these
in
dudes were
Europe
fucking
or
his
North
colostomy.
Africa or
He's
the
like,
Middle East.
bro, I
Specifically,
just had a guy on right now.
from the
This is gonna
time
get weird,
of
but
the first exile, the second exile, I should say, in the first century of the Common Era, Jews typically were a tiny minority living in one large majority.
And they were in
In the case of
Afghanistan, they
North
saw a
Africa
bunch
and
of
the Middle
kids
East,
go in the room and
there
never
were a
come out.
small community of Jews living amongst a huge majority of Muslims. In Christian Europe, small minority of Jews living in an overwhelming mass of Christians. Especially before the Reformation, there would basically be Catholics and so on. And so that was the kind of binary relationship of Jews to the outside culture. In Spain, however, you had the confluence of 3 major cultures. You had Muslims, Jews, and Christians. And because neither the Muslims nor the Christians had a lasting, centuries-long hold
the creepiest idea about pedophilia
as a
is
result,
that
the
there's
Jews
people
could
that know about
parlay
it
that
and cover
three-way
it up
triangular
because they don't want to
relationship
get
into
in trouble for
greater
having known
power,
about it.
and in many
Like, this is
cases,
a Sandusky
stability
thing, right?
for the population as a whole.
That's
You have
essentially what
phenomenal
Tank
figures
Joe
like
Paterno,
Hastide
right?
Shaprut, who was a
everybody really
major
did. And they all let go because they
diplomatic
were winning
figure in
football
Spain,
games, and then
essentially
Penn
the
State's right back
Secretary
in
of State
title
of
contest. Like, here's the
Spain.
thing,
You have
over time,
Shmuel Ibn
what they can
Abdallah,
blackmail
also
you
known
with
as Shmuel
changes.
Hanagid,
Like, way
who
back
was
in the
one of
day,
those
if
exceptional
you,
figures
they
who
thought
was
you were
not
cheating on
only
your wife,
a
they could
great
blackmail you with that. But
intellect,
as
writing
culture
a
grows and we
commentary
start
on the
accepting
Talmud
more
that
and
is
more
still
stuff,
included in
it's got to get weirder and
Ruffles
weirder.
even to this
You know,
day,
back then,
and also
I mean,
a
we're
figure
around
of
the
great
same age.
political renown,
I mean,
and the
remember when we were
commander
debating
of
whether
the armed
Boy
forces
George was
of
gay
one
or
of the
not, and they
nations
were
of
like,
Spain.
right,
Hard to imagine,
there was like a real discussion on that. And he's like, no, dude, I love Puss, dude. Oh, George Michael.
That's only a
Boy, was
fraction
so
of what
beautiful. There's no way he could be straight.
Abdallah was,
His hair was so perfect. His voice was so amazing. That guy's Scottish. Have you seen the Minnesota Vikings male cheerleader? That is the shiniest dude I've ever seen in the show. Look, the male cheerleader, Shay was actually just talking about this. Shay was talking about this in the grey room the other day. Yeah, he's shiny.
Use that
He's so shiny. Oh my goodness.
to create authority structures for themselves.
Yeah, he's so, and you can see him like on Twitter, he's just like dancing around, and he's the shiniest dude. He's got the skirt. They wear the skirt.
Of the day, and actually had a major effect.
Yeah, there he is in the front row.
His family background was one of
cheerleaders are useless anyways. There's really no purpose to them. They don't do anything for the game. It was back in the day. How can we have hot chicks in football?
His first name was Moshe.
It's a weird role. I don't have a problem with a gay guy.
He actually had a
here's my opinion.
non-Jewish name, as little known. Donald Trump got turned down. I have no idea how they came to bust the I mean, my her name is Hillel, and my English name is Henry, because they both start with the letter Hay, right? But Nachman and bonus drug just do not fit one of the others.
Maybe a bunch of
I
hiding.
think bonus drug means one day will be a great rabbi.
But it's always kind of like 1 in 10, right?
He was a member of a great rabbinic family. His first cousin was Rabbi Rothschild, and the two families married with each other
There's always going to be the fight. What is the point of a cheerleader?
We all have additional
visual aspect to it. I like all the flips they do and all the jazz, and it's fun, it's choreographed, and it's done well. It's entertaining. Yeah, I mean, Jerry Maguire has a great bit about it, what their purpose is, to like remind the players how important they play. He's like, defense. Oh, dude, we gotta play defense, dude. It's an extra pageantry that adds to the experience. But why shouldn't any guy be doing it? Like, how many homophobic guys that are watching that? There's all these hot chicks, and instead they're caught, what's this fucking guy doing in the shorts? There's 16 other girls with perfect bodies you can be paying attention to when you're focused on the gay guy. Yeah, and they always complain about how much money they're making. I'm like, dude, you get to go to the game for free. You're on the field. It's like, you would have a great reality show. See how they accept it. How many downloadable layers are staring at them there?
Too much of an imprint.
Sure, that's my favorite player. Percent is 10%. So here's my whole thing, dude. There's always going to be culture wars between the right and the left. I'm on nobody's side. Like, I'm not nobody. I'm like in the middle. I'm old school liberal. Live and let live. As long as you're not hurting people, particularly children, you'll never hear anything from me. I don't care what you do. Buy yourself or consenting adults. Get as weird as you want. God gave us free will. Do whatever you want. Pick your path. When you start to demonize certain people, you're setting up a market for blackmail. So when people can't be themselves and they're so afraid of people finding out who they really are, you're setting it up so people can manipulate them. And that's the story of Washington, D.C. Now, obviously, hurting children, there should never be a time when that's culturally acceptable. But that's why it's had to get so dark, is because we don't care if somebody's gay now. It's like, at least I know, because I think it's like they just always want to do the forbidden thing. It's like, what would lead someone
should be narrowed to only affect the scholars of France. It should not be extended to Spain. And in this regard, he actually hinted to a major historiographic discussion that would only ensue several centuries later, to the effect that Ashkenazi Jewry and Sephardi Jewry bifurcated around the time of the Crusades. Just to say it very quickly, after the Crusades, which I believe we discussed not too long ago, and we talked about Rashi, after the Crusades, Ashkenazi Jews, according to his argument, their culture began to inward, began to become much more insular, regard the outside world as far more toxic, regard non-Jewish culture as far more dangerous for Jews to engage in, instead to shut down influences to the outside world. Spanish Jewry, on the other hand, which did not experience the trauma of the First Crusade, continued to be much more open to non-Jewish culture, much more open to using the vernacular, and in fact, showing the Novello I mentioned earlier, he actually loved poetry in Arabic. Yehuda Levi, similarly, loved poetry in Arabic. Some of it is actually,
that's a big part of it. Goes all the way back to Chronos, the first god, which is the god of time. And the whole story about it was told that his kids would slay him. So every time his female would have children, he would eat the kids.
100 years after the First Crusade, this is like dangerous for you, because your youth are not trained to acculturate themselves to the outside world, and if they were suddenly to be exposed to Maimonides and by extension to Aristotle, it could be dangerous for their self-view and for their Weltanschauung as a whole. And so therefore, this ban is really appropriate for you. But us Sephardim, living in Spain, where we're regularly in commerce with Christians and with Muslims, and we're fluent in two languages easily, for us, we don't need this ban. His voice was not heard, and of course, the Maimonidean and controversy only got worse, but nevertheless, he was a voice of calm in those difficult times. Perhaps the most traumatic period of Nachmanides' life is the dismutation celebration of 1263 that occurred in Barcelona. Some half-century earlier, a Jew converted to Christianity. His name was Nicholas Doman, and he presented an argument to the which monks it was.
Sacrificing a child is the right move. That's what you do.
Anyways, he presented an argument to God. No, not Pablo. I'm talking about Nicholas Doman. Where is Pasqualini? Starts with a C.
Drugs that are pushed on kids.
Friars.
That's just profit. Medications starts with a C. Just for profit. Things are fucking them up.
The Dominican monks. He presented this argument that
this is fucking
these Jews for so many centuries, 12 in particular, and it hasn't worked. And you know why it hasn't worked? Because they have a secret book that you Dominican friars know not, which is the Talmud. At least in Christianity, I know the Talmud backwards and forwards. I know it like the palm of my hand, and I can show you that the Talmud is exactly the reason why the Jews don't convert.
Heart attacks.
That and a steady diet of Chinese food. Those two things, and they will never convert. You have to cut off the supply of Chinese food. And you have to. So what happened? So what happening was that Nicholas Doman organized a formal disputation, and with one of the important rabbis of France, and it didn't go so well for the Jews. I don't want to take us too much into that particular disputation, but it was somewhat inconclusive at the end. So 50 years later,
no way.
Another convert to Christianity, that was his Christian name, obviously, he decided to try again. He approached essentially the
instinct, which is to protect children
at all costs, because they are the future. To King Aragon, the King James I of Aragon, and who insisted that they have a debate on the Talmud. Now, at this time, King James I was actually somewhat friendly with Maimonides. He was on good terms with him. This is Spain, it's not France. And James I did not have tremendous enthusiasm for this project at all, but there was a struggle between the papacy and the monarchy, and so he ultimately came and said, okay, fine, let's do it. What I think we should do is this friend of mine, Malcolm, who I think would be a good representative of the Jews. In several, there was a several negotiations about how the debate would take place. Maimonides insisted on females to argue that he would not participate in this at all if he could not say what he needed to, and if this was granted to him, of course, the way that he was judged. But when, as it happened was, probably the Christianity took a disastrous strategy in the debate. He specifically said, he argued that the reason why the Jews don't convert is because the Talmud itself has a trait of the Messiah buried in, and the Jews, because of their degenerate nature, refuse to believe what is in the Talmud itself. In other words, he wanted to say that the Talmud that you guys study in itself proclaims the very divinity of our Messiah. That was his argument, which was a disastrously stupid argument because he was growing up against a Talmudic master. And one day, they met during these 4 debates in the summer of 1263, Maimonides absolutely destroyed Christianity. Among the many arguments he used, for example, there are references to Jesus in the Talmud, quite a few of them. Most of them are rather negative in nature. And I won't list them here. I'm sure that the YouTube version of this, someone will thankfully provide all of them for the rest of the audience. But when Pablo de Christianity pressed Maimonides on this, what do you say about these statements? He says, God Jesus? No, that's not the same Jesus that you're talking about. We have their own Jesus. There's so many of them. And he said, who's the teacher of this Jesus here? Yeshua ben Joachim. Well, Yeshua ben Joachim, 200 years later, can't be the same Jesus. You can say what you want, but you're not referring to that Jesus.
you have the Supreme Court
I
that
don't
is
know.
going to
And so, in
debate
other words,
the
all
legality
Republican
of
Christianity
gay
best
marriage.
arguments were
And if you
very
don't say,
easily
what do
deflected
you
by this
think's
one
going to
single
happen?
position that
I would
McConnell
doubt if
took.
they overturn it.
Fascinatingly,
That's going to cause
we
even
have
more chaos.
both
The streets are going to be
sides
burning in
of the
rainbows.
debate in print. We have the
And
Sacred
that is what they want,
which
martial law.
Trump will
All
discuss
these,
in his
these
portion of
judges
the
who
hour.
are one
That's
side
the
are like
Maimonides
releasing
version
people
of
or
the
hurting
debate.
kids and
And we
murdering
also
people.
have
That means
the
you have no
Latin
faith in the system.
transcript of the debate. So we have
Perjury
just they
indictment.
kept
Now all of a
it, you know,
sudden
they want to copy it too. And there's lots of overlaps. There's lots of cases where the text was probably altered to
This is fucking amazing.
but we can observe a few really salient ideas about the debate based on its conclusion.
It's really
The
old.
Church, of course, won. That was a foregone conclusion. But King James I said, McConnell, you did a great job. Here are 300 gold coins, and you better hightail it as because you had so much trouble. You did such an amazing job. You embarrassed the church. You can't stay in that here. So anyway, he is kicked out of the Iberian Peninsula. He is forced to leave. It was a very, very tearful departure. Among other things, the legend says that he told all of his followers, his family, some child living, some stayed behind. He told that they didn't know what would happen. His plans were to make a last move to Israel. And that's quite a different proposition in the 13th century as in the 21st century. And so he told that they said, like, we don't know what's going to happen to you. What will be your fate? And he said to them, apparently, that on the day I die,
these kind of radical groups
said,
to sow
on the day I
chaos.
die, a crack will
Also
appear
because
in my mother's gravestone.
that kind
And
of
according to the
crackdown
legend
on
passed
immigration.
down by Spanish jury,
Like,
that
there's
in
a lot
fact
of people
happened
who don't
4
want that
years
kind of
later when he
crackdown
passed
because they
away.
don't want pain.
Crack appeared
Well,
in his mother's
there's
gravestone.
that, and they're
But
already
we actually don't know
hiring
exactly when he
other
died
illegals,
or
and they have
even where he
working
is
in their
buried. There are
factories,
several
working in
competing sites for
their
his tomb.
businesses.
He made his way to Israel
And
in
then there's also the
1267,
dispute
and
about
what
SNAP,
he found on
about
arrival was amazing. In
cutting back on
Jerusalem, there
Medicaid,
were
SNAP,
only
and like
2 Jewish
who
residents.
do you have to pay
And in order
benefits
to
to?
put
Who do you
together
got
a
to
minute
pay
for
benefits
the
to?
high
That was
holidays,
one of the things that
they
this
had
guy
to
was telling me
canvass the
about.
local
Someone
villagers
told
to
him
bring in
that he
a
had a
minute.
conversation with
He
someone
was
who said it's really
absolutely
upset
aghast that
stop
that was the situation in Israel. And so here, already in his 70s, he re-engaged himself and he
He was
put
saying that
himself to the very difficult task of community building. And he single-handedly was able to attract more and more Jewish migrants and eventually to re-establish a Jewish community in Jerusalem and in Israel. And quote, he writes in his letters to his sons, only 2 brothers live here. Dyers, after they died from the governor, were joined up to 10 Jews in their home on Sabbath to pray.
But I also hear them
Something
always
about
saying
thought and writing,
Americans
and
don't want
that
to do
is
this
by
job,
way of
and then my
introduction
fat
to
ass
my
is going to
illustrious
fucking
colleague,
Wendy's at
Rabbi
11
Trump.
p.m. and I'm ordering a chicken sandwich. The guy handed me the
very
bag.
prolific
5 years old.
commentator and the author of several standalone tractates.
They don't
I'm
want to
looking
do
at the
some
back
short
room by Rabbi Rothschild, several volumes of his work right here. He was, unlike Rashi, much more of a Kabbalist, very strong influence of Iberian Kabbalah. He was also influenced heavily by Maimonides, even though he differed with him on many areas. But he was a systematic theologian, unlike Rashi, whose name is a genius as a commentator, reading the text. Ramban was writing monographs, he was writing like books. This is a book on the afterlife. This is a book on the laws of family theory. This is a book on, what we think about good and evil, Sadiq Barada, things like that. One of my favorite texts was actually I spent about a year studying with one of my daughters in preparation for the Bas Mitzvah many years ago, is the Eretz HaRambam, the letter of the Rambam. Which is a letter that he wrote upon his departure to one of his sons. It's a very brief letter, perhaps 500 words in length, very powerful statements
is essentially it's a ethical will in which he tells his child, these are the things that are really important to me as a human being, as a Jew. I want you to absorb them. I want you to emulate all of this stuff. And this Yehuda has been associated with a tremendous number of miracles, particularly within the Safari tradition, such that it is read ritually by many Jews right now present, either once a day or once every 30 days, a good measure of whether or not a sugar is worthwhile is check out with the Hazardous or Ramban after Shabbos, because that'll give you a sense of where it's coming from. And it's a very short work, very worth reading, very worth so with that, I'm actually going to stop a few minutes early so we can hear more of the words of the Ramban offered by our glorious colleague, Rabbi Rothschild. I want to just start by, first of all, telling everybody what a distinct pleasure it is to work with Dr. Abramson. You know, not only is Dr. Abramson our favorite dean in residence, in the show, but, you know, and really the genius behind this concept, this is content and context. But so many times in our lives we learn all about the content. And in fact, I think we spend most of our school careers and our adult careers learning a lot about content. The context roots everything. As we're going to be seeing in the next few minutes as we learn, we're so much more appreciating exactly what's going on in the Ramban's life and his ideas. I think it was what Brian Callen was time. Beautiful. No, that was my first one, but how can you summarize the first one? I knew Steve Dale David and Brian Callen. We had this very nice man who was showing us around. He was our kind of our leader of our tour. And he was telling me that in World War I, they found that the guys could all of us have so many things we can contribute, and it's so beautiful to be able to contribute to it together with all of you, and led by Dr. Abramson.
So he says that's when you start to see
what we're going to do is I'm going to actually work exactly
guns coming out and shooting
we're going to work almost the same format. We're going to take 5 aspects of Ramban's life, and we're going to look at 5 specific sources. So we learned a little bit about the background of Ramban. Let's hear his words. Let's hear what he said in each of those different 5 sectors that Dr. Abramson was speaking about so beautifully just a few minutes ago. But before we start, I just want to actually start talking about
it's almost like people think life is a movie. Like you don't really understand what a fight is, like how dangerous it is and scary it is. And you're doing it like it's like you're in a movie.
And I was in Israel.
And I wonder how much that's because people see people fighting in movies and they just don't understand how crazy it is when there's no rules. And you're just hoping this guy fights worse than you do. You have no idea. You don't know what you're doing. You're probably drunk and high. What about hanging off women in a movie? You think you're fucking movie? What about all the women that are now kicking everybody's ass? I'm flying here and every movie is a wave model beating the shit out of a fucking 300-pound Russian.
He said to us, he said, boys,
and then you see videos where girls just go up and start swinging on guys. And I'm like, it's Brian Holtzman's bit they used to do way back about Charlie's Angels. Yeah, I remember that. That was a great bit. That was a great bit. It's so nice having him out here. He's so crazy. He's the best.
And so it was. That was my first
that's a crazy thing to show in movies. I mean, it's one thing if the one has like superpowers, but if it's just a regular cow, he's 100 pounds, 250-pound Russian dude. That neck is big as my waist. This is crazy. I've never heard him at all. I was watching, I know, flying over. I was watching the latest Mission Impossible, and it's insane, dude. Have you ever seen it? It's amazing, bro. Oh, dude, it just gets cranked up. But there's like 2 chicks in there who weigh more than 100 pounds beating the shit out of everybody. And I'm like, this isn't, you need a cyborg type shit. Right. You're going to have somebody landing on it. Yeah, slap lighting. No, next, cyborg, like that woman. Cyborg is like the Wilt Chamberlain of female MMA, where like you could drop her 20 years in the future and she'd still be murdering people because she's like that well built and she has skills. But that's how it would be doing it. Not like 100-pound women, though.
Kayla
the
Harrison.
point is, what
Yeah,
is
she
it
can
about
do
doing?
some dudes.
Rather than
I don't know
opening up
what
the
she
Nicholas
wants,
Connellis
35,
thing, we sort of
well, she has to weigh 135 for a very small amount of time, but she was 155 pound champion PFL. She's a big lady, yeah, she's jacked. She's a juggernaut. She's super powerful. And I like to get to hold of these ladies. It's like the difference is just so obvious. She's so fucking strong, man. So if that lady was in a movie fucking people up, I'd be like, oh yeah, go ahead. If I was an X-Men, I'd be like, I'm running this bitch with some supermodel weave and heat and shields and fucking throwing sidekicks that are perfect. Like, come the fuck on. I used to have a joke about Keira Knightley in Pirates of the Caribbean. She's like fighting everybody with nothing, and she's fighting with anorexia. You know what I'm saying? There we go. Yeah, so you know, it's just everything's programmed. Well, it is, but I wonder if it's because we like that stuff, because it fits in our head, in like Joseph Campbell's hero's journey. It fits in our head. We want someone to kick your ass, and when you're winning, you go through your trials. He hit her. Oh my God, she's bleeding. There's this thing that we want to see. We want it all nicely tied up in a bow. Sigourney Weaver used to do, but there was something about her where you believed that you're like, that's a bad bitch, and she would fuck people up, but she did it in the greatest science fiction movie of all time. She did it in Aliens, the greatest sci-fi horror. I'll say sci-fi horror. Greatest sci-fi horror of all time. And it's clear that it was a woman that was the lead. It didn't even come up. It was so awesome that nobody made a big deal. Sigourney Weaver, finally a woman takes the lead role in an action. No one cared. No one cared. It was just awesome. It was just awesome. She was awesome. The movie was awesome. She got credit for being awesome, but just for being awesome, not an awesome woman. Right? No caveats. Yeah, come on. You could do that in 1979. You could just have an amazing movie because there was no fucking social media. There was no hand handles. Makes sense. They don't make any sense. Like, stop concentrating on fucking these stupid little classifications of each individual and whether or not they should be elevated and magnified because of gender, sex, or color. Stop! Everyone stop participating in it. It's dumb. Meritocracy for personality, meritocracy for the way you get all the conversation with people, meritocracy for being a better musician, meritocracy for being a funnier comedian, meritocracy, everybody's the same. Even playing field in terms of acceptance of what you do in the world. Just do your best. Yeah, we want that. That's the best rise everywhere. I don't know, because maybe we didn't know much about it, but like when I hear you sound if someone who looked like you came to see me from fire, I couldn't give a shit. A lesbian is more comfortable to see someone looking like them. Yeah, what? No, my house is on fire. I can be comfortable. What are you talking about? You can't carry me. I told my life. What do I do? Oh, you should have thought about that. Yeah, you're so wrong. It's crazy. Like, Apple TV is putting out insanely great programming, but you don't realize how woke it is until you're already captured, right? And you're like, oh, what did I just watch? Like, I was watching Hijack, and I forget the name of the actor. No, it was a TV show on Apple TV. And it was the black British actor who's in The Wire. I forget what his name is. He's such a great... Yeah, he's phenomenal, right? He's awesome. But I'm watching the show, and then about 5 episodes in, I realized this is a story of a black man who stops white hijackers from hijacking a Middle Eastern flight. And you don't realize it till you're halfway in. Where's the Mark Wahlberg one? The one that Mel Gibson directed. That one was good. That was another, like, some sort of hijacking type situation, right? Subservient, or it could be actually playing forward. I didn't actually think about that perspective. Yeah, Wahlberg plays a great psycho. And plays a great psycho. He's also very lucky. He got out and play on 9/11. How lucky is that guy? Let's take a look at the next episode. I'm just saying, people just get lucky sometimes. Okay, well, him and his look at family.
Rashi, fantastic. Let's start Rashi.
He says, "Boy, every outside of Russia, Southern Doctor Shogunas, he would hunt, this is propaganda, he would hunt the minds of people. He wouldn't up in the field of Arabs, says Rashi. He's actually going and he's with his propaganda. He's convincing people of his ideologies. The truth, he's not going to run the record. What is his ideology? He's getting against jobs. Okay, now, no shit, but as it's coming to the
automatically flown into the towers, like remote flown into the towers.
In history,
now you're getting into like high impact events and how there's like layers, there's so many layers to it, you have to ensure that the actual hijacking. So do you think that those guys that we found, luckily, was like an amazing coincidence that even though everything from the plane was destroyed in an incredible burning inferno, his passport
against God is
floated safely on the ground. Was it sitting? Yeah. I have a show called Doom Scrolling where we just watch all these conspiracy videos and what happened to Passport Man, where they made a superhero just on a passport.
Just finished the flag was the next step of the town brother. I didn't know that in fact Nimrod is having involved. So
not to make light of stretch, we see the impact of one of the planes into the towers before the hijack happened.
So now it's clear those two types of context that fit into place, and Rashi says it continues to say about Rashi, pointing out say that several things. I mean, Rashi is in fact quoting Chazal. So why is it not Rashi? Because Rashi is positionally approach as to
all the other people on board with passports. There's passports for whatever reason. All those like American citizens with passports. Yeah. So we get into it. All those people from other countries were just here on vacation with their passports. Yeah, they're those passports. Just want to check out New York. Should be cool. Nope.
He went
So
to the positive territory. What type of hunting was he doing? Well, what do people hunt in those days? Animals. So he was just a very sophisticated hunter, right? Listen to what he says. What else could he do? If he's not taking you against God, what should we do?
Yeah, see if you can find a video where it flies right into it.
He says that he used to bring sacrifices and hunting his animals, bring them to God. So what did he do? How was Nimrod posing in front of God?
This is like, you know, those complex. Very outstanding. By the way, 26 days on board. Look at this. We have that one where it's kind of like here, and then it goes in, then it like here.
To justify an evil person, you have a same level, reshot the Kabbalah. Because what's the reason why you do
I've seen it from the other way. You've seen the plane actually fly in. So that
this is such an important point. You see what's happening again? The Eliezer is essentially cleared the deck from the introduction and analyzed the concept by itself. He said, no, it's in front of God. Maybe the hygiene is in front of God. He's bringing sacrifices to God. Isn't that a wonderful thing? What is missing? Is missing everything that Rashi added, which is the tradition. You don't just necessarily try to made a version of the Torah and analyze it with no context, with no sense of tradition. You have to analyze it very back. You have to then go and understand where it comes from. That's what Rashi is doing. That's the problem. That's the this is a very important point here, just to stop and appreciate what just everything said just a few minutes ago. Ramban does not spare words to people who see these things. Okay, so and it's very clear. This is why you get so much enjoyment when you read the transcript of the debate. And also, Ramban is an opportunity just to footnote this. So if you click the HTML, Ramban really puts it up people who are crazy. One example is there's a book which is written called ViralRabbi. The ViralRabbi was a young man who wrote a book that's Rashi Abraham or wrote a book on the Rambam of the book. Where they use the first halachic codification of the Gemara, which is in Baruch called some first. And what happened was that this young man was the young abstract he was around. You had to finish the one and then Ramban said that this is perfect. It was all perfect. Some say he was actually 17 years old. It was all perfect for some reason doing such a thing. So everyone the book which starts to actually explains the whole agenda of the book. It was called the War of God. And the War of God was no less than the War of God. And he spares no words in every single page where he disagrees with those like about maybe in terms of much more sophisticated than this. So this is an easier point to see it in the Rambam does not spare time for people
he disagrees with. Now, this is where we jump to the third section, and this is the Parsha. The answer is the following. And now he comes back to his own period. Take a look at the next paragraph. So now now the is his name is all the time. You have all these houses that are incinerated, and then there's all these trees that are perfectly fine. So then you get into the debate, like what causes fire? Oh, it's stop. Okay, well, fire the trees. Okay, it's the same water. Are we in a drought or do we have water? And that's when you get into migration. Like,
This is the first country, the first imperial subjugation in history. It's fascinating. There's a beautiful essay that I read in science on China, very well written. We should quote Paul Johnson. Paul Johnson, of course, is the older history of the Jews. And Paul Johnson says that the beauty of Judaism is the ability to be able to balance the community and the individual, the collective and the specific. What's interesting over here is this is exactly what is going on. Okay, in the Dora in the Dora in the generation dispersion. What was the topic of the generation dispersion? As Leonard Johnson argues is that wasn't even have one language.
The people who
have
the smart meters on all of these houses, they're the ones who run the electricity and the power for all of California.
That's what I'm saying. It's exactly what Nimrod is doing. That's what it means to go outside. You see what Allah has done? He started with Rashi. He knows this person is bad. Rashi tells you how he's bad because he needs to do his propaganda against God. He takes some ideology as Rashi. He must be bad, but now has a sophisticated root to it. He has to agree with Rashi. He's going to say that which is our notion of imperialism and the laws of imperialism. That is a classic one by itself. When you listen to this record, this is Derek Hatness, which we use as the ancient Kabbalistic tradition, as well as the translation of the Rabbi translated. You can get this over here, they can't be later on a certain use of the first chapter of Genesis. Translated as a format of chapter. You have to move on. From California, this is just about methodology. What was it trying to do? What's going to be the next step that California Muslims said to us? US took his book. So there's he has a book. He wrote a book. And one of the things he did was put out to Adam, the nearness of humanity, that is the only way to discuss his many aspects of very much more about the person as per the Shulchan. But at the end of the book, he's going to put a section called Shar HaGlul. Shar HaGlul is about the end of days. And in this section, he talks about this world, the hereafter, the revival of the dead, how things work, how punishment works, different layers, and this and that. The first time I got the principle of learning this, it was the first time that there's so many synthesized pieces. Oftentimes a lot of people need to go here and then you just go there, and then it's second time thing, because you really know how to all work together. Ramban tries to every person into the following produces the most magnificent, articulate manifest, which is the Shar HaGlul. That's like one example of what he does. What he says, we're not going to go on this side, but it just typically does that same side, the tops of issues that he's dealing with over here. He starts off, and this comes back to what Dr. Edmondson said again. This is his really regard of the Rambam. Let's go to just the first one before what he starts off by quoting the Rambam.
So I actually hit me up one time and they were talking about how there's a weird percentage insurance companies do whether your house could catch on fire, right? And fire insurance, stuff like that.
And believe me, he just uses Rambam across the top. And across his works, but the one he cites is with great deference and respect. He says, the Minot Ketsaros Zarukos, in many short and long instances around says, Shekasa Bezer Olam Kelchan, and he talks about the last chapter of Sanhedrin in the Rav Doxminsu, these types of mystical aspects of afterlife. He says,
what's really interesting about the Sacramento show is I'm outside on the balcony, I'm outside on the patio talking to everybody after the show. This woman comes up to me and she goes, you know, I live in paradise. I go, really? I go, what happened? She goes, I can tell you the story. She goes, I was just chilling there, like on her porch or something like that. And she looked up and she saw a silver cigar case
There is no physicality whatsoever. It is complete absorption of the divine. This is a strategic concept which Rabbi understood. In fact, he makes note of that at the beginning of the next paragraph, where he says,
Suddenly videos now are popping up all over Twitter. If you go to my Twitter, SamTripleA.com, there's a video right now of a guy playing catch with his dog, and he throws the frisbee, and when the dog goes up to grab the frisbee, suddenly you see something fly in the air. That is a silver like cigar. There was a time where Egg Bravo and I got way too high, and we thought that rods were flying through the air. We watched this documentary of rods.
Three angels, the Raman actually argued, and he never ran out conspiracy angels.
I've always been a conspiracy. This is one of the dumb ones. This is a really dumb one. So there's these things that supposedly float so fast through the sky that you can only see them in video footage. You couldn't see them with the naked eye. Turns out what it was bugs flying quickly close through where the lens is, and it's a video artifact. So it stretches these bugs out and makes them look like rods that are flying in the air. The video's not that good. So there was a show, something finding monsters or something like that on History Channel. One of those shows, and they were trying to find out what rods were. So they set up cameras just so you could see if they could capture them with the film. And they set up a super high-speed camera at the same location. And they did it also like a little campfire. So the bugs would be flying around, and meat and everything was on fire. Whenever some kind of like when bugs were flying around, and they were filming it. And then on the high-speed camera, you could clearly see the bugs. And one of the low-speed cameras, long and two good things we never identified and flying through the air, but it just video footage. Okay, I have to just say something now because of the publicity. If you find it, like, one of the newer videos that we got on the internet, you know that we've had identified crabs that have been going 200 miles an hour for this whole
a taste of the types of things that far from trying to understand words and Tanakh, far from trying to understand how others are available, they're also talking about the very underpinnings of the foundations of our faith. Let's take it to the next level. Moving away from this, moving away from Parsha Leh, let's enter into the debate itself. This, as Dr. Anderson described, was a very big watershed moment, of course, in the Ramban's life, in the Barcelona disputation. And the thing I think it's worthwhile to take a very brief look at the actual words used to describe his transcript. I mean, the Ramban writes down for the sake of posterity, and it is worth for people still reading it. I doubt there's as many people doing it. The latter transcript, as there are even and the Ramban says the following. Listen to how he describes it. He's addressing a real issue, that is why he was suddenly willing to dispute. So he says the following. Sima Osi Adonenu HaMelech,
you know, where it looks like it almost has like a chains coming out of the back. What do you think that is?
In fried pork.
What do you think that is?
He asked me to have a dispute with fried pork. Barcelona in his palace, Barcelona in front of it's very upset with the Barcelona in front of his rabbis in Barcelona. I was just take a moment just to appreciate what's going on. Really, in the context of it's not right there. Think about this. Right back in the Ramban's world. This is not history talking. This is a man himself talking about his essential steps in the path of Barcelona. He says the following. What do I say to the kids in this appeal? You're going to see words as a word of what is so real that as you know that very we're talking about this is capital punishment. What do you do? Yes, a connections of the Adonai Melech. It's really true. They are very concerned.
You can't find a fire. Right, I mean, once they go a certain distance away, it's like they went a million miles far away. I mean, that is way far away over the camera. That's what I think happened. I think it went right over the camera, and I think within a couple of seconds, like where it goes. It's like right, I think it's right over the camera, in the right direction, and I think it only takes, like, you know, a millisecond for a to perceive that once here goes.
Where is that choreographed? There's nothing in the business to say, because should they reinterpret the Bible in the correct way, then there is that. There is the mercilessly kill him or torture for sacrilegiously misinterpreting the Bible. Debate. This is about all of the podcast. Here's one example, and this is such a powerful example. Let's take a look at the next part of the debate. This is how he's transferred. We're not going to replace this in this area. So here's flagpole. On our flagpole, the time of Shabbat, do you believe that the Messiah has arrived? Once you take the Messiah has arrived, we're in the idyllic stages of post-Jesus world of so it's on that.
Aircraft.
Sorry,
Well, there was scientists in America that were working with the U.S. government, so this predates Apple, right? He's just telling you, right? Doesn't it? I don't know if he just speak it does, right? This is what we're going to right?
There's nobody else besides Yeshua. He was called as coming. He had found down in the I cannot believe in his being a Messiah. I'll tell you why, for two reasons. Okay? Now, by the way, this is his carte blanche. Okay? This he is doing so deep. You can imagine at this point in time, the Dominican priests shuffling in their shoes at this point in time. And as he's about to say, okay, this is real time. Shall love you all over the ship. The text says about the Messiah.
And he was breaking down that George's Joseph B. Farrell's theory of expertise. And the history does a lot of religion.
Had such control. I was a fire for years after ago. He's been terribly foolish life because he was enemies. It was the greatest thing he was crucified.
That's a lot of bullshit. And what is he saying?
In the
he's saying that in the pre-Civil War and during the Civil War, they had crowds that were traveling at 200 miles an hour. And
he says the following.
Yeah, it could be a blend, right? Like when that's why like WhatsApp women, they want to get out of control, so they like crash that shit.
This is what about you take your food and turn it into couches and really and no one will proliferate again in the world. He says, look at the light of the world from the time he died to now. Look at the destruction. He says, by writing Shokin Domin, the Christians responsible for one bloodshed, they call it annihilation. He says, and you will pull out King James. Which is a good thing to look towards. And then this says, how could the Messiah have come? This is a state of international affairs. This is what I'm about to say. You just see the power. Can you imagine? I dream. I sometimes dream of having an opportunity. Even just 5 minutes to meet the Lamb. I dream of it. Just being able to bask in his glory. And you sort of get to the sense of who you are. Just imagine 5 minutes in the presence of somebody like this. Let's go step further. We're going to take 2 more ideas. We're going to take 2 more ideas. We're going to take some time.
It's not.
Personal growth.
It's not at
A
all.
lot of times, when you come to the word of academia, and Dr. Evans will tell you, academics don't necessarily translate seamlessly into the way they necessarily. And that's why, as Dr. Evans said, when one looks at the Jerusalem ban, for what is sexual side, it is the moment where you see the giant detection. This is what he says, the term every line is replete with messages and lessons of heart. But he says the following, this is what the two lines. So the heavy Zachar, he says, my son, be very careful, because the Torah Tamid, Asher Tichal Lekana. Learn Torah in order to actually do it. To live it. As you finish pondering, as you finish philosophizing, as you finish learning, to chapes Hashem Amata,
This is nuts. Right, and then have you ever seen when they broke down how long it would actually take to make 5 billion vaccines if they wanted for everybody? It would take 10 years. It was just the thing that they had done it in front of everybody and everybody agreed to it. And then once they realized they agreed to it, they realized they got to do it. They don't want to admit to that. Yes, they want to be like, not do it. Yeah, and then how many really Marxist, left-wing, lunatic conferences do I see online where they're all masked? They're still in that. Everyone else does have a mask while living. They're wearing super heavy masks.
Just make sure you got an accounting. If you have an accounting as a business and making sure that it's balances all day. How many times did you charge somebody? How many times did you transfer something to logo with
I know who the
retards did you do the right thing? There's a simple accounting. This is a person who doesn't just know. This is a person who knows Torah. That's a transformation that's important to accountants.
Gone away, and I have respiratory this, infection pattern immune suppressant,
which is when you need to land.
Fuck, man.
This piece over here, we're about to reach, we're about to go, is
it was a little harder than most flus.
It's so transformative. I think that just to hear this part so now it's the acceptable he finds it very
geoengineering on our skies. 5 years ago you were crazy conspiracy theorist. Now there's laws being passed about it. You put all that together, you're like,
looking in the show.
That's how people get sick.
But as you know, just before it, next to the mirror is underneath there, there's 4 colors. There's a shoe which is attributed to the brings out 4 colors down the middle. And in fact, there's a base negative trend, there's yellow all the time for those that opportunity to grow. So only in the red, I just have a little bit before the show they just both is the Rabbani's show, which is allegedly known on those charities. And it's sometimes maybe the next time we're in Israel, might be able to just go there and pull it to shelter Rabban, and then the Rabban is Rabbani's show. Let's go. This is right now, so there's Icon in North Coast. It's a city which has got much history, biblical history, and of course contemporary history today. And the Rabban says he has a footnote from which is a rabbi in the land of Israel. Says the following. Listen to what he says. The intellectual honesty of this is residential. There's a few pieces like this. You cannot understand that honest address in addition, sometimes in consistent in one of the subjective printings, and it's in his letters editions from the William this is the following. Hashem, Akon, she's a person who falls in the Akon. Baruch Hashem, I arrived in the city of Akon. The Masasi of Shah, the Yad Sikmei, Barak Kesef, the Putachi to I found a single poem, which is written with inscriptions engraved into it. It's an African cultural code in Salah Shanis. On the one side, it looked like a stick which is flowering, on the other side, it looked like a ball with swords. And we shared some Salah conservative to touch there, and around it, there's this mountain which is very clearly grapes. Take a look at this. This is the poem that I'm talking about, right? So we talk about a stick which is flowering, we talk about this ball, and there's inscriptions. Now, let's try to appreciate it. But it won't answer to get to the end of this thing.
There's a song like, so was that supposed to be a person get in?
And the problem is that both he and us look at these black things. What does it say?
Okay, so what that looks like is like sails.
We don't know what it says around it.
right? Show me that thing.
Because this is Xavi, this is Acadia. Okay?
That's
This
like
is written in the Xavi, the original, not Xavi 2, but the original,
just jump off a cliff. How do you get that picture on the ground?
letters of Hebrew, which are written in the following there. So he says the following, let's come back for a second. So here we are. He says, the Heru Akasa Kitzi, the Coronia. I get it to one of the Kitzi, one of the Acadia,
Oh my God! You can look up. That's crazy. That's the episode, and there's a picture of the cloud. So they're just refueling these balloons with gas. These aren't even balloons. It's like literal aircraft.
The one scripture says this is a shekel of a shekel.
So when I bring it up, we go, they got these silver shards. Think about how long ago that was. I want to know what the image is. How much power? Yeah, these are the crafts that they have. They're working on a percentage.
Now for the first time, this thing is able to see it. And he waves it like Rashi. So he wants to say now. What's the next sentence? What did the Ramban say at this point in time in his life?
Right.
So this point in time, you can either written it down, you can either say he's this from his thesis because it didn't fit with his natural work, which is his spent a long time working well. So that's kind of like good. But on the other hand, you can say, hey, yeah, I can listen to your sensitivity to his words. But then you're itching in the end, you know, there he discussed, I hate it, should I really have had some shut up? He comes to another Cody Conover, he says, Stayil, Israel, Raphael, the Venetian Rashi has an incredible support for this. This is the sensitivity. Here's a man who's looking at archaeological real digs. He's looking at archaeology. Is it absolute proof? No. He didn't say Rashi's right. He says Rashi has got an incredible support, an incredible proof. Why? Because Rabbi also is sensitivity to realize this may not be the only check. In fact, he goes on to other scholars, it doesn't relate to the found and use at different times. So Rabbi, on the one hand, then one of my teachers last time I placed this Ramban as the most incredible integrity and honesty of the Ramban. I know this is the one hand, but I'm wrong. It wasn't one hand I said. But on the other hand, I feel absolute truth. I'm able to be able to actually come to an end of the show, appreciate what I'm seeing on TV, and to adapt my whole life work, even at this old age, to what this is really an astounding piece of history and culture coming together. What we did, what the opportunity did was we looked at a little bit of Ramban's methodology. His mysticism in the world of hereafter is just you taking the Lord and Barcelona, the transcendence of that from the world of the mind to the heart, and finally how that apart and talk about the imagination. This is a drop at the beginning of our exploration, and that is a transformative experience.
And Eddie Bravo is a really interesting theory about how there's all these movies about all these people dying in wars and everyone dying in the ocean, you know, to scare you from going out there. Like, I'm afraid of sharks. Like, I don't want to go out in the ocean, but what's going on in the ocean? We see stuff coming out of the ocean all the time. What's going on way
Thank you very
down
much for coming tonight.
Well, sharks are real. Sharks are real. You should be scared of them. The ocean is unforgiving. And alligators. And it's a rational fear.
Once again, I'm thrilled to be teaching.
You know, Jaws makes this thing boom right in your face, right? When probably before that, nobody's thinking about sharks. When you Jaws makes a little bit.
Last teaching was really exciting. If you missed it live, you can always catch it online. And we're going to go to a totally different part of the world and the historical landscape today. We're going to move from Christian Europe to the Muslim land. And of course, for most of diaspora history, Jews have experienced
either living as a minority of Muslims or living as a minority of Muslims. Very, very different experiences right up into the 20th century. Spain is always that kind of complex situation because it's a triangular country. But today we're going to go right to the heart of Muslim civilization. We're going to look at the life of Sadia Gaon. Just a quick word on the periodization. You'll recall from the first class, Jews tend to create historiographic groupings of time based on generations of scholars, not based on external historical events. In fact, using terms like medieval with regards to Jews is very difficult because, for example, while Christian Europe was sunk in the dark ages, we had Rashi, maybe a little bit later about Rashi, but we still had that. This is actually part of the dark ages. The terminology that we use in the outside world doesn't necessarily fit the Jewish historiography. The period that we're talking about today is the classical Gaonic period. From the word Gaon, the word Gaon is derived from the Hebrew word Ga'ava, which means pride in the positive sense. When you say someone is a Gaon, it's someone who is worthy of pride, as opposed to Gaiva in the Husser sense, which means a negative kind of arrogance. If someone is a Gaon, like the Vilna Gaon, of which every single Lithuanian Jew I've ever met has actually directly related to. The Gaon is a title a marker of great learning. It also happens to be an institutional title in this period because this is the period when the Talmud had closed and the center of Jewish learning was still in Babylon for the most part, what would be today southern Iraq in Kuwait, and it was headed up by the yeshivas there, Babylonian yeshivas, continuing the tradition of the Talmud. So Sadia Gaon was one of those great leaders of one of the major yeshivas in the immediate post-Talmudic time. So if you recall, the very first class we talked about periodization, we had the period of Tanaim, which is the Mishnah, the period of Amoraim, which is the Talmud, the Gemara, then we get to the period of the Gaonim, which is one step back from when we were last week, which is the Rishonim. Okay, now, one last word about his name, Saadia. It's interesting, it sounds almost Arabic. It's actually a Hebrew word, or maybe it's Aramaic. Saad in Aramaic means to help, to assist. So this is a way I guess the Hebrew word too. So Saadia means, hence why God is some sort of a hidden historical record of. Okay, so let's get straight to the material today. His years are 1882 to 1942, the end of the 19th of the 10th century. His main area of activity was in Egypt and then later in Babylon. He is known as one of Judaism's first philosophers. So in order to put him in context, I have to give you a little bit of sense of what is the relationship of Judaism and philosophy and where does it fit within this developing canon of texts. As Jews have sort of love-hate relationship with philosophy. The word philosophy is of course Greek in origin, as we understand philosophy as a whole is Greek in origin. I think it was Whitehead who said that all philosophy footnotes to Plato. Like we have this one great Greek philosopher, Plato, who's shown here by red, by the way, and everything that he wrote, which was essentially the teachings of his teacher, Socrates, shown here, the other guy up here, that formed the Western tradition of philosophy. The word comes from philo, which means I love or to love, and Sophia, which goes through the love of wisdom, just the pure love of knowledge for its own sake. The Greek tradition, which developed under this man Socrates here, in Periclean after 500 years before the Common Era, was characterized by an unremitting questioning of reality, unremitting questioning of every fact, of every preconception. The Socratic method was so named after Socrates because he questioned absolutely everything. And he claimed to be the wisest man in all of Athens because he knew that he knew so little. For example, he meets a soldier and he says to the soldier,
That's like 10 professional warrior. You must know something about courage. He says, in fact, I do know something about courage. So he says to him, Charmides was his name, well, tell me, is courage like running blindly into battle? And he says, no. You have to like be cautious. That's not courageous to run blindly into battle. He says, oh, so it means to pull back from fights. No, sometimes you have to go and fight. So Socrates, by asking one question after another, would eventually break down the concept of courage until finally he got to a kernel of what he said, this must be the essence of what courage is, and that method of teaching, of asking these students the questions and uncovering the, so to speak, to use a modern sense, I think it was Henry Moore, the sculptor, Richard Moore, what was his first name?
Control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers,
Sculptor Henry Moore, he used to say that the sculpture was already contained within the block of marble, and his job was just to remove the excess. So that's the Socratic method of teaching. This particular picture, of course, is a very famous Jacques-Louis David at the end of the 18th century. It depicts the famous suicide of Socrates because he was kind of a rabble-rouser and all the youth were attracted to him and he was kind of breaking down Athenian values. He was forced by the elders to either recant and refuse to teach the youth anymore or drink hemlock, a deadly poison, and he chose the latter. And here he is consoling his obviously distraught students, including Plato, who's at his knee here, and he's saying to him in a famous passage in the Apology of Socrates, death is either a just reward, pointing heavenward, or a dreamless sleep. And he drank the hemlock and he died. So as Jews, we love philosophy. We just got so into it. It got us into trouble. That's why we had the Hanukkah Rebellion, because we just loved it so much that it tended to overwhelm traditional moral ways of thinking and certain logical systems that did not comport with the same kind of logic that the Greeks used. But we, although we had to kind of find a balancing point with philosophy, nevertheless, we loved the pure rational aspect of it. We loved engaging in pure debate, and the sense of it, the love of wisdom, the love of truth for its own sake really appealed to us. But we did not develop many distinctively Jewish philosophies in the ancient era. Perhaps the greatest one is this man here, Philon, also known as Philo. They named a very delicious pastry after him. You may have seen that. And he was an Egyptian scholar, a Jewish scholar, who essentially wrote a philosophy of the Bible. Because in many ways he differs from the rabbinic tradition, he has not been absorbed into the traditional canon. So you will not read Philo if you go to yeshiva. He's just like sort of out there. But he had a massive influence on Christian philosophy, who borrowed from him and his translations of biblical and rabbinic texts into Greek, so a major part of it. But still, he's kind of chutz lamachane, outside of the camp in terms of the march of Jewish intellectual ideas. The first real philosopher, in the sense of the word that we're using right now, the first one to make an impact within the Jewish tradition, mainstreaming Jewish tradition, would be Saadia Gaon, who was not influenced directly by Greek philosophy, but by Arabic philosophy, which was in itself an inheritor of Greek philosophy. And he gave us a different way of thinking about text, thinking about tradition, that was heavily influenced by Muslim models. And perhaps the greatest innovation, in my humble opinion, I'm not an expert in this field, but his greatest innovation was in terms of his expression of those ideas. Numbered paragraphs is a kind of Sadia-esque. Is that a word, Professor Levy? Sadia-esque? Sadia-idic? Sadia. It's like a Sadia would do that. Sadducea? No, it's something else. He would just say, okay, like the Greeks didn't do this, but the Kalam philosophers of the Mutazilite trend, which is a Muslim way of approaching the Quran, they were using these numbered paragraphs. He said, okay, this is chapter number 1, idea number 1.
Idea number 2, sub-idea 2A, and it was just so organized. It was mathematical. It was logical. It was lockstep. You would like get onto the rails, and you could not get off his track because it was so straightforward. It was like, you know, what do they say? Quid est demonstrandum, something like that. It's totally demonstrated. You know, quod est demonstrandum. It is completely demonstrated. You can't walk away from it. That's the kind of impact he had. Off the top of your head, you may have not have read too much Saadia Gaon, but who really adopted this more than anyone else? Who really shaped? Rabbi? Rambam. You're cheating. You're speak up. You're right. The Rambam, he disagreed with Saadia Gaon in so many ways, but he loved the format. Oh my gosh. What a great way to present ideas. I often use it in my emails nowadays. Let's put it inside the global context now. So what is Islam, just for a quick moment to give you a sense of how this fits with the Jewish history. So Islam as a faith emerges in the 7th century from Central Arabia here, and it spreads with amazing rapidity throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, taking over the entire Arabian Peninsula in a very short period of time. You can see here the colors here. This is the solid green is when Muhammad died. I believe it was 632, 636, 632, I think. So this is the region that became Islamicized. Lots of Jews and Christians living in this region at that time. Muhammad borrows very liberally from Christian and Jewish ideas. They are integrated into Islam. Then it spreads after his death throughout the Persian Empire. This is the part that is especially relevant for us here in the Mesopotamia region between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers. And then, of course, across the coast of North Africa. And then in the year 711, easy to remember, they make it up into Spain. And every year on 7/11, they give away free Slurpees. Also, I don't know why. That's not a good move. And they even came close to conquering Europe. They eventually held back, but they came quite close to the European continent per se. So the reasons for the spread of Islam are beyond our scope today, but I will point out one very important thing. Islam definitely did have some coercive measures, and if you read historiography of the 19th century, especially white Christian European historiographers, they've emphasized the, convert or die kind of picture of a Muslim spread. But in reality, Islam was an incredibly powerful body of ideas. It was remarkably colorblind vis-a-vis other faiths. And when you look at the massive spread of Islam in regions where people have darker skin, for example, very, very strong appeal of what we do today, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Northern India, it had a redemptive ideology that put it in line with the monotheistic faiths in a way that Islam was a very competitive group of ideas. There was also